Chapter 581. Ding, clang, clang. The clash of swords was a chaotic cacophony of rain, mingled with the roars of warriors, the screams of the wounded, and the splattering of blood as swords slashed through bodies. On the battlefield, a group of orcs with wolf heads and human bodies clashed. Where was this? A gray-haired werewolf stood dazed. "Bye! Protect the young master!" A familiar roar echoed behind Bai. He turned to see an old werewolf thrust a child into his hand, then turned and engaged the surrounding werewolves, whose faces were indistinct. "Young master? Protect the young master!" Bai's dazed consciousness trembled, and then he opened his eyes, and sat up abruptly. "Young master?" Bai looked around in confusion. He was no longer on a blood-spattered battlefield, but in a rather old-looking room. Not far away, an old werewolf was brewing medicine. "Without the young master, you're the only living person in the wilderness." The old werewolf removed the casserole, and poured out a bowl of bitter-smelling black liquid. He then came to Bai's side. "Drink some medicine. I don't know what elixir you took, but I doubt it's healing for the soul. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been unconscious for 7 days." Taking the medicine, Bai mechanically downed it. The bitter taste blossomed on his tongue, slightly clearing his foggy mind. A chaotic stream of memories began to surface in his mind. His name was Bai, or rather, his code name was Bai. As the shadow guard of the young master of the Chungshan Quan family, he had only a code name, no real name. Unknown days ago, the Chungshan Quan family was attacked. A group of bandits, affiliated with an unknown clan, slaughtered the entire Quan family. Only he and the young master escaped. Then, Bai suddenly lowered his head, a sharp pain like a knife or an axe slashing interrupting his thoughts. Suddenly, Bai looked at his left arm. Where it had once been, there was only a bandaged, broken end. "My left arm is broken? That's interesting." The old werewolf walked to the other side of the room and took down a very delicate and ornate metal prosthesis from a shelf. "If you don't know your own broken arm, then where did it come from? I've traveled extensively in my early years and have seen a lot. I've even seen Taoist artifacts from the immortal realm." The old werewolf placed his arm next to Bai. "But this is the first time I've seen such an exquisite arm." As Bai stared at the arm, a phrase flashed through his mind. He didn't understand it, but he understood its meaning. "Deal done. I give you power, and you do things for me." A word suddenly popped into Bai's mind. He searched his body for a moment, then glanced at the old werewolf. "Senior, have you ever seen a scroll made of leather? It's incredibly tough." The old werewolf shook his head. "No, besides this arm, all you have left is a broken sword and tattered clothes." Hearing this answer, Bai fell silent. Memories began to flood back, and now he knew where his arm came from. He held the prosthetic arm close to him, examining the delicate object carefully. The metal prosthesis was silver white, but its outer shell was covered in tiny golden lines, like vines. Although made of metal, the arm felt as light as wood. He clearly remembered using this metal arm to withstand countless blows, yet now its surface was as smooth as a mirror. "Is this the creation of an evil spirit?" Bai muttered to himself. "What?" The old werewolf beside him, thinking he was being addressed, suddenly responded. "Nothing. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. May I ask, have you heard anything about the Quan family? The Chungshan Quan family?" The old werewolf was stunned for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "You are a guard of the Quan family, right? The main Quan family has been annihilated, and the only remaining young master was rescued by the passing Xianshui Luo family." Upon hearing this news, Bai's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes dimmed slightly for a moment. "So, they were completely wiped out?" Rolling out of bed, Bai bowed respectfully to the old werewolf, saying, "Senior, I will never forget your great kindness. But I'm only a guard, and have no money to repay you. I hope you forgive me." "Repay?" The old werewolf frowned. "I'm a doctor. It's my duty to heal. Who's after a few lousy bucks? If you keep saying that kind of nonsense, take your tattered clothes and get out of this clinic." Bai's face sank slightly, and he thought to himself, "I really need to learn how to speak." Bai stood up and waved his hand. A gust of wind tore the gauze on his left arm, revealing the scabbed and sutured wound inside. He then looked at the joint of the prosthetic limb and saw that it was not metal, but a mass of dormant flesh. "Are you so anxious to die?" Bai's previous offense had sharpened the old werewolf's tone. "Your soul hasn't recovered yet. If you encounter a Taoist master again, expect your soul to be summoned." "Soul summoned?" Bai gave a bitter laugh. If only his soul could be summoned. After the bargain he made with that evil spirit, his soul no longer belonged to him. Without protesting, Bai calmly attached the prosthetic limb to the broken end. The moment the broken end touched flesh, the dormant flesh of the prosthetic limb instantly awakened and actively connected with the broken end. The intense pain caused Bai's expression to change slightly, but soon, the pain subsided. Energy flowed through his meridians into the prosthetic limb, and the next moment, a powerful energy wave erupted from the prosthetic limb. Seeing Bai refuse to listen, the old werewolf frowned again, thinking that it was really hard to persuade that damned devil. His bowl of medicine had been wasted. He knew exactly what Bai was going to do. And precisely because he knew it, he knew Bai would die. Ever since the arrival of the fairyland 10,000 years ago, ending the reign of the last White Wolf King, this world was no longer a world of warriors. The immortality methods passed down from the fairyland, the Taoist magic, not only allowed ordinary people to live longer, but also far surpassed the power of the warrior's cultivation methods. Before the Taoist magic, the warrior was as fragile as a reed. But the immortal realm is so exalted that Taoist magic is naturally extremely precious. Beyond the 7 immortal realms, few Taoist methods remain in this world. And yet, Bai's injuries were almost entirely caused by Taoist magic. Alas, how long will those half-human, half-ghost monsters continue to plague this world? The old werewolf sighed, but when he looked up, he saw Bai standing motionless, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been summoned. In the pitch-black mental space, Bai surveyed his surroundings warily. He had seen this scene before. When he made his deal with the evil spirit, he had been in a space just like this. Finally awake, Bai turned to look at the source of the voice. Before him, a creepy monster gazed at him leisurely. The monster resembled a werewolf plucked of its hair and drained of its blood, its entire body pale and almost hairless. Its head was devoid of ears, and its mouth, severed as if by a massive axe, barely protruded. Bai couldn't imagine what kind of torture this demon had endured in life to become what it was now. "Devil Richard, we meet again," Bai said as calmly as possible. Devil. Hearing this name, Richard felt a surge of helplessness. In the goblin world, he had always had the charming, aristocratic features of a crowd, but in this new world, he was a hairless demon. Devil, so to speak. Call me what you will. Richard waved his hand, deciding to let this minor detail go. He was, after all, a god, and gods should be magnanimous. Why did you summon me here? Bai looked at Richard nervously. Although he was considered a top-tier martial artist, compared to the demon before him, he felt his strength was no different from that of a baby. Oh, that's right. Richard snapped his fingers, and a projection appeared in his mental space. The projection showed Bai, but Bai's left eye had changed color. I need an eye to help me see the world. When I gave you the prosthetic last time, the eye wasn't ready. Now it's ready, so you can install it. Looking at the projection, Bai couldn't help but clench his fists. This was the price of the bargain. For power, he had become the demon's plaything. I will, Bai whispered. Very cooperative, Richard looked at Bai with some surprise. Most people, before they've seen it themselves, would be very resistant to such transformations. Bai's expression was calm, but the conviction in his words was astonishing. Give me the power to protect the young master, and I give you everything. This is our deal. I won't break it, and I hope you won't either. Bai's words plunged Richard into silence again. How could he explain to this native before him that he wasn't some demonic creature seducing living beings as depicted in myths and legends? The contract he signed was merely a simple servitude agreement. He hadn't even used the term slave contract. Never mind, whatever you want. Richard looked at this native, who, though outwardly a living being, was actually stone, and gave up on any attempt at explanation. After all, Bai's role was merely to help him understand this world and, incidentally, to support a puppet force. His true goal was the young master he was meant to protect, and Bai was merely a bridge. By the way, when I give you the eyes, you also get a pendant. This pendant is a mental shield, which protects you from mental attacks equivalent to 5,000 energy levels. You can think of it as protection against attacks on the soul. Bai nodded slightly, saying nothing. Richard felt a little helpless. He had issued so many contracts. Why would he only use this stone? Forget it, go now. With that, Richard withdrew from Bai's soul. When he opened his eyes again, Richard's consciousness had returned to his body. He was in a study. Behind him stood a bookshelf on each side, and between them lay a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Richard stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the vast, dark astral world stretched out. The floating city beneath his feet, with a diameter of 10 kilometers, seemed like a speck of dust in this boundless space. No matter how many times I see the scene, it still fills me with fear. Chapter 582. Drawing the curtains, Richard opened a spatial rift and dropped an eye and a pendant into it. He then turned and left the study, heading for the laboratory downstairs. The floating city, while technologically advanced by wizards, hadn't changed much in terms of architectural style. The towers on the upper floors of the floating city were still towers, though now they looked more like some kind of Gothic church. And Richard, as a god, had an entire church as his residence. The laboratory had been divided into 3 areas by Richard: the biological area, the mechanical area, and the experimental area. Richard entered the experimental area and activated its built-in protective measures. Then, a burst of life radiation, as dazzling as the sun, erupted from Richard's body. It feels so much better after letting it out. Richard's clothes crumbled to ash under the life radiation, revealing his almost sculptural, perfect body. Within this perfect chest, 2 hearts beat like drums. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Richard closed his eyes, feeling it for a moment, then opened them again, saying with some surprise, 50% has already merged. Since the expedition began, Richard had begun the fusion of his rule body. The rule body, constructed from the rules of life, was perfectly compatible with his flesh and blood body, allowing for seamless integration. In just 10 years since the expedition began, Richard's rule body had already merged 50%. Furthermore, as the level of integration increased, the speed of fusion had not slowed, but rather accelerated. Richard compiled the data and made a chart. At the current rate of growth, if nothing unexpected happened, he would have fully completed the fusion of his rule body in 6 years. Just enough to avoid delaying the expedition. After confirming the integration of his body, Richard ended his indulgence and restrained the life radiation within him. Under Richard's control, these life radiations transformed into an energy cycle within him, flowing repeatedly. The law of life couldn't conjure life force out of thin air. These life radiations all came from Richard's energy. Under the radiation cycle, Richard felt every cell in his body vibrate. The law of life made Richard increasingly sensitive to changes in his body. He could feel his life core trembling slightly under the stimulation of the radiation cycle. The secret of evolution lies here. But Richard wasn't satisfied with such a slow evolution. The magic power cycle began to flow, and a long river of magic permeated his body like water. Under Richard's control, the magic power began to emit extremely low and complex vibrations. With this shockwave, the life cores of all cells resonated. Crack. The life core of a cell emitted an inaudible crisp sound. The stable sequence was disrupted, then reorganized under the influence of the magic wave. Buzz, a wave of magic, almost a shockwave, emanated from Richard's body. The next moment, Richard no longer needed to restrain the life radiation. It was automatically absorbed by his body. Life evolution requires energy. Soon, Richard felt his empty body and smiled weakly. Life editing improves physical fitness quickly, but the consumption is a bit too staggering. Ordinary improvements to physical fitness are gradual, relying on small changes, like a drop of water wearing away a stone. But after mastering life editing, this drop of water becomes a water knife. Changes that once took decades, or even centuries, to manifest have been sped up to mere minutes thanks to the life editor. Pulling a specially crafted crystal ball from his pocket, Richard tested his physical condition. Mental strength, 301.1, physical strength, 351.4, magical power, 48 million, rating, 4th ring grand wizard. Still 0.1? Pretty balanced. In just a few minutes, Richard's physical condition had improved by 0.1. Don't underestimate this number. Remember, Richard is now a grand wizard, and every improvement in his physical condition brings a visible increase in strength. Richard's current strength, agility, reflexes, defense, and even energy storage are all a fraction of what they were just a few minutes ago. While this fraction isn't enough to affect the outcome of the battle, it's enough to give Richard a slight advantage. And when 10, 100, insignificant gains are added together, the scales of victory will inevitably tip in his favor. Richard poured a pile of magic essence from his pocket. With a gentle touch, the magic within it vanished completely. Feeling the slightly increased energy within him, Richard exhaled lightly, and did not attempt another life edit. Life edits are highly destructive to the stability of the life core, especially the deep, full-body life edit Richard had performed. He could not perform a second edit for the next 7 days. Otherwise, his life core would risk collapse. Finding some clothes to put on, Richard began his witchcraft training. After merging into the body of rules, Richard's body's energy storage continued to increase, and his body grew larger. Although Richard's current size was still normal, this was actually due to his advanced transfiguration. If the transfiguration was removed, Richard's body would be nearly 50 meters tall, and his every movement would carry the force of a mountain. But energy is energy. Without the appropriate sorcery to transform it into combat power, even the most abundant energy is nothing more than a punching bag. Assisted by the radiation rule, Richard's sorcery boundaries were greatly expanded. Some sorcery that only existed in theory could now be fully operational with Richard. Boom! Crack! Various powerful sorceries continuously appeared and disappeared within the testing area, but even this alone was beginning to strain the laboratory's energy barriers. Half an hour later, the training concluded. Richard arrived at the mechanical area, ready to continue studying several Forerunner relics recovered from the Goblin world. Richard had painstakingly retrieved the giant floating cannons that the mechanical god had summoned from behind the veil. However, because the control device had been destroyed by the demon's self-detonation, Richard could not yet deploy them. But as soon as he reached the test bench, he sensed a spiritual connection. Installed so quickly. This native may be a little clumsy, but he's truly efficient. Inside the clinic, Bai calmly wiped the blood from the corner of his eye and bowed to the old werewolf beside him. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Beside him, the old werewolf had a complicated expression. He held a jar containing a living eyeball. After receiving the new eye, Bai felt a profound change in his vision. Within the new eye's field of vision, everything in the world became incredibly clear. If he tried, he could even, under normal circumstances, see tiny dust particles in the air or the leg hairs of a flying insect several kilometers away. The power of an evil spirit. I don't think that thing of yours is the power of an evil spirit at all. The old werewolf looked at Bai's new eyes and shook his head slightly. I've encountered the evil spirits you're talking about before. They're usually based on pure force. Even if they give gifts, their creations are usually just exquisite treasures. But your eye and your arm don't look like the creations of an evil spirit at all. These things are far more powerful than evil spirits. Bai shook his head stubbornly. Senior, you haven't seen what that evil spirit looks like. Of course, I hope that a good person like you never sees an evil spirit. The old werewolf smiled, turned around, took a plainly decorated long sword from a shelf at the side of the room, and tossed it to Bai. Good person? Haha, I just give you a good wish. Your sword is broken. It was left by a former customer of mine as payment for a debt. He hasn't come back to redeem it in all these years, so I guess he's long dead. You're about to venture into a dangerous place, and you won't be able to do it without a good weapon. Catching the long sword, Bai pulled it out. The next moment, a murderous aura, like that of a hellish Azura, burst forth from the blade, transforming the room into a monstrous ghost land. It's called Azura, and fittingly, it calls its sister Karma Fire. My junior sister has taken it. I saved your life today, and I ask nothing in return. If you encounter an enemy wielding Karma Fire in the future, spare him this time for my sake. Bai sheathed his long sword and bowed to the old werewolf. I will. With that, Bai vanished from the room. The old werewolf gazed at the spot where Bai had vanished and slowly straightened his body. The evil spirit's contract. Are there other monsters targeting this world? The old werewolf walked out of the room and locked the door to the clinic. In the setting sun, his figure vanished into thin air like a phantom, transforming into a puff of mist. Puff, blood spurted from the severed neck like a fountain, and the muddy road was littered with werewolf corpses. Don't come! Don't come! A black-haired werewolf stumbled back, his hand gripping the knife trembling. In front of him, a gray-haired werewolf, holding a long knife, looked at him calmly. Gaze upon those different-colored eyes, the black-haired werewolf's mental defenses finally crumbled, and he began to run in panic. Swoosh, puff. The long knife spun in the air and returned to Bai's hand. In the distance, a headless corpse stumbled to the ground. Evil spirit, have you seen enough? Not bad. I've almost understood your evolutionary path. With his newly implanted prosthetic eye, Richard could observe the world he was about to invade up close from within the floating city. Evolutionary path. Bai secretly memorized the unfamiliar word. Although he was taciturn, that didn't mean he was a fool. Although he mistook Richard for an evil spirit, he also admitted that Richard, the evil spirit, was the most knowledgeable person he had ever met. Following the muddy road, Bai arrived at a manor that had been razed to the ground. In the past, this manor belonged to the Chungshan dog family. Taking a deep breath, Bai tiptoed over the charred courtyard wall. The complex, maze-like manor, in Bai's eyes, was a series of smooth roads. Finally, Bai stopped in a courtyard. Although the bodies within were charred black, the metallic black skeletons could still be seen. These skeletons were all warriors who practiced the Vajra Dharma in their lifetime. In the Inu family, The Vajra Dharma is a required training for all young master's guards. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Bai. Huh? There really is a fish that escaped the net and returned. Chapter 583. Hearing the voice, Bai didn't turn around immediately. He recognized the voice. That night, the voice's owner had nearly trapped and killed him using Taoist magic. And the medium through which that magic affected people was the eyes. Evil spirit, can you deal with Taoist magic? Taoism? What is that? A new cultivation method? Seeing Richard didn't know, Bai closed his eyes, turned, and drew his sword, facing the voice's owner. Thief, state your name. Excellent sword. I never expected to encounter such a treasure while staying here. The Taoist's voice grew more serious, and the murderous aura of Shura caused the temperature in the entire courtyard to drop several degrees. Even if a weapon with such power wasn't on the list of famous weapons, it must be quite close. I suggest you open your eyes. I don't believe the illusions of the one before you can penetrate the mental barrier of the mental protection necklace. Richard's voice echoed in Bai's ears. As a wizard, Richard hadn't conducted systematic and in-depth research on illusions, but upon learning that the Galaxy Mayfly possessed illusionary abilities, he had taken an intensive course in learning about them. While this knowledge wasn't much, it was enough to overwhelm the native's knowledge. Of course, if this guy were using optical illusions, that would be another story. Hearing this, Bai slowly opened his replaced eye. The moment he did, the Taoist moved. Closing and opening again, what an idiot! The Taoist scoffed, but his hands moved with lightning speed, completing the necessary spells for the illusion in an instant. Buzz! A beam of white light shot from the Taoist's eyes, hurtling towards Bai's head. But the next moment, it struck an invisible barrier, shattering instantly. Puff! The Taoist's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even Bai, accustomed to battle, was stunned for a moment by the sight. What was going on? Did the practice of Taoist magic come at such a heavy price? Don't just stand there, go and kill him! This guy's spell failed and backfired. What a useless spell. It backfires when blocked. Richard's voice was filled with disappointment, a mixture of surprise and disappointment. He had thought he witnessed a new path of evolution, but instead, he saw a shoddy piece of junk. Bai moved, appearing instantly beside the Taoist. Without the illusion's cover, Bai finally saw the Taoist's true form. An old werewolf, with long black hair and a blind eye. Bang! Bai swung his sword, but the blade seemed to miss its target, passing directly across the Taoist's neck. Illusion? No, not an illusion. As the blade pierced through his body, the Taoist's body shook violently, exploding into a cloud of white mist that obscured his vision. Bai vigilantly sniffed around, but before he could find any clues, Richard's voice rang in his ears. But compared to his previous disappointment, Richard's voice now brimmed with excitement. 30 meters southeast. Use the prosthetic capture net? Turning around and raising his hand, Bai's left prosthetic arm's two middle fingers retracted, while the others extended. Buzz! A ball of white light flew from the wrist of his prosthetic arm, transforming into a large net in the air, tightly encircling the Taoist, who had escaped through deception. Bai emerged from the smoke and cautiously approached the Taoist. Richard's voice echoed in his ear. Ask him how he manages to transform into a physical form. I don't think he understands you. Communicating with natives is so difficult. Wizard's language. What do you call the energy in your body? It's that thing you consume with various combat techniques. Chi, we call it chi. Then ask him how he manages to transform his body into chi, and then return to its original form. The natives were ignorant, but Richard, the wizard, was knowledgeable. The Taoist's method of dodging the fatal blow wasn't some strange sorcery, but an extremely advanced technique, matter-to-energy transformation. Translated, it means converting matter into pure energy, and then back again. And the Taoist wasn't transforming ordinary objects. He was transforming his own body. This was even more difficult than transforming ordinary inanimate objects. Richard had never heard of this method in the wizarding world. Only the hypothesis of this technique was mentioned in the evolutionary path of the great wizard Garlon. But he never expected to see this cutting-edge technology in a mere native of the native world. What does this equate to? It's like discovering an isolated tribe of primitive people in the rainforest, their people still hunting with stone spears, but their campfire is actually a nuclear fusion reactor. Bai repeated Richard's words, adding a few useless questions of his own, such as, who's behind you? Kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Why waste your breath? The Taoist's assertive attitude didn't surprise the two. Bai stretched his body expressionlessly, ready to use less than humane means to get what he wanted. But Richard felt that Bai's methods were unlikely to be effective, so he had to wait and see. Boy, I give you a bug. Place it on this guy's wound, and then you can leave it alone. Be careful not to touch it with your flesh." As he spoke, a spatial rift appeared in Bai's left hand, and a pitch-black flesh worm fell out. Bai looked at the black flesh worm and, half doubting, placed it on the Taoist. The moment it made contact with the Taoist's body, the previously docile flesh worm suddenly sprang to life. Its mouthparts opened, a vortex of fangs studded with sharp teeth. As its mouthparts opened and closed, the worm burrowed through the Taoist's flesh like a drill, burrowing into his flesh. Then Bai heard a blood-curdling scream. The Taoist, pierced by the worm's penetration, felt like he had been thrown into a frying pan, and began to struggle frantically. The bulging eyes, bulging veins, and a body stiff as stone from the exertion all indicated that the Taoist was experiencing excruciating pain. "Blow on this whistle." Richard's voice rang out again, and a metal whistle instantly fell through a dimensional rift into Bai's hands. Bai blew gently, and a low-frequency sound wave, inaudible to the human ear, emanated from the whistle, instantly calming the Taoist's frantic struggles. Bean-sized beads of sweat oozed from the Taoist's body like rain, and the Taoist's face, once so steely, was now filled with fear. "Can you answer now?" The Taoist's body trembled violently, and Bai's heterochromatic eyes now looked like the gaze of a demon. "I'm just a lucky wandering Taoist. I don't know who is the master of this. As for the Taoist technique you mentioned, it's the gathering and dispersion of energy. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Just stop messing with that insect." Taoism. Richard, a light year away, pondered the word. He pronounced the word Taoist awkwardly, like a direct transliteration of some other word. Could it be that this world has been invaded before? Evil ghost, have you truly never heard of Taoism? Bai's voice reached Richard through the soul connection, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "No. Then you died a long time ago." "What do you mean?" "Taoism comes from the Immortal Land, which arrived 10,000 years ago." Immortal Land? The Immortal Land Bai was referring to was a compound word. The Xian in the beginning was a transliteration of some other language, while the Xiang in the end was their own language. To Richard, this Immortal Land was the home of something unknown. Bai whispered, "The Fairyland is the home of the Immortals. 10,000 years ago, the Immortals descended from outer space and overthrew the White Wolf King's rule. Since then, the world has been ruled by aristocratic families. The Immortals teach the aristocratic families the Taoist arts of longevity, and the aristocratic families shepherd the Immortals of the Fairyland, providing them with elixirs and opportunities for immortality." That's quite interesting. Listening to Bai's account, Richard could roughly deduce what this world was like. If everything Bai said was true, then 10,000 years ago, a fragment of a larger world must have collided with this one and merged into it. As for why it was a larger world, this Taoist art was definitely not something the natives could possess. It must have come from a civilization, a highly advanced one. But Richard was puzzled as to why the Immortals didn't establish deeper control over this world, instead opting for a more or less laissez-faire approach. There must be a profound secret hidden within this. Tell me about that so-called Taoist magic, and the rest is up to you. Evil ghost, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Bai whispered, the Immortals overthrew the White Wolf King's rule. You should know how powerful he is. And I'm here to make an enemy of the Immortals. The aristocratic families are required to provide the Immortal Realm with elixirs and immortal connections. In return, the Immortal Realm will teach them the Taoist magic. However, the entire world is ruled by the 7 Immortal Realm Walkers. All the elixirs and immortal connections that the aristocratic families hold, which can be exchanged for Taoist magic, must first be presented to them, who then hand them over to the Immortal Realm. They also pass on the Immortals' Taoist magic. In this way, only the Immortal Realm Walkers know whether the aristocratic families have gained the Taoist magic. To maintain their dominance and prevent the Immortal Realm Walkers from falling into the hands of other aristocratic families, the Immortal Realm Walkers will naturally seize as much of the Taoist magic as possible. Unless, however, the aristocratic families can offer extraordinary treasures, set up altars for the Immortals, and allow the Immortals to descend. After an Immortal descends, a noble family can replace a certain Immortal Realm's Walker and become the new Walker. As a result, ambitious noble families in this world strive to obtain rare elixir ingredients and immortality. Elixir ingredients come in many forms, from certain minerals to special magical plants, all of which can be excellent elixir ingredients. However, as the shadow guard of the young master of the Quan family, he understands elixir ingredients better than the average person. Besides medicinal minerals, elixir ingredients can also come from wild beasts or individuals with special bloodlines. A month ago, the young master of the Quan family awakened a noble bloodline. Although Bai didn't know the source of that bloodline, he suspected it wasn't some weak individual. Otherwise, why would any noble family be willing to spend so much money to gather wandering Taoist priests, and so many warriors to seize the young master of the Quan family? Chapter 584. I think you think too highly of yourself. Richard's voice was tinged with disdain. At most, you only mobilize a few soldiers. Even if you cause a scene, the immortal who killed the White Wolf King will only get a passing glance from him. People often fall into the mindset of the emperor with a golden hoe, believing that what they consider a major event is also a major event in the eyes of others. But in reality, what many consider a major event is nothing to those in higher positions. Never mind that Bai is merely a second-level creature, a guard trained by a family. Even if Bai had now transcended into the realm of the saintly, reaching the level Richard reached before he became a great wizard, he would still be nothing more than a small insect in the eyes of that immortal. At best, he could wipe out a few aristocratic families. And aristocratic families are tools that a world master can always have. Richard's mockery silenced Bai. He could sense that Richard was truly not afraid of the immortal who overthrew the White Wolf King. Could there have been creatures in ancient times that rivaled the White Wolf King? Shaking away the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Bai continued his interrogation. After acquiring the Taoist technique of gathering and dispersing energy, Richard stopped paying attention to Bai's movements. Taoism was far more important than interrogation. According to the Taoist, this technique, called gathering and dispersing energy, was of the 5th rank, a superior technique even for those in the immortal realm. Once mastered, one could temporarily transform the body into a cloud of energy, providing miraculous defense against physical attacks. But to Richard, his explanation was pure nonsense. Using this technique to defend against physical attacks was like using a nuclear fusion reactor to barbecue. You ask if it can be used that way. Yes, it can, but doing so would undoubtedly be a colossal waste. If energy is transformed into a complex physical form, it can naturally be transformed into other substances as well. Because if this thing is thoroughly understood, it means that most materials in this world will no longer be rare. Copying the Taoist technique of gathering and dispersing energy into a magic book, Richard immediately began to study this miraculous technique. Practicing gathering and dispersing energy is simple. It only requires a sufficiently resilient soul, meaning sufficient mental strength. There are surprisingly no requirements for bloodline or energy. From werewolves to wild beasts, all are qualified to practice. To practice, the Taoists must construct a talisman within their soul, and this talisman is the essence of the method. Richard spent some time copying the talisman, and then left the floating city to begin experiments in the astral realm. The floating city's laboratory couldn't withstand Richard's manipulation, so it was better to be safe when testing such an unknown spell. The floating city at Richard's feet transformed into a streak of light, and flew off into the distance. After Richard was sure it was far enough away, he began his first Taoist experiment. Boom! After activating his Taoist technique, one of Richard's fingers suddenly exploded, transforming into a cloud of mist. The shockwave even caused a considerable ether vortex within the astral plane. Good thing we're not doing this in a lab, Richard observed, chuckling with relief. If this had been done in a lab, the force of even a single finger spreading apart would have been enough to overload the lab's energy barrier, let alone completely dispersing. After spreading his finger, Richard thought, and the dispersed mist gathered back together, transforming into a single finger once more. How is this possible? Richard said in horror. With a flicker of his mind, a complex rune composed of energy appeared before his eyes. This rune was the talisman required for the condensation and dispersion of Qi spell. Besides serving as a model for the spell, it also performed a recording function. In other words, this talisman was like a machine. Before the condensation and dispersion of Qi spell was used, it would record your body information. After the condensation and dispersion of Qi spell was detonated, it would reassemble your body using the information you had previously input. Honestly, even the mere description of this method was a bit unbelievable to Richard. If his insight was correct, then if he input the information about adamantine gold into the talisman, it would be able to transform the energy into a piece of adamantine gold for him. If this were truly possible, then the civilization that mastered this technology would be virtually invincible. Richard couldn't imagine how powerful wizards would be if their magical armor were entirely made of high-grade materials, like adamantium and mithril. No, if that were to happen, the battlefield would become a stage for alchemical puppets. A puppet army constructed with adamantium shells, mithril pipes, and a steel frame, supplemented by a variety of top-grade materials, would dominate the battlefields of low-tier forces. No matter how many galactic mayflies there were, they would be conquered by wizards. But how could a civilization that mastered such technology end up with its world shattered? No, it wouldn't necessarily be a fragment of the world. For a civilization that mastered such technology, transforming a secret realm into a floating city wouldn't be difficult. Of course, all this was assuming his assumptions were correct. This Taoist technique remained a mystery to Richard. Jumping to conclusions prematurely was unbecoming of a seasoned wizard. Dispersing the talisman, Richard transformed into a stream of light, rapidly soaring towards the floating city in the distance. After extracting the flesh worm from the Taoist's body, Bai's prosthetic limb erupted with a white-hot flame, incinerating the Taoist's corpse within the energy net to ash. After interrogating him, Bai determined that the Taoist truly knew nothing, a mere wandering Taoist who took bribes. However, if he couldn't get any information from the interrogation, it didn't matter. The young master he was supposed to protect had already been rescued by the Xianshui Luo family. If the attackers of the Quan family were indeed from the Xianshui Luo family, then all he had to do next was rescue the young master from the Luo family. If not, then he would go to the Luo family and continue to serve as their bodyguard. As a shadow guard, protecting the young master was Bai's creed. If he lost this creed, his life would be meaningless. After digging out the metal skeletons from the courtyard, Bai dug a large pit and buried them. Among them were his companions, his teachers, and some respected members of the Inu family. With the exception of the young master, the pit almost completely buried his past. After filling the pit, as the sun set, Bai bowed to the tombstoneless grave before turning and leaving. "Have you killed them?" Richard's voice suddenly echoed in Bai's ears. "Already killed them." "Never mind. Where are you going next? If you're not in a rush, you can help me capture 2 Taoists. I need some research material." "Evil ghost, what do you value in life?" "I have to say, before you said that, you just killed someone. I have a vengeance against him that must be avenged. If hatred warrants killing, then consider me a vendetta against every Taoist in the world. These fools, possessing a mountain of treasure without realizing it, deserve to be killed." Bai said nothing more. He sensed a familiar note in Richard's tone. It was a note he had only smelled in the voice of the head of the Quan family. The same disregard for life, the same indifference. This demon named Richard, like the head of the Quan family, was a member of the tribe known as Big Men. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A majestic, pure black horse galloped along the road, its bull-sized hooves leaving deep hoofprints on the solid dirt with every stride. On the horse's back was a warrior wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat. But unlike the black fur of typical werewolves, this warrior's fur was gray, giving him the appearance of premature aging. This man was Bai, who was heading to the Xianshui Luo family. Suddenly, Bai reined in his horse, stopping in the middle of the road. Not far away, a group of masked, black-armored warriors blocked the road. Behind the black warriors, a raging fire burned, and the shrill screams and wails could be heard clearly by Bai even from hundreds of meters away. "Why are we encountering another village massacre?" A voice rang out in Bai's ears with resignation. Richard, observing the black warriors and the burning village behind them through his prosthetic eye, couldn't help but grumble, "You've chosen a difficult path." Village massacre, a must-try part of this world, which Richard had tentatively named Fairyland. In this aristocratic family ruled by aristocratic families, the children of the aristocracy and the common people were like 2 different races. A noble family member could gouge out a commoner's eyes simply because they glanced at him. Or, if he taken a fancy to a commoner's wife or daughter, he kidnapped them, and then killed them as souvenirs. Meanwhile, flesh screens and beauty paper were commonplace in this world. Sherhu and Gao Yang were merely ordinary figures. In Richard's mind, only the tantric sect and Slanish could compare to the aristocratic families who played with them. To the aristocratic families, commoners were like weeds in the ground. As long as they weren't completely slaughtered, new weeds would always grow. Among the Immortal Realm's list of elixir ingredients, a material called blood essence was in high demand. Blood essence wasn't naturally produced. It had to be extracted from the blood of living creatures. This blood could be obtained from wild beasts or humans. Thus, village slaughter became an inevitable part of the blood essence shortage. The aristocratic families weren't crazy. A single wild beast could hold its own against 100 men, making it much easier to extract. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would engage in such a loss-making business as village slaughter. "Evil spirit, I'm going to take action," Bai said calmly. "Yes," Richard replied absent-mindedly. While killing all these warriors wouldn't solve the problem of the aristocratic families massacring the village, it would still be a temporary solution. Richard had no qualms about his subordinates possessing a simple sense of justice. No one wanted to have a bunch of perverts under their command. Besides, slaughtering the warriors wasn't entirely useless. The tools used by the aristocratic families to refined blood essence were products of Taoist magic, and they varied from family to family. Collecting more would give Richard more research material. Dismount, draw your sword. The black-armored warriors, observing this, also drew their swords. Not everyone is a monster like the aristocratic family members. There will always be people who find the slaughter of a village unacceptable. Chapter 585. Although Bai is only a native, the rule that second-level creatures are far stronger than first-level creatures remains unchanged. In fact, because everyone's skills are so novice, basic qualities become even more important. A subtle energy wave emanated from Bai's body, and his body instantly took on a metallic sheen. This is a required practice for the Inu clan's guards. The Vajra method. Practicing this method, in its early stages, increases one's endurance. With even a small degree of mastery, one can develop a body of steel. At full mastery, one becomes not only as tough as a solid block of iron, but also possesses astonishing strength. It is a practice that combines both offense and defense. However, the trade-off is that until the Vajra method is fully mastered, the user's speed will be reduced. If not deployed in groups, warriors wielding the Vajra method can easily become sitting ducks. However, in this situation, a one-on-many situation, the Vajra method is quite suitable. Bai's Vajra method is nearing full mastery, and these people's swords and knives cannot harm Bai. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the heavy yet rapid footsteps, Bai rushed towards the black-armored warriors like a charging cavalry. The black-armored warriors, all experienced, immediately dispersed upon seeing Bai's stance, preparing to siege. The warriors had their own methods for dealing with martial arts masters. Who? The two remaining warriors shouted, bringing their spears to their waists. The principle of an inch longer, an inch stronger still held true on the low-level battlefield. The two spears, like two black snakes, sped so fast that a cloud of mist enveloped their tips as they headed straight for Bai's chest. If these two spears had struck home, Bai's Vajra technique, let alone its incomplete state, would have been pierced even if it had been. Left? Right? Lean forward? Or jump? The two black-armored warriors thought of various evasive strategies Bai could employ, but before they could finish their thought, they stumbled, their spears nearly falling from their grasp. Bai didn't move left or right, nor did he leap up and down like a juggler. He simply stood still, a massive hand emerging from his prosthetic limb, grasping the two spears and yanking them forward. The black-armored warriors' balance was off, and their stance naturally fell apart. Bai took a step forward, appearing beside the two black-armored warriors. The next moment, Shura's sharp blade flashed through the air. Puff. Two black-armored heads fell to the ground, their bright red blood splattering like a fountain. Dang! Before Bai's blade had even reached its limit, two long swords from behind struck Bai's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. But the expected splash of blood didn't occur. It was clearly the sound of swords slashing flesh, but the sound was the clash of metal. Bai swung back and struck, sending two more heads crashing to the ground. The black-armored warriors' faces paled slightly. They didn't know the Vajra Dharma, but they knew the sound of a sword striking flesh shouldn't be like that. The enemy before them was not only incredibly powerful, but his body was as hard as if clad in iron armor. For them, this undoubtedly meant death. Where did you get this stray dog, ruining my family's fate? A haughty voice rang out from behind Bai. A young warrior, draped in brocade robes and stained with blood, emerged from the village, carrying two severed heads. Behind him followed an old man in a wide robe, a long sword slung across his back, and a red gourd in his hand. The moment they saw the young warrior, even on the battlefield, the numerous black-armored warriors fell to their knees, not even raising their heads. It seemed that the consequences of failing to show courtesy would be even worse than being slain by Bai's sword. Bai turned to look at the warrior, Richard's excited voice echoing in his mind. Another Taoist priest, no killing. Never mind, you might as well kill him now that you're strong enough. Afterwards, don't burn the body. Bring it to me through the chasm. The young warrior sized Bai up, a bloodthirsty smile flashing across his face. I don't know where you learned this skill, you wild dog, but it's not bad, perfect for me to practice. The young warrior had barely finished his words when he appeared before Bai. Hand. Bang. Bai's body flew backward like a cannonball, and the young warrior's body had transformed into a devilish muscleman. Even Arnold would ask how he learned it. Bang. Bai's body, flung backward, suddenly paused in midair, then plummeted to the ground as if being pulled. I personally recommend using a prosthetic limb. Your sword is made of fine material and looks impressive, but for you right now, a prosthetic limb would be more effective. Activate your hysteresis field. Bai looked straight ahead, making several hand gestures with the fingers of his left arm. Then, a massive fist suddenly solidified before Bai. An invisible force field, like a swamp, sucked the young warrior's fist into its mouth. An enhanced hysteresis field, for direct defense. Even against an 8,000 level attack, it can delay it for 0.5 seconds. For ordinary warriors, like us, who don't know how to use Taoism, we can just wait for him to strike and then finish him off. Bai swung his sword fiercely, a blade as sharp as autumn water, shrouded in a murderous aura. With a single movement, the blade sliced through the young warrior without hesitation. Thump! The young warrior fell to his knees, his face filled with disbelief. The next moment, half of his body slowly slid off, the fracture smooth as a mirror. Young master! The old Taoist's eyes widened, and he instantly appeared beside the young warrior. Activate the space anchor. This man isn't just quick, he's teleporting. Bai's fingers flicked slightly, and an invisible wave instantly imprisoned the surroundings. But at this moment, the Taoist paid no heed to Bai's intentions. An invisible barrier separated him from Bai. He pulled a small vial from his sleeve, poured out an emerald green pill, and was about to feed it to the young warrior. But before he could even open his mouth, there was a thud. An iron hand pierced through his energy barrier and charged directly at the old Taoist's face. Bang! The old Taoist was knocked back, his protruding mouth half collapsed. Impossible! How could you possibly break my Tian Gang barrier? Richard's taunts echoed in Bai's ears. You idiot! You're addicted to being weak. You're pretending to be invincible with just an energy barrier. Taoism, while powerful, is ultimately the province of immortals. Even if these natives were taught by immortals, they were still primitive people equipped with technological equipment. Primitive people might consider technology miraculous, but modern people don't. After knocking the Taoist down, before Richard could continue, Bai instinctively released a net and snatched the old Taoist away. Then, with a backhanded strike, he decapitated the bisected young warrior. Finishing off a blow is a good habit. Seeing the young warrior's head being chopped off, the old Taoist immediately let out a beastly howl. You damn bastard! How dare you swing your sword at the young master? This is a grave sin. A sin that will punish your entire clan. You bastard will be torn into pieces, your heart devoured by 1,000 worms. Even after you die, your soul will be burned in a spirit lamp for 10,000 years. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap cut short the old Taoist's outcry. Bai expressionlessly brushed off the blood on his left prosthetic arm and asked Richard, Evil Ghost, you said you could kill him, right? Yes. Kill him by tearing his soul apart, so his body will be more intact. But before that, wouldn't you consider torture? Bai shook his head. I've seen people like him before. They're the backbone of a family, their most loyal retainers. Torture won't do them any good. Alas, what a pity. Kill them, and send them over. Send me his Taoist weapon too. Be careful for the time being. I'm researching something and won't pay much attention to you. Research? Bai thought to himself. He heard the word research many times these days. The evil ghost he traded with seemed to have been a scholar in life, and even as an evil ghost, he still enjoyed research. Bai glanced at the prosthetic arm. It's not surprising that an evil spirit, pre-existing since the arrival of the immortal land, could create something like this. Clapping his hands, Bai's face paled. A massive surge of mental energy flowed into the prosthetic limb, transforming into a violent mental shot that instantly rammed into the Taoist's brain. The next moment, the Taoist's eyes rolled back, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. A spatial rift opened, and Bai casually tossed the corpse and the gourd into the air. Behind him, the black-armored warriors remained kneeling on the ground. Even though the young warrior was dead, they didn't stand. As Bai passed through them, he heard a roar from behind him. Ranger! Bai turned, sword drawn, only to see the warriors standing up, despair on their faces. Kill us. As guards, the young master's death was their fault. Even if they returned, they would die, and their families would be implicated with them. The rules of the aristocratic families were so cruel. Bai nodded slightly, then, like a dragon, he shuttled through the warriors. As he returned to his starting point, the black-armored warriors collapsed one after another, their blood lingering in the air like a cloud. Even the distant fire seemed hazy. He mounted his horse, and with a crisp crack of the whip, the pitch-black steed broke through the blood mist, carrying the warrior onward. In the laboratory, Richard surveyed the red gourd and exclaimed in amazement, It's so exquisite. This immortal civilization is undoubtedly as powerful as, if not more powerful than, wizards. The gourd in Richard's hand was only the size of a palm, yet its interior held the space of a pond. It also had the ability to refine blood. Through the rune-like patterns on the gourd, it could autonomously absorb energy from the surrounding space to operate. While Richard could design a machine with similar functionality, he could never achieve the exquisite delicacy of this gourd. The gourd's material also amazed Richard. It wasn't metal, but something resembling wood. Yet, its toughness rivaled that of ordinary fine gold alloys, and it even possessed self-healing properties. Even a noble family's gadgets are so exquisite. I can't believe what those immortals use. Putting the gourd aside for a moment, Richard approached the dissection table and performed an autopsy on the Taoist's body. Any evolutionary path will have a profound impact on the body. Even within the same species, individuals who follow different evolutionary paths will experience significant changes in their bodies. These changes can help researchers better understand this evolutionary path. But as soon as he opened the Taoist's abdomen, Richard's brow furrowed. How could this be? Chapter 586. The abdominal cavity was cut open, revealing a distorted mass of organs before Richard. The old Taoist's organs were intertwined, resembling a massive tumor. If he hadn't become a level 1 creature, allowing living things to survive by absorbing energy from the air, this old Taoist would have starved to death due to his completely distorted digestive system. That shouldn't be the case. Richard gazed at the bizarre structure before him, his eyes filled with confusion. Even if this immortal civilization had pursued a path of spiritual evolution, it wouldn't have twisted its body into this state. This structure neither allowed for more energy circulation and storage, nor could it mobilize energy more quickly. It was practically useless. Could these natives have copied it incorrectly? An absurd thought flashed through Richard's mind. Slicing open this chaotic complex of organs, a foul odor instantly filled Richard's nostrils. Thick green fluid gushed from the wound like a small fountain. Richard frowned slightly. This stench wasn't just any ordinary stench. It was closer to the stench of a corpse. And this old Taoist had been dead for less than an hour, and he was a level 2 creature himself. This kind of smell shouldn't be present at this point. Unless, could it have rotted while still alive? Richard continued the dissection, separating the organs from the complex as best he could. But this complex was beyond the reach of ordinary surgical techniques. Different organs had fused together, and cells from 4 or 5 organs could even be found in the same area. By the end of the dissection, Richard had given up on separating the organs, instead chopping them neatly into cubes. After completing the dissection of the complex, Richard examined the fragments of flesh, lost in deep thought. His suspicions were correct. The creature's internal structure had already decayed before his death. The chaotic structure of the flesh deprived numerous cells of nutrients. Without nutrients, these cells could not divide normally and instead died piecemeal. However, due to the energy cycle, the body remained intact. While its internal organs were decaying, its brain remained functional thanks to the energy supply. It could be said that this Taoist was a living dead. This is too bizarre, Richard shook his head. We need a new specimen. Although Richard's intuition told him that the Taoist was most likely not mistaken, and that his body had become this way due to his Taoist magic, as a wizard, Richard never blindly followed his intuition. He needed new examples to prove his intuition. I must cease my research on the Taoist arts. The Taoist's abnormality sounded a warning to Richard. He needed to be cautious. If the Taoist arts had been backdoored or tampered with, it would be difficult for him to detect with his current level of skill. His knowledge of transmutation was insufficient, and his experience was limited. As a great wizard, aside from his knowledge of flesh and blood, where he could be considered a master among masters, his knowledge in other areas remained largely at the level of a third-ring wizard. However, temporarily halting his Taoist research was not a loss for Richard. He could now focus his full attention on studying the Forerunner relics and editing life forms. In humanity's ancient past, their ancestors evolved into a variety of forms. Though these forms are invisible today, the core life fragments that express them still exist. After 10 years of research, Richard has made some progress in his understanding of life editing. He recently plans to selectively express these ancient core fragments, thereby constructing a form he has named Perfect Human. Ha! The flash of a sword, accompanied by a low roar, streaked through the air, a streak of brilliant light. Blood splattered, and a headless corpse fell to its knees with a thud. In the bamboo forest, Bai silently sheathed his sword. Around him, the bodies of a group of warriors in brocade robes fell to the ground, their blood staining the ground almost red. He had killed many along the way. Some spared him, but others did not. Bai whistled. The next moment, the deep sound of horse hooves approached, quickly transforming into a pitch-black steed galloping toward Bai. Climbing onto his horse, Bai put his conical hat back on and continued along the road. Passing through the bamboo forest, the glaring sunlight forced Bai to squint slightly. The fragrance of peach blossoms drifted in on the breeze. In the distance, amidst a vast expanse of peach trees, a mountain city nestled against the mountainside, nearly encircling the entire peak. Immortals favor mountains, so almost all aristocratic families establish their headquarters there. Even if there's no mountain, they create one. At the foot of the mountain city lay a vast city, home to millions. Not all aristocratic families were warriors, and for mortals seeking a luxurious lifestyle, they naturally needed a large number of servants. But servants also needed food, drink, and shelter, which necessitated even more human care. Therefore, in this world, powerful aristocratic families rarely hide in the mountains and forests. All aristocratic families have a city at their feet as their vassal city. The larger the vassal city, the more powerful the aristocratic family. And this vassal city before us is estimated to have millions of people living there. This is an exaggerated number, even for an aristocratic family. Those who can own such a large vassal city are high-ranking aristocratic families, worthy of competing for access to the immortal realm. And there are also differences among aristocratic families. Finally arrived? Richard's voice echoed in Bai's ears. During this period, Richard had only occasionally spoken when encountering powerful enemies. The rest of the time, Richard was silent, as if asleep. Bai looked towards the distant city. Although his natural eyes couldn't see clearly, the prosthetic eyes Richard had given him could see the flag with the word Luo flying on the vassal city wall. Xianshui Luo family. This aristocratic family is quite capable. They chose a location with good feng shui, perfect for setting up a formation. With the help of Bai's eyes, Richard could clearly see the terrain around Xianshui Luo family. While the mountain where the Luo family resides is man-made, the abundant water veins surrounding the city are natural. According to the unique techniques Richard learned from the wild beast men, this place is naturally suited to connecting heaven and earth. Bai was somewhat speechless at Richard's assessment. This evil spirit didn't think he was going to kill the Luo family and rescue the young master. Evil spirit, the Xianshui Luo family, and the Chungshan Quan family are relatives. Hundreds of years ago, the Quan family was also a high-ranking family, but over the years, their talent has dwindled, and they have fallen into decline, becoming a mid-ranking family. And the Xianshui Luo family and the Quan family have always been staunch allies. Isn't that even more suspicious? Richard's words left Bai silent. The young master of the Quan family had just awakened his bloodline when he was killed, and then he was just as easily rescued by the Xianshui Luo family. These coincidences seem deliberately contrived. It's just suspicious. If it's suspicious, be prepared. I'm counting on you to give me more specimens. As he spoke, a spatial rift opened in Bai's prosthetic palm, from which fell a bottle of magic potion, 36 formation flags, and a tightly sealed box. Don't rush over yet. Take the potion first and ascend to a level 3 creature. Then, plant the formation flags according to the location I specified. Then you can go and find your young master with confidence. Looking at the things Richard had brought, Bai was at a loss for words. Although he had always called Richard an evil spirit, after these days of interaction, Bai could clearly feel that, aside from his somewhat terrifying appearance, Richard was no different from an ordinary person. Even compared to those anthropomorphic children of noble families, Richard's examination of the corpse seemed remarkably gentle. Thank you, Bai whispered. Richard didn't respond. This little bit was just a piece of cake for him. With a world and a race loyal to him, the resources he could mobilize were astronomical. What he slipped through his fingers was more than what he gave Bai. Finding a quiet spot, Bai drank the potion Richard had brought him in one gulp. Then, an extremely powerful life force began to surge from his abdomen, gradually permeating his body. Under the influence of this life force, his cells began to tremble wildly. Cells that couldn't withstand it began to shatter rapidly, while those that could withstand it began to divide at an astonishing rate. The process was excruciating, so excruciating that even Bai couldn't help but grimace. After an unknown amount of time, Bai wearily opened his eyes. His clothes were now drenched in a sticky liquid, becoming stiff as the air dried. His body had shrunk to nothing but skin and bones. But Bai could sense that beneath his skinny frame lay a force powerful enough to crush him. In the distance, the sun was setting. An afternoon? Bai's voice was a little hoarse. Wrong, 29 hours. I originally estimated 3 days, but you managed to hold on without passing out. I didn't expect that. Throughout that day and night, Bai had diligently regulated his energy circulation, maintaining its stability as much as possible. This greatly accelerated his evolution. Bai gazed at the sunset and stood up. Where should these flags be planted? Go north first, and I explain everything step by step. Guard? The gatekeeper of Luojia Mountain City looked at Bai's denied visiting card and sized him up with confusion. Bai, now wearing a bamboo hat slung over his back and a straw raincoat, had a thin face and a sword at his waist. He didn't look like a guard at all. If anything, he looked more like a wandering knight. Yes, I'm the guard of the young master of the Quan family, Bai nodded. The gatekeeper didn't take it seriously at first, but upon hearing the words young master of the Quan family, he tensed. Then you're too late. The young master of the Quan family has already been taken away by the Peng family. The warrior's answer made Bai frown slightly. There was only one Peng family in the world, and they were one of the 7 families that walked the fairyland. It made sense for the Peng family to take the young master of the Quan family. But Bai's nose told him the guard was lying. Werewolves have a highly developed sense of smell, and after Dang Bai became a level 3 creature, his sense of smell became even more powerful than his vision. He could easily smell the unnatural secretions from the warriors. But Bai didn't ask any further questions. They were all in the same profession, and he knew full well that these gatekeepers knew nothing. Look, you have to rely on yourself. Bai ignored Richard's taunts. After leaving the mountain city, he found a secluded spot and twitched the fingers of his prosthetic left arm. The next moment, his body vanished from the spot. Chapter 587. Richard added numerous features to his prosthetic limbs, from catching nets to advanced invisibility. He incorporated any sorcery he felt could be useful in low-level combat. Besides his high standards for his work, adding sorcery was as easy for him as adding an extra stroke to a character. The goblin's prosthetic technology and the wizard's alchemical mechanics were enough for Richard to create something 1,000 times more complex. After entering stealth mode, Bai silently crossed the city wall and headed towards the interior of the mountain city. As he traveled, Bai became increasingly certain of his thoughts. That guard was definitely lying. The mountain city was heavily fortified. Warriors patrolled the city in groups, each clad in full armor. In the shadows, guards operating mechanical crossbows lurked near seemingly blind spots. Without a doubt, if a suspicious individual approached through a blind spot, they would inevitably be shot like a hedgehog. In addition to these more conventional protective measures, Bai also discovered numerous mirrors hidden in corners along key thoroughfares within the city. These mirrors may appear ordinary, but their placement is extremely discreet, suggesting they are some kind of Taoist surveillance device. Although the world's Taoist arts are controlled by the 7 immortal realm masters, their control over immortal fate is beyond their reach. Immortal fate refers to individuals who meet the requirements of becoming an immortal and are chosen to enter the immortal realm, becoming immortal Tao children. After entering the immortal realm, these individuals can still maintain contact with their mortal clansmen through rituals, imparting any Taoist skills they can, or even giving away certain elixirs. Most of the Taoist magic and elixirs circulating in this world originated from this. However, these defensive measures are only for dealing with ordinary people. For Bai, they are completely useless. Bai was using advanced invisibility. Advanced invisibility goes beyond optical invisibility. It also covers energy wave detection and mental probing, all within the invisibility range. Ordinary indigenous reconnaissance methods are completely useless against advanced invisibility. The only thing Bai needed to be careful of was the mirror that looked like a Taoist artifact. Richard wasn't sure if the immortal's belongings could detect Bai's use of advanced invisibility. After a smooth journey to the inner city, Bai began quietly searching for his young master. The inner city's defenses were much laxer than the outer cities, but this wasn't due to carelessness. Rather, the people living there, aside from the servants, were mostly warriors. Sending guards to protect them was a sheer waste. This made Bai's search much smoother. As he searched, a somewhat desolate flute note reached Bai's ears. As the young master shadow guard, Bai was all too familiar with the sound of the flute. It was definitely played by the young master of the Quan family. After searching for so long, I finally found it. Richard's teasing echoed in Bai's ears, causing him to suddenly stop in his tracks. There's something about being homesick. Bai suddenly thought, having traded everything he had to the evil spirit in exchange for power, could he really continue to protect the young master? Everything Richard had given him was invaluable, yet all he could offer in return was his life and soul. Is that really enough? Evil spirit, is there any part of our deal involving the young master? You've forgotten the terms of the contract? So I have it? Of course I do. Richard's answer made Bai's heart sink. Our contract clearly states that you will serve me as my servant for 500 years, and I will grant you power and protect your young master. Protect? Bai's voice trembled. He had unknowingly included his young master in the bargain with the demon. Does the demon's protection really work? It seems you truly don't remember. Richard's voice suddenly changed. Although the tone remained the same, Bai could hear both majesty and tenderness in it. The next moment, the scene before Bai's eyes shifted. Beneath him, countless green demons were training within a massive metal city. As a warrior, Bai could tell at a glance that these green demons, even more ferocious than the demons themselves, were using killer techniques, all with unparalleled skill. Are these the demon servants? Bai wondered. He glanced around, and the vast city was teeming with these green demons, at least hundreds of thousands of them. A thought popped into Bai's mind. Will I become one of them someday? But as his perspective shifted, Bai quickly noticed something was amiss. The backdrop of these green demons didn't seem to be an ordinary sky. An ordinary sky wouldn't have ripples, let alone a riot of color. Where is this? The Star Realm. What is the Star Realm? The Star Realm is the world of worlds. A sudden pain shot through Bai's brain, and fragments flashed before his eyes. In his memory, he had asked Richard about the purpose of his journey, and Richard had told him that his destination was the world they lived in. 5 years from now, the evil spirit will lead his army and invade their world. So he added the young master's name to the contract, ensuring that he would be spared from harm in the war 5 years from now. I see. Bai muttered to himself. Between the young master and the world, he chose the young master. Regret it? No regrets. Bai's eyes returned to calm. Your invasion is inevitable. Since I can't stop you, I can only protect the young master from your influence. And Bai paused, then continued, even if I could stop you, I would still do it. Protecting the young master is my mission. Pa pa pa. A round of applause echoed in Bai's ears. Although this belief sounds as foolish as a lovesick mind, if it can be carried out, it is indeed commendable. The illusion vanished, and Bai followed the sound of the flute, soon arriving at a 9-story octagonal tower. The sound of the flute came from the tower's top. Just as Bai was about to fly directly to the top of the tower, Richard's words of dissuasion reached his ears. Boy, this building is no ordinary sight. Take a close look around it. Bai paused, closed his natural eye, and began to survey the imposing structure with his prosthetic eye. At first glance, the structure looked unremarkable, but as energy flowed into his prosthetic eye, it became increasingly clear to Bai, and soon the reason for Richard's warning became clear to him. Threads? In Bai's view, the tower was entwined with dense, tangled threads of energy. Their purpose was unknown, but he suspected they served as a warning against enemies. Go through the main entrance. You can't handle these threads. These threads wouldn't be a problem for a wizard, but Bai, a mere native, would have a difficult time untangling them, even with Richard's guidance. And Richard didn't bother to go to the trouble of instructing a native. It would be faster to just go through the main entrance. Bai looked toward the tower's lower floor, and saw a gap between the numerous threads. That gap pointed to the tower's main entrance. In front of the main entrance stood 2 giant-sized warriors, clad in armor, with swords as long as a person at their sides. They stood like door gods. Though they look intimidating, these 2 are only level 2 creatures. Even without prosthetics, you can easily defeat them. Bai remained silent. He recognized the 2 guards. The Xianshui Luo family possessed a secret technique that granted warriors immense strength and invulnerability. It was said that nothing but a renowned weapon could harm them, and nothing but Taoist magic could destroy them. He had once encountered these warriors with the young master of the Quan family, and witnessed their power. It's said that even a master of the rank of patriarch would have to exert considerable effort to slay such a warrior. Evil Ghost, did you see clearly? These warriors are called ironclad guards. Even patriarchs would have to slay them with great effort. You see once you do it. The sword that old man gave you is no ordinary item. You've killed enough people these days. It's almost time for this sword to wake up. Bai looked at the Shura at his waist. There wasn't a sword named Shura in the list of famous weapons, but after using it for so long, this long sword, Shura's, was definitely as good as any of the famous weapons listed. But I don't really want to kill them. Bai didn't know the Xianshui Luo family's true attitude towards the young master of the Quan family. If they were allies, then rashly killing them would be foolish. Then we use the capture net, Richard said nonchalantly. Killing or not killing, to him, was immaterial. It didn't affect what Bai was about to do next. At this, Bai's fingers flicked slightly, picking up 2 stones from the ground. He then strode towards the gate of Tower 0. The 2 armored guards, sensing a hint of danger, immediately pulled their swords from the ground. Then, a net of light suddenly appeared from thin air, enveloping them tightly. Enemy. The armored guards opened their mouths to warn, but before they could utter a word, the 2 stones silenced their mouths. Throughout, they never saw who was attacking them. Climbing the ladder, Bai quickly reached the top floor. Before entering the room, where the flute sound came from, Bai cast off his advanced invisibility spell, and straightened his clothes. Pushing the door open, he saw a young werewolf with pure white fur playing a very simple flute by the window. Next to him, a well-dressed female werewolf, a long, blood-red sword in a scabbard at her waist, was reading a book. The female werewolf looked up at Bai, a hint of surprise in her eyes. To have made it this far, this rat is quite formidable. She stood up, exuding the kind of intimidation only a level 3 creature could possess. Rat, tell me your name. Bai ignored her and knelt before the young werewolf by the window, saying, Shadow Guard, Bai, greets the young master. The young master abruptly turned at the familiar voice. Bai, you're still alive. The female werewolf beside him froze in place at Bai's introduction. Shadow Guard? Is there still anyone from the Quan family alive? Bai stood up, his eyes fixed on the young master, who was not far away. Richard's excited, sinister voice echoed in his ears. The bloodline of the Lord of the World. Ha ha, boy you, the young master, have awakened the bloodline of the White Wolf King. Chapter 588. Bai's heterochromatic eyes looked at the young master with a certain trepidation. Something terrifying seemed to dwell within them. Bai, what's wrong with your eyes? It's a bit complicated. Bai looked at the female werewolf beside him, his eyes filled with vigilance. Young master, do you need to deal with this person? The female werewolf narrowed her eyes slightly. She actually sensed a hint of deadly danger from the Shadow Guard. Could it be that this little Shadow Guard is also a top-notch expert? No, this is Miss Shen, my doctor. I've been under her care for a while. Doctor? Bai was startled and quickly turned his gaze back to the young master. Are you injured? The young master scratched his head. It seems there's a problem with my bloodline awakening. When I first arrived here, I coughed up blood. Thanks to Miss Shen's treatment, I'm feeling better. This is normal, Richard's voice echoed in Bai's ears. His strength is too weak, and his awakened bloodline is too strong. During the awakening process, his body could easily be shattered by the power of his bloodline. Bai turned to look at Miss Shen and bowed. Thank you, miss, for treating my young master. I was rude earlier. Miss Shen looked at Bai carefully. When she saw the prosthetic arm on Bai's left arm, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Ordinary prosthetic limbs are made of spiritual wood for their lightness. But why is this one made of metal? He used this prosthetic limb to penetrate the Luo family's numerous obstacles and silently eliminate 2 armored guards. Is this person truly a Shadow Guard? She observed the young master from the corner of her eye. Seeing no sign of doubt on his face, she could only suppress her doubts for the time being. You are a loyal and brave man, traveling thousands of miles to find your master. I understand your anxiety upon seeing him. Please rise quickly. Miss Shen stepped forward to help Bai to his feet. Suddenly, a loud bell rang from outside the building. Miss Shen looked out the window, a look of surprise on her face. You didn't kill the armored guard downstairs? Bai shook his head. No. I just trapped him temporarily. Trapped? Miss Shen's expression was even more astonished. She had crafted those armored guards, and she knew their true strengths. And yet, this self-proclaimed Shadow Guard, seemingly no bigger than herself, had managed to penetrate the layers of Luo family's defenses with such heavy prosthetic limbs, and then trap her armored guards in an instant. This was something even the head of the Luo family wouldn't have been able to accomplish, right? Your skills are truly impressive, Miss Shen praised. She then pulled a bronze mirror from her sleeve and said to it, No accidents, no assistance needed. She put the mirror away and addressed the young master respectfully. Young master of the Quan family, I'm sure you and your servant have much to discuss now that we're meeting. I still need to prepare the elixir for tomorrow, so I stay here a while longer. The young master bowed slightly to Miss Shen. Goodbye, sir. As Miss Shen left, the young master's expression changed immediately. A look of regret filled his face, and he looked at Bai with self-blame. Isn't it enough that the evil spirit ate your arm? He knew of Bai's deal with the evil spirit. He had been there when Bai severed his left arm and attached the prosthetic limb. Bai bowed slightly. Young master, there's no need for this. I'm your Shadow Guard. For your safety, I'm willing to sacrifice my own life. The young master sighed softly, the sadness in his eyes, like the deep blue ocean. It had been a month since the Quan family was annihilated, but to the young master, it felt like yesterday. Since you've survived, there's no need to trade anymore, the young master said gently to Bai. The Luo family is safe, and Uncle Luo has been very caring towards me. He just sent the Peng family away a while ago. Bai was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Young master, do you know where your bloodline comes from? The young master was slightly stunned. I don't know, but Miss Shen said my bloodline might be related to the ancient White Wolf King. Perhaps it's the bloodline of one of his generals. Wrong, wrong. Richard's voice echoed in Bai's ears. Either those people are ignorant, or they're deliberately concealing the truth. This little fellow has awakened the bloodline of the White Wolf King. I can sense the world's favor with just my prosthetic eye. Bai whispered to the young master, "Young master, your bloodline isn't that of a general under the White Wolf King. You've awakened the bloodline of the White Wolf King." What? The young master was stunned by Bai's words. As an aristocratic family, the Quan family also possesses many ancient texts. According to these texts, the last White Wolf King had no offspring. But the young master quickly grasped the situation. He stared into Bai's heterochromatic pupils, as if trying to see Richard's true form through his prosthetic eye. "Did the evil spirit tell you?" "Yes." Acknowledging the affirmative, the young master's eyes gleamed with a golden light. A terrifying, invisible pressure emanated from Bai's body. "Evil spirit, what do you want?" The young master's voice was no longer childish. It was as majestic as an emperor's. But behind his artificial eye, Richard just smiled disdainfully. Children are always like this, always thinking they're invincible just because they've mastered a little power. With that, a spatial rift opened in Bai's palm. A subtle, yet unmistakable, pressure from the Lord of the World descended upon the room. Then, a golden light shone brightly in the young master's eyes, only to quickly dissipate. The young master was too weak. Possessing the blood of the White Wolf King, he was like a child wearing adult clothing. Perhaps, he could intimidate some of his peers, but in the eyes of a true adult, he was still a child. "Boy, you better tell your young master what you've seen. His bloodline of the White Wolf King destined him to an ordinary fate. If he's willing, I support him as the new White Wolf King in the war 5 years from now. Of course, if he's unwilling, I won't force him. But for his safety, his freedom will certainly be severely restricted." Richard's voice lost its previous nonchalant and gentle tone. As a wizard, Richard had never been a pushover. He was a shrewd businessman, willing to pay whatever he deemed necessary to get what he wanted. He would prepare prosthetic potions for Bai because he needed his services, and he would even threaten him to ensure smoother progress in future wars. "Young master." Bai's voice awakened the still shocked young master. He clutched his chest, unable to calm down for a long time. Is that the aura of an evil spirit?" "Yes, young master." "Could it be such a powerful evil spirit?" "Bai, I may not be able to save you." Bai shook his head slightly, half knelt on the ground, and, looking into the young master's eyes, spoke word by word, "Don't blame yourself. I am your shadow guard. For your safety, I can sacrifice everything." The young master, observing Bai's serious expression, walked forward and patted his head. "Yes, I see. So you intend to support me as your puppet, so you can conquer this world?" The young master asked calmly, looking Bai in the eye. "That's right," Richard's voice echoed through Bai's mouth. "But you're mistaken about one thing. Your existence merely reduces the difficulty of conquering the world and increases its efficiency. Even if you refuse, this world will still be conquered by me, it just will take a little more effort." Just now, Bai had told the young master everything he had witnessed. He also relayed Richard's words. Bearing the bloodline of the White Wolf King, the young master of the dog family held a higher degree of legitimacy than even the immortal realm. The immortal realm hadn't erased this world's history. Among the people, the White Wolf King was still widely worshipped as a deity. Despite repeated attempts by the aristocratic families to suppress him, the belief in the White Wolf King was like a werewolf's bones, constantly emerging from nowhere. Therefore, supporting the young master of the dog family as a puppet would not only greatly reduce the werewolf's resistance, but also allow him to use those warriors who have embarked on the path of evolution. The world has long suffered from the aristocratic families. As long as the White Wolf King raises the banner, heroes will naturally respond. "I refuse." The young master's voice was calm yet firm. "One fairyland is enough. We don't need another one weighing us down." Richard's voice was filled with confusion. "Why do you think the fairyland will continue to exist even after my arrival?" The young master shook his head. "An alien deity. You haven't seen the terrifying power of the immortals. Their power is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people." Honestly, faced with this argument, Richard didn't even feel the urge to refute it. First, the young master was a native, and natives' level of knowledge was limited to understanding what they understood. Second, Richard had indeed never seen an immortal. Immortals usually resided in their celestial realms, only returning to the mortal realm each year to collect elixir materials and immortal fate. Finally, the power of immortals was deeply ingrained in the young master's mind. With these 3 factors combined, the young master had no chance of persuading the immortal until he saw him being beaten. "Oh, forget it. What am I talking to a child like you? In 5 years. With that, his spiritual power withdrew from Bai's soul. The young master wasn't angered by Richard's contempt. On the contrary, he addressed Richard in a serious tone. If you can expel the immortals, then you won't need me as a puppet. The immortals overthrew the White Wolf King by force, and there was no resistance. If you expel the immortals, you can simply follow their example. Why use me, the former crown prince, as a puppet? When the time comes. No matter how clever the young master was, he was still a child of an aristocratic family, educated within it. Perhaps, he had a simple sympathy for the common people, and was willing to do something for them. But deep down, he still regarded them as something even lower. He didn't realize that the weakness of the common people under aristocratic rule was due to the very fact of the aristocratic rule itself. He couldn't imagine what the world would be like without the aristocratic families. I look forward to that day, the young master said, bowing. Chapter 589. Are you saying that a shadow guard trained by the Quan family evaded the city's heavy guards, then used some kind of Taoist magic to instantly trap 2 armored guards, and then swaggered onto Moon Watching Tower? Misjin nodded slightly. From what I've seen so far, that's indeed the case. In front of Misjin, a middle-aged werewolf sat behind a carved mahogany table, his expression uncertain. With such a formidable shadow guard, how could the Quan family let Zicheng wander the wilderness? Misjin shook her head. Perhaps there's been some opportunity lately. The long sword at the guard's waist looks familiar to me. It seems to belong to my uncle-in-law. Your uncle-in-law? The middle-aged werewolf's brows twitched at this. The rest of the Luo family didn't know Misjin's identity, but he, the head of the Luo family, knew it all. Misjin was a disciple of the medical sage Chong Jing, whose master was the renowned magician Jin Guping. But he had never heard that the demonic doctor had a senior brother. My uncle doesn't like fame, so he's not well known in the martial arts world. The Luo family's head was feeling a bit troubled. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. First, the Quan family was destroyed, then the Peng family came knocking, and now an incredibly powerful shadow guard has appeared. It's very possible that a descendant of the medical saint is behind him. What conspiracy is hidden behind this? Which family is scheming for the position of a walking figure in the immortal realm? Thank you, Misjin, for bringing this up. I wonder what you think should be done with that shadow guard. It's just my job. Misjin nodded slightly. Although the young master of the Quan family appears innocuous, he's quite lonely inside. This shadow guard is close to him, and keeping him by his side will help maintain his stability. In that case, then, let's keep him. Misjin said nothing more. She bowed slightly to the Luo family patriarch and left the study. Soon, the young master of the Quan family noticed that the meal, which usually came in 1 portion, had suddenly become 2. It seems Misjin has already told Uncle Luo about you, the young master said, looking at the extra portion. Bai didn't react. He's the Luo family's physician. He'd definitely report my presence. What do you think of Misjin? Very strong. And then? I'm sorry, young master, I don't know much about Misjin. The young master said, somewhat disappointedly, don't you realize Misjin is beautiful? Bai was stunned for a moment. He always judged people by their strength first, and hadn't really cared much about Misjin's appearance. Now that he thought about it, Misjin was indeed a beautiful woman. Her emerald green eyes, glossy hair, and elegant jawline all proved she was incredibly beautiful. You're right, she's truly beautiful. Seeing Bai's wooden demeanor, the young master said, somewhat deflated, alas, you're a stone. No matter how beautiful a flower is, it won't hold a candle to you. Bai remained silent. As a shadow guard, he had long since abandoned all notions of love. But the conversation was on separate lines. As the young master and Bai were discussing Misjin, the descendant of the medical sage was descending through a dark tunnel, deep within the Luo family mountain city. Rumble. With the sound of a mechanism, a stone door slowly descended, revealing a room illuminated by a night-shining pearl. Inside the room, several shelves were filled with bottles and jars. Inside, all of them were organs. In the center of the room stood a perfectly smooth stone platform. A table beside it was filled with a variety of surgical instruments, each gleaming with a cold light. As a descendant of the medical saint, Misjin had long been exposed to anatomy. The medical saint's discipline emphasizes truthfulness and meticulously searches for evidence before reaching conclusions. In the past, witch doctors had many theories about how many bones a person has and what muscles are made of. Each theory was perfectly reasonable. But after the medical saint, these questions had only one answer. At the far end of the room, there was a wooden door. Misjin ran towards it. As she entered, an old voice suddenly echoed in her ears. What's going on? Why are you so flustered? Miss Shen looked towards the source of the voice. It was a massive, twisted mass of flesh, its entire body reclining on a massive recliner. Master, our uncle has entered the world. The fleshy mass voice sounded a little surprised. Brother, is he still not giving up? Mortals can't defeat immortals. Miss Shen shook her head slightly. I don't know what Uncle Master thinks, but today I encountered a warrior wielding a shura. Uncle Master has already achieved the body of an immortal. Even if he was injured in his early years, he wouldn't have died so soon. Perhaps he's seen something again. Did he give shura to someone else? Richuan's voice sounded a little surprised. Yes. I'm getting more and more confused about him. Go get the heavenly mirror. Now that he's entered the world, he'd definitely seek us old folks out. There should be a letter from him on the heavenly mirror. Richuan's voice suddenly faded. Miss Shen's face changed, and she immediately pulled a handful of golden needles from the gourd at her waist. The next moment, a chaotic wave of energy erupted from the flesh mass, carrying with it the slurry of shredded flesh. Miss Shen erected an energy barrier in front of her and released the golden needles in her hand, which transformed into tiny specks of golden light and sank into the flesh mass. Golden lines spread across the flesh mass, stabilizing the surging energy within it. The intervals between bursts of chaos are getting shorter and shorter, Miss Shen muttered to herself. If this continues, I'm afraid I have to suppress it with golden needles all day. Is this the price of practicing Taoism? After arriving at the Luo family, Bai's life became much more comfortable. Through the Luo family, Richard gained a thorough understanding of this world's primitive path of evolution. Simply put, this world pursues pure physical evolution, and the chi they cultivate is a special energy akin to life force. This energy is unremarkable for attack, but extremely effective for healing. Thus, the race Richard named werewolves embarked on a path of pure physical evolution. This path is more correct than that of other indigenous creatures, but pure physical evolution is a difficult one. Without a sufficiently large world to provide a rich variety of species, and without sages discovering methods to enhance their combat power by integrating the bloodlines of other creatures, pure physical evolution is inferior to pseudo-evolutionary paths, like developing bloodlines and increasing energy. Lacking the means to harness energy, the battlefields of this world are almost like those of ordinary humans. The only difference is that the soldiers on the battlefield are replaced by a group of masters proficient in martial arts. Only by reaching the third level of life do creatures in this world truly master some energy-related techniques without any instruction. This also makes the gap between the third and second levels extremely significant. In this world ruled by aristocratic families, a single level 3 creature could support a mid-tier family. If a level 3 creature also mastered Taoist magic, it wouldn't be impossible for it to support a high-tier family. After understanding the nature of this evolutionary path, Richard lost much interest. The wild beastman's cultivation method was far superior to the werewolf's in terms of effectiveness. But peaceful days are few and far between. Young master, please try to avoid going out for the time being, Miss Shen said sternly to the young master of the Quan family, putting away the golden needle. The young master put on his clothes and turned to look at Miss Shen. Miss Shen, what happened? Miss Shen nodded. The head of the family has some clues about the Quan family's affairs. Several long-standing, high-ranking families are likely behind this. Furthermore, our spies have noticed an unusually high number of knights in the city lately. Perhaps one of them is plotting against the Luo family. I see. These people still won't let me go? Miss Shen said calmly, Young master, your bloodline is truly remarkable. Even within the Luo family, some elders would like to offer you as a material for their elixirs. So you must be prepared. The young master exhaled, his eyes hardening. I will. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Shen. Miss Shen smiled, and gently touched the young master's head. It's my responsibility. There's no need for further explanation, young master. Turning away, the young master looked at Bai, who stood like a pillar beside him. Bai, I'm sorry for your hard work. Bai half knelt on the ground. Duty is my duty, even if it means death. The storm was brewing. Although the people of the city were unaware of the impending events, they could clearly sense that something was amiss in the atmosphere. Warriors from other cities streamed into the subordinate city in droves. Once ignored knights were now imprisoned if they lacked proof of identity. Under such circumstances, even the most obtuse civilians would rush home at sunset. As the sun set, the entire subordinate city seemed dead, its streets filled only with ghostly warriors clad in black armor. In the mountain city, the Luo family patriarch stood by the window of his study, overlooking the entire city. Beside him, several armored warriors, like iron, stood firm and awe-inspiring. Have you investigated the various families behind this? The Luo family patriarch asked casually. The Jiu family, The Yun family, the Shui family, and the Mu family are all involved. The Yun family should be the leader, a warrior replied. Oh, these 4 families are all old hat, the Luo family patriarch laughed. No wonder they were able to reach an agreement with those old hats in the clan. Birds of a feather flocked together. A few warriors chuckled, but the air was thick with murderous intent. The Luo family patriarch glanced at the sky. Dense dark clouds obscured the bright moon. In the past, there was no such thing as a moon in the fairyland, but with the advent of the fairyland 10,000 years ago, a bright moon appeared in the night sky that once had only stars. The Luo family patriarch turned to the warriors behind him and said, "Looks like today is a good day to take action. Even the immortals' eyes have been blinded." With that, a resounding bell rang out. With them came countless dark shadows, and a wide-robed immortal, who slowly emerged from the clouds. Chapter 590. Amid soaring flames and shrill cries, the young master stood by the window, observing the commotion in the city, his body trembling slightly. The scene of the Inu family's destruction flashed before his eyes. If Bai hadn't been beside him, holding his hand, he might have lost his mind and hidden away in a corner. No matter how noble his bloodline, he was still only a child of 10. Bai, observing the chaotic city from the side, a solemn expression crossed his face. His prosthetic, I could see that each of the warriors who had broken in was exceptionally skilled. In the martial arts world, they would be at least second-rate masters. And right now, there were at least 1,000 warriors charging into the city. "Young master, let's go back." Bai couldn't help but speak, watching the young master trembling beside him. "No, not going back." The young master observed the scene in the city, trying to calm himself. "If you can't even overcome this little fear, revenge, even survival, will be difficult. I must never succumb to fear." Bai didn't try to persuade him again. He could sense the young master's conviction. And the young master was right. If he couldn't even overcome this little fear, then revenge would be out of the question. Gazing at the battlefield, the young master's body gradually calmed down from trembling. Suddenly, Bai noticed something amiss. Energy circulated into the prosthetic eye, and the world gradually became clearer. Under the prosthetic eye's gaze, it seemed as if a group of warriors had broken away from the main force and were heading their way. "Young master, please return for a moment. Someone's coming." Bai released the young master's hand and drew the long sword, Shura, from his waist. The blade had turned blood red after countless slaughters. As he gripped the long sword, a chilling murderous intent flowed through the hilt into his body. Without the pendant Richard had given him, these murderous intentions would have gradually altered his character, turning him into a brutal and bloodthirsty person, ultimately becoming a slave to the sword. Bai knew that this sword was no ordinary object, and the old werewolf who had saved him was no ordinary man either. He also knew that there must be some scheme behind this sword. A normal person like him would never give such a precious long sword to someone he didn't know. But none of that mattered. Bai had learned a lot from his interactions with Richard. Among these, he found Richard's perspective on conspiracy and intrigue the most valuable. In the face of absolute power, any scheme was a joke. No matter what earth-shattering plots these noble families had secretly hatched, their strength was decisive. When Richard arrived, they would be cannon fodder. In the Luo family, Bai was the equivalent of Richard. As long as he had the formation flag, Bai was invincible, barring the arrival of an immortal. On that basis, any schemes he might have devised were a joke. "Be careful." The young master extended his hand to Bai, who half knelt on the ground, allowing him to stroke his head. "Yes." Throughout the crisscrossing alleyways, a group of masked men, dressed in various styles, advanced toward the distant tower. Some wore black armor and carried large spears. Others wore wide-sleeved robes and whisks, their sage-like aura evident even beneath their iron masks. Some wore conical hats and shorts, while others wore long cloaks. Their every gesture exuded nobility. The group moved without communication, yet their goal remained unified, and their actions were coordinated. A group of warriors slanted in from the alleyway. Before they could fully grasp the scene before them, the wide-robed figure waved his whisk, summoning a thick fog that obscured the warriors' vision. Black-armored warriors and short-sleeved warriors drew their weapons, weaving through the fog like ghosts, their spray of blood practically dyeing the thick mist red. The entire process was fluid, the 4 men moving without even a pause. After passing through the alley, they arrived at a small, cobblestone path. At the end of the path lay their target, the Luo family's moon-watching tower. At this moment, 3 figures stood on the first floor of the moon-watching tower. 2 of them were extremely tall, clad in iron armor and holding broadswords. They were clearly armored guards of the Luo family. But between them stood a shorter figure. This figure, clad in white, and holding a blood-red long sword, appeared far less formidable than the 2 armored guards. But at this moment, the 4 men's eyes were fixed on him. "Sir, it's your turn." The Taoist priest and the 2 warriors made way for the masked figure, draped in a cloak and brocade robes, to step to the front of the group. The Quan family is truly a centipede. Even if it dies, it's still alive. Even if it's fallen to the level of a mid-level aristocratic family, it can still maintain a top-notch expert as a shadow guard. The man in brocade robes had a gentle, clear voice, like flowing mountain water, but the language was no ordinary werewolf language. It was a language called Yain, a tool developed by the aristocratic families after the division of fiefdoms to distinguish between the nobles and the commoners. Only the aristocratic families knew this language, and their status was certainly not low. Bai understood the language, but ignored the man. As she infused the long sword, Shura's blade grew increasingly blood-red. A chilling murderous intent filled the air, and the temperature on the gravel road seemed to drop several degrees. Seeing this, the brocade-robed man shook his head slightly. No etiquette. The Inu family has truly fallen. With that, he strode toward Bai, seemingly unconcerned with the weapon in Bai's hand. Simultaneously, the 3 men behind the brocade-robed man also advanced, seemingly intent on bypassing Bai. "No passage here." Calling Shura, Bai uttered the first and only words of the battle. The next moment, Bai raised his left arm and unleashed a catching net at the brocade-robed man. Then, in a flash, he appeared before the black-armored warrior. The black-armored warrior, wielding a spear, saw Bai approaching and immediately swung it. The spear pierced the air, creating a resounding sonic boom. The sturdy shaft even bent under the blow. If a more powerful blow had been struck, even Bai, a level 3 creature, would have been shattered. Bang! The blood-red blade flashed, and Shura severed the black spear in half without a single ounce of hesitation. The next moment, another flash of blood flashed. The black-armored warrior's eyes widened in fury, but that was all. A massive head flew high, blood staining the air red. A message traveled along the hilt of his sword into Bai's mind. With another strike, Bai swung his sword again, and the black-armored warrior's entire body instantly exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood-red smoke that filled the forest. Bai's figure, like a ghost, silently approached the wide-robed Taoist. Before the Taoist could react, Bai's left arm glowed faintly, and he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The energy barrier shattered. The Taoist's head was thrown back, his neck snapped in two by the immense force. Turning around, Bai swung his sword again. The blood-red blade pierced the smoke, colliding with a sharp blade, severing it in half. The short-armed warrior wielding a long sword had no time to dodge, and was nearly ripped open by the blow. "Famous weapons, what's the point of your intelligence?" The short-armed warrior cursed, looking at the bloody blade. His long sword, and the black-armored warrior's spear, were both weapons on the famous weapon list. Though ranked lower, ordinary weapons could definitely cut through them without damaging them. A slightly annoyed voice came from behind him. "How dare you use something designed for beasts against a noble family? Shadow Guard, you deserve to be hacked into pieces." Then, the short-armed warrior felt a sudden flash of light behind him. Raging flame surged from behind him like a raging dragon, devouring him mercilessly. Behind the flames, Bai lowered his prosthetic limb and looked sternly at the creature before him. At this moment, the figure in brocade had broken free from the capture net, his entire figure becoming ethereal. In his hand, a flame still lingered. It seemed the raging dragon-like flames had surged from him. "Evil spirit, Richard, something of interest to you has arrived." In the floating city, Richard, studying runes, suddenly felt a voice calling him. Something of interest? Richard's brows arched, his attention splitting as he observed what Bai was seeing. But when he saw it clearly, he lost his focus. The rune model in his hand suddenly shattered, transforming into a flame powerful enough to vaporize steel. Energy transforming organisms? A living being can actually transform into a purely energy transforming organism? With a casual wave of his hand, Richard cleaned up the test bench destroyed by the rune's runaway control, and immediately turned his full attention to the prosthetic eye. At that moment, Richard only regretted not being able to enter the fairyland himself. Otherwise, he would have captured this rare experimental subject at all costs. "Boy, use your formation flag. You probably can't defeat this thing with just your prosthetic limbs." Richard's voice had barely reached Bai's ears when the man in brocade robes waved his hand fiercely at him. The wind element in the air suddenly transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, engulfing Bai like a wave. "Hurry! Don't let this thing escape," Richard urged Bai, pulling out a number of alchemical materials from his pocket. He had made Bai's prosthetic limbs, so he knew full well that their capture nets would be useless against the creature before him. At most, they would only interfere. So, he had to create a cage so that Bai could capture it. If such a valuable creature escaped, he would be deeply regretful. Richard's urging made Bai realize the seriousness of the situation. He pulled the formation flag from his arms, and, without hesitation, plunged the handle into his heart. After a burst of intense pain, Bai opened his eyes, and an invisible magnetic field unfolded around him. The man in brocade noticed Bai's change, and his furious heart suddenly cleared. Before his eyes could see Bai's figure suddenly vanish, replaced by a ghost drifting on the wind. It was as if Bai had merged with the world. Is there such a Taoist technique in this world? A flicker of shock crossed the man's heart. But it quickly turned into a greedy, weed-like craving. Even if we don't steal the elixir this time, obtaining this Taoist technique would definitely be a great gain. Chapter 591. Boom! Red flame surged toward Bai like a tidal wave. After transforming, the brocade-robed figure could summon the free elements of heaven and earth with every movement. These elements, under his spell, became like a third hand, shifting at his will. Facing the sea of fire, Bai remained calm. The next moment, the sea of fire was upon him. An invisible barrier suddenly appeared before Bai, bisecting the sea of fire like a reef. The brocade-robed figure attacked again, this time drawing the wind element from the air, transforming into countless wind blades that surrounded Bai. But it was still in vain. Can such an idiot become a pure energy creature? Richard's sarcasm echoed in Bai's ears. The invisible barrier surrounding Bai wasn't Richard's work. It was merely a crude energy vortex, enhanced by the Chi-Man formation, created by Bai's instinctive energy manipulation as a level 3 creature. This vortex is highly effective against a sea of fire or a sea of wind blades. Breaking this barrier is also quite simple. A single, sufficiently concentrated attack is all that's needed. If the man in brocade clothes had been Richard, of equal strength, Bai would have been reduced to ash by now. Bai ignored Richard's taunts and calmed his mind, sensing his own physical condition. By the power of the Chi-Man formation, Bai's energy is now practically limitless. Furthermore, by activating the ancient seal characters on the formation flags, Bai can also employ some of Richard's predefined tactics. For example, Call in the Mist. Bai waved his hand casually, and the next moment, thick mist emanated from the air. This mist spread from in front of Bai, spreading like a flood. In a matter of moments, most of Luojiao Mountain City was enveloped in mist. Faced with the sudden onset of fog, the man in brocade robes immediately felt alarm bells ringing. Even if he had achieved immortality, he couldn't pull off what Bai had done. The Quan family couldn't possibly possess such a technique. It seemed someone is targeting that Quan family member. The man in brocade robes' thoughts raced, instantly making a decision. Quick and decisive. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. After thinking this over, he gritted his teeth and pulled a small silver sword from his sleeve. The sword, intricately engraved with patterns, looked like a work of art. But the moment it appeared, the dense fog surrounding the man in brocade robes seemed to have been crushed to dust in an instant. As the summoner of the fog, the man in brocade robes' every move was clearly visible. Daoist weapon? Bai cautiously waved his hand, and the next moment, with a boom, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the man in brocade robes directly. But just as the thunderbolt was about to strike, the small silver sword suddenly moved. A sharp sword energy flew out from the blade, scattering the thunderbolt directly into the air. After scattering the thunderbolt, the small sword rapidly expanded, gradually becoming the length of an adult's arm. The man in brocade clothes formed a magic spell with his hands, and the silver sword, like a fish, plunged into the mist, heading straight for Bai's position. It can actually ignore the influence of the mist? Bai's face was slightly surprised. According to Richard, even the most advanced masters could only detect a distance of 10 feet around him in this mist. Yet, this weapon seemed to have sensed Bai's location, not even making a detour, heading straight for him. Dang, Bai blocked with his sword, but the immense force of the flying sword forced Bai back 3 steps. The scattered sword energy left several deep wounds on his body, visible to the bone. The flying sword was merely shattered. Bai observed it spinning in midair before regaining control. Oh! Nice little gadget. Richard noticed Bai's situation. To Bai, the flying sword was a mysterious Taoist weapon, but to Richard, it was merely a magical armor of an immortal. Don't block the next strike. I open a spatial rift and let it reach me. Before Richard finished his words, the flying sword emerged from the mist and headed straight for Bai's heart. Bai instinctively tried to block it, but Richard's command froze him in place. Don't move. Then, A pitch-black spatial rift appeared at Bai's heart, swallowing the flying sword whole like a giant mouth. On the other side of the spatial rift, the flying sword, upon entering the laboratory, was grasped between Richard's fingers. As the spatial rift closed, the flying sword, as if losing its power source, immediately ceased its trembling. Almost simultaneously, the miracle furnace also released a message. Raw materials: Fairyland flying sword. Refining information: flying sword blueprint. Refining cost: 5 spiritual power. Refining technique: Fairyland weapon refining method, moderately incomplete. Refining cost: 10 spiritual power. Looking at the information from the miracle furnace, Richard was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. After becoming a great wizard, the quality of his spiritual power increased tenfold again, correspondingly reducing the paper cost of refining items to 1/10 of the original. This figure, converted to a third-level wizard, would be 50 spiritual power and 100 spiritual power. Refine. Having made the decision, the flying sword vanished from Richard's hands for a moment. When it reappeared, Richard had already begun receiving the sword's blueprints and the method for refining it. After a long pause, Richard opened his eyes, his voice filled with admiration. The world is truly vast and full of wonders. This is another technique completely different from alchemy. The Immortal Realm weapon refining method is a seemingly simple technique, requiring only 3 steps to create a Taoist weapon. First, a rough piece of the Taoist weapon must be refined, then inscribed with Tao patterns, and finally, nourished with the innate pure energy of the immortal's body. But while these 3 steps may sound simple, each one holds an almost terrifying depth. Refining the rough piece of the Taoist weapon requires alloying techniques, and the even more profound technique of fusion. The former is not much different from a wizard's alloying techniques, but the latter is as incredible as alchemy. Using fusion, immortals can fuse different materials together to create incredible creations. For example, to create this flying sword, mithril is combined with the branches of a magical plant, which the immortals call a spirit tree. After this fusion, the branches possess both the magical properties of mithril and the lightness of the spirit tree. This technique is absolutely beyond the realm of alchemy. And this is merely the simplest step of refining a rough draft. After refining the rough draft, the next step is to inscribe Daowin. Daowin are immortal runes, their structure akin to a direct fusion of runes and magic circles. They appear more complex, but also more compact, making them ideal for crafting small artifacts. At first glance, this might not seem like a big deal. But what if these Daowin could guide the laws? The immortals call the laws the Tao, and Daowin are the words that describe the Tao. Beyond simple runes that depict the surface of the laws, Daowin also describes the essence of the laws. This Tao text is different from the runes wizards create by transforming fragments of rules. Simply writing this Tao text can directly imbue an artifact with the power of rules. This is another advanced technique. Finally, there's the innate pure chi cultivation, which is somewhat inferior to the previous 2. This technique utilizes the special energy unique to immortals to alter the properties of an artifact. Sturdy artifacts become even stronger after cultivation, and sharp artifacts become even sharper after cultivation. Although its effects are crude, this artifact's strength lies in its usefulness at all levels. Both mortals and world masters can utilize this technique. Frankly, after learning the immortal weapon refining techniques, Richard suddenly felt that attacking the immortal world wasn't a good idea. An immortal with this kind of background, even if just a stray dog, is like a ferocious wolf to Richard. Richard muttered to himself, I must be prepared to mobilize forces. The celestial realm's weaponry is so advanced, alchemical Corona will undoubtedly be very interested. No matter how powerful this immortal's background is, unless he's hiding a star realm overlord within the celestial realm, the arrival of Corona will surely suffice. But having said that, Richard didn't want to involve the truth wizard unless absolutely necessary. People are greedy. Even if Corona were summoned, he only get a small portion of the celestial realm's goods. So, if he can solve the problem himself, he better. Putting the Taoist weapon aside, Richard resumed crafting the cage. While the Taoist weapon was valuable, he also wanted the creature transforming power. The blade, shrouded in thunder, split the ice spear head-on, its sharp sword energy parting the mist like a blade. Bai, longsword in hand, approached the brocade-robed figure as if strolling. Without his silver flying sword, the brocade-robed figure posed no threat to Bai. Flames powerful enough to melt gold and smelt iron were powerless against Bai, and razor-sharp wind blades and storms could not penetrate his energy vortex. Ice spears, stone spikes, frost winds, burning winds. All manner of Taoist techniques capable of slaughtering ordinary warriors 1,000 times over were utterly useless against Bai. The blood-red longsword, shrouded in thunder, could cleave any attack or obstacle, and the energy vortex surrounding Bai was an insurmountable barrier. Impossible. How could this be? The brocade-robed figure retreated in panic, bewildered. He couldn't understand how Bai, an ordinary warrior lacking even the physique of an immortal, could be so powerful. The Taoist technique of summoning mist, the impassable Tian-Gang Qi shield, the celestial thunder he could control at will, and the strange rift that swallowed his flying sword. These Taoist techniques were completely unheard of. Could it be that the Peng family has taken a fancy to that child? As one of the immortal realm walkers, it's only natural that the Peng family possesses so many Taoist techniques. But if they were interested in that child, why didn't they take him away? The man in brocade robe's mind was in a tizzy. He keenly sensed that there was definitely some conspiracy behind this. It was just that they were blinded by their status as immortal realm walkers and didn't notice it. Suddenly, the man in brocade robes noticed a strange object in Bai's hand. The rift that had swallowed his flying sword reappeared, this time even larger, and from it emerged something resembling a cage. The cage was silver-white, engraved with countless tiny runes. Cage? A Taoist weapon. The man in brocade robes instantly understood Bai's intention, but it was too late. A net of light emanated from Bai's hand. He tried to dodge it with a teleportation move, but the surrounding space seemed frozen. No matter how he cast his talismans, his body remained motionless. The light net approached, delaying the man in brocade clothes for a moment. But that moment was enough. The next moment, Bai appeared beside the man in brocade clothes, placing the trapped prey into the cage. Chapter 592. What is this? Upstairs in Moonlight Tower, the young master asked curiously, looking at the cage in Bai's hands. Inside the cage, the figure in brocade clothes, who had appeared so majestic a moment ago, like an immortal descending from the heavens, now filled the entire cage like plasticine, so dense that the young master couldn't even tell it was a person. This is a thief. The evil spirit needs him, so I captured him. Bai placed the cage on the ground and immediately began communicating with Richard. Evil spirit, I remember you saying your rift can't transmit living beings. Indeed, I'm trying to figure out a way. In the laboratory, Richard pondered over a piece of manuscript paper. Because of the world wall, his spatial rift couldn't currently transmit this third-level creature. Therefore, he needed to create a set of sealing magic armor to completely seal the energy-transforming creature. Only then could he deceive the world wall. Alas, one only regrets not having learned enough when one needs it. Li looked at the manuscript on the test bench and complained with a slight headache. He had little expertise in sealing techniques. The only two techniques he knew were one from a magic book and the other, the self-sealing technique of the physical corona. Although he later refined the magic chain sealing technique, that was also learned by observing the finished seals of the great wizard Qing Shuang. He himself had little expertise in sealing techniques. Speaking of which, if I don't have the sealing technique, invading the world would still be a problem. A creature at the level of a world lord who wanted to pass through the world wall had to seal itself, reducing its strength from a level 4 creature to a level 3 creature. Otherwise, the world wall would experience stress, making the entire process of crossing the world wall extremely dangerous. Fortunately, we still have nearly 5 years left. We can only conduct intensive research. Richard rubbed his brow with a hint of frustration. Other great wizards, after becoming great wizards, would first spend hundreds of years researching to familiarize themselves with their abilities and prepare for establishing an academy. But for him, time was running out. War waits for no one, and wizards weren't completely at a disadvantage yet. On a direct battlefield, the risk of a great wizard's rank falling wasn't high. But if he had returned too late, the battlefield situation would have been completely different. Richard's side received no response for a long time, and Bai could only find a secluded place to store the cage. The mist he had summoned was almost dissipating. While it was still shrouding them, the Luo family warriors, using their familiarity with the terrain and the aid of their Taoist artifacts, had nearly wiped out all the invading bandits. The fire was extinguished by the Luo family's Taoist magic, and the attack was nearing its end. Ta-da-da. Footsteps sounded on the wooden stairs, and then Miss Shen, carrying a medicine box, appeared before Bai and the young master. Miss Shen, what's going on outside? The young master asked anxiously. Miss Shen smiled faintly, her tone as gentle as usual. The invading bandits have been almost completely eliminated, and the several elders who colluded with outsiders were beheaded by the head of the family. Young master, you are safe now. Hearing this, the young master breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Luo family is safe, that's all that matters. So why are you here? Miss Shen glanced past the young master, at the calm Bai behind her. I was originally planning to treat Lord Bai's injuries. After all, those bandits came with such force, and among them seemed to be immortal disciples who had achieved immortality. But now it seems I was worrying too much. Miss Jun's gaze lingered on Bai's chest for a moment. Although Bai had pulled out the battle flag, he hadn't yet changed the clothes where the flag handle had pierced his body. Since Bai wasn't usually in a bad state during normal combat, the damage to his chest was particularly noticeable. Suddenly, a roar, not quite human, emanated from the side room. Miss Jun's expression changed slightly. She turned and drew her sword in one go. The sharpness of the blade even made Bai squint, avoiding its glare. At the same time, Bai felt the shura on his waist suddenly vibrate. Miss Jun, there's no need to be nervous, the young master explained with a smile. There's a thief inside that Bai was apprehending. I think he's awake. A thief? Miss Jun sheathed her infernal flame and bowed slightly to the young master, acknowledging her rudeness. Yes, a thief. Miss Jun, would you like to see it? Miss Jun shook her head slightly. What do you want a thief for? The young master's expression stiffened slightly, and his gaze dimmed. My family has been annihilated. I must know who the enemy is. Hearing this, Miss Jun's face showed a trace of pity, and she gently stroked the young master's head. You don't have to be so rude. If you want to know who the thief behind this is, just ask the head of the family. He bears no ill will towards you. That being said, Miss Jun knew that the Luo family's intention in taking in the young master of the Quan family was definitely not just because he was the offspring of an ally. The young master's awakened bloodline was truly extraordinary. If this bloodline could be retained within the Luo family, it would undoubtedly benefit the family's future. After comforting the young master, Miss Jun looked at Bai, who was staring at her from behind the young master. Master Bai, what can I do for you? I'd like to ask if the blade in your hand is called Karma Fire. Miss Jun nodded slightly. Indeed. After receiving a positive answer, Bai continued, the blade in my hand is called Shura. I'm sure Miss Jun has heard of it. The previous owner of this blade told me that its sister was taken away by his junior apprentice. He also instructed me that if I encounter someone who uses Karma Fire in the future, I should spare their life. Miss Jun said calmly, I'm sorry to trouble you, master. May I ask how you are doing? He seems to be in good health. After saving me, he left his clinic in Changshan. What do you want to ask? Bai drew out the shura, and the blood-red blade gleamed with an eerie red light. No ordinary person would give such a valuable sword to a wounded person they found on the street. I think there must be something hidden behind this. Miss Jun shook her head slightly. My uncle master and I haven't seen each other in a long time. I don't know what he's planning. I'm just investing. Miss Jun had barely finished her words when an old voice spoke from behind her. Her expression changed slightly, and her right hand instinctively pressed against the hilt of her sword. But before she could draw her sword, a misty figure passed through her and arrived before the young master of the Quan family. Buzz, the blood-red blade pressed against the man's neck, a golden lightning bolt swirling around it, ensuring that even if this man had no physical form, he would be wounded. Only 2 months have passed, and already we're about to engage in combat. The man looked at Bai, holding the sword. His aged face was that of the old werewolf, who had taken Bai back to the clinic. Bai said expressionlessly, I am the young master's bodyguard. Favors and morality are nothing compared to the young master's safety. The young master, observing this scene, immediately hid behind Bai. Although he didn't know who this suddenly appeared old man was, there was no doubt that Bai could be trusted. Put down the knife. I have no interest in your young master. It's just that I'm very interested in you. The old werewolf looked at the formation flag on Bai's chest and asked with interest, Is this also the power given to you by that evil spirit? Uncle Master, don't you want to tell me something? The sound of a long sword being unsheathed came from behind the old werewolf. Miss Jun grasped the sword with both hands, a layer of eerie blood and fire lingering on the blade. Pointing a knife at Uncle Master is not a good habit. The old werewolf turned calmly. Is my junior sister still alive? Thanks to you, Master is still alive. The old werewolf was slightly startled. Clearly, this answer exceeded his expectations. It seems she's making considerable progress in medicine. Put away your knife. I've just said hello to the Luo family's head. With that, the old werewolf waved his hand, and the eerie layer of blood and fire on the karmic fire vanished without a trace. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianqing. You probably don't know my identity, but the young master behind you should. The young master's surprised voice echoed from behind him. Master Xianqing? Aren't you dead? Master Xianqing smiled. I almost was. Otherwise, I wouldn't have remained silent for so many years. Since you're not dead, then the Anti-Immortal Alliance still exists. Master Xianqing didn't answer. He simply glanced around, his gaze fixed on the room where Bai Fong had placed the man in brocade clothes. Even immortals can be imprisoned. The evil ghost behind you must be from outer space. Bai looked at Taoist Xianqing warily. What do you want to do? Nothing. I just want to check your condition and have a chat with the evil ghost behind you. Talk? Yes, talk. I think the evil ghost behind you is very interested in immortals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to give you something and capture an immortal disciple. What do you want to discuss? Taoist Xianqing looked at Bai, or more precisely, at Bai's prosthetic eye. I want to make a deal. I want to kill that mad immortal who fell to the mortal world. In the laboratory, Richard listened to Taoist Xianqing's request, a hint of disdainful sneer on his face. A small investment yields a big gain, driving away the wolf to devour the tiger. Conspirators always assume others are fools. Boy, make him name his price. And by the way, have your young master explain what the Anti-Immortal Alliance is. Richard's voice echoed in Bai's ears. He stared at Taoist Xianqing and whispered to the young master, Young master, what is the Anti-Immortal Alliance? The young master whispered, The Anti-Immortal Alliance is a group of lunatics. Their ultimate goal is to kill the true immortal of the immortal realm. To achieve this goal, the Anti-Immortal Alliance will stop at nothing. But, Misjin stepped past Taoist Xianqing and came to Bai's side. Continuing the young master's words, she said, 30 years ago, the 7 Immortal Realm Walkers launched a war against the Anti-Immortal Alliance, slaying most of its followers. Their leader, the great rebel Immortal Killer, also died in that battle. And my uncle is the current president of the Anti-Immortal Alliance. Chapter 593. Rebelling against the Immortals in a world ruled by the Immortals, a werewolf cultist. After listening to the two's introductions, Richard gained a preliminary understanding of the Anti-Immortal Alliance. However, rebelling against the Immortals in a world ruled by the Immortals was not a significant point for him. Any race ruled by an alien race will produce such people. A considerable portion of the work of wizards stationed in slave worlds is to eliminate such people. Ask him for the price. Bai stared at Taoist Xianqing and said, he asked what you would offer him in exchange. You can't see what I can offer here. But I can briefly explain. A sly smile crossed Taoist Xianqing's face. In the past, the immortal realm fell into this world, creating the Moon Palace in the sky. However, only a very few people know that, besides the Moon Palace, other fragments of the immortal realm exist. The Anti-Immortal Alliance searched for these fragments for thousands of years, finally finding the entrance to one of them 30 years ago. Unfortunately, there were spies from the aristocratic families within the Anti-Immortal Alliance, and upon discovering the fragment, they were besieged by the 7 lackeys of the family. Misjin, standing nearby, nodded slightly at Bai. My master was also a member of the Anti-Immortal Alliance. Although she didn't participate in the events of that year, she knew a lot about them. The Immortal Realm fragments do exist. In the laboratory, Richard, who was multitasking, paused slightly. He had to admit, Taoist Xianqing's offer was indeed tempting. But a mature conspirator's greatest skill is to use the truth to deceive. Interesting. Boy, are you interested in visiting the fragment of the immortal realm? I need to protect the young master. That's easy. Richard put the sealing spell aside for the moment, and pulled a pile of alchemical materials from his pocket. These materials ranged from basic steel to precious mithril, encompassing everything. Among them was even a sealed soul. Richard raised his right hand, and a vast array of magical tentacles emerged from his body, gathering up the materials one by one. Immediately afterwards, countless alchemical arrays materialized in the air. Within a few seconds, all the materials had been processed and roughly finished. After processing the materials, Richard snapped his fingers, and a soul spell was cast upon his soul. The number of magical tentacles dwindled to a few dozen, but the remaining ones began to engrave runes. In just over 10 minutes, the runes on thousands of components were complete. With a wave of his hand, the components on the entire test bench levitated into the air. A surge of mental energy swept over them, ensuring they were intact, and Richard clenched his fist. The next moment, thousands of core components, along with tens of thousands of other alloy parts, seemed to come alive, forming a half-humanoid alchemical puppet. After becoming a grand wizard, doing this kind of complicated work feels so good. Richard gazed at the alchemical puppet before him, a hint of satisfaction on his face. This alchemical puppet wasn't created based on any puppet blueprint he ever obtained, but rather, he had personally crafted it using his knowledge of alchemical mechanics, prosthetic technology acquired from the goblins, and crystal technology. After becoming a grand wizard, Richard's thinking speed had become even more precise. Before he became a grand wizard, designing a single alchemical puppet would have taken him at least a week. But now, Richard's mind was already forming a picture, and in just a few seconds, he had a finished product. While this puppet certainly had some imperfections and needed improvement, it was more than adequate for a local bodyguard. After briefly adjusting his mind core, Richard input some battle strategies based on his combat experience. Then, the puppet was flung through the spatial rift to by his side. Insert your formation flag into its chest, and then have your young master drip a drop of blood into its right palm. Bai stared at the puppet in a daze. This metal creature, slightly shorter than him, was covered in a gold-patterned metal shell similar to the one on his prosthetic limb. Its upper half was humanoid, its lower half more spider-like. A crystal was embedded in its head and chest. The crystal on the head was only the size of a lychee, while the crystal on the chest was the size of an adult's fist. What is this? An alchemical puppet. A puppet? Can it protect the young master? If you don't have the formation flag, it would only take a minute to defeat you. You're saying I'm no better than a lump of metal? You can try. Bai slowly pulled the formation flag from his chest and inserted it into the chest of the metal puppet. Taoist Xianqing and Miss Shen, all around Bai, watched in amazement. What is this? Miss Shen asked. A puppet. Puppet? Taoist Xuanqing's face lit up with a smile upon hearing this. He knew his deal was halfway done. As the formation flag was inserted, a ripple of light suddenly flashed across the alchemical puppet, which had seemed lifeless. Then, two crystals began to glow with a faint blue light, and the puppet, from an inanimate object, transformed into a living being. What an exquisite creation! Taoist Xianqing exclaimed in amazement. The puppet extended its right hand, and within its palm, a pentagram glowed faintly with golden light. Young master, please place a drop of your blood on this star. The young master nodded slightly, okay. The young master bit his finger, and placed a drop of blood on the puppet's palm. The next moment, the crystal on the puppet's head turned from blue to green, and a voice, in a language no one present could understand, emanated from the puppet's body. Protection target confirmed. Bai stared at the fully awakened puppet, and silently drew his shura. Richard, noticing his movements, casually warned, don't worry. Let your young master learn the spiritual messages first. Without them, you surely die when the puppet is tested. Although Richard's words were a bit alarmist, after these days of interaction, Bai was certain that Richard never lied, or rather, that he wouldn't lie unless necessary. Telepathy is a simple ability, easily mastered even by mortals. Under Bai's guidance, the young master established a connection with the puppet through telepathy. Buzz! A wave of energy emanated from the puppet, and then it and the young master vanished into thin air. Seeing this, everyone present, except Bai, flashed a flicker of astonishment. Can such an inanimate object perform such profound Taoist techniques as teleportation? Taoist Xianqing muttered to himself. It seems we've encountered a remarkable being this time. Miss Shen's eyes flashed with a strange glint, as if she had seen some hope. Only Bai, the only illiterate present, and one accustomed to Richard's magical creations, found the scene quite ordinary. He opened the window and slid down. Although this was the top floor of the star-picking tower, for a level 3 creature, this height was no different from a staircase. On the ground, the alchemical puppet stood beside the young master, the crystal above its head shimmering faintly. Bang! As soon as Bai landed, he rushed towards the puppet. The shura in his hand seemed to melt on the ground, the entire blade like some kind of liquid. Buzz! A slash came down, the amorphous blade whipping towards the puppet like a whip. If it were an ordinary level 3 creature, this move would be enough to kill without forewarning. The shura's amorphous blade would devour the victim's blood and multiply the moment it sliced through their body. Then, like weeds, the blood-red blade would continue to grow along the blood vessels, eventually transforming into thorns, completely destroying the victim's body. But for the alchemical puppet, this was just an ordinary blow. A composite magic barrier flashed through the air, deflecting Shura's blade, the recoil nearly breaking it. This composite magic barrier is strong enough to block energy attacks up to 30,000 energy, and physical attacks up to 20,000 energy. With your skills, you can't break this barrier even if you risk your life. Richard's sarcasm echoed in Bai's ears, but he wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was quite pleased with the puppet's strength. He turned to Miss Shen and Taoist Xianqing and said, I imagine you two are both masters of Taoism. I wonder if you could test this puppet's abilities. Taoist Xianqing had already been very interested in the puppet, and upon hearing Bai's request, he naturally took the initiative. Haha, then let me test the power of this puppet. With this, Taoist Xianqing waved his hand, and a crystal-clear red ice spear materialized from thin air. Quite capable. Richard's eyes flashed with surprise as he saw Taoist Xuanqing's ice spear. Others might not be able to discern this ice spear, but Richard, a wizard who had studied the annihilation of water and fire, could immediately discern that it was a new type of annihilation model. Then, the ice spear shattered against the puppet's magic shield. Immediately, a brilliant light illuminated half the sky, and a violent shockwave swept hundreds of meters around, leaving Moon-Watching Tower on the brink of collapse. But after the light faded, the alchemical puppet remained standing, not a speck of dust on its body. Beside him, the young master simply rubbed his eyes, not even the corner of his clothes ruffled. Watching this scene, Taoist Xuanqing's face flickered with astonishment. With this strike, even a disciple of the immortal family who had achieved immortality would have been shattered to pieces. But the puppet before him remained unscathed, and even the young master of the Quan family beside him remained unharmed. For a moment, Taoist Xuanqing felt that his plan wasn't so perfect. This evil demon was so powerful. If it still had strength left after slaying the mad immortal, wouldn't they have reached another immortal realm? Perhaps he should start from the beginning. Suddenly, a resounding bell rang in Taoist Xuanqing's ears, interrupting his thoughts. When the bell faded, a look of confusion flashed across his eyes. What was he thinking just now? Never mind. It seemed unimportant. This puppet had grown so powerful. It seemed that the evil demon from another world could definitely kill the mad immortal. Chapter 594. After Taoist Xuanqing made his move, Mission also conducted a test. Colorless, odorless poisonous smoke silently spread toward the young master of the Quan family. But before the smoke could get close, one of the alchemical puppet's arms summoned a gust of wind, blowing it away. Mission exclaimed in amazement, "This thing is comparable to a Taoist weapon." No, even Taoist weapons are rarely this exquisite and powerful. After a series of tests, Bai was extremely satisfied with the puppet's protective effectiveness. This thing was safer with the young master than he was with him. Young master, that evil spirit wants me to witness the existence of the fairyland fragment. Please decide. Bai half knelt before the young master, head bowed, awaiting his decision. Go, Bai. The young master stroked Bai's head and whispered softly. That evil spirit has brought out such an exquisite object. If I don't allow it, he'd probably take his anger out on you. But even though I've allowed you to go, you must be extremely careful on this trip. The Quan family. It's just you and me left. Yes, young master. The commotion caused by Taoist Xuanqing quickly drew the Luo family's troops to investigate, but with Mission present, they were quickly dismissed. Soon, a ray of morning light pierced the darkness. The bloody night was finally over. The Luo family's skilled craftsmen, armed with materials, began repairing Moon Viewing Tower. Although it still presented some danger, the Luo family needed repairs everywhere, and rebuilding Moon Viewing Tower was definitely a priority. Before leaving the Luo family, Bai approached Mission with the cage. Is this the thief you captured? In the pharmacy, filled with the aroma of medicinal herbs, Mission stood up from behind her desk and quickly approached Bai. You've actually locked a disciple of the immortal family in a cage. Bai shook his head slightly. This is all the evil spirit's trick. Mission looked at the cage, then turned to Bai. Then why did you bring him to me? The evil spirit asked me to give it to you. The evil spirit asked you to give it to me? A flicker of surprise crossed Mission's face. She had no connection to the evil spirit behind Bai, so why would the evil spirit ask Bai to give her such a valuable item for no reason? Yes. Bai nodded seriously. He said you're good at medicine, so it's safer to give it to you. Mission was stunned for a moment, then a strange expression crossed her face, as if she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm truly flattered to receive the evil spirit's praise. If you don't want me to, I can put it somewhere else. No. Mission replied instinctively, then realized her own misstep, and gave Richard an apologetic smile. This thing just happened to be right here with me. I happen to be running some experiments that require the assistance of a celestial disciple. Assistance? Bai frowned slightly. Then this thing probably wouldn't be suitable. This guy is a very arrogant child of aristocratic family. You don't have to worry about that. Mission smiled faintly. An arrogant child of aristocratic family might be troublesome as an assistant, but as an experimental subject, there wouldn't be such problems. However, Bai didn't hear Mission's subtext. Seeing Mission's confidence, he wondered if this Mission knew some kind of Taoist magic to deceive people. But there was no doubt that Mission's willingness to accept this celestial disciple solved a major problem for him. In that case, I leave this thing to you. While I'm away, I hope you can take care of the young master. Bai thanks you in advance. With this, Bai bowed to Mission. Mission returned the greeting with the same courtesy, saying, "It's my job. No need to worry, sir." Outside the Luo family city, Taoist Xianqing stood by the roadside, wearing a bamboo hat and looking like a woodcutter. Suddenly, a dull sound of horse hooves emanated from within the city. Looking back, he saw Bai riding a black steed out of the city and approaching him. What a wonderful horse! So majestic, I'm afraid the dragon blood must have awakened within it. Taoist Xianqing praised the black horse. Bai glanced around and asked Taoist Xianqing, "Where's your horse? Or are you going to run over there?" Taoist Xianqing chuckled. "My horse is right here." A wisp of mist emerged from Taoist Xianqing's sleeve, swirling and transforming around him, transforming into a cloud resembling a deer. Then, he lightly tapped the cloud, and it transformed into a beautiful white deer. Turning the false into the true, transforming witchcraft, it's no big deal. Richard's voice echoed in Bai's ears, bringing peace of mind. Since Richard had seen this before, there was nothing to fear. Seeing that Bai wasn't frightened by his trick, Taoist Xianqing knew that the evil spirit behind Bai was watching him closely. "It seems my transformation technique is a bit of an overkill. Lead the way, Taoist Xianqing. He's more interested in the fragments of the fairyland you mentioned than your Taoist magic." "Haha, let's go then." Taoist Xianqing rode atop a white deer, advancing along the road like an immortal from a rural tale. The deer's pace wasn't fast, but its travels were disproportionate to the distance covered. In just a few strides, it had left Bai far behind. Seeing this, Richard and the lab paused. Interesting technique. Using spatial means to achieve such ease, and seemingly minimal energy consumption. Brilliant, brilliant. Richard's mutterings weren't transmitted to Bai, so Bai had no idea what Taoist Xianqing's move entailed. He only knew that if he didn't pick up speed, Taoist Xianqing would be completely outmatched. Snap! Bai whipped his whip and galloped towards Taoist Xianqing's back. Traveling wasn't a difficult task for two level 3 creatures. Even in this world where thieves are everywhere and aristocratic families treat ordinary people with indifference, traveling isn't a difficult task for two level 3 creatures. Buzz! Bai swung his sword habitually, the blood lingering on the blade as it spurted into the ground like a stream of gore. In the dense forest, dozens of warrior corpses, drained of blood, lay quietly on the ground. Alas, the aristocratic families of the past were so glorious. Each emergence represented a group of outstanding individuals gaining a foothold in the wilderness. But why are the aristocratic families of today so many, like a bunch of unintelligent trash? A cloud of mist gathered in the forest, eventually transforming into the sighing Taoist Xianqing. Aristocratic families of the past? Bai replied casually. Yes, aristocratic families of the past, Taoist Xianqing sighed. After the White Wolf King was overthrown, the immortals didn't immediately divide the aristocratic families. During the nearly 500 years of darkness, the wild beasts drove us, deprived of the warriors' protection, from the fertile lands. The werewolves that once roamed the land were now confined to a small corner. Later, immortals taught the Tao and conferred titles upon aristocratic families. The werewolves also began to expand. The original aristocratic families weren't nearly as noble as their family histories portrayed. Their ancestors were mere peasants. However, these peasants were strong enough to wrestle back a piece of land from the mouths of wild beasts, thus becoming aristocratic families. Alas, all this is now a thing of the past. After sighing, Taoist Xianqing didn't summon the white deer, but instead walked forward. Seeing him like this, Bai knew the fragment of the fairyland was nearing. Leaving the forest, Bai's eyes were met with a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. It was late at night, and the moonlight from the fairyland fell on the mountains, casting a shadow of silver. "Let's go! The fairyland is just ahead." Taoist Xianqing greeted Bai, and then walked towards the void. Bai followed closely behind, and the prosthetic eye, as energy surged in, began to display everything around it to Bai and Richard. In the prosthetic eye's field of view, a thin, constantly pulsating line appeared in the void. But when Bai looked with his natural eyes, there was nothing. Things moving too fast are invisible to the naked eye. Following Taoist Xianqing, they approached the pulsating line and performed a magic spell. A sudden surge of energy erupted from their body. The next moment, the pulsating line suddenly began to pulse violently, then suddenly split apart. A spatial rift appeared before them. "Hurry in! I can't hold out much longer." Taoist Xianqing's voice was urgent, but Richard urged Bai not to rush in. "Boy, this is for you. Have that Taoist leave his soul mark on it, or I kill him." "Kill him?" "Yes." Richard's voice was cold and ruthless. "This scroll guarantees that there's no danger within this fairyland fragment, and he won't harm you. If he won't even sign this, it means he's not sincere. A dishonest conspirator, why not kill him and keep him for the new year? Bai didn't understand Richard's final analogy, but he grasped his point. He held the knife in one hand and handed the contract to Taoist Xianqing with the other. He said, "Sign this contract." "Sign the contract?" Taoist Xianqing was slightly startled. Seeing Bai's hand on the knife, he inwardly cursed him, "You old fox. How do you sign? Leave your soul mark." Taoist Xianqing glanced at the contract. The text was written in werewolf language, so he could understand it. After confirming that the clauses didn't conceal any malicious traps, he immediately left his mark on the contract. But he didn't notice that within the patterned edges of the contract, several clauses were perfectly concealed. Using patterns to trick people into signing slavery clauses is one of the most common methods wizards use to defraud natives. However, Richard, always honest, had never resorted to this tactic before. But this Taoist Xianqing was somewhat uncontrollable, so he had to keep a backup plan to ensure his eyes in this world wouldn't be destroyed. After signing the contract, Bai immediately entered the fragment. Taoist Xianqing followed closely behind. After Taoist Xianqing entered, the entrance to the fairyland fragment suddenly closed. Noticing this, Richard nodded slightly. The spatial structure is so stable, it seems that the original inference about the larger world must be correct. Taoist Xianqing walked over to Bai and said to the artificial eye, "Friend from the foreign land, take a closer look. Is this fairyland fragment genuine?" Bai turned and looked behind him. Before him, a simple plaque hung on the magnificent temple. The plaque contained 3 words. Although he had never seen such writing before, the moment he saw them, Richard knew what he meant. Pyrotechnics Hall? Chapter 595. Soul language, yes. Richard had seen characters in the nightmare world that he could understand even if he didn't recognize them. The characters on the hall plaque shared the same commonality, so he assumed they were also soul language. However, this hall before him looked quite extraordinary. Why was the text on the plaque in soul language, which everyone could understand? Normatively, the text on this plaque should be the primary racial language of the fairyland civilization. Could it be that this fairyland civilization, like the god civilization, is a multiracial, multi-world civilization? Richard speculated. Beyond this hall, behind it stood a complex of palaces. These palaces, with their carved beams and painted rafters, were magnificent, but for some reason, their architecture gave Richard a sense of déjà vu. Why do these palaces resemble those of the wild orcs? Putting aside his doubts for the moment, Richard said to Bai, "Let's go in and take a look." Bai looked at Taoist Xianqing and asked, "Are there any traps or tampering in this palace?" "He asked me to go in and take a look." Taoist Xianqing smiled and said, "If it's just this main hall, there aren't any traps or tampering. But we didn't explore the palaces behind it back then, so I don't know if there are any traps or tampering in them." "You didn't explore the palaces behind?" Bai explained in astonishment. Since the Anti-Immortal Alliance wasn't wiped out back then, this fragment should have been thoroughly explored long ago. This is a fragment of the Immortal Land, a place even he would be tempted to explore. Taoist Xianqing smiled wryly, "We like to, too, but back then, we just found this place, but before we could explore it, we were betrayed by spies, resulting in the loss of many of our companions. As for those who luckily survived, I didn't dare reveal the location of the fairyland fragment, as I didn't know who the spy was. My injuries had only healed slightly in recent years, so the search for the fairyland fragment naturally fell on hold." The Taoist Xianqing's explanation was plausible, but out of caution, Richard still opened a spatial rift, intending to throw a puppet to Bai Yi. But as soon as he opened the rift, he noticed something amiss. Why is the barrier of this world so weak? Could it be that this fragment hasn't been completely consumed by the world yet? This fragment had been in this world for at least 10,000 years. If it hadn't been completely consumed in 10,000 years, Richard could only think of one possibility. Greedy fellow, only eating the big ones, not even the small ones. Although this world possesses a universal consciousness, it is distinct from normal living beings. Richard speculated that this world actually receives fragments in a certain order. The Moon Palace fell first, and the world naturally focused on consuming it, temporarily ignoring the smaller fragments that arrived later. The weak walls of this world are a good thing. While Richard still can't enter this world directly or deploy his own troops, he can still engage opponents remotely through spatial rifts. With his assistance, Bai's exploration of this fairyland fragment is absolutely safe. Bai stared at the spatial rift, which had been open for a long time, but hadn't produced anything, feeling a little puzzled. "Evil ghost, why did you open the rift?" "Nothing, just go in." Richard closed the rift and immediately urged Bai to explore the palace. Without further ado, Bai entered the main hall. This hall, known as the Fireworks Hall, boasted a vast interior. In the hall directly opposite it, a large bronze cauldron stood in its center. Bai leaned in to take a look, and Taoist Xianqing called out from behind him, "That's just an ordinary metal pot, probably a ritual vessel for the immortals." But Richard didn't believe Taoist Xuanqing's judgment. Quietly opening a tiny rift in space, Richard's mental power silently surveyed the cauldron. This survey wasn't a big deal. Richard sensed a strong force of faith within the cauldron. And within this force of faith, he even sensed an extremely weak consciousness. And this consciousness, just as Richard sensed Richard. After 50,000 years, someone has finally entered the fireworks hall. I am the fire spirit god of the supreme sect. What has happened outside? Why did such a great terror descend 10,000 years ago, distorting even the Tao? The consciousness claiming to be the fire spirit god of the supreme sect became extremely excited upon sensing Richard. However, his words only deepened Richard's confusion. This guy doesn't even know what happened. Could this great world collapse have just happened suddenly? Putting aside his doubts for the moment, Richard immediately stopped by. "Boy, don't leave yet. This tripod is a valuable item." Bai paused, examining the bronze tripod carefully. Could this be a Taoist artifact? While Bai was puzzled, Richard had already begun communicating with the consciousness claiming to be the fire spirit god of the supreme sect. You may find it hard to believe, but the supreme sect you belong to is believed to have perished. Even the very space you inhabit has been shattered into fragments, thrown onto an indigenous world. Indigenous world? The fire spirit god was stunned for a moment, then reacted. You're talking about the savage world, right? I've actually reached the savage world, so it seems I must be the same being in the cosmic light fragment. The fire spirit god's calm demeanor gave Richard a strange sense of familiarity. A creature born of civilization possessed a unique confidence. The vast heritage of civilization was enough to allow even a humble member to surpass the master of an indigenous world in knowledge. Based on the meaning of the cosmic light fragment mentioned by the fire spirit god, Richard roughly deduced that it was the wizard's secret realm. It was a reasonable assumption, but alas, it was wrong. Richard calmly replied, "No, you're wrong. The fragment you're in isn't a secret realm, but a fragment of a real world. This is because there are more than one fragment like yours in this wild world. One of these fragments even contains an immortal who killed the master of the indigenous world. You should know that there are limits to the replication of secret realm fragments. Creatures at the level of a world master are simply impossible to replicate." Richard's words silenced the fire spirit god. After a long pause, he spoke with some difficulty. "That might be the cave dwelling of a certain lord. Then why has no one come to this hall in all these years? How do you explain the terror you felt 50,000 years ago?" Richard's words ruthlessly shattered the fire spirit god's illusions. He knew something must be seriously wrong with the world he was in. "What's your name, fellow Taoist, and where do you come from?" "My name is Richard, and I come from the wizard civilization." After listening to Richard's self-introduction, the fire spirit god remained silent for a moment, as if trying to recall if he had ever heard of the term wizard. But after a long thought, he couldn't come up with anything. "It seems we drifted quite far, arriving in another world." The fire spirit's words were filled with despair. He had endured this cauldron for 50,000 years, only to find this was the result. The immense impact had weakened his already weakened consciousness even further. After a long pause, the fire spirit god spoke, "Fellow Taoist, you've come to the cave heaven to search for treasure, haven't you?" "Indeed." "Haha, I always thought it was novel to hear the young men from the sect exploring the cave heaven. I never thought I'd be the one being sought after as a treasure. Fellow Taoist, you must have noticed the incense on my cauldron." "You mean the power of faith?" "The power of faith? That name gets straight to the point. It's the power of faith. I was originally the fire spirit god worshipped by the fire engineering hall of the supreme sect. I was responsible for providing spiritual fire and forging divine weapons. Now that the supreme sect has vanished, as its fire spirit god, I must inherit its legacy. If you have a sect, I'd like to join your fold and continue to be a fire spirit god. I only ask that you help me pass on the supreme sect's weapon refining techniques." Sect inheritance. Hearing the fire spirit god's request, Richard's heart was filled with joy beyond words. This employee, armed with treasures and a brilliant resume, was actually willing to join him and offer to pass on his knowledge. This was something that could only happen in a dream. "I very much welcome your joining." Richard's affirmative response relieved the fire spirit god. Although his offer was generous, the value of a fire god was equally high. Using the fire god as a sacrifice to refine it into a weapon spirit or a puppet would be a great use. Especially for a fire god like him. With a rich legacy of incense, if the ritual was perfected, creating an immortal puppet wouldn't be uncommon. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping me pass on the sect. I wonder if you have a destiny vow. Destiny contract? Richard pondered, thinking this must be a destiny contract. Tearing a fragment from his soul, Richard quickly drafted a destiny contract and sent it through the rift. Bai was stunned as he looked at the contract emerging from the rift. How could an evil spirit produce a contract? Could this cauldron be some kind of living being? But before he could ponder, a ball of red gold flame erupted from the cauldron with a bang. As the flames rose, a terrifying creature with a tiger's head, a human body, and 4 arms appeared. The creature took the contract, glanced at its contents, and then bowed to Richard, saying, "Fellow Taoist, I, the fire spirit, thank you for your kindness." With that, a single word written in flames appeared on the contract, and next to it, a string of black tadpole script slowly emerged. A ball of flame ignited from the contract, instantly reducing it to ash. The fire spirit god separated a ball of flame from his hand, and passed through the crack into Richard's laboratory. Then he returned to the cauldron. After his return, the large cauldron began to shrink and transform, eventually becoming a palm-sized cauldron. Richard's voice echoed in Bai's ears. "Put this cauldron away. I have recovered the deity within. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can ask for his help." Ah! Chapter 596. Richard's words plunged Bai into an indescribable state of bewilderment. No, how could this cauldron be subdued in just a few moments? Elsewhere, Taoist Xianqing also watched in astonishment. He had carefully examined the cauldron several times, and could say with absolute certainty that it was no Taoist artifact. But how could a fiery figure suddenly emerge from the cauldron in just a few moments, even signing a contract with the alien deity behind the rift? Could this cauldron discriminate against race? Bai placed the small cauldron in his waist pocket. After shrinking, its weight also shrank to a level appropriate to his physique, so it could fit into an ordinary pocket. Taoist Xianqing didn't stop him, knowing it was useless to stop him at this point. Treasures belonged to those destined for them. He had misjudged this treasure, and even if he seized it by force, it would be useless to him. Not to mention, his power wasn't enough to seize it. Amazing, amazing, Taoist Xianqing exclaimed, then stepped in front of Bai, leading the way. Elsewhere, the flame that had flown into Richard's laboratory had already landed in his hand. The moment it touched the flame, a flood of information immediately flooded into Richard's soul. This information was what the fire spirit god was to pass on. A refining method known as the Supreme Refining Records. While it was a refining method, this record also contained a set of accompanying cultivation methods, allowing practitioners to more smoothly utilize the records. After reading through the record, the collision of the two systems sparked a flood of inspiration for Richard. Immortal weapon-making techniques and wizard alchemy aren't entirely different, but they're also completely unrelated. Wizard alchemy takes a more accessible approach. Even wizard apprentices can participate in crafting the components of the floating city. But weapon-making techniques are different. After reading the Supreme Weapon-Making Records, Richard is completely certain that weapon-making techniques are truly reserved for beings at the level of World Masters. Even if a 4th-level creature and a 3rd-level creature use the same technique and materials, the final result will be vastly different. Take the most basic soul fusion technique, for example. A 4th-level creature can almost perfectly combine the properties of 2 materials, while a 3rd-level creature, even at its best, can only inherit a portion of these properties. For example, if Richard performs soul fusion, he can imbue a material with the toughness of steel and the lightness of wood. However, if a 3rd-level creature were to perform the same technique, no matter how masterful their mastery of the technique, the resulting material would undoubtedly be more brittle than steel and heavier than wood. And that's just soul fusion. When inscribing Taoist scripture, a 4th-level creature's inscription is more complete. As for the final nourishment, a 4th-level creature's nourishment can make ordinary steel as hard as fine gold, and even the most common copper, and its magic conducting properties comparable to mithril. This is something a 3rd-level creature could never achieve. Furthermore, the crafting of Tao instruments is extremely precise. It's only because they're so tightly integrated that they appear so compact. If disassembled, a Tao instrument's complexity rivals that of an alchemical machine. This effectively eliminates the path for mortals to participate in the crafting of high-level Tao instruments. According to the general record, a void ship capable of traversing the void would even require immortals to construct the main body, with the rest at most contributing minor details. In the wizarding world, this would mean Richard single-handedly constructing a floating city. However, as Richard had said, the weapon refining method was specifically designed for the Lord of the World. Tao weapons crafted using the weapon refining method surpass those of magical armor of the same material and level, both in terms of material and power. With the ability to achieve the two levels of spiritual fusion and nourishment, Dao weapons surpass magical armor in terms of material alone. Furthermore, the unique characteristics of the Dao tech system allow every immortal level Dao weapon to possess the power of a complete set of rules. This is something that wizard civilization could never achieve. Although immortal level Dao weapons are extremely complex and tedious to craft, often taking hundreds of years, and complex ones could even take thousands or even tens of thousands of years, for a level 4 creature, spending hundreds of years to craft a single Dao weapon is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Dao weapons, if the council were to learn of this knowledge, it would probably be confiscated, Richard muttered to himself. Dao artifacts significantly enhance wizarding civilization. The general records even document a method for creating an avatar by splitting a soul while simultaneously refining a Dao artifact, accelerating its formation. Using soul magic, a master wizard of the soul school could also split the soul of a master alchemist wizard of the same level into several parts, achieving the same effect. If Dao artifacts were universally adopted, the boost to wizarding power would undoubtedly be enormous. However, everyone has selfish motives. Richard was not a selfless person. He also believed that no one in the Council of Truth could be selfless and single-mindedly dedicated to the advancement of wizarding civilization. The driving force behind war is profit. If the great wizards don't go to battle, their world will be reduced to a world of galactic mayflies, and they themselves will be purged as pests by the galactic mayflies. While Richard was happy to help the wizard civilization, he certainly wouldn't trade this priceless knowledge for a mere share of the wizard dimension. Dimensional power is important, but for Richard, who possesses the miracle furnace, the increased combat power it provides is far less effective than the flames he creates by burning his soul. We have to wait and see. This knowledge cannot be shared for now. He currently has limited knowledge of the inner workings of wizard civilization, and further contemplation is pointless. However, this knowledge reminded him that if he returns, he must consider his position within it. As the vice president of the Garlon Wizard Academy, he was born into the physical school. But he also possessed an alchemical wizard identity. He was one of the creators of the small floating city, and a die-hard mechanical wizard. He also had to consider the implications of this identity. Putting these messy matters aside for the moment, Richard opened a spatial rift and asked the fire spirit to guide by to prevent him from encountering any danger. Haha, your excellency is quite considerate of a subordinate. However, this fireworks hall is a place for manufacturing, not a place for storing things like the sutra repository or the treasure repository. Therefore, there are no traps or mechanisms. Before the fire spirit could finish his words, a roar, not quite human, erupted from the room off the corridor. Hearing this roar, Taoist Xuanqing's expression changed, and he immediately formed a hand seal. The next moment, a monster resembling a cloud of mist burst from the house, and slammed headfirst into the energy barrier Taoist Xuanqing had just released. What is this? Bai drew the shura from his waist, his face filled with alarm. Teacher Xuanqing, while practicing his magic spells, replied to Bai, monster. A monster with the body of an immortal. When I first entered this hall, I encountered such a monster, forcing me to interrupt my search and summon the Anti-Immortal Alliance. With that, Taoist Xuanqing pointed at the monster. A vast net of mist trapped it in place. But before Taoist Xuanqing could destroy it, a powerful force bound it. Richard's vast mind surged from the spatial rift, surveying the entire immortal monster. Strange. After surveying the monster, Richard exclaimed in surprise. This immortal monster was indeed a genuine immortal body, and Richard was certain it wasn't some puppet-like thing, but a living being with a soul. But surprisingly, while this creature possessed a soul, it was distorted beyond recognition. If the soul of a normal creature were compared to a normal human body, then the soul within this creature would be like putting a human's limbs, head, internal organs, and muscles into a blender, blending them, and then randomly reassembling them. Compared to him, Cthulhu seemed so normal. Suddenly, Richard's mind flashed back to the words the fire spirit had said when they first met him. He had been so overwhelmed by the fire spirit's investment that he had forgotten to ask about this matter. Fire spirit god, what is this great terror you speak of? But the fire spirit god's answer was somewhat unexpected. I don't know what great terror is either. It's an adjective we use to describe incomprehensible, terrifying phenomena. 50,000 years ago, I only sensed a distortion of the Tao, so much so that even I, who possess no shortage of incense, nearly lost my soul. If this body of mine hadn't been created by the Grand Master of the Supreme Sect, with a complete Taoist text engraved within it, your excellency wouldn't be able to see me now. The Tao was distorted? The fire spirit god's description left Richard completely baffled. They were in the material world, not some illusory world centered on illusory rules. The Tao methods employed by immortals must conform to the rules of the material world. Conversely, as long as they adhered to these rules, the Tao methods would be successful. Distortion was impossible. I know this is hard to believe, but it's the truth. I am a fire deity, and my foundation is the Tao. Therefore, I can clearly sense that the Tao, the very foundation of my existence, has been distorted. If it distorts further, then no matter how good this cauldron is, you, my lord, will not be able to see me. Richard now understood what the fire spirit had just felt. Just as the fire spirit had questioned how the world could collapse, Richard wondered how something like the Tao could be distorted. If the Tao could be distorted, then could sorcery and alchemy also be distorted? If sorcery and alchemy were distorted, then the entire wizarding civilization would be effectively over. This would be a fate even more tragic than that of the Forerunners. The Forerunners at least had a number of relics proving their presence, and their techniques were passed down. But if sorcery were distorted, wizards would be instantly annihilated by slaves and galactic ephemera. Their creations would also vanish into thin air due to the galactic ephemera and their distorted sorcery. Was something this serious happening? Haven't you heard any rumors? Richard asked with some difficulty. The fire spirit's voice was bitter. If there were any rumors, I wouldn't have waited for 50,000 years. Chapter 597. The fire spirit's answer left Richard silent. It seemed the only way to uncover the secrets behind this was to seek out that mad immortal. Putting his doubts aside, Richard asked what he most wanted to know. Since the Tao has been distorted, wouldn't this supreme record of weapon refining also contain many invalid elements? The fire spirit pondered for a moment, then replied uncertainly, weapon refining and Taoism both utilize the pure energy of the heavens. Essentially, they are two branches of a single trunk. Distortion of Taoism shouldn't affect weapon refining. But this matter is too unbelievable. I'm not sure whether weapon refining has been affected. Richard rubbed his brow in the lab, knowing that this impromptu gift wouldn't be his. Fortunately, according to the fire spirit, Taoism wasn't completely distorted, and judging by the situation of the werewolves in the immortal realm, many Taoist techniques were still usable. So, even if the Taoist refining technique he had obtained had been distorted by that unknown force, it should still contain many valid elements. It's just that discerning the useful parts takes a bit of time. Crushing the monster to death, Richard told Bai to continue forward. Standing nearby, Taoist Xianqing watched the celestial monsters suddenly disintegrate and immediately understood that Richard had taken action. Upon realizing this, he maintained a smile, but within him, thoughts of retreat began to form again. Richard's performance had somewhat exceeded his expectations. But just as this thought was forming, the sound of a bell echoed in his mind again. After the bell faded, Taoist Xianqing regained consciousness and felt as if he had forgotten something. It seemed unimportant, so I decided to continue exploring the fragments of the immortal realm. Since the alien deity was able to act in this place, this exploration would likely yield a fruitful outcome. The hall had two passages. Bai and Taoist Xianqing took the left. According to the fire spirit god, their next destination was the Soul Fusion Hall, where the materials would be fused. On the way, Richard and the fire spirit god exchanged a great deal of information about the immortal realm civilization. According to the fire spirit god, the immortal realm civilization ruled over an entire world community. However, the immortal realm world community wasn't the world community Richard had in mind, but rather the sum total of the worlds surrounding it, as described by the Black Belt. The Black Belt refers to an extremely vast, empty area. Within this area, even astral meteorites are extremely rare, and worlds are almost non-existent. Aside from dimensional travel, ordinary world masters would never be able to cross this Black Belt in their lifetime. A single world community could simultaneously nurture several, or even dozens, of civilizations, which battled each other, either conquering or merging. However, the Xinjiang civilization was unique. It first conquered an entire world community through sheer force, then used a method known as education to assimilate those who submitted into its own civilization. Furthermore, the Xinjiang civilization advocated universal education and universal peace, thus employing the universally comprehensible Soul script as its common language. They forcibly abolished all other common scripts, including their own. This explains why the plaque on the firework hall is written in Soul script. According to the fire spirit god, the Xinjiang civilization was an extremely advanced civilization. They subjugated and educated numerous barbaric worlds, allowing even indigenous peoples to join their sects and study Taoism. Every world is thriving, and the world of great harmony described in the sage's book has already arrived. Of course, Richard certainly didn't believe this, because the fire spirit god denied his idea of gathering and dispersing qi. While gathering and dispersing chi can restore the physical body, it's limited to the physical body. The principle of restoration utilizes the hidden connection between soul and body, and the information recorded in the talisman is merely auxiliary. With the denial of gathering and dispersing chi, precious resources are undoubtedly limited. Resources are limited, but the number of powerful individuals is growing. It may not be obvious at first, but once there are enough powerful individuals, the problem of resource distribution will naturally arise. Furthermore, because the immortal realm civilization has absorbed other civilizations into its fold, absolute military domination is unlikely to occur after irreconcilable conflicts arise. At that time, short of crossing the Black Belt to invade other world communities, the only option left is civil war, resulting in the deaths of the powerful to a level that everyone can accept. This is an unsolvable contradiction, and it also dooms the world of great harmony to be a fleeting illusion. Passing through a long-dusted, cracked corridor, I arrived at the so-called Soul Fusion Hall. Although it's called a hall, it's actually a vast complex of palaces. Soul fusion is performed on different materials and levels, so naturally, it wouldn't be performed together. But after 50,000 years, these palaces are riddled with cracks. Gazing through the cracks, Richard could even see immortals and monsters within. This Soul Fusion Hall isn't much to look at. The most valuable items inside are the materials. Hearing this, Richard frowned. What about the spiritual fire? The general record says that as long as the spiritual fire's energy is continuously flowing, it will never go out. Surely the Supreme Sect doesn't even have a top-grade spiritual fire? Spirit fire is a tool for spiritual fusion. A good spiritual fire can greatly improve the efficiency and final result of the fusion. According to the general record, spiritual fire can be divided into 3 grades: low, medium, and high. Higher grade spiritual fires will evolve into consciousness and transform into fire spirits. Sir, I am the Supreme Sect's spiritual fire. You? Richard was startled. Aren't you the incense god? The fire god seemed to be stunned. After a long pause, he replied, the general record was written quite a long time ago, so some of the information it describes is no longer current. In my time, major sects would use spiritual fire as their foundation to create a fire god. This would serve as the source of spiritual fire for the firework hall, assisting in the casting of large Taoist artifacts. Hearing this, Richard was also stunned. Didn't you compile this summary yourself? No, the headmaster wrote it. It's okay. I just didn't expect that even the immortal civilization would have textbooks that were outdated. Entering the rolling hall, hundreds of spirit fire cauldrons were neatly arranged. These spirit fire cauldrons were of low quality, and after thousands of years, the Taoist inscriptions had been completely erased. I touched them lightly, and they shattered into debris all over the floor. In the center of the hall, a massive immortal monster lay motionless, seemingly in a deep sleep. Richard's mental power quietly probed, trying to gauge the monster's strength. He could sense that the immortal monster's energy was extremely high, exceeding the limits of a third-level creature. But as his spiritual power approached, the immortal monster suddenly moved. Who has trespassed into the rolling palace? The immense pressure released from the immortal monster sent shudders through the two present. They could sense that this immortal monster was on a different level than they were. You can even communicate? Richard was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected a communicative immortal monster to exist within the rolling palace. Fellow Taoist, don't be nervous. We mean no harm. Who has trespassed into the rolling palace? Fellow Taoist, can you understand me? Who has trespassed into the rolling palace? Oh, so that's all it knows. Richard felt a little frustrated. He had thought he had encountered a communicative being, but after all, nothing could be said. Fire Spirit God, do you know him? He should be the steward of the rolling palace, a human immortal who had just become immortal. I never thought he'd be in rolling palace that day, and become like this. Well then, I sent him on his way. Your Excellency is kind and righteous. Richard's mind moved, and a tiny golden spark appeared in his hand. This was the flame of the miracle furnace. In Richard's tests, the spark and the flame were essentially the same, but the energy consumption was several times less. The spark was only in its early stages of burning, slower than the flame, enough for a person to escape. But the immortal monster before him was a fool, and this tiny spark was enough. You two, retreat as far as possible. I'm afraid this monster will make a lot of noise soon. Okay. Bai had absolute faith in Richard's advice. He greeted Taoist Xianqing, and then quietly walked out of the palace. The immortal monster remained motionless after awakening. Its misty body surged continuously, as if trying to form a shape. But no matter how it moved, it could not condense into anything. It was as if it had forgotten what its body should look like. Suddenly, the immortal monster roared, and a surge of extremely violent energy emanated from its body. Its body exploded in this fury, instantly filling the entire hall. Bai and Taoist Xianqing, upon witnessing this, abandoned their attempts to hide and took flight. Who knows what would happen if they were enveloped by this mist? At the same time, Richard released the spark. The golden spark touched the mist, instantly igniting a tiny flame. The flame then transformed into flames, which blazed across the mist with the force of a raging blaze. Boom! In a matter of moments, the enormous immortal monster was transformed into a sea of golden flames. Gurgle. The two who had escaped swallowed stiffly, staring blankly at the scene before them. A celestial monster whose life level surpassed theirs was gone just like that. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the sea of fire, instantly extinguishing the golden flames. In the center of the flames, an insect resembling a longhorn beetle stood in the air. It bowed slightly towards Richard's spatial rift. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping me escape." With that, his body dissipated into mist, leaving only a small bell falling from the sky. Ding! In the laboratory, Richard stared at the scene in astonishment, somewhat bewildered. "Sir, he has disintegrated." The fire spirit god's voice echoed in his ears, his tone filled with emotion. Chapter 598. Melee? Richard looked at the remains of the immortal monster's disappearance, his mind a bit bewildered. Isn't melee meant to kill oneself with a sword? How did it become a thing? Yes, sir. You helped him escape that horrible state, so he chose melee before dying as a token of his gratitude. The fire spirit's voice was filled with emotion. In immortal civilizations, death emphasizes returning to heaven, and few people choose melee. This method transforms the essence of an immortal's life into a weapon. Once this method is used, the immortal soul will be completely shattered, with no possibility of reincarnation. Is that thing a Dao weapon? Is it a bit of a Dao weapon? What do you mean by a bit of a Dao weapon? Although the product of the dissolution of a weapon possesses Dao symbols, the supporting Dao symbols, and the nourishment it provides make it only a semi-finished product. The small bell was carried into the laboratory through the spatial rift. The bell appeared to be made of bronze, its surface unadorned, but a faint trace of a Dao symbol, resembling a bird seal script, could be seen. Richard injected a trace of magic power, and the Dao symbol on the bell instantly activated, emitting a clear, crisp chime. Richard felt his spirits lifted by the sound, a coolness emanating from his soul, clearing his mind and freeing him from any trace of fatigue. Refreshing? This is a good thing. Richard felt a slight delight. If it could refresh the mind, then this small bell must contain soul principles. Then, through rituals and refinements, this small bell would surely be able to disrupt the enemy's mind. This would be extremely useful to Richard. Even if this small bell could only slow the enemy for a microsecond, Richard could still unleash the miracle furnace's flames. Even more delusional, if he could slow the enemy multiple times, Richard would be practically unbeatable. Of course, Richard knew this was highly unlikely, because even the Lord of the indigenous world would be mentally prepared if a single strike didn't kill them. With a prepared enemy, this single mental attack would be unlikely to be effective. With a light touch of his hand, the miracle furnace quickly responded. Ingredients: weaponized small bell. Refined rules: soul rule, mildly damaged; fire element rule, moderately damaged; metal rule, extremely damaged. Refining cost: 20 soul power. Looking at the result, Richard nodded in satisfaction and set the bell aside. Bai continued forward, while he pondered the immortal's condition. After being burned by the flames of the miracle furnace, his twisted soul surprisingly recovered, and his sanity seemed to have returned as well. Could it be that the flames of the miracle furnace can heal a twisted soul? Or was it that their souls were twisted by some force, and the flames of the miracle furnace just happened to burn that force, thus restoring them to their original form? Richard found this theory very likely, because he suddenly remembered something. This fragment had not been entered by anyone for 50,000 years, and the maximum lifespan for beings below level 4 was 10,000 years. Beyond 10,000 years, the soul structure of a being would be irreversibly damaged. According to common sense, these immortal monsters should have died of old age long ago. But now, not only were they not dead, they were living very well. Their souls, though in shambles, showed no sign of collapse. It's not hard to guess that some force behind this must be maintaining the existence of these souls, allowing them to live forever in this twisted form. If this speculation is true, then this method definitely looks like punishment, Richard muttered to himself. Judging from the state of the soul-relieving hall's steward, this twisted state of souls was definitely not enjoyable. Otherwise, He wouldn't have disintegrated the moment he regained consciousness. Continuing on, they quickly toured the soul-relieving hall. As the fire spirit god had said, there wasn't much here, just materials. Many of these materials were extremely scarce. Taoist Xianqing took some, and Richard pocketed the rest. From the soul-relieving hall, a passage led directly to the Daowen Hall. Following this path, the group quickly entered the Daowen Hall. The vast hall was filled with compartments. Daowen engraving required privacy. It couldn't simply be done with a few large cauldrons and cushions, as in the soul-relieving hall. The Daowen Hall was larger than the Rongling Hall, and housed even more immortals and monsters. These immortals and monsters would often fight among themselves, leaving the Daowen Hall in a state of devastation, with ruins and rubble everywhere. Richard, using his spiritual power, found numerous Taoist weapon embryos within the ruins. These embryos were made of fine materials, and because they were buried beneath the rubble, they remained usable even after 50,000 years. After collecting these Taoist weapon embryos, the group quickly reached the center of the Daowen Hall. There, a massive immortal monster, far larger than the Rongling Hall steward, was slowly wriggling. Richard's spiritual power probed briefly, and quickly reached a conclusion. Don't be afraid of this thing. It's just a massive, level 3 creature. Richard sent thousands of twisted souls within the creature, and that was only a fraction of the monster. These immortal monsters were in a strange state, their bodies fused together, unable to separate, yet their souls remained independent. This seemingly intimidating behemoth was actually a collection of immortal monsters possessing numerous distinct consciousnesses. The fire spirit within the cauldron also observed this situation. He gazed at the immortal monster with sorrow. These people had once been disciples of the fireworks hall, many of whom he had watched grow up. Now, they had all become these insignificant creatures. Sir, could you please help these disciples transcend? Even their scattered souls would be a relief for them in this state? Wait a little longer. Perhaps there's still hope. I managed to restore the Soul Fusion Hall steward back to normal with a single fire, so perhaps these people can be restored as well. Richard's fiery gaze pierced the cracks, fixed on the enormous immortal monster. While I don't know why the immortal monster is this way, there's no doubt that the creature before me is well suited for study. Burning this thing with fire would be a waste. Seeing Richard's refusal, the fire spirit god didn't say anything further. He's now devoted to Richard, and constantly dwelling on his former employer's affairs isn't great. The Daowen Hall contains nothing other than Taoist weapon embryos. Any jade slips or records containing information have all been destroyed over the past 50,000 years. Beyond the Daowen Hall, there's nothing else worth exploring in this fragment of the world. Although this world fragment spanned over 10 square kilometers, and the fireworks hall, while a significant area, occupied only a quarter of it. The remaining 3/4 were devoid of any man-made artifacts, filled solely with flowers and plants. Faced with Richard's question, the fire spirit god was somewhat at a loss for an explanation. Sir, the Supreme Sect is considered one of the most prominent sects in the entire Immortal Realm, and the headmaster has already reached the threshold of the Golden Immortal Realm. For a sect of this caliber, even a noisy place like the fireworks hall should have the air of an immortal. If the building were airtight, and all those immortal flowers and herbs were removed, wouldn't it just be a mortal blacksmith's shop? Richard was speechless at this explanation. As a pragmatist, he rarely paid attention to such places. But then again, let's think about it. Not only the Immortal Realm civilization, even the wizard academies were immensely vast, their decorative sculptures incomparably magnificent. When resources are plentiful, pursuing beauty is perfectly natural. After touring the fragments, the only remaining issue was trading. You want me to kill the mad immortal in the fairyland? The Xianqing Taoist nodded. Yes, if you can kill that mad immortal, this fragment of the fairyland will be yours. But I already know the location. A sly smile crossed the Xianqing Taoist's face. If you disagree, then this entrance won't be here. In the lab, Richard raised an eyebrow, and a vast mental force swept out through the spatial rift, examining the Xianqing Taoist from head to toe. I was mistaken, Richard said calmly. Somehow, this Xianqing Taoist had gained a spiritual power that protected his soul. With this power, unless Richard arrived in person, it would be impossible to kill him. Taoist Xianqing smiled and said, when entering into a transaction like this with you, I naturally have to keep some backup plans. But have you ever considered that I've already taken the greatest treasure of this fragment? What would I want with an empty fragment? You see, since you didn't directly refuse, it proves that this fragment still has value. Mortal, present your contract. This fragment is indeed useful to Richard, as it hasn't yet been absorbed by the world. Once he descends into this world and supports a puppet to seize the world's guardian, He can easily remove the fragment from the world and feed it to his secret realm. This fragment of a vast world is absolutely a tonic for the world mushroom. Taoist Xuanqing's face lit up with joy, and he immediately pulled out a destiny contract from his bosom. You should recognize this contract. It was made by the White Wolf King when he conquered this world to subjugate a warlord. But the warlord later refused to surrender, and this contract has been passed down. Richard glanced at the contents of the destiny contract. The contract was simple. The immortal fragment in exchange for Richard killing the mad immortal. Mortal, I have some questions for you. Go ahead. Richard said calmly. Why do you call that immortal the mad immortal? And why would you rather make a deal with an alien being that's planning to invade your world than kill that mad immortal? Of course. The Xianqing Taoist was about to answer, but as his mind raced, he realized the flaw in his logic. Why was he so determined to kill that mad immortal? The chime of a bell rang again in his head, but this time it was different, for another chime also rang simultaneously. Richard used his magic to strike the small bell he had just acquired. Watching the Xianqing Taoist's expression shift constantly, he asked quietly, I've sensed something's amiss with you for a long time. A true conspirator would never collaborate with a cause they don't understand and can't control. So who are you? Chapter 599. Under the influence of the bell's sound, Taoist Xuanqing's eyes constantly switched between confusion and clarity. The two bells were raging in a battle with his soul as the battlefield, a battle that threatened Taoist Xuanqing's sanity. Soon, Taoist Xuanqing's eyes cleared, and he gave Richard an apologetic smile. Excuse me, sir. The injuries I sustained during that battle haven't fully healed yet, so I sometimes experience bouts of confusion. What did you ask me just now? Richard, observing Taoist Xianqing, who had completely forgotten what had happened, grew increasingly curious about the mastermind behind the operation. Although this small bell hadn't been sacrificed, the soul laws within it were nearly complete. This alone made it superior to most Taoist weapons and magical armor. But even so, the small bell still couldn't restore Taoist Xuanqing's consciousness. The mastermind behind Taoist Xianqing was undoubtedly formidable. With the blessing of world power, could it be that this world has already given birth to a world master? Is it just that this world master fears the mad immortal's power, and has therefore remained hidden? Richard felt his thought was probably correct. This world must have more than one fragment of the immortal realm. By hiding within these fragments, it's possible to quietly ascend to world master. Since you've forgotten, there's no need for me to ask. I agree to your deal, but the terms of the contract need to be revised. I will deal with the mad immortal, but whether I can defeat him, and how we fight him, is not up to you. Hearing Richard's words, Taoist Xianqing immediately broke into a brilliant smile. That's no problem. I believe a being as powerful as you can absolutely slay that mad immortal. After the contract was modified, the two signed it. Richard then had by collect some demonized plants from the world fragment and left. After the deal was made, Taoist Xianqing and Bai did not return to the Luo family. The Luo family was an eye-catching place, and if it weren't for the deal with Richard, he would never have gone there. On the way back, Bai suddenly asked Richard, Evil Ghost, why did you sign the contract? Aren't you afraid of being exploited by such a cowardly person? Boy, I remember, I once told you my opinion on conspiracies and intrigues. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and intrigues vanish into thin air. But the mad immortal killed the White Wolf King. I've been reading a lot lately. The White Wolf King is a terrifying being whose every move can stir the heavens, and whose every gesture can cause mountains and rivers to crumble. Reading is a good thing, but your learning conditions are too poor. Richard's voice was as calm as ever. There are at least one creature like the White Wolf King in every world. And to conquer a world, the first to be killed are creatures like the White Wolf King. Then why do you want to support the young master? First, I only want to support a puppet, not necessarily him. If he doesn't want to, I will let him live a peaceful life until he dies. Secondly, supporting a puppet can effectively reduce resistance. Being controlled by an evil ghost like me, rule and being ruled by one's own kind are two completely different mentalities. Finally, supporting a puppet would give me an additional world lord level subordinate. This is extremely important to me. Bai understood some of Richard's words. Supporting a puppet could accelerate Richard's conquests, and even allow the puppet to become a figure like the White Wolf King. I will persuade the young master. Oh! The guards are also beginning to harbor ambitions? It has nothing to do with ambition. Collaborating with you is the best path for the young master. The young master's future should be incredibly bright. Upon returning to the Luo family, Bai immediately met with the young master and recounted his journey. Immortal monsters? The young master's brow furrowed as he listened to Bai's description. Beside him, Mission's face also flashed with shock. Yes, according to the evil spirit, immortals come from another world. Later, due to a terrible catastrophe, that world was shattered, resulting in the creation of the immortal land. The immortals within the immortal land were also twisted into monsters by that catastrophe. Moreover, he also said that their Taoism was also distorted. Taoism has been distorted? What kind of nonsense is that? The young master's reaction was almost identical to Richard's. Although lacking sufficient knowledge, his simple wisdom was enough to draw the absurd conclusion of this statement. Those were his exact words. I also cannot understand how Taoism could be distorted. The young master pondered for a moment, then shook his head, giving up. This kind of thing is beyond our ability to figure out. You've had a hard time on this journey. Now that you're back, rest up. Uncle Luo told me that those families have temporarily given up on their plans for me. Yes, young master. Exiting the room, Bai looked at Miss Shen, who had followed him out. Miss Shen, is there anything I can do for you? He had noticed earlier that Miss Shen's gaze was somewhat uncertain. Miss Shen looked at Bai's artificial eye, then after a moment's silence, said, Are you busy right now? No. Then could you please come with me? I have something to ask the foreign deity behind you. Bai frowned slightly. Miss Shen, are you also going to make a deal with him? Miss Shen sighed softly. If he can heal my master, I'm willing to do it. Your master? Bai was stunned. He had been at the Luo family for some time, but he had never heard that Miss Shen had a master. You find out if you come with me. It's a good opportunity for you to take that immortal disciple back. Lead the way. Following Miss Shen, Bai arrived at a stone gate guarded by armored guards. When the armored guards opened the gate, a path leading directly into the mountain appeared before him. Please follow me in. This is where I train my armored guards, so the security is tight. Following Miss Shen, Bai arrived at her laboratory. On the central stone platform, the man in brocade robes lay quietly, not daring to move. Bai was startled and instinctively drew his sword. Huh? Why did you let it out? This thing. He can't escape, Miss Shen interrupted. Once a disciple of the immortal family returns to the human body, their transformation into an immortal can be prevented by severing their meridians. I've tested this with other disciples of the immortal family. Other immortal disciples. Bai looked at Miss Shen with a hint of astonishment. He had personally experienced the power of immortal disciples, and Miss Shen had actually managed to capture one without the help of demons. This wasn't a doctor at all. She was even more powerful than a proper warrior like him. In the lab, Richard used his prosthetic eye to survey the shabby facility. It's okay. Although a bit rudimentary, it's at least a lab. Ask her what she wants. Bai relayed Richard's words. Miss Shen said nothing more, walking straight to the back of the lab and opening a wooden door. Please come in. The person I want to save is inside. Entering the room, Bai immediately spotted the massive tumor in the center. The tumor vaguely revealed its limbs, but the massive, twisted body had completely lost all werewolf characteristics. A strong, rancid odor filled the air, originating from the twisted mass of flesh. The odor emanated from beneath its hide, like a living, decaying corpse. Miss Shen looked at the tumor with eyes filled with sorrow. This is my master. He became like this because of practicing Taoism. Practicing Taoism and becoming like this? Richard looked at the tumor, his mind flashing back to the Taoist corpse he had dissected. That Taoist's body structure was similarly distorted, though not as severely as this tumor. Have her explain this in detail. The existence of immortal disciples proves that Taoism can still be practiced. There must be other factors contributing to their transformation. Bai relayed Richard's words. Miss Shen pondered for a moment and replied, My master's Taoist technique is called the life-locking technique, a lineage passed down from the medical saint. My master, the medical saint, achieved an immortal body through this technique. My uncle, though he encountered some challenges, also achieved an immortal body. Only my master's practice of this technique was smooth at first, but the further she practiced, the greater the changes in her body. My uncle had also encountered these problems, so she didn't pay much attention. Once she noticed something was amiss, the technique took over, unstoppable. Have her bring the technique to me, fire spirit. Bai took out the fire spirit cauldron, bowed before it, and summoned the fire spirit. Miss Shen, please tell the fire spirit about the technique. It's a deity created by an immortal in the past, and I think it can identify the problem with your technique. Miss Shen was startled at this, then overjoyed. I write it down right away. Please wait a moment. Soon, Miss Shen handed the fire spirit a sheaf of paper covered in bird-shaped seal script. The fire spirit opened its mouth and released a ball of flame, burning the paper clean. After a moment's silence, it slowly spoke, There's nothing wrong with your technique, and there are no special requirements for practice. Judging from her cultivation techniques, I can't see why she's become like this. But if you're willing, I can examine her internal organs, which might reveal some of the problem. Misjin bowed respectfully. Excuse me, sir. The fire spirit god approached the fleshy mass and released a ball of flame, which transformed into a flaming cloth that completely enveloped it. Tiny flames seeped through the pores, slowly seeping into the fleshy mass. With these flames, the fire spirit god peered through the mass from head to toe. After a long moment, the flame seeped out from the fleshy mass. The fire spirit god's face was heavy as he addressed Miss Jin. This isn't a cultivation technique issue. She's been cursed. Cursed? Miss Jin stared at the fire spirit god in astonishment. This answer was something she had never expected. But Richard's voice echoed in Bai's ears. No, she's not cursed. It's the path of her Taoist evolution that's been cursed. Chapter 600. This evolutionary path is cursed? Bai repeated this to the fire spirit god, somewhat bewildered. Hearing this, the fire spirit god asked incredulously, how is this possible? What made you make this decision? If the Tao was distorted, the fire spirit god could accept it. But if the entire evolutionary path was cursed, that was simply unbelievable. This would be equivalent to the entire immortal civilization being destroyed, with no hope of revival. Richard didn't answer directly. Instead, he sent Bai outside the room and had the fire spirit god examine the immortal disciple's body. The fire spirit god used the same method to examine the immortal disciple's soul. Upon seeing the immortal disciple's soul, he shuddered. How is this possible? His soul has become like those monsters. His examination revealed that the immortal disciple's soul had been distorted. If he continued to cultivate, he would inevitably become one of those monsters in the fireworks hall. Misjin was also somewhat confused and asked Bai, I wonder what you mean by that, sir? It means that as long as we continue to practice this method, there will be no recovery. If we don't practice this method, this person can still be saved. Not practice this method? Misjin laughed bitterly. Without this technique, my master would have long since become a pile of bones. While I can keep her alive for now, her body can no longer practice the method. I have a method to sever the connection between soul and body. Reshaping a body is also easy for me. But what will you offer in exchange? Bai relayed Richard's words to Misjin. Misjin trembled slightly, then looked at Bai with a determined look. I'm willing to give you everything I have, my life, my soul, and even my collection of Taoist techniques, Taoist artifacts, and ancient treasures. I can give you all of this. Misjin's resoluteness shocked Bai. He had never imagined that this seemingly gentle physician could be so decisive and resolute. Very well, if you're so determined, then sign this contract. In the lab, Richard casually pulled a soul contract from his pocket and passed it through the spatial rift. He was currently researching sealing techniques, and Misjin's allegiance was nothing to him. If he hadn't arrived just yet, Misjin's transaction would likely have been with the Cardinal of the Order of Miracles. Taking the contract, Misjin glanced at it, then bit her finger and signed her name. Once the contract was complete, it dissipated into flames. Richard then pulled a metal ingot from his pocket and used some of his energy to craft a small, magical nail. Have her hammer this into the tumor's head. This nail will absorb its soul and send the rest of the body to me. I give it to her after I descend. Oh, and have her bring me the research records on the immortal disciples, and also the Taoist techniques. Bai Rushi relayed this, handing the nail, which looked like a coffin nail but was covered in tiny runes, to Misjin. Misjin took it, hesitated for a moment, then awoke her master from his sleep. What happened? Master, I've found a way to save you. A way to save me. What a fool you've done. Bai saw a sudden surge of energy erupt from the tumor, its intensity shocking even Bai, a warrior of a level 3 creature. This tumor looked like a piece of junk, but its strength was astonishing. Misjin pulled a handful of golden needles from her sleeve, and, with a flick of her wrist, they sank into the tumor's body. Master, the deal is done. Whatever you say is final. Your soul will enter this nail, and when you wake up, you be well again. With that, Misjin didn't wait for the tumor's response and immediately inserted the nail into it. The next moment, subtle mental fluctuations emanated from the tumor. The once pitch-black nail began to glow slowly, and the runes engraved on its surface seemed to come alive and flowed. Soon, the mental fluctuations faded. Misjin pulled the nail out, and then sent the body to the laboratory. While the body's value as a physical object was nearly zero, its value as a specimen was considerable. Perhaps, he could even discover the underlying laws of distortion. Soon, Misjin's research report and her collection of Taoist techniques arrived at Richard's hands via the spatial rift. Richard, distracted, quickly reviewed the contents. Impressive, Richard explained in amazement. A single talisman allows the body to undergo unlimited energy transformation. If the transmutation corona saw this, they'd probably trade it for a medium-sized world. Among wizards, transmutation wizards are undoubtedly the mainstream. Even among alchemists, a considerable number excel at both transmutation and alchemy. For transmutation wizards, energy transformation is a near-divine skill. With the power of energy transformation, a transmutation wizard can directly break free from the constraints of the flesh and condense a replica of a rule-based body while still immortal. If combined with the wizard's inherent elemental body technology, the transmutation wizard will become a true battlefield turret. It's a pity this technology has been distorted and can't be used directly. The immortal monsters in the fairyland world, the Taoists whose cultivation of Taoism has become distorted, and the immortal disciples whose souls remain distorted even after achieving immortal bodies. All of this constantly reminds Richard that this technology is cursed by an incredibly powerful force. This power can shatter a vast world and warp the evolutionary path of an entire civilization. Honestly, Richard doesn't even dare to explore the secrets behind it. The fairyland civilization is so powerful, yet it has become like this. If a wizard civilization provokes this power, it's likely to lose even a grave like a fairyland fragment. But as a wizard, the thirst for unknown knowledge is like a drug addiction. Why think so far ahead? Richard put the information into his pocket, then rubbed his brow, and continued to look at the manuscript in front of him. He now needed a sufficiently reliable sealing technique. Without it, he couldn't even enter the gate of the fairyland world. Since returning with the fairyland fragments, Bai's life has returned to peace. With the help of Miss Jun, the young master of the Quan family's bloodline awakening has been very stable. With the help of his bloodline, the young master of the Quan family has become a first-level creature at the age of 10. If nothing unexpected happens, even without practicing any cultivation methods, the young master of the Quan family can become a third-level creature. If he is chosen by the world's origin at that time, it is not impossible for him to become a world guardian through the infusion of the origin. For years passed in the blink of an eye. For 4 years, the fairyland world was peaceful. Aside from the doubling of the demand for elixir ingredients, nothing unusual had occurred. Bai continued to protect his young master, and Miss Jun continued to treat him, learning the elementary alchemy techniques Richard had taught her. Miss Jun, while working for her master, had acquired considerable skills through self-study, and her aptitude for physical fitness was truly remarkable. The Luo family's secret method for crafting armored guards was actually lost in an accident a century ago. Now, the Luo family's armored guards were all crafted by Miss Jun herself, drawing on information on armored guards and her own skills. Richard, on the other hand, was a man who taught everyone. As long as someone was talented and willing to learn, he didn't mind imparting his knowledge to the aliens. After all, he had already taught the goblins, so teaching a werewolf wouldn't be a big deal. But the sunset glow before a storm is always exceptionally beautiful. In the laboratory, runes as thin as cow hair and as small as ants moved continuously in the air. Fine threads of magic connected these runes in series and parallel, trapping a tremendous force within them. Suddenly, the massive rune model froze in midair and began to shrink at an astonishing speed. Soon, the runes that nearly filled the entire laboratory were reduced to a fist-sized sphere. Not bad, it finally works. Richard sighed as he looked at the small sphere floating before him. It had taken nearly 5 years to finally create a working sealing technique. During these 5 years, Richard had devoted almost all his energy to the creation of the sealing technique. As a great wizard, his vision, speed of thought, and the power he could mobilize far surpassed those of a third-ring wizard. Even so, in less than 5 years, he had only been able to create a barely usable sealing technique. This sealing technique was lengthy to cast and consumed an incredible amount of energy, making it virtually impossible to use in actual combat. However, it was sufficient for self-sealing and deceiving the world's walls. And as a sealing technique Richard had created, he could naturally refine it in the future. Stretching, Richard passed through the laboratory's skylight and out. Not far from the floating city, a radiant star was slowly expanding at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The voyage had been smooth over the years, and in less than half a year, the floating city had reached the fairyland world. What a beautiful world! Richard sighed softly. The internal structures of different worlds might differ greatly, but within the astral realm, they all shared a single form. A gigantic, crystalline sphere gleaming with light. Against the pitch-black backdrop of the astral plane, the stars resembled a single jewel on a young girl's black dress, their beauty captivating. Richard snapped his fingers, and soon, a black-robed goblin flew out of the floating city and arrived at his side. "My lord, what are your commands?" Richard gazed calmly at the fairyland world and said, "Wake up the warriors. We be there in a few months." Although the floating city was large, it was still too small for the millions of goblins. To keep the floating city uncrowded and minimize resource loss, most of the goblin soldiers were kept dormant during the journey. Now, it was time for these war machines to awaken. Chapter 601. The immortal world walkers are joining together to convene a meeting of the noble families? Hearing the news brought by Mission, both the young master and Bai were stunned. It was simply too coincidental. According to Bai, Richard was only a fortnight's journey from the immortal world, and he would arrive in this world in another fortnight. And at this critical juncture, the 7 immortal world walkers joining together to convene a meeting of the noble families was simply out of place. Is the news confirmed? Will all the noble families attend? Mission nodded. The head of the family has confirmed that all the noble families will participate in this conference. The conference is being held under the pretext of a great disaster approaching, requiring the noble families to unite to resist. But at this point, we should be very clear about what this disaster is. The young master exhaled and spoke slowly. Bai, what did that person say? He said this is normal, and that we shouldn't be nervous. When he arrives, we just need to arrange the items he gives us. When notifying them of his impending arrival, Richard also handed them a beacon so that he could locate the Luo family after his arrival. Normal? The young master muttered to himself. This is all the noble families. If the noble families truly united, there would be millions of warriors alone, and countless more experts among them. But he didn't react at all. The young master was a wise man. At this moment, he finally realized the sheer horror of what Richard was about to do. On the side, Bai did not change at all. Although he could realize how terrifying the enemy Richard was going to fight was, he also knew how terrifying Richard was. For Supreme Masters, no matter how many ordinary warriors there were, they couldn't stop them. And in Richard, Bai felt like that ordinary warrior who couldn't stop anyone. Mission remained silent after hearing this. If Bai knew the strength of Richard's hard power, she also knew the strength of his soft power. Even the elementary alchemy itself contained a vast amount of knowledge. If she hadn't been exceptionally intelligent since childhood and had studied medicine for over a decade, the elementary alchemy would be a divine book. If it were released into the martial arts world, this book would be known as the 100 Schools Divine Book, a peerless treasure that would attract countless warriors and even aristocratic families. And this was just the elementary level. There were still intermediate and advanced levels that she hadn't yet mastered. With such knowledge, Richard's army would likely be as elite as armored guards. The coalition of aristocratic families, let alone their lack of unity, would be nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot against Richard's might. Didn't he ask us to investigate the World Alliance? The young master suddenly asked Bai. He didn't believe Richard could be so confident against such a powerful enemy that he didn't need intelligence. He said, we only need to pay attention to information from the fairyland. He said the aristocratic family alliance is just a bunch of bugs. Only focus on the fairyland? The young master let out a wry smile. Why were these outsiders so terrifying? Then pay attention to information from the fairyland. Bai was stunned by this, then asked cautiously, Young master, are you going to cooperate with him? The young master was silent for a moment, his voice a little weak. I don't know, but I think paying attention to information from the fairyland will at least make your life easier in the future. Young master, I'm just... Shut up, Bai. You're no longer a guard, the young master said softly. And I'm not some young master either. I'm Zicheng, the orphan of the Quan family, and you're my only remaining relative in this world. If the Quan family can be reestablished, you stand shoulder to shoulder with me at the head of the family tree. You're going to attend the aristocratic family conference? The Luo family head looked at the young master of the Quan family before him, his expression a bit troubled. Zicheng, I can guarantee your safety while you're here, but if you leave, there will be many more uncertainties. The young master looked at the Luo family head with clear eyes and said, Uncle Luo, I'm the legitimate son of the Quan family. According to etiquette and law, I'm now the head of the Quan family. Although I've left the Quan family, I'm still considered a member of the many aristocratic families. And as the head of an aristocratic family, why shouldn't I attend this aristocratic family conference? The Luo family head felt even more troubled upon hearing this. Although he was the head of the Luo family, his early years as a wanderer meant he lacked many of the aristocratic customs of aristocratic families. Instead, he possessed the chivalrous spirit of a wandering knight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defied the public opinion and kept Quan Zicheng, the young master of the Quan family, within the Luo family, rather than handing him over to the Peng family in exchange for Taoist skills. But everyone has selfish motives. He admitted the young master of the Luo family out of moral obligation, but if moral obligation could be transformed into profit, he certainly wouldn't mind. The young master of the Luo family was of noble blood. If he could remain within the Luo family, he would surely foster a generation of talented individuals. If Quan Zicheng were allowed to attend this conference, it would be tantamount to acknowledging the continued existence of the Quan family before the numerous aristocratic families. This would mean that Quan Zicheng would never again become a son-in-law of the Luo family. It's unheard of in this world for a patriarch of an aristocratic family to marry into another family. Zicheng, your uncle can take you, but you can't go as the patriarch of the Quan family. If you go as the patriarch of the Quan family, it would be like declaring war on those old men. Even though they've given up on pursuing you, it doesn't mean they can't kill you. Although the Luo family is a top-ranked aristocratic family, being tormented by several aristocratic families at once is bound to cause problems. The Luo family patriarch's words were tactful. Since the young master hadn't made a name for himself, he was considered a member of the Luo family, and the Luo family would certainly do their utmost to protect him. However, if the young master attended the aristocratic family conference as the patriarch, he would be a member of the Quan family. Although the Luo and Quan families are allies, they would never give up their own foundation for the Quan family. But after hearing this, the young master shook his head stubbornly. Uncle, I kill those men sooner or later. They won't truly let me go. I'd definitely be present on this trip as the head of the Quan family, and uncle, don't worry about my safety. Seeing the young master's continued stubbornness, the Luo family's head felt a flicker of anger. He was only an uncle, not the young master's biological father. Since he couldn't be persuaded, he just let him be. Then go ahead. I have someone prepare a carriage for you. Hearing the anger in the Luo family's head's tone, the young master said nothing more. He thanked him and left the room. Back at Wanhua Tower, Bai had already packed his luggage and stood outside, waiting for the young master. Beside him, the formation flag on the alchemical puppet's chest had vanished. Having left the Luo family, the formation flag was naturally no longer needed. Richard spent several minutes modifying the puppet, optimizing its performance, while also converting its functional devices to be powered by magic essence. Young master, what do you think of the Luo family master? The young master nodded slightly. My uncle has agreed. We will go to the aristocratic family conference shortly. Soon, a coachman drove a carriage up to the two of them. Seeing the delicate scales on the carriage horses, Bai Weiwei explained, the Luo family master is truly benevolent and righteous. Their journey was long, so the carriage they would ride in would naturally not use ordinary horses, but would definitely use domesticated beasts. The beast used in the carriage the Luo family master had given them was a dragon-blooded beast imbued with dragon blood. This type of beast's speed, endurance, and even innate magical powers were several times greater than those of ordinary beasts, and its value was dozens of times greater. If it were sold, this carriage would be worth the price of a lower-ranked aristocratic family. The coachman handed the carriage over, and Bai opened the door, ready to escort the young master aboard. But upon opening the door, he saw a figure sitting inside. Miss Jin bowed slightly to the two of them. The patriarch said the journey was long, and he was concerned about the young master's bloodline, so he asked me to come along. The young master climbed into the carriage and said with a smile, that's all I need. Let's go, Bai. We must reach Wolf Plain within 5 days. Wolf Plain, the ancient site of the White Wolf King's court. After the White Wolf King was slain by the immortals, this land was once abandoned and considered cursed. But with the opening of the Heavenly Gate, the immortals bestowed titles upon the aristocratic families in Wolf Plain, and this land once again became the core of the immortal world. The territories of the 7 immortal clans' travels completely surrounded this area, making it the only unclaimed land in the world. Following the road built by the 7 immortal clans' travels, the Quan clan's group traveled day and night, finally arriving at this ancient land on the morning of the 4th day. They were the last of the aristocratic families to arrive. Dragon Horse was a formidable force, but Fairy Water lay a full 20,000 miles from Wolf Plain. Running all the way, Dragon Horse nearly died of exhaustion on the road. If the distance were any greater, the aristocratic families would have flown by eagle. Hanging the family's golden seal around his waist, the young master led Bai and Miss Jin into the old royal court on Wolf Plain. The old royal court had once been the White Wolf King's residence, from where he ruled the subworld. Naturally, its scale was immense. The wolf men of old felled massive trees from the eastern forests and mined massive stones from the western mountains. They gathered spices and pigments from the southern rainforests and foraged for gold and gems from the northern wastelands, all to build this vast and magnificent complex. But ultimately, With the Wolf King's death, this vast complex fell into disrepair. Now, only the king's court remains intact, and it is here that the aristocratic family gatherings begin. Upon entering the court of audience with the king, the young master immediately spotted the head of the Luo family, seated in the foreground. The Luo head nodded slightly, and then resumed his formal sitting position. The young master searched the seating arrangement for a moment, and quickly found the seat of the Quan family. Based on their rank before their destruction, the Quan family had been reclassified as a mid-tier aristocratic family. Having found their seat, the young master, like the other family heads, sat at attention, awaiting the meeting. This sitting lasted 2 days and 2 nights. As the dawn of the third day pierced the darkness, a resounding bell rang, rousing the heads of the aristocratic families. Followed by this, 7 Taoists in white robes, whisks in hand, entered the court and took their seats further inside the upper-tier aristocratic family seats. The leading Taoist spoke first. "We have summoned you all to discuss a matter of great importance. The immortals have predicted that demons from outer space will soon invade this world." Chapter 602. Outer Demon? Hearing this name, the heads of the aristocratic families present were stunned for a moment, then a strange expression crossed their faces. Speaking of outer demons, it seemed the immortals also came from beyond the realm. The Taoist ignored the thoughts of the aristocratic family heads, and spoke to himself. The immortal said that all outer demons are extremely powerful, and we must unite and prepare. The immortal disciples of each family will return in the next few days. If the situation becomes critical, the immortal's disciples will also be dispatched. You can rest assured. Hearing this, the heads of the worlds present all noted the phrase "must unite." This phrase implied that the aristocratic families had no choice. All worlds must unite. But unity is easy to say, but actually implementing it is a tangled mess. The first and foremost issue is who will lead. An alliance cannot be without a supreme leader. They are about to engage in war. A council is unnecessary, and cannot be deployed on the battlefield. It requires absolute power, and a single voice. This alliance will be led by our 7 families, and I will temporarily serve as the leader. Do you have any objections? The Taoist's tone was calm, yet it carried an air of authority that defied all objections. The land owned by the 7 immortal realm walkers might not even be as large as that of some lower-rank families, but after years of controlling the Taoist channels, each family has accumulated a considerable wealth of knowledge. This foundation is enough to easily defeat any upper-rank family, or even a coalition of upper-rank families. Only those very ancient worlds could struggle. And with such strength comes power. The immortal realm walkers need not negotiate with other families outside the walkers. As long as the 7 families reach an agreement, no family in the entire immortal realm world can resist. The Taoist wasn't asking the aristocratic families if they had any objections, but rather if anyone wanted to resist, so he could establish his authority. Alas, his plan failed. None of the aristocratic family heads present questioned his plan. None dared even move, fearing the accusation of opposition. The Taoist glanced at the aristocratic family heads, sneered inwardly, and then continued, "Since no one objects, I will accept the position of alliance leader temporarily. When a hero emerges from the war, I will hand the position back." With that, he pulled a sheaf of yellow paper from his sleeve and casually scattered it. The paper, as if alive, fluttered before the eyes of the aristocratic family heads. This is what each family is contributing. Be sure to prepare it when you return. Otherwise, if you miss the opportunity, no one will be able to save you. The aristocratic family heads' expressions suddenly changed as they read the contents of the paper. The number of soldiers and medicinal materials on this yellow paper looked as if it were written directly from their warehouse ledgers and personnel manuals. Each item was just enough to empty their warehouses and guards. This, one of the aristocratic family heads wanted to question, but the Taoist stopped him with a glance. If they couldn't figure out the information on the yellow paper, it would be fine, but they all did. They could figure it out, but they didn't want to hand it over. Isn't that just trying to conserve their strength and let others take the lead? In such a major matter for the Guardian Realm, they still care about personal gain. This is clearly a bad apple, and must be eliminated to ensure the purity of the alliance. The Taoist glanced at the aristocratic family heads and continued, "The immortals have pity on our lives, so they have specially asked us to teach you the immortal classics. Everyone listen carefully. I will only read it once. If you can't remember it, it means you are not destined to the Tao. While force can indeed induce superficial obedience, those who harbor resistance will always cause trouble. Therefore, giving a good reward after a good blow is necessary." The Taoist paused, then began to recite the secrets of the technique. The numerous noble families present listened attentively. Those with poor memories even tore open their robes, and bit their fingers to write down the secrets with their blood. But no one noticed that there was an additional listener at the meeting. Quite interesting. It seems that the immortal still has some sense. This is clearly a military formation technique adapted from the cultivation methods of the werewolves of the immortal realm. In the laboratory, Richard listened to the Taoist recitation of the classics and commented with interest. These noble family heads could never have imagined that their preparations would be exposed to Richard from the very beginning. However, while these techniques are useful, they can't be used by a group of improvised, useless people. For other worlds, this military formation-like technique would undoubtedly be of great use. After all, normal worlds are generally unified. Even if they aren't, the degree of fragmentation isn't extreme. 3 or 4 fragments are the most. But the immortal realm is different. Due to the immortals' appointments, this world lacks a sufficiently large, unified force. The most direct manifestation of this lack of a force is the military. While the immortal realm has a large number of warriors, they are scattered across thousands of aristocratic families, with little coordination between them. However, on the lower levels of the battlefield, organization and coordination are paramount. Without organization, a large number of warriors is merely flabby. But this is a truly beneficial situation for Richard. His goblin army, while formidable, is comprised of raw recruits with no experience in combat, making them a suitable match for these inexperienced warriors. Richard looked out the window. In the distance, the fairyland seemed so close. Such a beautiful world, it would be a shame if it wasn't mine. The family conference lasted less than a day. After the teachings were completed, and he confirmed his position as a disciple of the Fairyland Walker, the conference concluded. On the way back, the young master declined the Luo family head's offer of help, and did not return to the Luo family. At the conference, he was also given a piece of yellow paper. He only needed to teach one thing. Bye. Looking at the yellow paper, the young master expressionlessly burned it to ashes. Moonlight streamed in through the carriage window, illuminating the young master's body like a layer of silver chain mail. Bye. How long will it take for him to arrive? Less than 2 weeks. Ask him if we can set up the battlefield directly near the Quan family. Yes. 2 weeks later. In the void, a vast magic circle, like a gate, slowly unfolded on the wall of the world. On the massive floating city, countless goblins stood eagerly on the deck. After a 15-year journey, they had finally reached their destination. We are about to enter the world. We are about to enter the world. Over the city's radio, Command Center broadcast orders in a remarkably restrained voice. At this juncture, even the battle-hardened veterans at command couldn't help but get excited. Everyone, prepare for the pressure. Everyone, prepare for the pressure. The goblins donned their helmets and tensed themselves. They had practiced this drill countless times. Now, it was finally putting it to use. The floating city drew closer and closer to the magic circle, and soon, its outer armor touched the wall of the world. The most terrifying crashing sound never occurred. The wall of the world, like a soap bubble, threatened to swallow the floating city. At this moment, the floating city's radio broadcast the final words before the battle. Entering the world, the sage and the sun are with us. Buzz, a huge ringing sound rang in the goblin warriors' ears, and a tremendous pressure pressed down on their chests like a hammer. But soon, the feeling disappeared, replaced by an extremely abundant energy environment. After the invasion of the abyss, the energy environment of the goblin world had regressed significantly, to the level of an ordinary microcosm. The new generation of divine goblins had no idea of the goblin world's past environment. We have entered the world, we have entered the world. Prepare the bait beasts. Release. The next moment, a black hole appeared at the bottom of the vast floating city. Tens of thousands of synthetic beasts poured out of the hole, landing on the ground and rushing towards the warrior army nearby. Goblins possess impressive flesh and blood skills, and after mastering alchemy, mass-producing synthetic beasts is a simple task. Gawking at the army of synthetic beasts descending from the sky, the warriors' faces lit up with bloodthirsty grins. Of anything else, they might have been afraid. But they were all too familiar with the savage beasts. Every year, they needed to hunt savage beasts to obtain elixir materials, and any warrior from any aristocratic family was a qualified hunter. Is this the extraterritorial demon? So, I can kill as many as I can. Where's the commander? Why haven't you given me any orders yet? Ah, if I had known, I should have brought my spear. How can I use a knife to fight savage beasts? The chaotic noises made the legion commanders frown. They all came from prominent families, and had commanded armies of hundreds of warriors, so they had some experience. Based on their experience, the army they commanded was a ragtag group of loose sand. It might be fine in a favorable situation, But when the tide turned against them, these warriors were no better than a well-organized group of mortals. Alas, a ragtag group of loose sand. Pass the order, all the members of the 9 families, hold still. The front troops will attack, and the flanks will follow. Yes, Captain. Almost simultaneously, all the Legion commanders on the battlefield issued the same order. Your own troops will hold still, while the others will attack. Hundreds of thousands of warriors move simultaneously, their combined footsteps like thunder. Wielding spears or long swords, the warriors collided head-on with the synthetic beast army. But the next moment, the screams of countless warriors rang out. Rumble. The moment the synthetic beasts made contact with the warriors, violent energy surges erupted from their bodies. Immediately, the first thousands of synthetic beasts to make contact transformed into thousands of fireworks of flesh and blood, blasting the vanguard of the warrior legion into a chaotic mess. In the floating city, laughter rang out from the command tower. Haha, those abyssal scum's tactics are quite effective. In the past abyssal wars, suicide demons were one of the most common cannon fodder. At the beginning of the abyssal war, countless goblins perished in suicide demon explosions. Almost all goblin commanders detested suicide demons, until they began using the same principle with their own synthetic beasts. Richard sat in the center of them, quietly releasing the seals on himself. To enter the world, he had forcibly sealed his power from Grand Wizard to Third Ring Wizard. Don't be so happy, an old goblin laughed. The beast herd has burst open, and it's time for us good guys to take action. The beast herd has been released, and the airship army has been dispatched. Chapter 603. Amid the cold broadcast from the command center, the lower half of the floating city opened wide once again. But this time, it wasn't a herd of beasts that poured out, but a swarm of steel that roamed the sky. 10 holes, each over 20 meters in diameter, slowly opened in the lower hemisphere of the floating city, and airships, already ready for launch, began to slowly fly out. What is that? Iron ships? Iron ships flying in the sky. Archers. Archers. Shoot those things down. While the warriors' organization wasn't great, their individual strength was commendable. Most warriors were proficient in sword, spear, and bow. On the battlefield, a significant number carried enormous animal bone bows over a meter tall. Bang! The sound of the bowstrings unleashed was like a blast. Large arrows, refined through Taoist rituals, streaked across the sky, leaving trails of mist in their wake. Buzz buzz buzz. A massive magical barrier emerged from the lower deck of the airships, intercepting most of the arrows. The few arrows that could penetrate the barrier were like toys against the warship's enchanted alloy armor. A vast swarm of iron sharks slowly unfolded in the air, obscuring half the sky like a dark cloud. Then, heavenly fire descended. Fire. At the command from command, the warship's undersides instantly revealed their neatly arranged gun muzzles. The next moment, 100,000 fireballs rained down from the sky, raining down on the warrior army's positions like a torrential rain. Boom! The deafening explosions rang out like firecrackers. Against sorcery, werewolves, a race specialized in physical evolution, were no match. Not to mention, these werewolves didn't even know how to form a military formation. The crimson fire element swept across the land like a wave, leaving a charred mess and countless screaming monsters. Upon witnessing this scene, a hush fell within the command tower. This is pure slaughter, a younger goblin muttered to himself. The warrior corps lacked discipline and combat experience. Facing the barrage of spells, they lacked even a decent shield, let alone advanced equipment like energy barriers. Prepare for landing, Richard suddenly declared. This battle for the gate is over. Order the airship corps to cease pursuit, and let the young men on the ground unit practice their skills on these remaining enemies. Don't feel sorry for these people. You've already read about this world. Warriors are the lackeys of the aristocratic families, but the aristocratic families are the greatest suffering in this world. Those who aid and abet the evil shall be killed. Everyone in the command room bowed their heads and said in unison, "We will follow your instructions." The massive floating city slowly descended from the sky. The warships that emerged from it acted like guards, protecting this behemoth, far larger than itself. With a resounding boom, the floating city settled into the earth like a jewel. Then, teams of goblin soldiers poured out of the floating city's exit and spread out around it at an astonishing speed. Don't worry about the prisoners. That's the medical unit's responsibility. The Legion commander's voice, carried by the crystal signal, reached every soldier wearing a crystal communicator. Our mission is to drive out the werewolf warriors near the floating city. No organized werewolf troops are allowed within 100 kilometers of the floating city. The goblin soldiers were already spreading outward at an astonishing speed, and soon, the first group of goblins to engage the enemy appeared. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows, each nearly a man's length, accompanied by a sonic boom, pierced the goblin soldiers, sending the pursuing goblins flying backwards. This was a squad of 100 warriors, and judging by their similar attire, they must have come from the same aristocratic family. Seeing the goblins sent flying, the warriors erupted in cheers. If they couldn't bring down the iron ships in the sky, surely you green-skinned dwarves couldn't. But before the warriors could rejoice for long, they saw the goblins behind them, without even a moment's pause, advancing directly past their fallen comrades and advancing towards them, not even slowing down. Shoot! Shoot! The warrior leader raised his large, animal bone bow, more than a man's height, and unleashed a single arrow at the approaching goblin army. But as soon as his arrow was released, it exploded in a ball of white light. At the rear of the goblin army, a soldier wearing goggles resembling windbreakers, armed with a rifle-shaped Type 4 sniper-style annihilation rifle, fired several shots at the warrior's feather arrows. Then, 5 feather arrows exploded in the air, creating a ball of white light. Soon, the distance between the two sides reached 500 meters. Annihilation rifle fire, continuous fire. The company commander's voice echoed through the crystal signal, echoing to the soldiers' ears. The next moment, all goblins within 500 meters immediately drew their rapid-fire annihilation rifles. A series of swishes echoed through the air, and the pitch-black annihilation bullets hurtled towards the werewolf warrior at supersonic speed. Ha! A petty trick! The warrior leader sneered, immediately discarding his bow and drawing his sword. In less than a microsecond, he swung his sword, the blade aimed squarely at the center of the annihilation bullet. But what he waited for wasn't the bullet splitting in two, but a sharp explosion. Bang! The blinding white light forced the warrior to close his eyes, and the immense force from the blade nearly caused him to drop his grip. Idiot! You dare to use annihilation bullets? You're truly asking for death. Bang, boom, boom. The annihilation bullets landed precisely on every werewolf warrior. Despite their speed, they were reduced to shattered corpses and charred charcoal in the face of the torrential downpour of annihilation bullets. The goblin soldiers didn't pause, advancing past their wreckage. Damn it! Stop! Everyone! Form a line. On the plain, a level 3 werewolf roared at the fleeing werewolf warriors, his voice as loud as a dragon's roar. Before him, tens of thousands of werewolf warriors were being chased by hundreds of goblin soldiers, fleeing backwards like headless flies. At this roar, the fleeing warriors stopped in their tracks, looking panicked at the werewolf commander in the sky. Form. For Symbol's black turtle formation. The werewolf's commanding voice was so powerful it shook everyone's heart. The werewolves were intimidated by the sound, and the fear in their hearts dissipated. When two armies clash, the commander's flag must not fall. On the battlefield, confidence is far more effective than magical powers. The werewolf warriors took up their positions according to their pre-trained formation. Although they had little experience fighting large armies, formations were essential when hunting wild beasts. Soon, tens of thousands of werewolf warriors formed a nearly circular formation. As the formation was complete, a channel seemed to open within the werewolf warriors, allowing their own chi to flow into others, and vice versa. Instead of conflicting with each other's chi, a kind of fusion emerged. The werewolf warrior at the forefront felt he had never been in better shape. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all increased dramatically. Furthermore, the immense amount of energy not only gathered within him, but also flowed outward, transforming into a shield-like aura. Shoot the signal arrow. The warrior commander commanded. Behind him, a warrior dressed similarly to him immediately drew his longbow and fired a signal arrow into the sky. The arrow exploded in a crimson firework. Soon, new signal arrows rose from all over the battlefield. Although the previous barrage of fireballs had inflicted heavy losses on the warrior corps, a significant number of them had survived. And with their numbers reduced, the warrior corps displayed remarkable combat prowess. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling white light continuously exploded on the aura shield, yet the warriors within remained unharmed. Annihilation bombs are powerful weapons against individuals, but they are insufficient against something that served as a kind of shield for the entire corps. The warrior commander, noticing this, immediately waved his battle flag and ordered the attack. The next moment, within the inner circle of the formation, thousands of warriors drew their bows and nocked large, spiritual wood arrows. Powered by the formation, these spiritual wood arrows were shrouded in icy mist. As the bowstrings were released, thousands of them soared into the sky. The icy mist once again spread across the arrows as if alive, eventually transforming into thousands of ice spears. Bang! The ice spears landed, exploding into a cloud of icy mist. A goblin soldier was caught in the icy mist, his flesh instantly turning black and necrotic. Retreat! The goblin commander acted decisively. They were too few in number to do anything against such an army. The 3rd Company of the 9th Legion is requesting support. The enemy is a 10,000-man force, equipped with a Legion-level energy barrier and long-range water elemental attacks, estimated at 400 damage per shot. Legion spells are also possible. Over. Command has received this. Activate the locator beacon. Long-range support is imminent. Over. The goblin captain pulled a crystal beacon from his backpack. It had a triangular metal base and a diamond-shaped crystal inlaid in the center. He immediately injected magic power into it. In less than a second, a beam of white light shot skyward from the crystal beacon. Over a dozen kilometers away, the deployed artillery positions received the command from command. Level 3 fire support? Received. The commander of the artillery position lowered the crystal communicator and shouted to his adjutant, Level 3 fire support, quickly. Yes. The command transformed from sound waves into crystal signals, then back into sound waves, reaching the soldiers in the artillery position. Boys, hurry up! Our brothers need the skyfire. The soldiers at the artillery positions were mostly old goblins. These goblins hadn't undergone the divine grace transformation, still using the original miracle monk transformation. On the current battlefield, their combat effectiveness had fallen behind that of the new generation of divine grace goblins. So, they retreated to the second line, shifting from frontal combat to artillery positions. During the Abyssal War, the goblins utilized alchemy and crystal technology to craft numerous alchemical cannons. Richard greatly admired these cannons, so after the war, they weren't destroyed, but instead were rebuilt and used as simple magic support vehicles. Coordinates 214.547, Level 3 firepower ready. Fire! The next moment, tens of thousands of alchemical cannons simultaneously unleashed blazing fireballs, firing with the swiftness of machine gun fire. The warrior commander watched the steadily advancing legions, feeling a sense of unease. Instinctively, he looked up at the sky. As a level 3 creature, his eyesight was excellent, so the moment he looked up, he spotted the tiny speck of red light. Defend. Boom. The rain of fire fell, leaving no one unscathed. Chapter 604. The land, baptized by the element of fire, was somewhat charred. The lingering fire from the concentrated spell fire made the air on the battlefield seem somewhat hot. With the floating city as its center, countless goblins battled across a land area tens of kilometers in radius. Occasional explosions signaled the arrival of new artillery fire support, marking the demise of yet another legion of 10,000 warriors. The stench of burnt corpses, the rich aroma of fire, and the occasional crackle of spells exploding. Such a familiar smell. A tall figure clad in a black robe stepped down from the steel floor of the floating city, opening its arms to the battlefield. This familiar smell transported Richard back to wizard civilization. My lord, all the rebels within 50 kilometers of the floating city have been eliminated. The captives have been taken into custody, and our doctors are doing their best to treat the injured. A voice suddenly came from behind Richard. He turned to see an old goblin gazing at him with a vibrant look. The command center was primarily composed of veteran goblins. These veterans, transformed by the miracle monks and themselves seasoned veterans of the Abyssal War, were undoubtedly the best goblin commanders. Oh, well done! It seems our young men are all quite capable, Richard praised with some surprise. Although the goblin army's performance was significantly inferior to the wizard army, this already made Richard very satisfied. If he could simply arm them, and create an army more powerful than the wizards, then wizards would have long since vanished from the battlefields of wizard civilization. This is all thanks to your wise guidance, the old goblin said modestly. He then raised his head and asked Richard, my lord, what shall we do next? Well, Richard glanced westward and replied leisurely, don't rush the attack. Complete the fortress first. Also, have the soldiers observe military discipline and not harass those mortals. Your will. In the Quan family's ancestral home, the young master sat in the slightly charred hall, his expression calm as he gazed at the distant screen wall. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Young master, the coalition was defeated terribly. The young master nodded slightly. I understand. Where are those guys? The immortal disciples didn't take action in this battle. They seemed to be observing and gathering intelligence on the demonic side. Gathering intelligence? A hint of sarcasm crossed the young master's face. They used warriors as cannon fodder, and stood by and watched. Even if they became immortals, these guys would still be like that. What kind of character am I waiting for? How dare you, the head of a ruined, mid-ranking family, judge me? Before the young master finished his words, a voice rang out from outside the hall. A cloud of mist descended from the sky, transforming into a Taoist priest in a wide robe. When Bai saw this person appear, he immediately placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, his face filled with alarm. But the Taoist priest, observing Bai's actions, sneered disdainfully and strode towards the young master. Little thing, I really don't understand how the immortal realm could classify a poor wretch like you as an aristocratic family. The Taoist glanced at Bai beside him, and said with even more sarcasm, just for lying on a guard like you. A top-tier master could theoretically support a mid-tier aristocratic family, but that required the head of the family, or at the very least, a direct descendant. Bai, on the other hand, was merely a guard. No matter how loyal a guard might be, he was still an outsider. Upon hearing this, the young master calmly replied, if a fool like you can become a descendant of an immortal family, then why can't I, the legitimate heir of the dog family, become the head of a noble family? The Taoist's expression changed. You poor fellow, you're courting death. A cloud of invisible mist emanated from his body, piercing the young master like tentacles. But an invisible force field, seemingly unseen, blocked the misty tentacles just inches from the young master's face. I remember I gave you an alchemical puppet. Did it break down these days? A calm voice came from behind the Taoist. The Taoist tried to turn back, but an invisible force field held him firmly in place, preventing him from moving. That thing is too conspicuous. Keeping it close to you could easily cause trouble. The young master stood up and bowed to Richard, who was walking past the Taoist towards him. Foreign deity, we finally meet. For the young master, this was his first encounter with Richard, but for Richard, he had seen the young master many times. So Richard simply waved his hand casually, letting the young master rise. His attention was completely focused on the Taoist priest standing nearby. TSK, 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 incredible. As expected, one must see something with one's own eyes to appreciate its profoundness. The Taoist priest noticed Richard's gaze, as if sizing up an object, and a wave of fear surged in his heart. Who exactly was this non-green-skinned demon? Why did that dog-brooding brat call him a god? Could it be that the demon had already invaded this world and deliberately planted that brat among them as a spy? For a moment, the Taoist priest felt as if he had been caught in a vast conspiracy. But unfortunately, his epiphany was destined to remain untransmitted. Richard casually grasped the Taoist, transforming him into a small, meatball-sized ball, which he casually tossed into his waist pocket. Then, he looked at the young master of the Quan family standing beside him and calmly asked, Young master, you should know why I'm here. Tell me your decision. The young master took a deep breath and bowed to Richard again, saying, I'm willing to cooperate with you, but I want you to tell me something. What is it? How do you intend to treat us? How do you intend to treat you? Richard smiled with interest. That's a good question. As an outlandish demon, my tactics against alien races have always been brutal. You are under my command. You must work 8 hours a day, and overtime is only double pay. Besides traditional holidays, you only have 7 days of paid annual leave. Oh, and by the way, you also have to serve in the military. I need a large army to fight for me in the future. After a moment's silence, the young master's voice deepened again. Are you kidding me? This is indeed a good joke. If all this is considered brutality, then what kind of hell must werewolves have lived in the past? Richard mentioned so many scattered things, but only the last one, military service, seemed normal. But in a world where people can slaughter entire villages at will to obtain alchemy materials, military service is truly a benevolent policy. Do you think this is a joke? Richard's smile slowly faded. But unfortunately, what I'm saying is the truth. Your oppression of your own kind is simply astonishing. Even the most evil priests in the Church of the Flesh and Blood are no match for the playful children of your noble families. I've been wanting to ask you a question. As a descendant of an aristocratic family, do you consider the common people you rule to be of the same race as you? Of course they are, the young master replied immediately. But I don't think so. Just like how that guy looked at you just now. Aristocratic families don't consider common people their own kind, just like those werewolves, who have become immortals, don't consider you one of their own. The young master was speechless. In this world where great power resides in the hands of the individual, those in power and those in power can truly be considered two different races. Although the young master answered so decisively, in his heart, the common people remained ignorant and docile. Okay, my question has been answered. Tell me your answer. Looking into Richard's eyes, The young master lowered his head and knelt on his knees, performing the most dignified ceremony of an aristocratic family. I, the son of the dog family, greet my lord. Richard nodded with satisfaction, and then helped the son to his feet. If you're willing to cooperate, then we're friends. Your bloodline is very important to me. With you, I can kill fewer people. What do you want me to do? I want you to be a banner that represents my justice. The young master looked at Richard bewilderedly, his words puzzling him. Richard, seeing his expression, said helplessly, "You've got to have a pretext for starting a war with another clan. I come from outside the realm, and I have an inherent disadvantage in propaganda. The aristocratic families can easily portray us as a group of murderous, devouring demons. But if I were to display the message that I'm summoned, that you, the descendant of the White Wolf King, have summoned me to help you defeat the immortals and conquer this world, I'd be right. That would counteract the aristocratic family's smear campaign. As long as the follow-up work is done properly, the werewolf resistance will be much less, and we might even win over more people to our side." The young master nodded in sudden realization. Doing so would indeed reduce much resistance, but isn't your legion strong? Even if there were more resistance, it would be no match for you. Hearing this, Richard couldn't help but sigh. Different perspectives make explanations difficult. I'm not trying to exterminate you. If you resist less, I have more subjects in my future. And while my army may be large, it's not something I can discard like stone. Why not reduce losses if I can? The young master suddenly realized again, and said to Richard with admiration, "To hold such a high position, yet still befriend even the most humble warrior, you are truly a uniquely benevolent and righteous ruler." Richard waved his hand, thinking, let it be, there's no point in explaining further. In his eyes, whether goblins or werewolves, they were his property, and no one liked to see their wealth go to waste. "Come with me. I need to activate your bloodline and perform a ritual." "Yes, my lord." Richard waved his hand, and an invisible force field lifted the young master into the air. But in midair, Richard paused, then snatched by, who was about to follow, into the force field. "I almost forgot about you, little boy. It's just right. When I activate my bloodline later, I can fuse it with you." "Fuse what?" Bai was somewhat resistant to the force field around him. As a level 3 creature, he could already fly instinctively, completely without Richard's help. "Fuse what?" "Of course, it's the bloodline of the White Wolf King," Richard said matter-of-factly. "The White Wolf King bestowed his blood upon the general. You should know more about this than I do." "Ah? I'm a general?" Chapter 605. At the first sight of this steel city, Inu Zicheng knew his decision was absolutely correct. At this moment, the battle for the gate was almost over. The floating city, having landed, was slowly expanding, making its already 10-kilometer diameter even larger. Construction of the alchemical turrets and fortresses was also in full swing. "What is this?" The Inu family's young master muttered to himself. "This is a glorious floating city, a fusion of wizard technology and supreme technology. It's not large, but it requires few, and inexpensive, materials." "Not large? Cheap?" The Inu family's young master felt his mind spinning. As the legitimate son of the Inu family, he had been involved in all matters of the Inu family since childhood, including the production and management of various resources. A steel city this vast would require an absolute tsunami of resources. It was something that no aristocratic family could create, not even the immortal realm. To build it would require a nation like the ancient White Wolf King's court, and a great leader with sufficient power and foresight. Richard's mind flashed through several memories, and he replied calmly, "If you've seen the floating cities I've been in, you wouldn't have thought this thing so huge." In his memory, the radius of a floating city could reach up to 25 kilometers, with the most common being around 10 kilometers. And the diameter of a glory-type floating city was barely 10 kilometers. The young master was at a loss for words. After a long silence, he managed only one sentence. "Unimaginable." Thanks to Richard's unique appearance, although he swaggered through the anti-aircraft defenses, he encountered no misfires, and arrived smoothly at the high tower church where he lived. "Is this your residence?" The young master couldn't help but ask, gazing at the towering church before him. Richard glanced sideways at him. "What's your problem?" "Nothing, I just think this place is too plain, far from being worthy of your station." The towering church before them was actually quite decorated. The intricate reliefs and slender, towering forms gave it a Gothic style. But in the young master's opinion, it was still too plain. In his opinion, Richard's residence, while not necessarily luxurious, should at least be grand and majestic. Whole trees and massive stones should be used as building materials. If possible, Using a mountain as the main material would also be a good choice. Some noble families in the West have already done so. And the tower before them was only a little over 100 meters high, far from being worthy of Richard's station. This is more than enough. Although I own a world, I only need space for a bed when I sleep. Entering the tower, Richard led the young master to his laboratory. Along the way, the young master gained a new appreciation for Richard. In this building, he could sense a sense of meticulous luxury. Every decoration and every piece of furniture was the work of a master. Yet, this opulence was belied by a sense of simplicity. The owner of this building, Richard, had never cared for any of these things. The young master even felt that even if all the decorative items were removed from the building, leaving only the functional elements, Richard wouldn't notice anything, and might even find them more useful. Owning a world, yet living as simply as a monk in a monastery. Is this the realm of a truly great person? Entering the laboratory, Richard snapped his fingers, and from the depths emerged a beautiful woman in a black robe, her features a hint of chitinous crust on her cheeks. Richard pointed at Bai and said, "Chongyin Hart, take this boy for a full-body checkup and measure all his data." "Yes, my lord." Then Richard turned his gaze to Bai, and a vast ocean of spiritual power surged from his brow, examining the young master's entire body. Well developed, and the awakening of his bloodline is relatively stable. Jin's skills may not be high, but he has done a good job in awakening his bloodline. With this, Richard tapped the young master's brow lightly, causing him to fall unconscious. Activating bloodlines is not a difficult task for wizards. Many alchemists of the flesh school often activate a specific bloodline in a hybrid creature, then perform a secondary purification to obtain the extremely rare bloodlines of pure-blooded races. However, maintaining the survival of the creature carrying the bloodline after activation becomes a challenge. Forcibly activated bloodlines often require minutes for the body to stabilize. Therefore, refining bloodlines after activation is a technique that demands both proficiency and luck. However, after absorbing research data from the Divine Palace laboratory, Richard gained a new understanding of bloodline activation. The instability caused by bloodline activation is primarily due to the collapse of the vital core caused by the drastic changes it undergoes. This collapse is caused by the crude methods used by pure wizards to activate bloodlines. Through the life editing technique, Richard was able to accelerate bloodline activation while ensuring the stability of his core life force. Placing the young master on the Blackstone alchemy table, against the backdrop of the intricate alchemy array, he looked like a sacrifice about to be sacrificed. Richard pulled a golden dagger from his pocket, countless tiny runes flowing across it. He had learned life editing some time ago, and possessed a certain familiarity with the technique. This dagger and the alchemy array were auxiliary tools he had crafted using wizardry. Richard tossed the golden dagger casually, plunging it into the young master's heart. He then grasped the dagger's handle, and a wave of magic energy flowed along the dagger's seams, instantly spreading throughout the young master's body. At the same time, the alchemy array beneath the young master activated. An invisible magical field enveloped the young master's body, further amplifying the effect of the magic wave. Soon, changes began to appear in the young master's body. A series of extremely subtle, crisp sounds echoed through his body, as unknown bones emerged from his flesh and blood, providing a more stable framework for the young master's body. His muscle cells transformed, becoming stronger and more resilient, and his muscle structure altered, becoming more efficient. His hair began to grow, its once pale fur gradually turning silver, with a faint hint of gold emanating from its core. An invisible pressure emerged from him, as majestic as that of a deity. But at the same time, Richard suddenly sensed a deeply discordant mental fluctuation. Richard frowned slightly, and his mind immediately entered the young master's soul space. The moment he entered, he sensed a deeply discordant mental energy. The young master's mental space was now completely overwhelmed by this mental energy. Interesting. I was wondering how this bloodline could possess the world's blessing. It turns out someone has hidden their soul within it. Richard entered the spiritual realm, his immense mental force instantly blocking out the alien mental force. Tell me, am I right, White Wolf King? With this, the alien mental force transformed into a majestic werewolf with a heroic face. Outsider, what are you trying to do? At the same moment, the young master appeared beside Richard, gazing at the White Wolf King in the distance with horror. If Richard hadn't noticed something was wrong in time, his soul would have been devoured entirely by the White Wolf King, replacing him. What for? Richard's eyes were filled with confusion. Of course I'm going to kill you. Do I even need to negotiate with you and take you, an old immortal, as my subordinate? With that, his immense mental force collided with the White Wolf King's like a bulldozer. A flood of information rushed into the White Wolf King's mind like a tide. From Zombie Heart, Richard learned a very practical mental countermeasure. Information shock. By inputting a vast amount of complex information in a short period of time, it was enough to destroy a creature's sanity, even its personality. This method wasn't very effective against powerful and ancient creatures, as they were more than capable of withstanding the information and possessed sufficient information to counteract it. But against a remnant like the White Wolf King, it was extremely effective. Under the onslaught of information, the White Wolf King's remnant soul was clearly struggling to withstand it. Countless complex, almost meaningless formulas and calculations, rune deductions, experimental records from the Divine Palace Laboratory, and the genealogy of the core of life. Both the quality and quantity of these items far exceeded the White Wolf King's remnant soul's tolerance limit. Soon, the White Wolf King's sanity failed. Without the barrier of reason, this vast torrent of information was unimpeded. It began to rampage through the White Wolf King's memories, fragmenting the continuous memories, and pushing them to the edges of the memory palace. Richard's junk information took over the bulk of the memories. A living being's personality is derived from past teachings, the habits woven into its memory and subconscious. But when reason is destroyed and memory shattered, the sliver of subconsciousness left is clearly insufficient to sustain a single personality. In other words, the White Wolf King's soul had reverted to its infantile state. Of course, this was temporary. The Lord of the World's soul possessed self-repairing abilities. Even if memories were shattered and personality erased, as long as the soul persisted, memories would eventually return. It was simply a matter of time. But for Richard, this was enough. Richard addressed the young master's consciousness beside him, saying, "I've already dismantled his personality. He shouldn't be moving for a while. Once your bloodline awakens, I will separate this soul from your body." The young master bowed respectfully to Richard. "Thank you, my lord." After emerging from the young master's soul, Richard briefly adjusted the alchemy array, switching it to energy supply mode. He then obtained 2 bottles of nutrient solution and inserted in 4 line into the young master's body. The White Wolf King's bloodline had awakened, and it was gradually transforming the young master's body. This process required the necessary energy and material supplies. No matter how magical a bloodline was, it couldn't conjure matter and energy out of thin air. At the same time, Chong-Eun-Hart also arrived at Richard's side. "My lord, the physical examination of that creature has been completed. I think." Korhard seemed to be hesitant to speak. Richard noticed her expression and frowned slightly. "Just say what you want to say. Why are you hesitating?" "My lord, I wish to have a child with this creature." "Ah?" Chapter 606. Richard looked at Zombie Heart with some surprise. Although Zombie Heart looked like a human female, if he remembered correctly, the black crystal Zerg did not reproduce sexually. If Zombie Heart wished, she could give birth to a whole brood. However, after a moment of surprise, Richard quickly reacted. "Are you interested in the bloodline of the werewolf?" "Yes, my lord. The energy within this creature is perfectly suited to the black crystal Zerg. If we can integrate its bloodline, the quality of the black crystal Zerg will be greatly improved. This should be helpful in your future wars." Richard nodded slightly, but his mind was not on Zombie Heart's request. Speaking of which, the Mother Zerg god of the Zerg hive world emerged from the Origin Sea Abyss. And within the Origin Sea Abyss, there just happens to be a laboratory. Does this mean that the Mother Zerg god might be a creation of the Forerunners? Richard did not know the structure of the Mother Zerg god, but he did know the structure of the Black Crystal Zerg. The Black Crystal Worm structure is simple and symmetrical, similar to a Forerunner creation. Take that kid's blood and go to the Divine Palace Laboratory on the top floor of the Secret Realm. Let the Master analyze the werewolf bloodline, and have yours analyzed as well. I suspect your bloodline originates from a Forerunner creation. Having him analyze it will be helpful for your future evolution and even the birth of offspring." Kornhard was stunned for a moment, then a touch of emotion crossed her face. For so many years, she had been busy in the laboratory, rarely seeing Richard. Although she didn't say anything, she felt a sense of loss in her heart. But now Richard was actually considering her future, which gave her the feeling of a resentful woman in the palace suddenly being favored. "Yes, my lord." After Chong-Eun-Hart left, Richard spotted Bai, who was standing bewildered in front of the inspection equipment. "Boy, come here." Richard waved his hand, and then pulled a crystal communicator from his pocket. "My son Chung is awakening over there. Watch over there. If anything happens, use this to notify me. This thing only needs to be used at this point, and then leave it alone." Bai nodded nervously. "Understood. Then what situation requires reporting?" "Abnormal energy fluctuations, or abnormal mental fluctuations." You see, if you come and observe, he is currently in a stable field. Any fluctuations you can sense are serious. Yes, my lord. After leaving the laboratory, Richard immediately used the secret realm as a connection to return to the goblin world. Inside the miracle church, Franken continued to work diligently in his study, just as he had 15 years prior. Over the past 15 years, the goblin world has continued to develop. New cities have been built, and new resources have been continuously developed, all of which require central decision-making and resource allocation. Suddenly, Franken, buried in a sea of documents, looked up, as if sensing something. Then, a rift opened before him, and a black-robed figure emerged. "It seems I've arrived at a somewhat inopportune time," Richard said, his tone slightly teasing, as he glanced at the pile of documents next to Franken. Franken stood up, bowed slightly to Richard, and then asked excitedly, "My lord, have you reached that world?" Richard nodded slightly. "Yes, we've entered the world, and so far, the battle is going well. Our young men, both in strength and combat prowess, far surpass those natives." Franken couldn't help but close his eyes upon hearing this, whispering with some relief, "That's truly wonderful." He then opened his eyes, returning to his iron-faced pope form. "What do you need the church to do?" He knew Richard never visited without a reason. His presence was a sign that he was about to issue an oracle. Richard waved his hand, and a portrait of the young master of the dog family suddenly appeared in the air. "Indeed, I have something for you to do. This is the subordinate god I canonized in the other world, titled White Wolf. I need you to compile new canons to assist the monks in their missionary work." Franken looked at the portrait with a hint of surprise. This was his first encounter with an alien creature besides a fire lizard. "Are these our brothers from another world? They look like some kind of canine." "Werewolves, that's the name I gave them." "Yes, my lord. I summoned the bishops to compile the canon." "How long will it take?" 7 days, absolutely enough. Don't worry, you have plenty of time. I share some information with you, and you can embellish these deeds and add them to the canon. Remember, the new canon shouldn't cause any problems in the goblin world." "Yes, my lord." Useless, all useless. On Wolf Plain, the leader of the aristocratic family alliance, the head of the Qing family, one of the 7 wandering patriarchs of the immortal realm, was furious at the intelligence relayed back from the front lines. His former sage demeanor vanished before this information. 500,000. 500,000 warriors gone. That's 500,000 pigs. They should have lasted 7 days. But it's only been 3 days, and they're gone. Beside him, the faces of the other 6 patriarchs of the immortal realm weren't particularly cheery. While they were all happy to see the Qing family, the leader of the alliance, suffer, this loss went beyond mere loss. This was shaking the very foundation of the alliance. 500,000 warriors was equivalent to the entire wealth of thousands of lower-ranking noble families. This battle would be the equivalent of thousands of lower-ranking noble families being eliminated. If this news got out, their coalition would no longer be a legion. Those warriors from noble families would absolutely follow the orders of their masters, and do everything they could to survive on the battlefield. This meant that the legion would be fragmented into dozens, or even hundreds, of smaller groups. The legion commander could command no one except his own headquarters. Seal the news. This must be sealed. Beside the Qing family patriarch, an old werewolf, with jet black fur and emerald green eyes spoke. He was the patriarch of the Yu family, and the oldest of the 7 patriarchs. "Blockade? How? With 500,000 men gone, how can we possibly blockade them?" The werewolf on the other side of the Qing family patriarch spoke up. "Use substitutes, puppets, to fake a defeat, but primarily to show signs of disobedience. Have the disciples from the immortal realm take action, control a few heads of smaller families, and have them spread the news of their warriors' return. First, set the tone for this matter. Then, use this incident as a pretext to disperse the warriors. Never allow warriors from more than one family to appear in a single legion. This will make it easier to block the news if something like this happens again." After listening to the Yu family patriarch's words, the other patriarchs pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of a better solution. "Old Yu, this is a good idea. I think it's a good idea, and there's nothing wrong with just using it. My boys are pretty good with puppets. You all should work together and create some capable disciples who can deceive people." The Qing family's head was furious as he watched the other clan leader, who was already busy discussing what to do next. But what good was that? They were all immortals, and they had chosen him as their leader because he had convinced them. But now, with such a huge mess going on, he, the leader, had nothing but temper to say. He wasn't a leader worthy of respect. Power comes from surrender, and surrender comes from ability. People recognize your ability and are willing to cede power to you. But if you lack the ability, they will naturally take it back. With a wave of his sleeve, the Qing family's head returned to his position as leader and began to consider his next move. We were all 1,000-year-old foxes. Emotions could temporarily sway our rationality, but it was impossible to keep him in a state of constant anger. Relying on these warriors from the aristocratic families isn't a solution. Even if you scatter them, they inevitably band together. I suggest using the Untouchables as your army. Using the Immortal Realm's Iron Body's secret technique, combined with blood essence pills, you can cultivate warriors that, while individually inferior to the aristocratic warriors, will be sufficient as cannon fodder. Blood essence pills? A patriarch raised an eyebrow and looked at the head of the Qing family, who sat in the Alliance leader seat. Blood essence is a premium ingredient for elixirs. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to the Untouchables? The Qing family head looked at him and said calmly, "You don't have to use it. When the extraterritorial demons attack Wolf Plain, they burn the blood essence for you." The Qing family head's ability to become the leader of the Alliance is undoubtedly commendable. He has already grasped the truth. If resources can't be converted into combat power, they are useless in war. "Yes, the leader's proposal is excellent," the Yu family head said. "The blood essence is just gathering dust in our warehouse, so using it to cultivate cannon fodder is worthwhile. If we can't stop this extraterritorial demon, all the elixir materials we have will be used to treat it." The Qing and Yu family heads exchanged a glance, each veteran instantly understanding the other's intentions. "I help you today, and you also help me with future arrangements. In that case, let's do what the leader says. Gather all the alchemists from each family. Refining the blood essence pill is a bit complicated. Such a major failure is being brushed aside so lightly." Li looked at the information sent back by Miss Shen, his face filled with disbelief. The goblins were in the habit of keeping statistics after battles. In this battle alone, they had nearly 50,000 werewolf corpses. Besides these, they also had nearly 40,000 captives, and an unknown number of werewolves reduced to charcoal by magic. The goblins roughly estimated that they had killed nearly 400,000 werewolves in this battle. Even with this figure, Richard felt that werewolves had their merits. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his crystal communicator, switched to a dedicated channel, and said, "Infiltrate the elite teams, prioritizing the assassination of the heads of the various families." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 607. Team 52, your mission has arrived. The cold voice of command echoed through the crystal communicator. In the floating city dormitory, several transformed goblins of varying stature paused. "Finally a mission?" A burly, fanged goblin whispered. They were an elite squad, also known as the Transformation Squad. As the first goblins in the goblin army to undergo advanced transformation, they were undoubtedly elite. But in Richard's eyes, their battlefield wasn't the front lines. As a wizard who had fought in numerous interdimensional wars, Richard knew full well that in frontal battles, with their high enemy density and intense firepower, the advantages of individual strengths were far less effective. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, let alone a battlefield where attacks could come from all sides. Even wizards needed slave armies to share the firepower on the front lines. "Finally, we're here." A tall, slender figure stretched lazily. "If you hadn't come soon, I have thought command had forgotten about us." The transformation team was fully staffed, a perfect goblin, an energy user, a mechanic, and a witch doctor. The tall figure was, of course, the energy user. "This mission is a bit dangerous." The energy user had barely finished speaking when the short mechanic spoke with a serious expression. The command assigned them the task of infiltrating behind enemy lines and assassinating the heads of the aristocratic families, and the commanders sent by the aristocratic family alliance. However, according to the command's intelligence, most of these aristocratic family heads were level 2 creatures, some even level 3, and some possessed Taoist magic comparable to sorcery. "Don't worry, the sage is with us." A witch doctor, clad in a black robe and holding a wooden staff, approached the group, muttering in a rather mystical manner. As a regime that integrates politics and religion, priests are naturally not uncommon. And after undergoing witch doctor transformation, a considerable number of witch doctors become priests. The 2 most distinctive features of a priest of the Order of Miracles are the healing wooden staff and the hooded black robe. The other team members, upon seeing the witch doctor, bowed their heads and said, "Praise the sage, may the sun be with us." Priests are highly respected among the goblins, and even in a military with its strict hierarchy, priests hold additional authority. Soon, the crystal communicator's announcement concluded. The members of the transformation team put away the crystal communicator and left the room. As they opened the doors on their floor opened simultaneously. The transformation team glanced at each other, exchanged familiar greetings, and then headed together to the logistics department. As transformed goblins, they possessed additional equipment. The logistics department bustled with people, and fully loaded railcars continuously rolled out of the massive warehouse doors. Yes, even in this other world, goblins still couldn't forget their favorite form of transportation. The railcar. After the members of the transformation team arrived, the logistics staff led them to their dedicated armory. You all know the rules. Each person only has one piece of crystal power armor. Don't take more than you can handle. Captain, keep an eye on your mechanics. We're only at the beginning, and we only have so many supplies. Every bit must be used where it's needed. Also, don't take more than you can handle. The goblins in the logistics department were mostly veterans, who had participated in the Abyssal War, each one a seasoned veteran. He understood the new recruits' intentions perfectly. As for the single-edged alchemical chains word, annihilation gun, and double resistance alchemical shield, take as many as you need. As for the annihilation bombs, annihilation grenades, and annihilation shells, feel free to take as many as you can, as long as they're not excessive. Remember, we have limited resources right now, so whatever you take must be of sufficient use. The great sage is watching us. After saying this, the old goblin crossed his arms over his chest and whispered, "Praise the sage, praise the sun. Praise the sage, praise the sun." In the vast armory, various weapons were categorized and placed in different areas. The most prominent among them was the crystal power armor. Crystal power armor technology had already appeared during the Abyssal War, originally allowing salamander warriors to replace damaged individual armor. However, after the Abyssal War, the project continued unabated, advancing at Richard's request. The artisan-type individual armor required the Urus Black Crystal as its power source, but without the wizard civilization, Richard would certainly not be able to obtain it. Under the impetus of the geniuses at the Floating City Research Institute, crystal power armor technology was officially established. Crystal power armor, using goblin crystal technology, replaced most of the internal components of the artisan-type power armor, further reducing its cost. Furthermore, while the improved crystal power armor was bulkier and more cumbersome than the original, its crystal technology surpassed that of the artisan power armor in terms of mana utilization. It's precisely because of this that crystal power armor officially became official equipment. Different modifications correspond to different armor. The source power user's armor is extremely close-fitting and slender, with a built-in mental amplification function. The perfect goblin's armor is as majestic as the perfect goblin itself, imbued with a sense of power and heaviness. The mechanic's armor isn't combat armor. It features a mechanical backpack on its back, from which 3 mechanical arms extend for support. The witch doctor's armor is similar, but compared to the mechanic's, the witch doctor's armor is more aggressive. A blade that can slice through a patient's body can also slit an enemy's throat. Each person grabbed their equipment and passed through the inspection gate before the team officially began their mission. Arriving at the front line via war airship, after greeting the frontline commander, the team officially passed through the established defenses and entered the werewolf-controlled area. In the dense forest, the perfect goblin examined the map. According to the map, their current area should belong to a family called Dojial Lower Grade. After the defeat at the gate, the aristocratic families made timely deployments. Numerous warriors were dispatched to the front lines, commanded by commanders appointed by the Alliance and the heads of the local aristocratic families. Therefore, the Dojial currently had a considerable number of warriors stationed there. Their mission was to penetrate these warriors' defenses and eliminate these 2 individuals amidst the vast enemy force. Suddenly, a slender figure emerged from the perfect goblin's back. Without even turning his head, the perfect goblin knew this person was his team's source envoy. Source envoy's role was assassination and reconnaissance, missions well suited to them. The defenses are good, but the residences of these 2 important individuals are completely unprotected. I've carefully inspected them, and there's absolutely no ambush. That's perfectly normal, the perfect goblin said. According to headquarters, these werewolves are divided into tens of thousands of independent factions, so large-scale warfare hasn't occurred on a regular basis. Having never experienced large-scale warfare, they naturally overestimate their own strength, believing that level 2 creatures don't need level 1 protection. The source envoy shook his head. How foolish. That's why they need the glory of our lord, the witch doctor said. The perfect goblin looked at the source envoy. Give me the deployment diagram. The 2 of us will conduct the assassination, the witch doctor will provide support, and the mechanic will provide long-range fire support. Although the witch doctor's position is more respected, the perfect goblin, with his well-balanced abilities, is the leader of the transformation team. Okay, I've drawn a simple diagram. Come and take a look. Through the Source Envoy's explanation, the team members gained a complete understanding of the werewolf deployment. The Source Envoy and the Perfect Goblin would conduct the assassination, the Witch Doctor would provide support at key intersections, and the Mechanic would provide long-range fire support and create chaos. After assigning their tasks, the four immediately set to work. Under the bright moonlight, the Source Power User, the Witch Doctor, and the Perfect Goblin, using their Shadow Magic plugin, transformed themselves into 3 shadows and silently entered the heavily guarded aristocratic mountain city. Inside the city, armored werewolf warrior patrols, swords drawn, patrolled the streets. Their eyes gleamed emerald green, evidently spitting out a night vision elixir that grants them daytime vision. But they failed to notice 2 shadows wriggling in the shadows beside them. The Witch Doctor paused at the path the assassins would have taken during their retreat, while the remaining 2 continued along the shadows, soon arriving at the commander's courtyard. The commander, hailing from a prominent family, was drinking and playing the lute in the courtyard. His lute wasn't made of wood, but the torso of a female werewolf, and the strings weren't silk, but gut strings made from tanned intestines. As the strings were plucked, the female werewolf's body trembled, her mouth opening and closing, but no sound came out. Ting! The song ended, and the commander, somewhat disinterested, tossed the beauty's lute aside. Alas, it's true that this is a remote place, and the lutes made are only mediocre. In the shadows, 2 transformed goblins watched the scene with a chilling chill. Even the best propaganda is not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. After witnessing the atrocities committed by the aristocratic families, the transformed goblins' faith grew even stronger. No wonder my master traveled thousands of miles to explore this world. This world is truly a hellish abyss. The commander, holding the jar of wine, was about to return to his room for bed. Before he could take a few steps, a sense of danger intensified, and he instinctively lowered his head. Buzz, the moment he dodged, a wind blade flew past his head, slicing off his ears before he could dodge. Who? The commander drew his sword and spun around, a surge of energy emanating from his body. But before he could see who was coming, a tall, slender figure emerged from the shadows behind him. Attack! A short phrase the commander couldn't understand came from behind him, and then he heard a whirring sound. A crystal blade pierced his heart. The piercing of his heart instantly left the commander paralyzed. Now he finally saw the attacker. A towering creature clad in black armor. Heaven. Devil. The commander muttered his final words, as the Perfect Goblin's single-edged alchemical chainsaw sword severed his head the next moment. Continue, the Perfect Goblin gestured. Then the 2 of them headed for the courtyard of the local aristocratic family's head. A few minutes later, a sharp explosion erupted in the silent night. When the werewolf warriors arrived, they found only a charred corpse and some black metal fragments. In the command tower's office, the powerful voice of a Perfect Goblin emanated from the communicator. Team 52 has successfully completed its mission, with 0 casualties and the entire mission objective eliminated. Over. Headquarters has received this. Over. The old goblin in charge of the results ticked the entry about Team 52 on the file in his hand. On his desk lay another stack of similar documents. Each stack was filled with check marks. Chapter 608. Command Tower, Supreme Command Room. The advance is going smoothly. Looking at the goblin-controlled area expanding in all directions on the map, Richard felt a surge of joy. Once upon a time, he was part of the arrow on the map, but now, he was the one drawing it. Yes, my lord. Your positioning of the elite squad is very visionary. These highly modified soldiers will be of immense value behind enemy lines. Beside Richard, an old goblin's face was filled with reverence. Over the past week, over 500 family-level targets had been assassinated by the elite squad. Without a leader, the goblins advanced almost unhindered, annihilating hundreds of thousands of werewolf warriors and detaining tens of thousands more. In truth, there had always been differing opinions within the military regarding the proper use of the modified goblins. It was only because Richard, the god himself, spoke out that the modified goblin combat model became what it is today. But now that we've achieved victory, these disagreements should naturally dissipate. It's just a special measure for a special period. Richard shook his head and replied, if all the soldiers can undergo advanced transformations, then I won't need to form any small teams. I can just launch a full-scale attack. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly appeared in the laboratory. After so many days, the seal on his power has been completely lifted, and his body of rules has now been fully integrated. At this point, Richard, despite a slight decrease in his knowledge of advanced sorcery, has reached the pinnacle of a fourth-ring Grand Wizard. He doesn't even need a spell model for some simple spells, but can cast them instinctively. Once he completes the life rules, he can then seek the constitutional crown for a method to reconstruct his rule-based body, allowing him to ascend to the fifth-ring Grand Wizard. In the laboratory, Bai Zheng stood guard beside the young master of the Quan family, intently observing his body's reactions. Across the lab, the returned Chong Yinhart was cultivating a new type of black crystal worm. Analyzing the black crystal worm's bloodline only requires a body that carries its life core. Chong Yinhart himself doesn't need to be constantly present in the Divine Palace laboratory. Richard approached the young master and examined his condition. Evolving quite rapidly. From Richard's perspective, the changes in the young master's body structure had ceased. After his bloodline awakened, the young master's constitution had reached the realm of a third-level creature, and his physical form was nearly identical to the White Wolf King Richard had seen in his soul dimension. A majestic body, white fur with a hint of gold, a handsome wolf head. This was simply a miniature version of the White Wolf King. Without Richard's interference, the moment the young master's bloodline fully awakened, his soul would have been devoured by the White Wolf King, and the ancient White Wolf King would have returned to the world through his body. Alas, there are no assumptions. Speed up a bit. Richard pulled a bottle from his pocket, filled with golden mayfly essence. He dropped 2 drops into the young master's nutrient solution, and immediately, a subtle energy fluctuation emanated from the young master's body. Richard felt nothing, but Bai, standing beside him, keenly sensed the surge of life energy radiating from the young master. Buzz, accompanied by a violent surge of magical energy, the young master opened his eyes. "My lord." After opening his eyes, the young master immediately bowed to Richard. Richard nodded slightly. "Well, the remnant soul hasn't moved, has it?" "No, it's been stable for a while." "That's good. Come with me. I extract the remnant soul. Afterward, you participate in a ceremony. I induct you into the miracle god system, and you be my subordinate deity, spreading faith in this world." Richard's words contained too much information the young master didn't know, but it didn't matter if he didn't understand. He simply agreed. Since he had already sworn in Richard as his lord, there was no reason for him to refuse his lord's request. "Yes, my lord." The White Wolf King's soul came from his bloodline, sharing the same origin as the young master's. This characteristic allowed the White Wolf King to adapt to the body after taking over. While changing his body, his soul became entangled with the young master's. This is a bit troublesome. After confirming the state of the young master and the White Wolf King's souls, Richard felt a slight headache. The young master's condition would be extremely difficult even for a soul wizard. And Richard was only a half-baked soul wizard with some experience in soul magic. Asking him to solve this problem would be like looking for fish in a tree. However, from the perspective of soul magic, Richard couldn't solve this problem. But as a great wizard, he could still resolve it through his strength. The White Wolf King's soul within you is entangled with your own. My skills are insufficient. Removing it would inevitably damage yours. This is something I don't want to see. So I have a compromise. This soul will remain within you, and I periodically re-cleanse the White Wolf King's personality. When your spiritual power reaches approximately level 3, you can devour the White Wolf King's soul yourself. This will both increase your strength and pose no danger. The young master nodded obediently. "I don't understand this." "I do whatever you say." "That's it for now. I notify them to prepare for the ritual. Later, I give you a magical armor to temporarily protect you from the remnant soul's attacks." "Thank you, my lord." Richard produced a crystal communicator and disseminated the news of the ceremony. Following his command, the logistics goblins in the floating city immediately went to work. The canonization of a subordinate god was a first since the founding of the Order of Miracles. This historic moment would undoubtedly be recorded in goblin history. Any omission could potentially make them a laughingstock for eternity. As the protagonist of this ceremony, the young master still had no idea what the upcoming ceremony entailed. He was still discussing with his closest subordinates what had happened during his slumber. "Bai, what transformations did the Lord perform on you?" Bai was silent for a moment, then replied, "It's only a slight increase in physical strength at the moment, but according to the Lord, there should be other transformations after you gave me your blood." The young master noticed something was amiss with Bai, who seemed to be hiding something. "What happened?" "Nothing. I was simply participating in an experiment conducted by one of the Lord's subordinates. I simply found the results difficult to accept." "Experiment? Young master, you should remember that bug-like woman in the lab." "Yes. That woman used my reproductive cells to cultivate some hybrid creatures." "Reproductive cells? What are those? You find out later. Let's get dressed for now. Bai's reminder reminded the young master that his clothes had been removed due to his body's development. Huh? Quick, bring me some clothes. Why didn't you tell me about this, master? Bai glanced at the young master's fur, which had grown twice as long as that of an ordinary werewolf, and thought to himself, he probably didn't notice you were naked. 3 hours later, the young master, clad in a black robe, arrived at the enthronement ceremony, led by a psychic. On the way, the psychic explained what the young master was about to do. In the canon, this ceremony would be described as a mythical scene. Auspicious signs would descend from the sky, golden lotuses would sprout from the earth, and heroic spirits from past and present would come to cheer. But in reality, this ceremony consisted of only a spacious venue, a rectangular magic circle, and a group of priests and goblins as spectators. The enthronement ceremony was also very simple. The visions will be added to the video footage one by one during post-production. Under the guidance of the priests, the young master stood in the center of the magic circle. Immediately, a dark red light enveloped him. Then, the Holy Spirit Ben appeared. Ben used holy light to shape a long divine staircase. At the end of the staircase, in the sun in the sky, Richard's figure slowly emerged. He stepped onto the staircase and arrived before the young master. The holy light dispelled the ominous dark red glow. The young master then knelt on one knee, and Richard tapped his left shoulder with his staff. My dear Chung, in the name of the sage, I confer upon you the title of White Wolf God, second in rank. With these words, Richard's statue in the god's dimension suddenly moved. Behind him, a shadowy image of a kneeling werewolf god materialized. According to the ritual, the young master should now swear an oath in response to Richard's consecration. But an unexpected surge of energy interrupted Richard's actions. It was unclear whether it was a malfunction of the ritual or a backup plan by the White Wolf King. At the moment of the consecration, a vast primordial force of the world descended from the sky, pouring into the young master's body like a river. Under the influence of this force, the young master's soul began to transform. Richard had painstakingly and exhaustively taken the final step in the ascension ritual, but the young master took it without even having to do anything. And, under the protection of the world, the young master completed his transformation without even experiencing the soul maze. In a matter of moments, a level 4 creature was born before Richard. Although this level 4 creature's spiritual power was less than 100 points, and its physique barely reached the level of a level 3 creature, it only took a moment for the young master's strength to reach the level expected of a level 4 creature. With the world's origin as his backing, he was truly so arrogant. Richard stared at the scene in amazement. This is too unreasonable. Although he knew that world guardians were generally perverted, he had never imagined that a world guardian could directly recommend a level 4 creature. The gap between people is truly greater than that between humans and dogs. That's not to say, after all, the young master is a werewolf. Richard looked at the somewhat bewildered young master and said calmly, "It's all right. Continue the ritual." The young master paused for a moment, then continued according to the priest's instructions. "I vow to follow my lord, the sage, forever. Even if the world collapses and the stars vanish, I will never break this oath." Chapter 609. With the oath sworn, the shadowy image of the statue behind Richard in the god's dimension began to solidify. The power of faith surged from Richard's statue, continuously filling the white wolf statue. Soon, the statue solidified. The young master in the material world suddenly sensed an inexplicable force. Immediately messages, accompanied by a stream of holy light descending from the sky, poured into his mind. This was information regarding divine arts, received by every world master who had converted to the god civilization. Richard hadn't previously possessed this information. He had already learned it all from Ulises. The information contained a wide range of divine arts, from basic healing and purification to advanced divine healing and divine speech, a truly comprehensive range. If one could master these divine arts, the combat effectiveness of the converted world master would be greatly enhanced, ascending directly from the master of an indigenous world to the master of a civilized world. The young master accepted the information with some bewilderment. Although he now possessed abundant spiritual power, its quality was that of a world master. Accepting this information wasn't a problem. Soon, the holy light vanished. The Order of Miracles officially added a deity, known as the White Wolf, to its pantheon. "Alright, my White Wolf God. Now it's your home turf." Richard patted the young master's shoulder, his eyes encouraging. "I've taken in quite a few captives these days. They will become your first followers, your first priests." The young master's eyes were a bit bewildered. "My lord, what just happened? I feel a profound change in my body." A force is constantly fueling my growth. That's the power of the world's origin, Richard explained. Every world has at least one level 4 creature serving as its guardian. Creatures chosen by a world to become its guardian are imbued with the world's origin power, and receive its blessings. However, the price they pay is a rapid decline in their strength upon leaving the world. If they remain away for too long, they will be savaged by the world's origin power. Your former White Wolf King was a world guardian. After he was killed by the Mad Immortal, it stands to reason that another like him should have appeared. I previously believed that the world's origin, feeling no threat, hadn't produced another world guardian. But based on your situation, I suspect it's because he exploited a trick, hiding his soul within his bloodline, thus not being completely dead. This is why the immortal realm has never produced a world guardian. The young master was a little confused, but he understood the general meaning. He was now the White Wolf King. I see. Xicheng isn't good with words, but I will never forget your kindness, my lord. Looking at the young master bowing to him, Richard waved his hand, urging him to dispense with the formalities. Richard never took favors seriously. Come with me. Your bloodline has officially awakened. When you meet those werewolf captives, you must stimulate it. The White Wolf King's bloodline evolved from werewolves. Once you stimulate it, the other werewolves will instinctively fear you, even respect you. Arriving at the outskirts of the floating city, after over a week of construction, the floating city fortress had taken shape. Outside the fortress, the goblins built a series of simple wooden houses for the captives to use as a prisoner of war camp. Aside from daily weakening injections, the goblins paid no attention to the werewolves. While werewolves were suitable for slave labor, the goblins' machinery was more efficient. Rather than watching the werewolves work, it would be better for them to do the work directly. Furthermore, the teachings of the Order of Miracles strongly opposed the existence of slave labor. The goblins' past was written in their canon. Arriving at the prison camp, the young master glanced at Richard and then beckoned by to join him. Richard did not follow the young master, knowing that he would succeed. While the faith in the White Wolf King has evolved in various forms in the fairy world, it has never ceased. This is not a simple sociological phenomenon, but an instinctive reverence for the White Wolf King among the werewolves. Perhaps in the distant past, wolf packs relied on the leadership of the White Wolf King to survive, and even now, this instinct lingers in the werewolf bloodline. Now, the White Wolf King has appeared, possessing both his bloodline and the world's protection. Add to that the captive's fear, and the herd mentality, and the young master cannot fail. Furthermore, even if he fails, it doesn't matter. The young master's body can be left there for those werewolf warriors to hack away at without a scratch. Although the young master is still fully developed, the gap between the world master and mortals is far beyond the reach of ordinary natives. With the White Wolf God, the rest will be easy, Richard thought happily, as he walked along. With the White Wolf God, he's like raising a banner. All he needs to do now is have those warriors continuously infiltrate the werewolves' rear, and the werewolves' home advantage will be wiped out. If all goes well, he'd be able to largely conquer this world within 10 years. Then he opened a portal, connecting the goblin world to this one. Leveraging the goblin industry, this world's development will quickly get back on track. By then, he'd build a few more floating cities, along with a few smaller ones, and his team will be complete. Even if he's sent to the front lines upon returning to the wizarding world, these troops will be more than enough to handle the battlefield. Richard was brooding happily when a vibration from his crystal communicator suddenly interrupted him. Pulling out the crystal communicator, Richard checked the channel. Jin Yueying? Jin Yueying was Miss Jin's real name. After attending the aristocratic family conference, Miss Jin didn't go to the Quan family with the young master, but returned to the Luo family to continue her work as a physician. Through Miss Jin, he had a clear understanding of the movements within the aristocratic family alliance. But he and Miss Jin had an agreement to report intelligence every 7 days. But the 7 days haven't even arrived yet, so why did Miss Jin suddenly call? Has something major happened within the aristocratic family alliance? Hello, what's going on? In Luijia Mountain City, Miss Jin heaved a sigh of relief as she listened to the voice coming from her communicator. Finally, it was working. She hadn't known what was going on before, but it had been disconnected for so long that she thought the device was broken. My lord, there are major changes within the world. Your recent assassination attempt nearly caused the aristocratic family alliance to collapse. Therefore, the 7 immortal realms have prepared a corps of Taoists to launch a counterattack and stabilize the people. A corps of Taoists? Richard's eyes lit up at the words. The fighting power of Taoists far surpassed that of ordinary warriors. If they were to disperse and engage in guerrilla warfare against him, they would be a formidable challenge. But he hadn't expected those fools in the aristocratic family alliance to actually gather the Taoists. This saved him a lot of trouble. Okay, I got it. Be careful in the rear. Thank you, my lord, for your concern. Wang will be careful. After hanging up the communicator, Richard immediately arrived at the main command room in the command tower. Everyone, the werewolves are making a big move. At Richard's voice, everyone in the command center turned to him. The werewolves have prepared a corps of Taoist priests to launch a counterattack and boost morale. We're terminating the elite team's assassination mission and switching to scouting the werewolves' movements. After hearing Richard's news, the command room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in roaring cheers. These idiots are such a help. The Taoist priests are gathering. Who came up with this idea? I go notify them. This time, we make sure they're all devoured. Clapping. Richard clapped his hands, bringing the command room to a state of silence. While this is a good thing, we must not underestimate the enemy. The Taoists' combat power far exceeds that of ordinary werewolf warriors. Coupled with the support of the formation, devouring them will be no easy task. When making your plans, treat them as if they were civilized enemies. Be sure to make every possible preparation. Yes, my lord. Taichi Mountain, an obscure hill on the edge of the Wolf Plain. For tens of thousands of years, this peak has been the domain of a certain noble family. However, due to the lack of mineral veins and the absence of wild beasts, it has remained uninhabited for many years. But today, the mountain is bustling with activity. Immortal disciples from various families have gathered here, and the entire peak appears to be shrouded in mist. Silence. Following a somewhat aged but powerful voice, the entire mountain fell silent. The Qing family head, along with the heads of the other 6 immortal realms, descended from the sky and stood atop Taichi Mountain. As the leader of the alliance, the Qing family head spoke. You already know the reason for summoning you. The extraterritorial demons have been encroaching on our lands and slaughtering our own people. Hundreds of heads of aristocratic families have already fallen at their hands. We must not allow this to continue. You are all elites from your respective families, those with a connection to the immortal realm. In the past, immortals defeated the White Wolf King with their Taoism. I believe that those of you who have learned the Taoism can defeat these evil demons. The Taoists on the mountain showed no reaction to the Qing family head's words. Everyone can say polite words, but now that the 7 immortal realms are asking them to stabilize the army's morale, they must show some sincerity. Although they form a legion, they are not soldiers. Seeing the lack of reaction from the people below, the Qing family head cursed inwardly. A bunch of idiots, who won't move unless they have money. But despite the scolding, the dues still had to be given. Of course, to make your battle smoother, our 7 families have prepared some elixirs and Taoist artifacts for you. With this, the Qing family patriarch untied the gourd from his waist and tossed it into the air. The gourd then swelled in the wind, transforming into the size of a small mountain. Elixir and Taoist artifacts flowed out of the gourd like water, then were distributed to each Taoist. Upon receiving the elixirs, the Taoist beamed with joy and bowed to the mountaintop, saying, Master, you are wise. We will do our utmost to defeat that extraterritorial demon. Unnoticed, at the edge of Taichi Mountain, an unknown Taoist was planning his next move. Such a major operation requires notification. With these words, Taoist Xianqing silently transformed into a cloud and flew towards the floating city. Chapter 610. 3,000 meters in the sky, Taoist Xianqing transformed into mist, streaking across the sea of clouds like a meteor. He wondered if Richard knew the news. Common sense suggested he should. His niece was close to the boy from the Quan family, and it was quite possible she had been seduced by Richard and signed a contract. But even as he pondered this, his old wound resurfaced. Under the resounding bell, Taoist Xianqing felt it best to go over. Even if Richard knew the news, it wouldn't stop him from going there and making a move. This would also be a good opportunity to see the strength of the alien creature. Thinking this way, Taoist Xianqing suddenly stopped. He suddenly sensed a wave of energy passing through his body. Is this the reconnaissance method used by the aliens? In Taoist Xianqing's perception, an energy wave struck him every second. This was clearly not a normal natural phenomenon. He could sense that this energy wave had a very wide detection range, seemingly designed specifically for detecting aerial targets. Interesting method. A hint of curiosity piqued, Taoist Xianqing was about to gather his body and descend to investigate. Although he was within the energy wave's detection range, he was confident his methods were sufficient to deceive the goblins. But before he could gather his body, he felt a chilling sense of danger. Bang! Taoist Xianqing's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a paper figurine. The next moment, A beam of fluorescent light shot out from the ground, incinerating the paper figurine to ash. These people actually discovered me? Without time to ponder, Taoist Xianqing immediately fled in the direction of the floating city. Behind him, beams of fluorescent light pierced the clouds, carrying a terrifying aura. Ground-based anti-aircraft defense positions. No kills? The goblin commander listened to his adjutant's report and waved his hand casually. No kills, no kills. Notify the rear positions that a level 3 target is approaching the floating city. Have their air force intercept. Never mind, just report directly to headquarters that a level 3 target is approaching the floating city, have them capture it. If Taoist Xianqing had fled elsewhere, the goblin commander might have had a headache. But since he was heading for the floating city, it didn't matter. Not to mention the floating city's air defense positions, where even a fly wouldn't get through. The warships currently docked at the floating city's fortress alone are more than enough to deal with any target below level 4. Not to mention, their gods are also in the floating city. Running towards the floating city is simply courting death. In the sky, Taoist Xianqing, after escaping, watched the fluorescent light finally subside and breathed a sigh of relief. This alien is truly formidable. Even with my immortal body, even at such a high altitude, and equipped with the ability to escape, I've still been detected. It seems that otherworldly deity will likely fulfill his contract. After being shot at by the anti-aircraft defenses, Taoist Xianqing became more cautious in his approach to the goblins. Whenever he sensed the energy waves, he immediately used the cloaking technique. Relying on this technique, he successfully reached the outskirts of the floating city fortress. Gazing at the massive metal structure not far away, Taoist Xianqing felt a sharp tremor in his heart. This kind of structure. Could it truly be created by humans? Taoist Xianqing felt his resolve waver again. Was his cooperation truly sensible? All his recent decisions seemed. Bang! The resounding sound of a bell interrupted Taoist Xianqing's thoughts. When he came to his senses, he could no longer remember what he was thinking. Never mind, it must be something unimportant. Better to go talk to that person first. It's you. A voice came from behind Taoist Xianqing, startling him and making him turn around. Who? Richard looked at the Taoist in the form of mist and said calmly, me. If it weren't for the contract, he would have wanted to tie up Taoist Xianqing and examine his soul to see who is behind this. You? Oh, it's you. Taoist Xianqing was no fool. He quickly realized that Richard was the one he had made the deal with. You're so alert. You noticed me the moment I arrived. Alert? Richard looked at Taoist Xianqing as if he were an idiot. Your flight path is on my desk. If I hadn't wanted to see what it was, you would have been killed by anti-aircraft fire. Richard's words left Taoist Xianqing stunned. He hadn't expected his attempts at concealment to be a complete joke. Your magical powers are truly formidable, Taoist Xianqing exclaimed. So what are you doing here? Richard asked bluntly. For those like the young master, or those with the potential to become his own, he would generously show his kindness. But for someone like Taoist Xianqing, who had become a pawn, he wouldn't waste a single word. I'm here to remind you of something important. The aristocratic family alliance has recently made a major move. Are you aware of it? The Taoist Legion? You're late. Taoist Xianqing froze in his tracks again, feeling like he'd been of absolutely no use this entire journey. However, he quickly thought of something else Richard might be interested in. I didn't expect you to be so well informed, sir. But do you know something else? What else? The aristocratic families have cultivated a group of cannon fodder troops using the blood essence pill. These individuals have all been controlled by the immortal disciples using Taoist techniques. They fight fearlessly and obey orders without fear of death. Now that the Taoist is preparing to go to war, these troops will likely be used as feints. Oh, that's something I haven't heard of. Richard smiled in amusement. They were actually thinking of training an army through such a tricky method as mind control. Admittedly, these werewolves were quite resourceful. This information is excellent, so what are you planning to do in exchange? Richard didn't believe this guy would come and share his intelligence for free. What an exchange? You're wrong. I'm not going to do anything. Richard was slightly startled by Taoist Xianqing's answer. Nothing in exchange? That was uncharacteristic. However, Richard soon figured out the key. I think the person behind him manipulated him to come and inform you. Looking at the calm and composed Taoist Xianqing, Richard felt a pity for him. In his own eyes, he was a master strategist, but he didn't know that his mind had long been controlled by someone else, his every move manipulated. What's not in exchange? Yes, nothing. I'm thinking about myself. If we don't quickly defeat the aristocratic families and open the gates to immortality, You don't know when you'll be able to meet the Mad Immortal again. And killing the Mad Immortal is naturally out of the question. You're saying we have to defeat the aristocratic families before we can see that Mad Immortal? The Xianqing Taoist nodded. The passage to the Immortal Realm is deeply hidden. Even those traveling through the 7 Immortal Realms can only wait for the Immortals within to open the gates before they can deliver the elixir ingredients. If we can't force the Immortal Realm to open its gates, even someone of your stature will likely have to search for a long time before finding the passage to the Immortal Realm. Richard nodded thoughtfully. The situation in the Immortal Realm seemed more complicated than he had expected. Speaking of which, there's something I'm curious about, Richard said calmly, looking at the Xianqing Taoist. Who are you? The White Wolf King is in hiding, and the guardian of this world isn't cloaked in darkness. Could it be that there were 2 immortals within the fragments of the Immortal Realm back then? Richard's words left the Xianqing Taoist somewhat bewildered, but then a bell rang in his mind. The Xianqing Taoist opened his eyes, his expression eerily calm. He bowed to Richard and said, "When the gates of immortality open, you will know." After that, Taoist Xuanqing's eyes suddenly became confused, and then he said to Richard awkwardly, "My old habit has resurfaced. Please forgive me, sir." Richard nodded slightly. "If you wish to stay, I can arrange a room for you. If you wish to leave, I will notify them to let you go." "Thank you, sir. It would be best if I could return. Who knows what information I might have gathered for you. Then stay for a minute or 5. After 5 minutes, you will be free to travel anywhere." With that, Richard vanished into thin air. "Do you recognize that man?" In the laboratory, Richard pulled the fire spirit from his pocket. Noticing that it was Taoist Xianqing who had arrived, he took precautions and placed the fire spirit in his waist pocket. Now that the person behind him had spoken, the fire spirit must have been able to discern something. "I can't say. This person feels very familiar to me, a bit like the headmaster. But the headmaster is usually very friendly, but this person is a bit cold." "Headmaster?" Richard was startled. If he remembered correctly, the headmaster of the Supreme Sect was a level 6 being on the verge of becoming a master. "Sir, don't panic. Even the headmaster is fine," the fire spirit soothed. "When the Tao is distorted, the higher the cultivation, the greater the damage. While they can rely on their original profound cultivation to survive, their strength will inevitably be greatly reduced after the distortion." "Sir, how strong do you think the manager you saw in the fire engineering hall was?" Richard recalled that while the manager looked intimidating, in a real fight, Richard felt he could defeat him in just a few moves. If he were in his current state, he could even seal it away. Furthermore, your flame can restore sanity to human immortals. If that person is truly the headmaster, he will definitely help you deal with that mad immortal and free him completely. "The headmaster is..." The fire spirit god spoke, then paused. "A very strong and free-spirited man. He certainly wouldn't want his disciples to end up like that. If you were to kill that mad immortal, he would only applaud." The fire spirit god's voice was calm, but Richard could hear deep sorrow in it. Those mad immortals were once his fellow disciples and friends, yet now they have met such a fate. Seeking the truth is difficult, even harder than ascending to heaven. Chapter 611. The message from Taoist Xianqing arrived just in time. The day after he delivered it, the elite squad on the front lines reported back. They had discovered an unidentified army advancing toward the front lines. Clad in black iron armor and armed with black spears and bows, these troops moved like robots, advancing day and night toward the front lines. Among these troops, they also spotted numerous werewolves in white robes. These were often found in the center of the army, standing out from the surrounding soldiers. If it weren't for Taoist Xuanqing's intelligence, these armies would not only mislead the goblins, but would also attract their guards. If they encountered a true Taoist army, they would likely be unable to react quickly, preventing their complete annihilation. These Taoists are easier to deal with when concentrated, but if they were scattered across the countryside, they would present a formidable threat. A Taoist who has achieved the immortal body is undoubtedly as formidable as an average third-ring wizard. Keep the front lines on alert, and be prepared to respond to any incoming werewolf attacks. An order came from the highest command center. Following the first intelligence report, more than 10 more reports were sent back from the front lines. These reports were all about the Taoist Legion, but none of them had anything to do with the actual Taoist Legion. It was as if the Taoist Legion didn't exist. Watching the goblins in the command center discussing the possible location of the Taoist Legion, Richard had no intention of getting involved. No matter how powerful the Taoist Legion was, it couldn't hide from Richard's eyes. If he wanted to, the Taoist Legion would be nowhere to hide. But he didn't. Although Richard hated to test such arguments, he was currently engaged in something similar. These goblin armies would face civilized battlefields in the future. If he had to intervene to resolve even a simple indigenous war, it would only mean he had misjudged them. The goblins would no longer have an army, and their race would be reduced to a purely logistical one, which didn't seem like a bad thing for the goblins. In short, unless the situation deteriorated to the point where he had no choice but to intervene, he wouldn't personally take part in this battle. Suddenly, a call rang out in his ears. "Lord, I succeeded." In the prisoner of war camp, tens of thousands of werewolf warriors knelt before the young master. The young master was now bathed in holy light, his white hair shimmering like gold. 3 days had passed since he entered the prisoner of war camp. During these 3 days, he had begun by subduing the most powerful werewolves in the camp, using bloodline suppression and the ancestral methods of werewolves to subdue these leading wolves. Werewolves are creatures that need a leader. Once a leader is conquered, the werewolves he commands are also conquered. Even if there are those who refuse to submit, they are only a minority. The young master's approach to these recalcitrant individuals is simple. If you refuse to obey the king, you will die. After they were conquered, I began to teach them the teachings of the Order of Miracles. Of course, this was a werewolf-specific version. After all, goblins and werewolves are very different races. If they were to copy the teachings completely, it would likely lead to a situation similar to the prohibition of eating tiger meat and requiring a combination of meat and vegetables. After the canon was passed down to several wolf leaders, the leaders then consciously spread it to their subordinates. Led by their leader, the werewolves began to consciously accept the canon. And when everyone began to accept the canon, conformity set in. The vision depicted in the canon was a beautiful one, 1,000 times more powerful than the current system of aristocratic rule. Even the most stubborn of werewolves would admit this. Initially, the werewolves studied the canon perhaps because the leader told them to, or simply to follow the crowd. But when they truly contemplated its contents, the seeds of faith began to grow. These people were not old peasants in the countryside. They were warriors. Even warriors from lower-ranking families could read and study. This meant that their minds were more active than those of ordinary peasants. At this time, the young master began to roam the camp, answering the warriors' questions. Although the young master was young, as the legitimate son of an aristocratic family, he had been a voracious reader since childhood. Even within the Luo family, he never stopped learning. In terms of eloquence and thinking, these werewolves couldn't even begin to match him. Under the young master's guidance, the first believers emerged. Following the young master's divine oracle, these warriors, becoming believers, began to spread the teachings to those around them. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100. In just 3 days, the entire prisoner camp had become a follower of the young master, or rather, the white wolf god. Though most of these were only superficial believers, it was enough. The Miracle Order's Fairyland World branch. The White Wolf Order's initial followers, and the skeleton of its priests had already been established. All that remained was to spread this faith, to spread it from the warriors to the common people. A warrior's faith is no more noble than that of a commoner. On the contrary, the faith of uneducated commoners is often far purer than that of educated, intelligent individuals, and they are more likely to produce both devout and fanatical followers. Richard arrived at the prisoner of war camp and, upon seeing the werewolf warriors kneeling in prayer, a faint smile crossed his face. The young master was his disciple, so his followers were also his followers. Therefore, he could sense the depth of the werewolf's faith around him. In his perception, in 3 days, the young master had produced 12 fanatics and hundreds of devout followers. This number was enough to support a small sect. It seems you have your own team. The young master approached Richard, folded his arms over his chest, and said respectfully, "These are all the fruits of your help." Richard looked behind the young master. For some unknown reason, the white fur had now turned a brilliant white. "Did you give him blood?" "Yes." "That saves me the trouble. Have him go to the lab, and Chong Eanhart will further transform him. Put the missionary work on the agenda as soon as possible. Our occupied territory is already quite large." "Yes, my lord." "Still no trace?" "Still no." In the main command room, a group of veteran goblins, veterans of centuries of abyssal warfare, scrutinized the map on the table, scratching their heads anxiously. It had been 2 weeks since the first puppet army was discovered. Reams of intelligence gathered from the front lines were being sent to the command tower. But they simply couldn't find the Taoist army. The elite team's exploration range had already expanded to 200 kilometers outside the front line. Reams of military deployment maps were being sent in. If a war broke out now, infantry alone could easily advance the front without even needing elite assassinations. Could it be that these people haven't even come to the front lines? They're still in the rear, only sending small units to scout ahead? An old goblin speculated. Impossible. We've been receiving the news for 2 weeks. Even the werewolf warriors should have gathered intelligence by now. These people must be hiding somewhere, waiting for us to advance and give us a hard time. A hint of cruelty crossed the old goblin's face. Send out the Air Force too. These guys can hide like clouds. Maybe they're just masquerading as that cloud, watching us. Makes sense. I dispatched the Air Force right away. An hour later, war airships were dispatched en masse, and the Goblin Air Force, dressed in flight suits, began to survey the airspace near the front lines. Large swaths of clouds had been destroyed by sorcery, causing continuous rain along the front lines. Front lines, outside Defense Zone 13. How come these extraterritorial demons are so elite? Looking at the orderly goblins reflected in the Taoist mirror, a Taoist exclaimed something that bordered on complaining. He came from an aristocratic family, with a considerable number of warriors, so he knew the immense effort required to train an army of goblins. However, during his reconnaissance, he discovered that these extraterritorial demons didn't resemble the armies he typically imagined. Each one was incredibly elite. Anyone who joins the great demon in invading other worlds can't be a fool, another Taoist beside the mirror replied. What should we do? What else can we do? Go back and tell the commander that this place isn't a pushover either. With that, he produced a Taoist artifact and reported his reconnaissance findings to the commander, thousands of miles away. The High Command never imagined that the reason they couldn't find any trace of the Taoist Legion was simply because they weren't near the front lines. Although the Immortal Walkers had distributed elixirs and Taoist artifacts, expecting the Taoists to fight for them with just these things was clearly impossible. They were immortals. Cognitively, they considered themselves superior to their less-than-immortal kin. Should they be working for these mortals? Dream on. Just find a weak spot and strike a few times. Fighting was the job of the warriors, while the immortals should be commanding the troops from behind. Elite troops? The Taoist on the other side of the mirror felt a headache. Okay, got it. The Taoist put the mirror down. Around him, the inspectors from the 7 Immortal Walkers were watching him. Commander 9, you've been dragging your feet for half a month. I'm gathering intelligence. You should have gathered enough by now, then. Still. Before Commander 9 could finish his words, a cold glare from the inspector from the 7 Immortal Clan lands forced him back. Commander 9, there's been a lot of talk within the Alliance lately about disbanding and surrendering to the heavenly demons. I don't think you're part of that, an inspector said. Of course not. Commander 9 angrily said, Who do you think I am? Then you better hurry, another inspector said coldly. If you keep delaying, it won't benefit either you or me. Ah, I get it. With that, Commander 9 came to the map hanging on the wall in front of the room. On it, a nearly perfect circle stood, as impenetrable as a wall of steel. Since we can't fool them, we have to resort to force. Pass my order, all troops move out. Prepare the talisman paper and soldiers. Since we're going to fight, we must go all out. Chapter 612. Under the commander's command, the vast army began its march. This army numbered a full 50,000, including over 1,000 immortal disciples, who had achieved immortal bodies. In other words, this army comprised over 1,000 level 3 creatures. It encompassed nearly all of the elite Taoists of the aristocratic family alliance. Aside from a few Taoists specializing in alchemy and weaponry, the rest were inferior to warriors. If this attack resulted in heavy losses, the aristocratic family alliance would inevitably crumble unless the immortal gate opened wide and a true immortal descended. Their target was the Goblins' Position 13, a location they called Taichuan. While this location was impenetrable, it had the advantage of being surrounded by a large river. This river would be extremely useful for both attack and escape. The Taoists formed a formation, transforming into clouds and mist as they moved through the air. A vast energy flowed through the formation, nearly transforming all the Taoists into a single entity. Such a brazen action naturally attracted the attention of the goblins. A group of goblin commanders huddled around a map in silence, looking at the reports from the front. Defense Zone 13? Defense Zone 13. Are our defenses here weak? Are the fortifications incomplete? Or are the personnel inadequate? None of that. Looks like another smokescreen. The goblin commanders always viewed the enemy from a higher perspective than themselves, so they assumed there was some inherent logic to the enemy's movements. The difference in their level meant they couldn't fully understand the Taoist Legion's actions until they understood the enemy's true capabilities. Let's be careful. What if those guys are doing this on purpose? A goblin commander suddenly spoke up. They've released so many smoke bombs and deliberately delayed for so long, maybe just to let us down. That makes sense. Have the anti-aircraft batteries fire. Whether they're smoke bombs or not, we take them seriously, and their plan won't work. Orders from headquarters continue to trickle down, and soon the commander of Defense Zone 13 received them. Direct attack? Command has finally taken action. Pass the word down. Everyone, prepare for battle. Anti-aircraft guns, open fire. As soon as the order was issued, troops throughout the entire battle zone began to mobilize. Anti-aircraft guns from several positions began to train their sights on the Taoist army in the sky, and various alchemical weapons were ready to fire. Soon, the first shot was fired. Hundreds of Type 4 radiant anti-aircraft cannons opened fire simultaneously, and a green fluorescent light exceeding 2,000 energy levels pierced the sky like spears. Buzz, the vast cloud rippled like water, and the heart of the 9th commander at the center leaped. We've been discovered already? Radiant fire is an energy-based attack, so hundreds of anti-aircraft guns firing simultaneously, as long as they aren't concentrated on a single point, poses no problem for the vast Taoist army. Everyone, prepare your talisman paper and soldier beans. The extraterritorial demons have spotted us. Now descend. With that, the goblin saw the massive cloud in the sky slowly descend towards the ground, as if drawn by some kind of suction. Such a high energy reaction? Frontline scouts' eyes nearly popped out as they read the reports from their detectors. This cloud was actually real. Intelligence on the Taoist Legion was quickly reported to headquarters, and upon receiving the news, cheers erupted from the headquarters. Haha, you guessed right. Quickly mobilize the nearby troops. We can't let them escape. An old goblin held up a long-prepared troop deployment plan. Over the past few days, they had planned for every defense zone, considering various scenarios, just in anticipation of the Taoist Legion's attack. But before they could begin relaying their orders, reports from the front lines began arriving at the command center. Defense Zone 3 is under attack. Defense Zone 9 is under attack. Defense Zone 16 is also under attack. The moment the Taoist Legion was discovered, all the smoke bomb legions launched an attack on the goblin defenses. Although the attack didn't seem intense, it was enough to hold back the troops in the defense zones from mobilizing. Oh, I knew it would happen, an old goblin sneered. Mobilize all air forces on the defense line to support Defense Zone 11. Also, begin assembling elite teams. To deal with these high-strength enemies, we must have strong individuals to stabilize the army. Although the goblin commander was confident his troops could handle even a powerful charge with composure, these soldiers were mostly new recruits, and having a safety net would make any mishaps easier to handle. Commands from the headquarters were relayed to their respective targets via crystal signals. Hundreds of thousands of troops were scrambling to follow these orders. In War Zone 11, the goblins on the front lines were already engaged in a fierce battle with the Taoist Legion. Rumble. Red fireballs continuously exploded against the Legion's barrier, and the concentration of fire elements in the air began to rise sharply. Commander 9 looked at the several fortresses firing at his Legion, a solemn look in his eyes. He had been present during the battle for the opening gate. The rain of fireballs left a deep impression on him. While he didn't know what a fire elemental storm was, he knew that if the goblins continued firing at him, a vast sea of fire would appear during the battle for the opening gate. No matter how powerful this extraterritorial demon is, its fortresses are undoubtedly built of metal and stone. Anything built of metal and stone will undoubtedly be affected by Earth-based Taoist magic. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, "Use Earth-based Taoist magic to destroy those fortresses." His voice, carried along the formation, reached the front of the formation. The Taoist master of Earth-based Taoist magic immediately mobilized his energy and chanted incantations. The next moment, a large number of runes suddenly illuminated above the fortresses. As a wizard by training, Richard, while not particularly familiar with direct battlefield combat, did know the basics. Constructing a fortress requires no other enchantments, but the one for placing summoning spells is essential. Otherwise, even 2 earth elemental spells could bring down even the strongest wizard's fortress. But enchantments have their limits. Under an elemental attack comparable to that of a wizard army, the enchantments on the fortresses quickly shattered, and soon after, the fortresses began to twist and collapse, reducing them to a heap of rubble. This outer demon isn't very strong after all. A low laugh echoed from the Taoist army, but the commander at the center couldn't quite contain his laughter. This fortress is clearly a makeshift one, yet it managed to hold up for a while despite so many Taoists casting spells simultaneously. If it encountered a fortress built by an outer demon, I'm afraid even a full-scale attack wouldn't be enough to demolish it. From the moment the battle began, a shadow cast a shadow over the 9th commander's heart. The vast army continued to advance, and they had to achieve sufficient results in this battle before retreating. They had to dispel the myth that the extraterritorial demons could not fight. Soon, the first field troops appeared. The goblins, armed with annihilation guns, fired continuously at the Taoist army in the distance. But if even the 2,000-level radiant cannons couldn't penetrate the energy shield, then their tiny annihilation shells naturally couldn't penetrate it either. But, while they couldn't penetrate it, the sheer number of annihilation shells stacked together would cause a tremendous drain on the shield. In just over 10 minutes, the 9th commander felt the formation's energy level drop by 1%. And that was even without the extraterritorial demons deploying their long-range fireball attacks. No, we must fight quickly and decisively. The 9th commander made his decision and immediately issued an order to the army. Release the spirit soldiers and generals. The Taoists in the army were stunned by this order. Why would they release the spirit soldiers and generals out of the blue? Seeing they wouldn't move, the 9th commander couldn't help but gasp. Release the spirit soldiers and spirit generals. If you don't, you'll be worn out by them. Hearing the 9th commander's repeated urging, the Taoists of the Taoist Legion reluctantly pulled a handful of soldier beans from their sleeves and, muttering something, scattered them into the air. The beans flew into the air, sprouting in the air before transforming into burly wooden soldiers clad in armor. These soldiers descended upon the Taoists, guarding them like guards. This was a 4th-grade Taoist technique. The Spirit Soldier's technique. This technique belonged to the military arts, rarely practiced in ordinary times. However, after the invasion of the extraterritorial demons, this technique was passed down to every Taoist. While the Taoist spirit soldiers weren't particularly powerful, a single werewolf warrior could easily defeat them. However, the spirit soldier technique was never used alone. After unleashing the spirit soldier technique, all the immortal disciples in the Taoist army pulled out paper figures adorned with weapons and armor from their pockets. Then, as if summoning spirit soldiers, they tossed the paper figures into the air, formed a hand gesture, and pointed a finger at the figure in the sky. Then, the paper figure began to expand and transform like a balloon, ultimately transforming into a spirit general clad in ornate armor, with a crimson face, fangs, and a long halberd in hand. The moment the spirit general appeared, the spirit soldiers in the army, as if receiving a signal, immediately swarmed towards him. This was a 1st-grade Taoist technique. A spirit general. Once the spirit general was released, the spirit soldiers automatically came under his command. The combat effectiveness of the spirit soldiers led by the spirit general was significantly enhanced. At the command of the immortal disciples, the spirit generals immediately led their spirit soldiers through the formation and charged towards the distant goblins. The Taoist army's prepared spirit soldiers were not numerous. Each spirit general could only command approximately 5,000. Under the spirit general's command, the spirit soldiers moved through the Taoists in the formation like butterflies, then assembled outside with astonishing discipline. The goblin army's annihilation rounds could easily punch a large hole in the spirit soldiers' bodies. However, the spirit soldiers would not die unless they were broken apart. The fearless spirit soldiers, relying on their physical bodies, withstood the goblin army's annihilation fire before the formation was completed. Tens of thousands of spirit soldiers were reduced to ashes in the process, but to the spirit army, their deaths were meaningless. At this moment, the goblin commander on the front lines finally realized what headquarters had meant when they told him to treat these enemies as civilized enemies. They were not fighting a group of natives, but rather a vassal army of the immortal civilization. Chapter 6:13. The well-organized spirit soldiers surged toward the goblins like a tide. Unlike the werewolf warriors, who adapted their formations to their needs, the spirit soldiers employed formations native to the immortal realm. Their strength was perfectly suited to these formations. With a single swipe of his halberd, the vast army silently transformed into a single spearhead. On either side, the other spirit soldiers formed the blades of the spearhead in tacit coordination. Seeing this seamless coordination, the goblin commander made a decisive move. Retreat. Communicator, report that we've encountered a civilized enemy. Urge for rapid reinforcements. Quick! With that, the goblin commander tossed the wooden scepter, symbolizing command, to his adjutant. You will take command. I must go to the front lines to block the enemy. The goblin commander spoke with unwavering conviction, even though he knew he would most likely never return. As a commander, this was his duty. He was the commander of this legion, the supreme commander and the strongest. He had to step up and stabilize the troops' morale at this moment. Although the Goblin Legion was elite, these divinely blessed goblins had never experienced the brutal abyssal war. Nor did they know how terrifying and brutal war could be. The adjutant was also a veteran of the abyssal war, so he wasted no time. After accepting the scepter, he simply performed a church ritual towards the Legion commander. May the sage bless you. The goblin commander took the colonization suit and alchemical weapon from the orderly, then tossed the alchemical weapon aside, and tore off the flesh camouflage covering his left arm. As a veteran of the Abyssal War, he had undergone the transformations he had once undergone as a miracle monk. His left arm had long been amputated and replaced with a prosthetic. That thing isn't as good as a prosthetic. Give me the magazine. Slotting the magazine into the port of his prosthetic, the goblin commander connected the flesh suit to his body. He wielded an old-fashioned flesh chainsword, which, in addition to its chainsword's cutting power, also had the added bonus of increasing strength. During the Abyssal War, this was a rare and valuable item. But sadly, it has long been replaced by the single-edged alchemical chainsword. Old friend, back to the battlefield. The goblin commander gently stroked the blade of the chainsword, and then a sharp roar echoed, as if responding to his master. Holding the chainsword in his right hand, the goblin commander gazed at the spirit soldiers without a trace of fear or timidity. I told you, I must die on the battlefield. With this, he began charging towards the spirit soldiers. Don't panic, hold the line. The sage is with us. Praise the sage, praise the sun. In the command tower, the main command room, the goblin commanders stared at the sand table in silence. Suddenly, a divinely favored goblin banged open the command room door and shouted to the goblin commanders, "The engagement report is in." He handed the report, which seemed to reek of blood, to the nearest commander. The commander snatched it, quickly flipped through it, and then, with a grim expression, handed it to the others. The report indicated that the first line of defense in War Zone 11 had been completely breached. The 30th Legion, responsible for guarding the first line, had suffered heavy losses. The Legion commander was killed, the deputy commander was seriously injured, and the entire Legion had lost over 5,000 men, with over half of the soldiers killed during the retreat. Furthermore, according to this report, the second line of defense is also currently in critical condition. The Taoist Legion spirit soldiers, like a sharp sword, have pierced through their carefully constructed defenses. Brothers, this scene seems familiar, an old goblin suddenly said. Isn't this what happened during the Boer campaign? The Boer campaign was one of the most famous battles of the Abyssal War. After its conclusion, the goblins entered a state of full defense. During the Boer campaign, the Abyssal Demon Legion had similarly cut through their defenses, cutting through them like butter. No, the demonic legions of the Boer campaign were even faster than the spirit soldiers. You mean, the quagmire tactics? A goblin commander understood the underlying meaning. After the Boer campaign, the goblins reviewed it countless times, hoping to prevent a recurrence. Among these, the quagmire tactics were considered the most effective by the goblins. Simply put, the quagmire tactic is a human wave tactic. It uses numerous improvised defensive lines to slow down the attacking front, while employing massive reserves to harass the flanks, ultimately creating a situation where the enemy is stagnant, as if trapped in a swamp. However, the quagmire tactic requires a sufficient number of troops to create a quagmire. Don't bring up the quagmire tactic. A calm voice instantly stopped all the commanders in the command room. Richard, clad in a black robe, stepped through the goblins and arrived at the sand table. This time, the enemy is quite large. You can't defeat them alone. The quagmire tactic is a classic strategy for the weak, but it doesn't apply here. You're facing a group of summoned creatures who are incapable of sadness, fear, or fatigue. They will only relentlessly carry out their summoner's orders. And the best way to deal with them is to annihilate them all. Richard took out a crystal communicator and switched the channel to the command center corresponding to the support position. All support artillery, aboard, proceed immediately to Defense Sector 11. He then switched the channel to the Theater Command Center of War Zone 11. Defense Sector 11 support artillery, saturation fire on the target. Don't be stingy with your spell components and magic stones. The bombardment cannot stop for a moment. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the crystal communicator, as it shocked that it was Richard who was giving the order. But then a resolute response came from the communicator. Yes, my lord. Richard waved his hand, signaling the entire command center to come over. To be honest, I don't have much combat experience, and in some aspects I may be inferior to you. But in a battle of this magnitude, your experience is still slightly inferior to mine. When it comes to delaying an army whose individual qualities are clearly superior to ours, sorcery and artillery are more effective than humans. In Defense Sector 11, the supporting artillery positions, receiving the order, began a saturation fire attack on the Spirit Soldier Corps. The rain of fire, emanating from the positions, traced an elegant parabola through the air, landing directly on the Spirit Soldier Corps' front lines. Boom! A vast number of fireballs exploded almost simultaneously, the immense impact momentarily delaying even the elite Spirit Soldier Corps. Then, the concentration of fire elements within the unit space began to rise rapidly, distorting the air. Boom! Another round of artillery fire. This time, the distorted air began to flow, and an orange-red faint wind began to appear. Rumble! The rain of fire fell again, this time, but the orange-red faint wind vanished. The fire element in the unit space had surpassed critical mass, a massive resonant force erupting, and a massive firestorm, large enough to engulf the entire Spirit Army, began to emerge. 4th round, 5th round, 6th round. The alchemical cannons at the support artillery position kept exploding and melting, but the accompanying mechanics were repairing them at an astonishing rate. These men were all modified goblins, transformed by mechanics, and themselves proficient in goblin alchemy. A single melted support cannon could be repaired in mere minutes. Even so, the number of usable cannons at the support artillery position continued to dwindle. Over the communicator, the defense sector commander practically shouted at them to maintain their fire. The firestorm had already slowed the Spirit Army's advance. Every second they slowed down strengthened the rear defenses. The pressure weighed on every mechanic like a mountain. Hurry! Another once exploded. The mechanic's teammates' call gave him a splitting headache. In just 2 hours of bombardment, he had already repaired dozens of cannons, a tremendous test of his mental strength. He hurriedly installed the magic guide component in the alchemical cannon, not noticing that it wasn't actually cleared. After he left, the artilleryman hurried to the back of the cannon, immediately adjusted the muzzle elevation, and began firing. Orange-red fireballs flew from the muzzle continuously, but the cannon showed no sign of exploding. It was as if reality had been deceived by some mysterious force, allowing the damaged magic guide component to function as intended. The bombardment gradually weakened, and the massive fire elemental storm began to thin out. The once massive support artillery position was now littered with shattered metal and green blood. Only a handful of cannons continued to fire. The stronger mechanics were still attempting to repair the cannons, while the weaker ones had already fallen unconscious from the intense maintenance. Goblins don't have the ability to meditate. Their mental strength is far inferior to that of wizards. The commander of the support artillery position, holding a crystal communicator, reported the situation in a grave tone. There was a moment's silence, then a voice said, "Thank you for your hard work, but your mission isn't over yet." As he spoke, the rails of the support artillery position suddenly vibrated. Rumble. The sound of a train could be heard from behind the position. The goblins in charge of the rear support hurried forward to see what supplies had arrived. But as the carriages opened, artillerymen, already ready for action, rushed out, carrying alchemical cannons. Commander-in-Chief has ordered all support artillery from all defense zones to support Defense Zone 11. My brother, your reinforcements are here. My lord, the first batch of reinforcements has arrived. An old goblin hung up the communicator and said respectfully to Richard, "Well, let them relax a bit. The most tense period is over." Richard glanced at the frontline intelligence in his hand. Although his words were light-hearted, his tone remained serious. "My lord, what have you observed?" A goblin asked cautiously. "Prepare. The fire elemental storm won't hold them back for long. Have the frontline legions prepare their annihilation weapons. Once these puppets leave the fire elemental storm's area, launch a saturation attack on them. Remember, don't be stingy with your ammunition. Also, have the Air Force flank them from behind. That Taoist legion must be eliminated." Chapter 6:14. On the front lines, a massive fire elemental storm forced the Spirit soldiers to pause and change formations. However, to minimize losses, the formation changes became incredibly slow. As a civilization that had conquered an entire world community, the Immortal Realm's Spirit Army had strategies for most attacks. Using elemental storms to attack was not new to them. The massive front formation slowly rounded itself out. The fire elements in the air began to be drawn to the formation, transforming into a layer similar to an enchantment that enveloped each spirit soldier. After the formation was complete, the massive fire elemental storm began to gradually diminish. Even though the support positions in the rear continued to fire, the concentration of fire elements within the unit space steadily decreased. The fire elemental storm's range began to shrink until it finally transformed into a faint wind. After experiencing the baptism of the fire elemental storm, the Spirit Army had lost nearly 1/5 of its personnel. Many spirit soldiers were split up and assigned to other legions, while the spirit commanders of those legions advanced to the front of the formation, seemingly preparing to lead the charge. Without fear or emotion, the spirit soldiers silently completed their formation change and continued their advance. But before they could take a few steps, black shells rained down from the sky, landing on the spirit army like raindrops. While the spirit army possessed a degree of intelligence, they were, after all, mere puppets. In past battles, the immortal civilization would have commanders to command. But now, those Taoists clearly lacked such qualities. Thus, the spirit army took no defensive measures against these seemingly harmless shells. Each spirit soldier has a limited amount of energy, and the fire elemental storm, just now, had already consumed a vast amount of the Legion's energy. Without the commander's intervention, the spirit soldier corps automatically switched to energy-saving mode to complete the highest priority objectives. And so, the explosions began. Dazzling orbs of light exploded one after another, almost instantly raising the spirit soldier corps' front lines. Under the devastating power of the annihilation bombs, the spirit soldier corps, without any formations, had no chance of resistance. Each annihilation bomb could kill several spirit soldier corps members. In less than 10 seconds, the spirit soldier corps had lost nearly 20,000 men. And this was even after the spirit general adjusted his formation in a timely manner. Then, a barrage of shells rained down upon the spirit soldier corps. The spirit general glanced at the shells, and swung his halberd fiercely. The next moment, an invisible wave erupted from the halberd, instantly detonating all the shells in the sky. The dazzling light even outshone the scorching sun above. In the command room, Li reviewed the battle reports from the front and couldn't help but sigh. It's certainly not easy. How are the surrounding legions being mobilized? 32 legions are already in place, with another 20 on their way. 32. Richard paused. That's about enough. Order the legions to form up and prepare for hand-to-hand combat. It's time to test your organization. These spirit soldiers lack true intelligence. They're like clockwork robots, only with more options. Once the chaos erupts, even a spirit general won't be able to orchestrate the legions. At that point, it all depends on the individual soldier's combat prowess and their ability to inherit command. Hearing Richard's decisive words, the goblins present perked up. Melee is good, it's what goblins fear least. In past abyssal wars, neat formations were always a luxury. No matter how tight their lines were, the demons always managed to throw them into disarray. This profoundly impacted the training of the goblin army. A significant portion of the goblin army's daily training focused on developing effective command and coordination after engaging in chaotic battles. Rest assured, the goblins will not disappoint you. Richard smiled and continued, melee is melee, but before engaging in melee, the frontline troops must ensure they have expended all their ammunition. These spirit soldiers have limited energy. While they can absorb energy themselves, their energy level decreases with each battle. Every ounce of ammunition we use against the energy barrier is not wasted. Yes, my lord. Richard said nothing more, and in a flash, he vanished from the command room. Sir, if you take action, the spirit army will be like a pebble on the roadside, at your mercy. In the sky, the fire spirit, who had always been in Richard's pocket, suddenly spoke. Richard's understanding of the characteristics of the spirit army and spirit generals was entirely due to the fire spirit, a celestial being with a profound understanding of Taoism. But Richard's actions puzzled the fire spirit. He could tell that Richard wasn't someone who enjoyed watching others fight. In this battle, where victory or defeat would result in heavy losses, Richard should intervene, in his opinion. But Richard didn't. Richard calmly replied, I understand, but that would make this battle meaningless. At this moment, he was heading to Defense Zone 11. The War Command Center had reached its limit. The rest depended on the quality of the goblin soldiers. Are you training? No, I'm taking precautions. Richard gazed into the distance and said meaningfully, the battlefields the goblins will be entering will be filled with battles like this. The goblins must be prepared. Soldiers must adapt to the brutality of this kind of battlefield, and civilians in the rear must also realize that war is no joke. You have high expectations for this race. No, I have high expectations for every creature with advanced intelligence. Richard shook his head slightly. Fire Spirit God, what do you think is the most valuable gift in a creature? I can't say. I've seen countless geniuses, each with their own unique characteristics. Richard pointed his finger at his head and replied to the small cauldron where the Fire Spirit God sat. I think the most valuable gift in a creature is wisdom. As long as one possesses wisdom, life will always become powerful. The flame-wrapped spirit soldiers, led by several spirit generals without legions, charged towards the goblin army like a tidal wave. Around them, goblin legions from various defense zones had already formed up. Just as the spirit soldiers had their own formations, so too did the goblins, with their wizard backgrounds. The goblins in the front row, clutching massive metal shields, stood like a wall blocking the path of the spirit soldiers. A vast energy converged at the front, making the goblins feel as if they were omnipotent. The charging spirit general's face remained expressionless, his body and the halberd in his hand suddenly growing larger. In the next instant, the massive halberd, carrying immense force, shattered a corner of the shield wall. Behind him, spirit soldiers, shrouded in flames and resembling vengeful ghosts from hell, immediately followed, ready to break through the gap in the goblin formation. But before the spirit general could launch a second strike, several beams of anti-aircraft radiation accurately struck his left arm. While a spirit general wouldn't die if his limbs were damaged, he was effectively dead. Without a professional Taoist to repair them, a spirit general's life was ruined. Behind the army formation, the radiant flak cannons, once used for air defense, had been laid flat. Thanks to the ingenuity of the mechanics, they had been transformed into turrets. Now, these turrets were firing continuously at the charging spirit generals. Without the protection of the Legion's shield, the radiant flak cannon's barrage of fire was enough to penetrate the spirit general's defenses. Watching spirit generals being torn apart by the radiant flak cannons one by one, the goblins in the rear cheered. But their joy didn't last long before a series of violent explosions reached their ears. The shredded spirit generals didn't die immediately. In their final moments, they activated their final preset strategy: self-destruction. The immense impact instantly tore a hole in the shield wall, allowing the following legions of spirit soldiers to seize the opportunity. With their two-handed swords, swung with flames, they could slice through ordinary goblins, armor and all, with a single swing. The goblins were stunned by the sudden melee, but soon, the professionally trained goblin soldiers began to counterattack in an orderly manner. Years of training had eluded them to words. A single glance could convey their intentions to their teammates. The roaring single-edged alchemical chains whirred straight through the air, instantly ripping spirit soldiers apart with their sharp teeth. On the lower battlefields, attacks often overflowed. A 100-level fireball, without an energy barrier to protect it, would be enough to kill a level 1 human without physical transformation. But even among wizards with energy barriers, only a few would engage in close combat with the natives in direct combat. Because once an attack capable of penetrating defenses emerged, even a wizard would be doomed. The fighting was spreading. Under the goblins' deliberate control, the spirit soldiers that had entered the goblin formation were split into several smaller units. The process appeared chaotic, but from a holistic perspective, it was quite clear. The goblin formation was now as shattered as a sieve, yet it still maintained a high degree of organization. In contrast, once the spirit soldiers entered the goblin formation, the goblins would sacrifice their lives to sever them. The spirit generals, lacking wisdom, were unable to command the current situation. In the past, military immortals from the celestial realm would often appear and take control of the battlefield at such times. But now, the Taoists who had summoned the spirit army trembled in fear behind them. Is this the heavenly demon? A Taoist shuddered. The recent fire elemental storm lingered, like a nightmare, in the minds of many Taoists. Without the protection of the spirit soldiers, they would undoubtedly have been torn apart by the storm, which they would not have been. Now, the spirit soldiers had successfully engaged the heavenly demons in hand-to-hand combat, which should have been a one-sided outcome. They knew all too well the spirit soldiers' combat effectiveness. 5,000 spirit soldiers under the command of a spiritual general were more than enough to annihilate an army of the same number of warriors. Yet, the spirit soldiers were unable to advance. The extraterritorial heavenly demons had formed a massive formation, like an invisible maw, continuously devouring and digesting the spirit soldiers. Were they going to lose this battle? Chapter 6:15. Buzz, the broken chainsaw sword roared as it severed the body of a spirit soldier. Simultaneously, a long blade etched with flames grazed the goblin's back, leaving a charred wound. On a vast battlefield, the creations of civilization confronted its minions. Two groups, supposed to showcase their respective prowess, now engaged each other with swords, just as their ancestors had done. The number of spirit soldiers steadily dwindled. The increasingly skilled goblins, through sacrifice, had developed a near-perfect battle plan. Spirit soldiers, after all, were inanimate objects. No matter how agile or skilled they were all pre-instilled by the immortals of the celestial realm. They possessed no inherent capacity for thought or learning. Furthermore, as the battle progressed, their techniques were gradually being seen through, while the goblins continuously refined their skills. Combined, the goblins advanced while the spirit soldiers regressed. As one advanced, the other declined, and the vast army of spirit soldiers was constantly being depleted. Upon witnessing this, the Taoists hiding within the spiritual army corps immediately began to order a retreat. The results of this battle were already substantial. The vast battlefield was littered with goblin corpses. Furthermore, a large number of seriously wounded had been evacuated to the rear. This battle was a remarkable success. Upon receiving the order, the Spiritual Army Corps immediately turned and headed for the nearest river. Upon noticing the Spiritual Army Corps' movements, cheers erupted from the headquarters of Defense Zone 11. They knew they had already won this battle. Trying to escape. Stop them. Reading the battle report from the front, the headquarters immediately ordered the command of Defense Zone 11 to take control of all troops within Defense Zone 11, with only one requirement: the complete annihilation of the Taoist Corps. The Air Force, previously idle, was activated. Throughout this battle, it had only supported the artillery positions in suppressive fire during the early stages. After that, the Air Force remained idle. Now, upon receiving the order, the massive warships immediately activated, their countless gun barrels shifting, ready to deliver a crushing blow to the Taoist Legion. On the ground, the Goblin Legion and the Spiritual Army Legion began to separate. Artillery attacks must not be conducted in the presence of friendly forces. The Taoist Legion's 9th commander, observing the similarly retreating goblins, suddenly felt a surge of determination. The terrifying fire elemental storm suddenly flashed before his eyes, making his heart feel as if it were being gripped tightly. Full speed. Full speed. The 9th commander shouted the order in panic, but it was too late. A destructive rain of fire fell from the sky. This time, the Spiritual Army Legion, reduced by 2/3, was barely able to withstand the attack, but the goblin support artillery positions would not be silenced again. The statistics are in. Our casualties this time: 109,463. A deep silence fell in the command room. The figures recorded in the report weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a mountain. To be honest, this loss of life isn't an exaggeration. During the Abyssal War, there were many more exaggerated figures. But the past was the past, and this is the present. After years of development, the quality of today's goblin soldiers far exceeds that of those days. If converted, the losses in this war are equivalent to the loss of nearly 110,000 miracle monks at once. During the Abyssal War, this would have been enough to make Franken vomit blood and tears suffer a cardiac arrest. The losses are in. Do you have any questions? Richard carefully reviewed the report and casually placed it on the table beside him. He then glanced at the goblins in the command room. Every one he caught sight of subconsciously avoided his gaze. No. If not, then I tell you. The casualties in this war aren't great, but they're not bad either. They're even better than I expected. I'm sure you've all been very dedicated to building up your military over the years. However, there's a somewhat harsh future ahead that you must all accept. Richard paused and tapped the table lightly. The wars I'd be fighting in the future will all be of this intensity. Silence, a suffocating silence. Some of the goblins present had pale green faces, some were solemn, some had determined eyes, and some were a little uneasy. Richard observed every move they made, but he said nothing. After a long silence, a goblin gave Richard a miraculous monk salute. Lord, we will follow you to the ends of the earth. Even if the abyss of hell lies ahead, we will follow you. After saying this, he pounded his fist against his chest. This was a common etiquette among goblin soldiers, signifying the truth of his words. Soon, a second and third goblin stepped forward. Lord, I will follow you to the ends of the earth. Lord, I am your soldier, your loyal servant. I will do whatever you command. My lord. Richard gazed at these goblins expressing their loyalty, his eyes silently gleaming. Under his divine gaze, the faith of these goblin commanders was clear to the naked eye. After receiving this news, the faith of most goblins grew even stronger, but the faith of a few dimmed. Fear of death is human nature, and Richard understands that. But there is no doubt that these individuals with shaky faith will be marginalized. Richard raised his hand, and silence fell once again throughout the command room. I have witnessed your faith, and there is no need to elaborate. Although the losses in this war were heavy, the gains were also significant. The Taoist Legion was completely annihilated by our talented men, and the few that escaped were of little consequence. I have a suggestion. Hold a celebration to lift everyone's spirits. Yes, my lord. While the goblin-controlled area was bustling with celebrations, the atmosphere within the aristocratic alliance grew somewhat somber. All destroyed? The Qin family's head felt a blackout as he listened to the Taoist's report, nearly passing out. Beside him, the heads of the other 6 families traveling through the immortal realms had a similar reaction. The Taoist wasn't a warrior. Those residing there were all talented individuals with a connection to immortality, their core members and most valuable treasures. But now, they were all annihilated. Such a loss needed no explanation. The aristocratic family alliance existed in name only. Once this news spread, the capitulation faction within the aristocratic family alliance would spread like a plague. Unless the immortal lord descended, the mortal world would have become the domain of the extraterritorial demons. Master! Master! A werewolf suddenly rushed into the room in a panic, kneeling and kowtowed before the Qing family master, saying, "Master, we've received intelligence that the Liu, Feng, and Jia families, along with the 372 families they command, have submitted a letter of surrender to the extraterritorial demons. This is the complete surrender of the warrior corps." What? The Qing family master abruptly stood up. He had just received the news. The news of the Taoist Corps' annihilation shouldn't have spread. But at this juncture, these families surrendered. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. As soon as the reporting werewolf finished speaking, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the Yu family master's shadow. He whispered something in the Yu family master's ear, and the Yu family master's expression darkened. The Qi family, the Tian Yuan Luo family, and the Xianshui Luo family have also surrendered. As if on purpose, the Yu family head had just finished speaking when the other patriarchs roaming the immortal realms, some through Taoist artifacts, some through messenger birds, and some simply through Taoist magic, learned the intelligence obtained by their informants through various means. My family has surrendered too. My family too. These traitors. We should have just used the deception mind from the beginning. Seeing the other families following his lead, the Qing family head suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Even if the extraterritorial demons were deliberately spreading the news, it would be impossible for the aristocratic families to defect so quickly. These aristocratic families are all thousand-year-old foxes. They can't just believe everything the extraterritorial demons say. They must verify the news of the Taoist army's annihilation. Unless there's something else. As for the Xianshui Luo family, the Luo family head looked at the young master of the Quan family, whose appearance had changed drastically before him, half knelt on the ground and bowed his head, saying, "Your Majesty, your humble servant greets you." While it's true that the White Wolf King was slain by immortals in the past, the White Wolf Royal Court also had many nobles. These nobles survived the White Wolf Royal Court's destruction and, through force, established one small nation after another during the barbaric period following the court's destruction. Later, the gates to immortality opened wide, and the immortals bestowed titles upon the world's aristocratic families. These small nations became the first aristocratic families. The Xianshui Luo family was one of these first aristocratic families. Uncle, no need for formalities. The young master raised the Luo family head to power. The primary reason these aristocratic families surrendered so decisively was because of the young master. Combined with the White Wolf King's bloodline and the aristocratic family guardian's natural affinity for the creatures of this world, the aristocratic families that had previously considered playing the fence instantly switched sides. Surrender? What a bullshit surrender. We are abandoning darkness for light. The extraterritorial demons murdered the White Wolf King in the past, and we, loyal ministers and generals, were forced to surrender to the thieves in order to revive the White Wolf Royal Court. Now that the White Wolf King has returned, we naturally return to his service. Of course, there were also some aristocratic family heads who doubted the young master's abilities. But after the young master slew a level 3 werewolf on the spot, those doubts vanished. If they surrendered, even if they failed, they could still live a little longer. But if they didn't, they would die now. The Taoists from each family were drafted into the Taoist Corps. Those remaining at the aristocratic family headquarters were those who were either alchemists or weapon masters, who were not good at fighting. Without the Taoists, relying solely on warriors, no matter how many werewolves there were, they would be useless. The Luo family head stood up, looking at the young master with a complicated expression. A few months ago, the young master was just a junior who needed his care. Now, the young master has become his lord, who he needs to serve. It's all about the fickleness of fate. Your Majesty, what do we need to do? The young master shook his head slightly, pulled a crystal communicator from his sleeve, and contacted Richard. My lord, the aristocratic family's defection is complete. If nothing unexpected happens, the gate to immortality will open soon. Chapter 616. In the laboratory, Richard hung up the communicator. Before the Taoist Legion appeared, he had already sent the young master to the werewolf-controlled area to conduct lobbying. Richard was well aware of the characteristics of aristocratic families. They were profit-driven and inherently weak. With the war situation so dire, it would be better to expect them to unite and fight steadfastly than to expect Richard to relent and voluntarily withdraw from this world. Are you sure the immortal gate will open? It will definitely open. Beside Richard, Taoist Xianqing, dressed in a black Taoist robe, spoke calmly. Taoist Xianqing had arrived during the battle between the Taoist Legion and the goblins, but this time his consciousness was gone, replaced by the consciousness of the man behind the scenes. He needs the mortal world as his medicinal field. Without it, he can't refine his elixirs. Without it, he become one of those creatures you see in the fireworks hall. Medicine field? Richard raised an eyebrow. Then he's a rather lazy herbalist. The Xianqing Taoist shook his head. He's lucky to be lucid. How could he possibly focus his energy on such mundane matters? So who are you? Richard looked at the Xianqing Taoist. He could sense that the current Xianqing Taoist was something special. There was a power within him that he was vaguely familiar with, but he couldn't quite place its origin. Working with such a person, Richard always felt like he was being backstabbed at any moment. Who am I? That's a good question. The Xianqing Taoist's tone suddenly changed, becoming the true Xianqing Taoist. I don't even know who I am. Taoist Xuanqing's tone began to shift, sometimes deep, sometimes frivolous, as if he were possessed by several ghosts simultaneously. My name in this life is Xianqing, in the previous, Xianho, and in the life before that, Tianyin. I don't know who I am, but I know I must kill that mad immortal. This is my mission. So, you're not the real mastermind either? You could say that. Richard rubbed his brow, feeling that things in this world were truly troublesome. Forget it, let me change the question. How well do you know the so-called mad immortal? To fight such a figure, I must understand my opponent. The Xianqing Taoist was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. He's a celestial immortal. To translate your terms, he's a level 6 creature. But after the catastrophe, his strength has plummeted to level 5. He's usually mentally unstable, with only a few moments of lucidity each day. While he can't think, some instinctive reactions remain. He can still use his magical powers, but they're just haphazard. Have you ever seen the demons from outer space? Those powerful yet irrational creatures that roam the starry sky? You mean the Star Wanderers? I know that. Richard frowned slightly. According to the Xianqing Taoist, if the mad immortal was in a state similar to that of a Star Wanderer, then he would indeed be a contender. But he had two concerns at this moment. First, was this information truly credible? Second, what if the mad immortal suddenly regained consciousness during the fight? Even if the mad immortal regained his sanity for only a few seconds, a world master from a civilized civilization with a level 6 experience and a level 5 strength would be enough to severely injure or even kill him. If you're worried about what to do if he regains consciousness, I can tell you something, Taoist Xianqing said. If we can catch him awake, then there's no need for us to do anything. He commits suicide on his own. Suicide? Are you crazy? Richard was amused by this answer. If he could commit suicide the moment he regained consciousness, then this mad immortal would have done it long ago. Why wait for him to arrive? I'm not crazy, but I do feel that way. The one who created me must have understood this mad immortal well, which is why he made me feel that way. Taoist Xuanqing's matter-of-fact tone choked Richard, leaving him speechless. What you say had better be true, otherwise, no matter who's behind you, they can't protect you. A small world as leverage is enough to persuade any truth wizard to take action. If the situation truly came to a head, Richard would know which was more precious, a world or life. And with his connection to the physical corona, perhaps he could persuade them with just half a world. As soon as the truth wizard takes action, all the schemes hidden deep within this small world will vanish into thin air. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and intrigues are merely the whims of the powerful. The celebration lasted 3 days. During these 3 days, the goblins who had not participated in the war with the spirit army advanced the goblin-controlled area significantly. If the original goblin-controlled area resembled a black blob on a sheet of paper, now it had covered half the paper. And it was expanding at an astonishing rate. The title of White Wolf God was incredibly effective. The young master's journey to persuade people to surrender was like the protagonist in a vernacular novel. With just a jolt of his powerful body, revealing his kingly aura, bloodline pressure, those he persuaded to surrender would fall to their knees, becoming glorious followers of the White Wolf God. At the same time, faith in the White Wolf God spread rapidly among the people. The black-robed werewolf priest, under the guidance of the earthly priest, preached from village to village. But he soon discovered that the teachings of the earthly priest were largely useless. This was because the conditions in this world were far worse than those in the goblin world. Although the goblin world's environment was harsh and life was difficult, the two major churches needed to recruit talents to explore the path of God, so education was still available to the grassroots. An ordinary goblin working-class family, by tightening their belts, could afford to support a student. But this world was different. Under the oppression of the aristocratic families, ordinary people had no access to education. Ignorance, superstition. These negative words weren't derogatory, but rather literal descriptions. So when the werewolf priest revealed his identity and held out the priestly token emblazoned with a white wolf symbol, all the villagers knelt in awe. They didn't know what the term priest meant, but they knew the tall figure before them must be a significant figure. Under these circumstances, missionary work became incredibly successful. No village would take the words of the powerful from above lightly. The villagers knew that when the powerful said they would kill their entire family, they meant it. And as faith grew, resource extraction also rapidly advanced. Using instruments, the goblins discovered numerous mineral veins hidden beneath the werewolves' noses. Huge factories began to be built, and basic education for the villagers followed suit. The factories needed workers, but it was clear that the goblin soldiers could not be workers. When the villagers saw the truth in the powerful's words, a sincere faith began to emerge. The people knew that a great being had descended upon their world. He had resurrected the white wolf god and brought them food and books. Under his glory, they no longer needed to pay tribute of grain, cloth, and children to the aristocratic families. The crops flourished under his glory, the warriors became amiable, and the aristocratic families vanished under his glory. A better world had arrived. Floating city laboratory. Richard felt the growing dimensional power of the god's world within him, and a headache gripped him. For others, the growth of dimensional power was undoubtedly a blessing. But for Richard, it was like a death warrant. He was being watched by two god kings. The more prominent he became, the less likely this attention would disappear. If the god kings discovered he was a creature of another civilization, he shuddered to think what would happen to him. The wizard civilization would never go to war with another civilization because of him. If possible, several truth wizards would be more than willing to use him to establish a friendship with the god civilization in exchange for some necessary assistance. Then, after victory, they could use him as an excuse to wage war against the god civilization. Oh, forget it. Let's just take it one step at a time. Richard shook his head, refocusing his attention on his cultivation. As the life editor activated, Richard's body suddenly shrank. Simultaneously, his anatomy underwent slight changes. After years of cultivation, Richard's physical fitness had reached 375 points, just 25 points away from the 400 points of level 5 life. At this point, Richard no longer focused solely on improving his physical fitness, but instead shifted his focus to enhancing his actual combat effectiveness. Humans, like the goblins, were not created by the Forerunners, so within their core lives lies a vast amount of unused life information. Through life editing, Richard can reveal this hidden information. Once he has gained sufficient knowledge in bioinformatics, he can even compile his own life information, granting himself any desired physical characteristics. Suddenly, a violent spatial fluctuation swept through Richard's perception. Richard froze for a moment, then abruptly looked in the direction of the spatial fluctuation. Due west. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate layers of obstruction, gazing thousands of miles away at the old royal court in the Wolf Plains. There, a pure white gate slowly opened. Is it finally open? It's a bit inefficient, Richard muttered. Nearly 2 months had passed since the Taoist Legion was annihilated. If it weren't for Richard's deliberate restraint, the Goblin army would have already reached the Wolf Plains. Surrender is contagious. When the number of surrendering families reached a certain level, the remaining families flocked to submit their letters of surrender. In the current Goblin world, aside from a few remote areas, only the 7 immortal communities surrounding the Wolf Plain are not under Goblin control. With one step forward, Richard's body instantly appeared outside the floating city. Soon, Taoist Xianqing appeared beside him. They stared at the immortal gate from afar. A terrifying yet twisted aura emanated from the gate, as if something terrifying was about to emerge from within. Chapter 6:17. It's best not to let him descend into the world. The Xianqing Taoist gazed at the immortal gate and suddenly spoke. If he descends, win or lose, this land will be devastated. Richard glanced sideways at the Xianqing Taoist. I didn't expect you to care about the world. I thought you were the kind of person who wouldn't mind the death of millions of people as long as the mad immortal could die. The Xianqing Taoist was silent for a moment, then said calmly, these people are useless here. I won't frown at any meaningful sacrifice, but I hate to see such meaningless deaths. Pragmatist, not bad. Richard gazed at the immortal gate and took a step forward, appearing hundreds of miles away. In a moment, Richard arrived at the gate. The werewolves in front of the gate had already fainted. Under that terrifying pressure, Few creatures below the level of the World Master could remain conscious. Looking back, Richard discovered that the Xianqing Taoist had actually followed him. Is this a Taoist technique? Richard's mental power detected the unresolved spatial flaws and communicated with the fire spirit in his pocket. Sir, this person must be using the magical power created by the Master. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Magic power is a term used in the immortal realm to describe Taoist techniques above the first level. Even in the immortal realm civilization, where powerful individuals abound, magical powers are considered as sect's core treasures. Are many people proficient in this magical power? Not many, only the Master and a few of his disciples. Okay, I understand. Looking at the massive door before him, Richard, relying on his power, contacted the young Master. Inform the goblins that the 7 immortals' land of 7 families need not stay. With that, Richard pulled the hand of balance from his pocket and said to Taoist Xianqing, "Let's go. It's time to meet the mad immortal you've been longing for." Behind the immortal gate lay a breathtakingly beautiful landscape, reminiscent of Richard's imagined paradise. In the distance, misty clouds scattered colors. The sun and moon shone in the distance. Thousands of pines and cypresses, tens of thousands of bamboos, fairy flowers swayed in a riot of color, and fragrant herbs emanated from the air. If it weren't for the mountain-like mist monster in the distance, Richard would have felt this place was the paradise he imagined. Is this the mad immortal? Less than 10 kilometers in front of him, a gigantic humanoid monster was wriggling. The humanoid monster wore a pure white Taoist robe condensed from energy, its massive, misty body as thick as a pool of slime. Its head was faceless, a single, constantly swirling vortex. As the vortex swirled, a strange attraction emanated from it. Even a glance at it would have the soul of an ordinary person snatched away. Richard's body tensed involuntarily as he gazed at the mountain-like monster not far away. His instincts told him this was an extremely dangerous creature. That's him. The Taoist Xianqing looked at the crazy immortal, his voice thick with an inexplicable emotion. Since he had become conscious, killing the crazy immortal had been his life's purpose, but he had never actually met him. This was even his first time entering the immortal realm. But the moment he laid eyes on the monster, he knew it was his goal. He could sense a shift in his soul, as if a seal were being lifted. As they spotted the monster, the massive creature naturally noticed the 2 little mice. The mad immortal turned his head, seemingly observing Richard and the others. Then, his mountainous form shifted, accompanied by a roar so high in frequency that it practically shattered the very fabric of space. Richard frowned, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his ears. Even though this immortal had gone mad, his years of combat experience had enabled him to instinctively unleash his Taoist magic. This roar contained extremely complex techniques. Caught off guard, even someone as frail as Richard suffered minor injuries. Be careful, foreigner. This mad immortal was once the head of the supreme sect. He possesses more magical powers than you know. The Taoist Xuanqing's voice was a little high, as memories of the mad immortal continued to flood back. Those minute details were likely unknown even to the mad immortal himself. Richard noticed the change in Taoist Xianqing. His tone was very familiar. It was the tone he used when speaking to the natives. It seemed he remembered something. A lot. A mysterious power suddenly erupted from Taoist Xuanqing's body. As the former guardian of the goblin world, Richard was very familiar with this power. It was the power of the world's origin. The moment he activated this power, Taoist Xuanqing's aura merged with the fairyland. With a casual wave of his hand, the energy of the entire fairyland flowed with him. Richard's pupils constricted. A question that had troubled him for so long finally revealed its answer. This world clearly lacks a world guardian, so where does the world power within Taoist Xianqing come from? And now, the answer has been revealed. That world power isn't from the immortal realm, but rather the inherent world power of the shattered fragments of the immortal realm. Foreigner, show me your abilities. I swear by the great Tao, if you can slay this mad immortal, the entire immortal realm will be yours. I will also grant you a tremendous reward. As he spoke, a gigantic phantom suddenly emerged from Taoist Xuanqing's body. The nearly boundless energy of the immortal realm poured into the phantom, like rivers flowing into the sea. In the blink of an eye, the phantom solidified into a towering giant. The giant made a magic gesture, and the immense energy of the immortal realm was once again mobilized, transforming into a jade-white sword light. Above the sword light, 7 ancient Taoist characters swirled, carrying a solemn and murderous aura. A huge benefit? Richard's mind stirred. Taoist Xuanqing's behavior after entering the immortal realm gave rise to a somewhat wild hypothesis. Roar! The mad immortal's roar interrupted Richard's thoughts. Gazing at the mountain-like mad immortal, Richard took a deep breath, and his 2-meter-tall body began to grow at a visible rate. Even after fully integrating with the body of rules, he had never yet used his full strength. Even Richard himself didn't know the full extent of his strength. 50 meters, 60 meters, 100 meters, 110 meters. Richard's body grew to 100 meters in a flash, finally stopping at 150 meters. Revealing my true form is truly liberating, Richard sighed softly. Although his stature was still a dwarf compared to the mountainous mad immortal, at the stage of World Master, strength was no longer tied to size. Law of Heaven and Earth. The Xianxing Taoist recognized Richard's method, and was suddenly filled with astonishment. To have achieved Law of Heaven and Earth, you appear to be no foreign barbarian. Where else in the world are you from? Richard no longer had time to pay attention to the Xianxing Taoist's astonishment. After the mad immortal saw him unfold his ruled body, he immediately split into several clones, each of which possessed an energy intensity comparable to his own. He is indeed a prodigy with the potential to become a master. Even if his Tao is distorted and his mind has fallen into madness, his combat power is unmatched by ordinary natives. Richard gazed at the clones rushing towards him, a surge of fighting spirit rising within him. Physical evolution is inseparable from combat. Creatures of all such powerful bodies, for the purpose of fighting. Fight against predators, against competitors, against nature. Fighting is an instinct etched into the bones of every living being. With one step, Richard suddenly appeared before one of his clones, unleashing a powerful punch that combined the power of heaven and man and the mountain-smashing fist. The massive fist didn't pierce space, but rather used it as a fist gauntlet, tearing through an entire swath of space and piercing the clone's body like a sharp sword. Then, the spatial gauntlet exploded within the clone, instantly piercing it like a hornet's nest with sharp fragments of space. But before Richard could deliver a second punch, he saw the clone, riddled with wounds, wriggling. A layer of metallic rock flowed along its body, tightly wrapping around Richard's arm, as if to trap him and make it easier for his teammates to attack. But Richard didn't panic. Instead, a hint of a sneer played at the corner of his mouth. A spark of the miracle furnace's flame suddenly appeared from the tip of his fist. The next moment, his clone erupted like a gasoline barrel filled with oil. Buzz! Richard's energy barrier suddenly appeared, and 2 sword beams exploded across it, nearly shattering his composite magic barrier. The crazy immortal unleashed 5 clones, each with distinct characteristics. The one Richard struck was imposing, like a stone pillar. The one emitting the sword beams was a slender clone holding a long sword. Be careful. Those are the 5 elements war puppet. Each possesses a Taoist text, capable of unleashing countless magical powers and techniques, and they can even form battle formations. If trapped within these formations, even a human immortal can slay an earthly immortal. The voice of Taoist Xianxing echoed in Richard's ears. After the invisible seal on his memory was lifted, he could discern the crazy immortal's every move and identify a method for breaking it. While giving this warning, Taoist Xianxing engaged the crazy immortal in combat. The Taoist sword light was like a divine axe that split the sky apart, rendering any obstacle futile. The magical powers and techniques the crazy immortal used to block it proved useless against the sword light. The crazy immortal's massive body was pierced unimpeded by the sword light, but then healed itself instantly. The power of the laws woven into the sword light was completely useless against the crazy immortal. No matter how sharp a blade is, it cannot cut through flowing water. But the crazy immortal's formless form was like flowing water. Taoist Xuanqing's expression changed slightly. The sword light he wielded was the unique skill of the Grand Master of the Supreme Sect, known as the 7 Killing Swords. The 7 complete Taoist texts swirled in the sword light. Even the simplest strike was equivalent to the simultaneous release of 7 different magical powers. Even in a celestial realm teeming with powerful beings, this would be a unique skill that would attract celestial beings to vie for it. But at this moment, it seemed to have lost its effectiveness. You've forgotten something. Richard's voice suddenly echoed in Taoist Xuanqing's ears. The Tao has been distorted. The more powerful the Tao, the greater the distortion. Taoist Xianxing swept his mind, and saw Richard, like a wolf among sheep, igniting the remaining 4-5 elements war puppets. The magical powers of the war puppets exploded, like fireworks, before Richard's body. Though Richard bled profusely, none of them could threaten his life. Richard came to Taoist Xianxing and said calmly, "The magical power that once allowed you to kill people above your level has now become useless." Chapter 618. Indeed. At the inspector's reminder, Taoist Xianxing remembered that the Tao had been distorted. The Tao, once incredibly sophisticated, was now nothing more than a collection of gears that could only mesh slightly. While still usable, Its power and effectiveness were far less than before. However, while the Tao has been distorted, the way of heaven has not been distorted. Taoist Xianqing swung the seven-killing sword, and a sea of fire powerful enough to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas enveloped the crazy immortal. Although the Tao had been distorted, the rules had not been distorted, nor had the talents granted by the rules. Even if he couldn't use the Tao, he could still employ many methods by relying on the innate power of the rules. In the distance, the mountain-like crazy immortal waved his sleeves, and countless Taoist symbols instantly emerged from his energy-condensed robe. The moment these symbols appeared, the crazy immortal vanished from Richard's perception. Although his physical eyes could still see the crazy immortal in the distance, his spiritual power could never reach him. "This is a world away," Taoist Xianqing said solemnly, looking at the mad immortal, engulfed in flames yet unharmed. A world away is a great spatial magical power. It allows the user to create a world of their own, a realm unreachable by ordinary attacks. A world away. Richard was stunned for a moment, then understood the subtlety of this magical power. The world wall, as a barrier to the world, not only prevents external invasion, but also prevents the creatures within from leaving. Without the proper method, purely physical means will never reach the world wall. And a world away utilizes this very property for defense. This method is quite mysterious. Perhaps I can develop one in the future. Richard secretly noted the thought and waved his staff. A spatial rift leading to the realm of the fire element appeared from the air. A vast amount of fire element poured into Richard's staff, like a river flowing back from the sky. The next moment, the power of the sun vision, reaching a power level of 200,000, burst from the staff's tip. Taoist Xianqing was slightly surprised by this, but then shook his head. Ordinary attacks were ineffective against the closed area world technique. Taoist Xianqing was about to explain the mechanics of the closed area world technique in detail, but before he could open his mouth, he saw golden light pierce the crazy immortal's body. "Has it really been twisted?" Richard said calmly, looking at the crazy immortal. "The distance that was once inaccessible has now become immensely greater. As long as the attack is sufficiently focused and concentrated, this close to the ground of worlds will only weaken it." Richard's move left Taoist Xianqing frozen in place. He was still trying to figure out how to circumvent the close to the ground of worlds with his magical powers, but Richard unexpectedly used force to break through the close to the ground of worlds with a single blow. Roar! The shrill roar echoed again. This was the first time the crazy immortal had been truly injured in the battle. His swirling face began to spin violently, and his massive humanoid body began to wriggle. Countless limbs and tentacles emerged from his body, human hands, animal feet, tentacles, bird claws, and everything in between. As they appeared, a violent energy wave instantly swept across the entire fairyland. The violent energy wind nearly uprooted the old trees in the mountains. Richard suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and his huge body instantly shrank to its usual size. The next moment, billions of limbs erupted simultaneously, unleashing a near-infinite array of magical powers. This winds, sword energy, fire dragons, icy winds, the countless magical arts accumulated by the Supreme Sect over hundreds of thousands of years, all surged toward Richard and Taoist Xianqing like a raging wave. Taoism was indeed distorted, but it wasn't unusable. In the face of sheer numbers, even the most minor of magical powers, when combined, were enough to shake heaven and earth. A moment later, the surge of magical powers dissipated. It was confirmed that they were caused by an elemental storm caused by a high concentration of elements, and an energy thunderstorm caused by a high concentration of active energy. Amidst the thunder and storm, Richard removed his energy barrier, his body swelling once again into a 100-meter giant. Behind him, the vast mountain range had vanished. Molten lava and scorched earth stretched from Richard's feet to tens of thousands of miles away. Beside Richard, Taoist Xianqing bowed his head, his aura profoundly weak. Taoist Xianqing didn't have Richard's keen sense of danger. Although he restrained his body of rules and deployed his defenses in time, when the tide of Taoist magic approached, he was ultimately a step too late. The tide of Taoist magic instantly destroyed his defenses and, in a fraction of a microsecond, his body of rules as well. If it weren't for the protection of the world's power, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. In the distance, the mountain-like mad immortal had shrunk by half. Taoist magic required energy, and before Taoist Xianqing, the guardian of this world, the mad immortal's mobilization of the energy of the immortal realm would undoubtedly be detected. So, relying on instinct, the mad immortal chose to use his own energy. "Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid the battle ahead will depend on you." Taoist Xianqing's voice was weak. The surge of Taoist magic had a tremendous impact on him. Even with the protection of the world's power, the destruction of his body of rules had inflicted immense damage to his soul. At this moment, his brain felt as if 10,000 red-hot steel needles were stirring. It would be impossible for him to activate his body of rules anytime soon. Put me first? Looking at the mad immortal in the distance, Richard's mind raced. He pondered whether it was worth continuing to fight the mad immortal. Although the mad immortal was unconscious, his immense size was enough for him to instantly kill an ordinary level 4 creature through instinct. Although Richard was not ordinary, his fate would not be much better. Do you need to rely on the miracle furnace? Richard waved his staff lightly, and another sun vision appeared. This time, a golden spark appeared within it. Bang! The sun vision exploded on the mad immortal, and the spark also touched him. Golden flames blazed fiercely, spreading like a raging prairie fire. But before it could spread, the mad immortal shuddered and proactively severed that portion of his body. Sure enough, even with only a lingering instinct, he can still keep the flames out. Richard frowned, as he watched the mad immortal actively cutting himself apart. The miracle fire takes time to burn. Unless the miracle fire can be made to explode within the mad immortal, killing the mad immortal with it will be no easy task. Richard turned to Taoist Xianqing and asked, I have a method to kill the mad immortal, but the conditions are very strict. What conditions? My method requires detonation within the mad immortal to kill him. Internal detonation? Xianqing Taoist was stunned for a moment, then realized Richard was referring to his flame. If you can detonate the flame within, this mad immortal will surely die, Richard said firmly. But if not, I will leave. Leave? Are you really going to abandon this world? Richard said calmly, I wouldn't give up, but I can seal the entrance and exit between the immortal realm and the mortal world. This mad immortal has no mind, so once I complete the seal, he won't be able to descend into the mortal realm again. Then I'd just be missing out on some things. As a wizard, in this situation where a life or death struggle wasn't necessary, Richard felt it was better to err on the side of caution. The mad immortal couldn't escape, and once he returned to the wizarding world and grew in strength, he'd still be his prey. The fairyland doesn't have a fixed entrance, but the world guardian can fix the entrance. The fairyland is essentially a secret realm floating within the world. As long as the world guardian uses the power of the world, pinning down its coordinates is a simple task. If the young master hadn't matured yet, Richard wouldn't even need to walk through the fairyland to open the gate. The young master could open the passage into the fairyland himself. Richard's answer silenced Taoist Xianqing. The crazy immortal roared in the distance, and the torrent of Taoist magic appeared again. But this time, the crazy immortal chose to mobilize the energy of the fairyland, so both of them were prepared and blocked the attack. A twisted and magnificent elemental storm raged around Richard, and bright energy thunderstorms exploded around them. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Taoist Xianqing delivered his answer. Give me the flame, and I deliver it to him. How? The Xianqing Taoist said calmly, let him eat me. Richard raised his eyebrows slightly. Why should he eat you? Because he is me, and I am him. I am the fragment of his soul he severed back then, and my purpose is to seek out the strongest and slay him. After a moment's silence, the Xianqing Taoist finally revealed his greatest secret. Is that so? Richard whispered. The power of the world is not something that can be wielded by any mere mortal. Even if the world shatters, its power remains the strongest among the fragments. The Xianqing Taoist, who knew the crazy immortal's identity and origins, his magical powers, and after the soul seal was lifted, spoke with a tone of pride that a civilization held for its natives. It was hard not to suggest to Richard that the Xianqing Taoist was the crazy immortal. The fire spirit god said that the head of the supreme sect was a strong and unrestrained man, and that death was no difficult decision for him. Has fellow Taoist guessed it? The supreme master sighed softly, looking at the crazy immortal. Fortunately, I'm about to die. Otherwise, if others saw me in this state, I'd be mortally ashamed. Richard said nothing more, only a miraculous flame materialized from the tips of his fingers. I look forward to the great benefits you promised, Master. The Supreme Master turned and took the flame in his hand. A rich mass of worldly power enveloped it like amber. Fellow Taoist, your flame is quite extraordinary. Is it derived from the great Tao treasure? You know once it burns out. The Supreme Master smiled and made a gesture of the Tao. Then I wait for you to resolve your doubts. With that, the Supreme Master transformed into a cloud of mist and flew rapidly towards the crazy immortal. Like a moth to a flame. Chapter 6:19. The Supreme Master's misty body merged with the mad immortal the moment it touched him. The miracle fire, enveloped in the power of the world, also successfully grew and entered the mad immortal's body. A moment later, the world's power was consumed by the miracle fire. The blazing miracle fire erupted within the mad immortal, its golden flame spreading at an astonishing rate. The mad immortal instinctively tried to cut off his tail to save himself, and his massive body suddenly exploded, sending a massive shockwave that flattened the area within 1,000 miles. Unfortunately, the miracle fire erupted from within him, igniting the energy cycle in the instant it erupted. The seeds of the miracle fire had already taken root evenly throughout the mad immortal's body, following this energy cycle. Even if his body exploded, it only intensified the flames. Furthermore, under the burning of the miracle fire, the power that had distorted the Tao was extinguished, and the Supreme Master's twisted mind began to gradually recover. Has 10,000 years already passed? The mad immortal's swirling face transformed into the wolf head of the Xianxing Taoist, signifying that the Supreme Patriarch had fully regained his sanity. The mountain-like body began to shrink, eventually becoming roughly the same height as Richard. The miracle fire continued to burn fiercely, but after the Supreme Patriarch's return to sanity, its spread noticeably slowed. The Supreme Patriarch gestured towards Richard, smiled, and said, "Fellow Taoist, could you please enlighten me?" Richard nodded slightly. "I'm not sure what this supreme treasure of the great Tao you speak of is, but it is certainly of a very high rank." The Supreme Patriarch took a step forward, appearing beside Richard in an instant. "Fellow Taoist, you seem destined for great things." Richard raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why do you say that? Since this treasure wasn't given by your master, it must contain destiny. In the immortal court, anyone who receives destiny is destined to achieve great things." "Destiny? Do you mean fate?" "Indeed." Richard's mind flashed back to the message conveyed to him during the evolution of the miracle furnace. "My unmet successor, congratulations on finally taking your first step. But you must remember that all gifts of fate come with a hidden price." "Could you elaborate?" "To put it simply, when you obtain this treasure, your destiny, or fate, departs from its original trajectory and enters a new path with a predetermined destination. On this journey, you will encounter many difficulties, but you will always overcome them and reach the destination. However, if you encounter someone who also possesses this destiny, then this rule no longer applies." Richard frowned. "Are you saying that after obtaining this item, I became a chess piece on the chessboard?" The Supreme Master shook his head. "You are mistaken. You simply stumbled from an ordinary path to a brilliant one. A fixed destination doesn't make you a chess piece." The Supreme Master didn't answer, but instead asked, "Do you think, without your destiny, the journey will be endless?" Richard was stunned, at a loss for words. "Everything has an end. If an end is a chess piece, then everyone in this world is a chess piece." Seeing Richard's silence, the Supreme Master smiled slightly and said, "It seems that the world you are in is still relatively young, and you haven't done any in-depth research on the laws of nature yet. Fellow Taoist, even without destiny, the destination of our journey is beyond our control. The Taoist ancestor once said that everything in the world has a destiny, yet nothing is certain. Even the most meticulously planned can still yield to uncertainties, leading to outcomes that are skewed to an unknown direction. Otherwise," the Supreme Master's expression suddenly darkened. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up like this." Richard's mind shifted, and he asked, "Master, what do you mean by that? The distortion of the Tao, is it an accident caused by some scheme within the immortal court?" The Supreme Master paused for a moment, then sighed softly. "Indeed? Then could you please tell me?" The Supreme Master was silent for a moment, then said, "Now that the immortal court has fallen, it's okay for you to talk about it. Born from the heavens and earth, you should know that the path of this world is divided into 9 levels. Richard nodded. "The theory of 9th-level creatures is an axiom recognized by all wizards. Does fellow Taoist know how to achieve the eternal 9th level of this body?" Richard's eyes widened upon hearing this. "Could it be?" The Supreme Patriarch nodded slightly. "Indeed, this incident was caused by the Tao ancestor's ascension to the 9th level." Hearing this answer, Richard trembled involuntarily. How terrifying must the ritual of becoming a 9th-level creature be? An unexpected incident could instantly destroy a civilization that had conquered an entire world community. The Supreme Patriarch sighed softly. "The journey is difficult, even more difficult than ascending to heaven. The immortal court was born because of the Tao ancestor, and it will be destroyed because of him. Fate arises and falls, cause and effect repeats. It's a pity for the immortal court's pure land. Such a vast world collapsed because of the Tao ancestor's failure to ascend to heaven. And with it, small figures like us have become monsters. Can you elaborate?" The Grand Master shook his head slightly. "There's nothing much to elaborate on. I only participated in a minor aspect of the Taoist ancestor's ascension ceremony. The truly important part involved the Golden Immortals, and Daoyuo golden immortals from the various Pure Lands. I only know that the Taoist ancestor used the Immortal Court Pure Land as the platform for his ascension formation, then summoned the Daoyuo and golden immortals from the various Pure Lands to suppress the core of the formation, hoping to leverage the power of the Immortal Court Pure Land's essence to ascend to the 9th level of the Tao. But somehow something went wrong, and the ascension ceremony went awry. This caused a backlash from the Great Tao, and as a result, the Tao created by the Taoist ancestor was cursed by the Great Tao. Anyone who practices Taoism will be disturbed by fragments of the Great Tao, and the stronger one is, the greater the disturbance. Daozu and many golden immortals perished upon ascending to heaven. The Tao they returned to after death, empowered by the fragments of the Great Tao, destroyed the very essence of the Immortal Court Pure Land, leading to its collapse. A minion like me, whose cultivation is neither high nor low, has barely managed to survive to this day. But to me, I would have been better off dying right then and there. Richard swallowed stiffly. The scene described by the Supreme Master was too bizarre and terrifying for him. He had witnessed the battle between the Great Wizard Garlon and the Martial Ancestor. Back then, the Great Wizard Garlon hadn't even reached the 7th level, yet his battle with the Martial Ancestor was devastating. And now, the Supreme Master told him that the Great Wizard Garlon, having fought so hard to ascend to the 7th level, had perished on the spot due to a failed ritual. This truly overturned Richard's understanding. Seeing Richard's silence, the Supreme Master offered words of comfort. Fellow Taoist, take my words for granted and don't let any inner demon set in. After all, I'm just a small fry. No one knows what happened during the ceremony. The Taoist ancestor may have already ascended to heaven, but mortals like us can't see it. Richard gave a somewhat stiff smile, and then changed the subject from the destruction of the Immortal Court. Fellow Taoist, you're offering me a great favor. I wonder what it is. The Supreme Master laughed heartily upon hearing this. With a casual reach, his arm, ignited with miraculous fire, reached into the void and produced something somewhat ethereal, resembling a branch. Over the years, in order to preserve my soul from being completely distorted, I've used all the treasures within the cave to refine elixirs. There aren't many things I can offer you. However, while this remains, while not much, this one item alone is worth all the treasures I've refined over the past 10,000 years. Richard took the branch, and the moment it touched it, the miraculous furnace within his soul suddenly trembled violently. This is a branch from the Great Tao tree. It can be used to generate the Great Tao of Illusion, a must-have for becoming a golden immortal. Back then, I killed 17 celestial immortals for this item, but in the end, I never used it myself, leaving it to my fellow Taoist. Richard held the branch in his hand, a bit dazed. As the Supreme Master explained, the information from the miracle furnace appeared before his eyes. Ingredients: Illusionary Rule Seed, Radiation Rule, Level 1, Life Rule, Level 1, Slightly Incomplete. Fuel, none. Smelting Difficulty, Level 5. Estimated Time, Infinite. Smelting Result, Unknown Illusionary Dimension. Unknown Illusionary Dimension. Richard didn't know much about the requirements for advancement to a Truth Wizard. But he was certain that one of the requirements for advancement to truth was possessing a path of truth, meaning an illusionary dimension. Seeing Richard's dazed expression, the Supreme Master nodded with satisfaction. No immortal could remain indifferent upon seeing the branch of the Great Tao. This. Richard, holding the branch, was momentarily unable to speak clearly. The Supreme Patriarch smiled carelessly. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to say more. I'm already a dead man. This thing means nothing to me. Looking at the Supreme Patriarch, whose entire body was ablaze with miraculous fire, Richard paused for a moment before retracting the branch and performing a wizard salute. If I ever achieve truth, I will engrave your name into the illusory dimension. The Supreme Patriarch laughed heartily, his body gradually dissipating. Fellow Taoist, I appreciate your kindness. Since you've done me such a favor, I will give you another great gift. With these words, the Supreme Patriarch suddenly shrank, his 100-meter-tall body transforming into a slender sword in an instant. 7 Taoist symbols were engraved on the sword, and within the miraculous fire, a variety of colorful brilliance continuously emanated from it. The voice of the Supreme Master came with the wind. I have 2 great joys in this life, founding the Supreme Sect, and creating the 7 Killing Sword. Taoist friend, with the aid of this flame, you need not fear the entanglement of the fragments of the Great Tao. I leave this to you, and may you soon attain the golden immortal path. With these words, the Supreme Master's body completely dissipated, leaving only the 7 Killing Sword suspended in the air. Richard gazed at the 7 Killing Sword in silence for a moment, then suddenly shook his head and smiled. You're in such a hurry to leave it. Why don't you leave your name behind? Fire Spirit God, what is the Supreme Master's name? After founding the Supreme Sect, the Master called himself the Supreme True Man. However, those who know the Master well know that he preferred his pre-Taoist title. Before he achieved Taoism, the Master was known as the Seven Killing Taoist. Chapter 620. Seven Killings Taoist, okay, I take note. Richard's body shrank back to normal size, and with a casual gesture, he grasped the Seven Killings sword, the product of the Seven Killings Taoist's dissolution. The long sword lacked a hilt, its blade slender, and its handle like jade, resembling a bamboo pole. 7 mysterious Taoist symbols faintly appeared on the blade. With a slight infusion of energy, various strange phenomena manifested on the blade. After a brief test, the 7 Taoist symbols on the 7 Killing sword represented the 4 elements, metal, plant, and thunder. In the words of the Fire Spirit God, it represented the 5 elements plus wind and thunder. Looking at the 7 Tao characters on the blade, Richard marveled, the Tao has been distorted, yet this Tao character still functions. The mystery is truly elusive. The Fire Spirit God shook his head slightly, saying, "There's no mystery, sir. The Tao characters haven't been distorted because these laws are inherently contained within this sword. Simply writing out these Tao characters, without the need for rules, can channel the heavenly Tao, transforming ordinary artifacts into the same form as those imbued with these laws." Richard was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and scoffed, "I'm truly taken aback. I actually forgot this thing inherently contains laws." Sheathing the 7 killing swords, Richard soared into the sky, gazing out at the vast expanse of land. Although the size of the fairyland far exceeded Richard's imagination, even with the commotion caused by the mad immortal, this fragment still remained largely peaceful. Richard roughly estimated that the fragment was probably about the same size as the entire landmass of the fairyland. Richard squinted his eyes, and as far as he could see, he seemed to see large groups of palaces. It seems not everyone has left, some have stayed. With a thought, Richard's figure instantly appeared hundreds of miles away. After the battle, Richard felt completely at ease with his position. Even his spatial jumps became smoother. A few minutes later, Richard arrived at the palace complex he had seen. It wasn't so much a palace complex as a vast, factory-like complex. The buildings lacked ornamentation and looked quite crude. But Richard's experience revealed their exceptional sturdiness and durability. The buildings lay on a vast plain. In the distance, Richard spotted a number of structures resembling sheep pens. At this moment, within the factory, a large group of werewolves were using Taoist magic to refine a giant beast into a blood-colored stone. This stone contained an extremely rich life force, and if used for healing, whether in potions or simply consumed, it would be highly effective. This must be the blood essence the werewolves speak of, Richard muttered to himself, examining the stone. As he landed on the ground, Richard was instantly struck by the chaotic voices of the werewolves. "Pig! Hurry up and delay the immortal master's alchemy. I turn you into blood essence. Manager, we're out of wild beasts. Restock quickly. Manager, the wild beasts have arrived from the beast pen. Old Wang, the immortal master is making quite a fuss this time. I've heard from people in other towns that his condition is becoming increasingly." From the werewolves' chaotic conversation, Richard had a rough idea of what these werewolves were doing. In short, they were doing something similar to herbal medicine farming. However, they didn't produce medicinal herbs, but rather a high-quality ingredient called blood essence. They raised wild beasts in the wild beast pen, and once they grew up, they slaughtered them and refined their blood essence into blood essence, which was then delivered to the fleet dedicated to transporting elixir materials to the immortal venerable, the crazy immortal. If nothing unexpected happened, there were many such places within the immortal fragments. Richard's mind swept the entire factory area. Among the werewolves, Richard immediately noticed that all the managers had a badge embroidered on their clothes. If he remembered correctly, this badge must be the crest of a certain aristocratic family. It seems that all the civilians the werewolves have sent here over the past 10,000 years have been forced into this kind of place to work as laborers. In addition to sending elixir materials to the immortal realm, the aristocratic families also sent immortals with the qualifications to cultivate. In the past, Richard thought these people had become Taoists, but now it seemed that even civilians in the immortal realm were still civilians. The insects of the aristocratic families would never give up riding on their heels. After leaving the factory, Richard wandered around the continent. The area where the mad immortal resided was the easternmost part of the fragment. While beautiful, due to his frequent bouts of madness, it remained uninhabited. But the western part of the fragment was different. When the Supreme Sect Master became the Mad Immortal, he seemed to have deliberately avoided the areas of the Supreme Sect. Consequently, vast tracts of the Supreme Sect's ruins in the western part of the fragment remained intact. Most of the aristocratic werewolves lived within these ruins. Hey, what are these? As Richard surveyed the ruins, a group of somewhat unfamiliar figures entered his view. These beings were imposing, with scales resembling those of fish, and their heads resembled Richard's image of dragons. While the first impression of a dragon is often one of majesty and brutality, these dragon heads evoked a sense of dignity and sacredness. Are these the natives of the immortal realm? Richard descended from the sky, landing beside the dragon-headed men. At his appearance, the dragon-headed men, who were rushing to a certain location, were startled. They immediately assumed a defensive stance and shouted at Richard, "Who are you? And why are you trespassing into our Supreme Sect?" Supreme Sect? Richard's expression was a bit strange. The Supreme Sect's leader had just died before him, and now these dragon-headed men were claiming to be from the Supreme Sect. Fire Spirit God, what are these guys? The Fire Spirit God spoke with a hint of disdain. These guys are dragon-headed men, one of the few races in the immortal court that cannot cultivate. The Tao ancestor took pity on these dragon-headed men who could not cultivate, so he altered their origins and took them into the pure land of the immortal court to serve as servants. Alas, now that the immortal court has collapsed, these dragon-headed men have taken over. Richard looked at the dragon-headed men before him and radiated his spiritual power. Not long after, he replied, "Not necessarily. These dragon men must have received 7 Killings' permission to join the Supreme Sect." With that, Richard took out the 7 Killings sword. The sect master has already passed away. Before his death, he entrusted the Supreme Sect to me. This sword is his token of that. The dragon man was stunned at first, then furiously shouted, "How dare you, arrogant man, curse the sect master!" With that, the dragonman's body shook, and a golden light suddenly emanated from him. "You bold lunatic. Take my punch." Richard held his head in his hands. He hadn't expected to encounter such a fool. But fools have their uses. At least the abilities this fool displayed had amazed Richard. This is an innate ability based on some kind of bloodline power. No, this is another path of evolution. The dragon man now wielded not Taoist magic or its derivatives, but a new evolutionary path based on his bloodline. The dragon man swung his fist, striking Richard with a thud. Richard didn't budge, and the recoil sent the dragon man reeling back several steps. Richard observed the retreating dragon man and said with interest, "Interesting. It seems the Supreme Master has left me with quite a few." The dragon man was only a level 1 creature, but the power of his punch reached 1,000 energy levels. And that wasn't even his full strength. Without engaging the dragon man, Richard swept his mental power and quickly located the leader of the group. A level 4 dragon man. The dragon man looked very old, but to Richard's perception, his life force radiated as vibrantly as the sun, completely disproportionate to his aged features. At that moment, the dragon man was kneeling in the Supreme Sect's main hall, clad in a white robe, as if in mourning. "You're here." Richard stood behind the dragon man and said calmly, "It seems you've heard about the Supreme Sect Master's death." "No, I don't know. I only know that the Supreme Sect Master has fallen. How he died, I don't know." The old dragon man stood up and turned to Richard. "You said the Sect Master has died?" Richard didn't answer, but simply handed the 7 Killing sword to the old dragon man. Seeing the 7 Taoist symbols on the sword, the old dragon man's eyes froze, then he returned the sword with both hands. "I never thought I actually see the legendary 7 Killing sword. Since you've obtained the 7 Killing sword, I guess the Sect Master has handed over everything in the Supreme Sect to you." "Indeed?" Richard nodded without a second thought. "In that case, I greet the Master." With that, the old dragon man bowed to Richard. Richard was somewhat surprised by the old dragon man's quick bow. He had expected this guy to do something else. After all, he had no other evidence besides the 7 Killing swords. But he hadn't expected this old dragon man to kneel directly. However, his quickness saved him a lot of effort. Richard stepped forward and helped the old dragon man to his feet. "Please rise quickly, please rise quickly. What is your name?" The old dragon man stood up straight, leaning forward to Richard, and said, "My name is Yunlu. You can just call me Old Yu too. The Master is new here, and I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the situation in the Supreme Sect. I, with my humble talents, can lead the way and introduce you to some of the things in life. What would you like to see first?" "What? Let's go to the Sutra Library first." At Richard's request, old Yunta's brows lowered, concealing the changes in his heart. The Sutra Library first? As expected, the Master wouldn't entrust the Supreme Sect to a barbarian. I imagine this must be a young talent from some other realm. As Richard observed old Yutu, he too observed Richard. Although Richard had used the radiation principle to suppress all his life radiation, dragon men were naturally sensitive to flesh and blood. He sensed that Richard was very young, perhaps less than 2,000 years old. To become a level 4 creature at this age, one must either be a world guardian of the indigenous world, a barbarian, or a genius from some civilization. Although he knew the headmaster wouldn't hand over the supreme sect to the barbarians, old Yutu remained cautious and tested Richard. From what he could see now, Richard was definitely not a barbarian. Then please follow me. Although the Tao ancestors' methods have been distorted, there are still many that can be used. Chapter 621. The Taishang sect is vast, covering almost an entire mountain range. The massive wooden palace nestles against the mountainside, resembling a shimmering gemstone. Following Old Cloud, Richard arrived at the Taishang sect's Sutra Library. The moment he entered the Sutra Library, Richard sensed a whiff of history. Although this massive building was well protected by the dragons, its formations inevitably suffered damage after the distortion of its Taoist principles. Even with the maintenance of the wolfmen, many areas of the palace still showed signs of decay and cracking. The Sutra Library boasts 9 floors, each one enhanced through spatial manipulation, making the space inside far greater than the space outside. Upon entering, Richard was greeted by a vast expanse of wooden bookshelves, filled with scrolls of various materials. Old Yutu glanced at the bookshelf, then leaned over to Richard and introduced, "Master, these contain mostly the Taoist teachings and insights from past generations of Taishang sect sages. But now, these once precious items have become the most useless." Richard nodded slightly, and casually grabbed a bundle of scrolls. After opening the scrolls, the words on them seemed to come alive, blending and melting with the scrolls, ultimately transforming into a text that resembled Taoist scripture. "Is this information transmission?" "Yes, sir. All the scrolls in this Sutra Library are like this." "Does that mean there are books that aren't scrolls?" "Indeed. Please follow me this way." Old Yutu was very familiar with the Sutra Library. Among the vast bookshelves, he moved with ease between the shelves and arrived at an area covered entirely with brocade. This place is filled with miscellaneous tomes, encompassing a wide range of topics. Many disciples and elders within the sect, when faced with a problem, like to come here to read these miscellaneous books and seek opportunities. Is it effective? I'm a servant, so I don't know much about these things. But I suspect there must be, otherwise this custom wouldn't have spread. Richard nodded, and then retrieved a silk scroll. The material of the scroll was extraordinary, soft yet as strong as metal. It seemed to have been created using the spirit melting technique. The contents of the scroll were just as old Yutu had said. Nothing about cultivation was recorded there. The one he had retrieved was a travelogue, recording the experiences of a Taishang sect disciple in the pure land of the immortal court. Richard glanced through it, and then put it back. "Is there a dedicated area for knowledge on weapon refining techniques?" "Yes, please follow me." 6th floor of the Sutra Library. "This entire floor is filled with insights into weapon refining," Old Cloud said to Richard calmly. "If you'd like to see more, the 5th floor holds insights into talismans, the 4th floor holds insights into formations, and the 3rd floor holds insights into alchemy." Richard surveyed the floor, which was significantly smaller than the first, and nodded slightly. "Good stuff, but I wonder if weapon refining has been distorted along with the Tao. Weapon refining is similar to Tao. Refining lower-grade Tao weapons can be successful, but refining higher-grade Tao weapons, or even magical treasures, presents significant challenges." "Oh!" Richard was a little surprised. "Dragon people can refine weapons?" Old Yutu chuckled. "You're joking, sir? Dragon people can't even cultivate the Tao, so how could they possibly refine weapons? This is my conclusion from observing the barbarians refining weapons. These barbarians exchange ingredients for Taoist techniques, so they're certainly not just keeping them for display. Over the years, I've secretly collected a lot of data, hoping to save time rebuilding this supreme sect once the headmaster recovers. Unfortunately, alas, it's all in vain." "How could it be in vain?" Richard's voice was a little excited. Refining weapons was extremely useful to him, and even to the wizarding civilization, so he was determined to determine the extent of the distortion in this art. Determining this distortion required a vast amount of data, which Richard had originally envisioned establishing a research institute with specialists to conduct statistical research. Surprisingly, old Yutu had already prepared it for him. "This data is incredibly useful. Go and organize it later. I like to see it later." Old Yutu was stunned by his words. Then a heartfelt smile appeared. "Yes, master." After leaving the Sutra Library, Richard's next stop was the Supreme Sect's treasure house. The treasure house, and the Sutra Library were located opposite each other, one at the southernmost, and the other at the northernmost part of the Supreme Sect. Master, our treasure house is divided into 3 sections: the heavenly, earthly, and human. The human section is the most common, yet also the most substantial. Over the years, my foolish tribesmen and the barbarians have mined minerals and cultivated medicinal herbs. Over the years, the human section's inventory is now comparable to its former self. It's a pity that the earthly and heavenly sections are not as good. Old Yutu led Richard into the human section. The vast, almost endless warehouse was filled with various alchemical materials and magical plants, organized into categories. Richard mentally calculated the value of the warehouse as he walked around, but he quickly gave up the idea. What is this? Richard's words stuttered as he gazed at the mountain of wooden crates before him. Although his spiritual power could clearly discern the contents, he still held a certain amount of disbelief. Master, these are of course top-grade spirit stones. Even Richard, already a true master of the world, gasped upon hearing the answer. This mountain of demonic essences occupied nearly a quarter of the human vault. A rough estimate suggests there were at least tens of billions of demonic essences within. That's almost equivalent to the entire demonic essence reserves of a small world. Is the Supreme Sect so wealthy? Rich? Old Yutu was stunned for a moment, then replied, Master, you're joking. The Supreme Sect hasn't even fallen to the point of having to use its top-grade spirit stones to store them in the human treasury. How can it be called wealthy? Before this, these demon spirits weren't stored in the treasury? That's not true. Before this, these top-grade spirit stones were stored in the spirit stone treasury. But after the catastrophe tens of thousands of years ago, the Supreme Sect's spirit stone treasury wasn't lost among the other debris. I don't have the ability to rebuild the spirit stone treasury, so I can only place these spirit stones in the human treasury. Richard closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. Money is a powerful thing. Although his wealth theoretically exceeded that of these demon spirits, it was like seeing a mountain of gold. Even the richest could not help but be overwhelmed by the sheer wealth. Let's go check out the basement. Please come this way. The basement wasn't just filled with materials. It contained numerous high-grade Taoist instruments that had been fully nurtured, as well as some lower-level magical treasures. Furthermore, there were many other unusual items, such as skulls that would kill anyone touching them, mind-deceiving epiphyllums that, once in bloom, could confuse even a level 3 creature, and insects that continuously sprouted gemstones. Most of these Tao artifacts had lost their original effectiveness, and many had even melted or exploded due to problems with the Tao patterns and formations. Alas! These were top-quality Tao artifacts. The firework hall normally struggled to produce even one in months. And yet, this catastrophe destroyed them all. Old Yunta's voice was filled with heartache, even though the integrity of these items had nothing to do with him. Not necessarily. Richard casually grabbed a low-level spiritual treasure resembling a bell. While the Tao patterns on it were intact, they were no longer organized. A spark of miracle fire flew from Richard's fingertips, and the next moment, a golden flame ignited the spiritual treasure. A moment later, Richard retracted the flame. Though the bell-like spiritual treasure showed some signs of melting, a violent energy surge emanated from within. Richard shook it slightly, and the bell emitted a crisp sound that refreshed the listener. Is this healed? Old Yuntu stared at the magical treasure in Richard's hand, his face filled with disbelief. He knew clearly that in the early days, after the catastrophe, the headmaster's mind was barely holding up. At that time, he had tried to restore the Taoist artifact, but to no avail. It's healed, but not completely. Richard could sense subtle changes in the Taoist artifact's internal energy circulation. If he didn't stop it, in a few years, the Taoist artifact would return to its previous state. Eternal curse? I guess I need to consult a master of the curse school. Although Richard had completely burned away the mysterious power within the Taoist artifact, it clung to it like a vengeful spirit. However, seemingly because the Taoist artifact wasn't a Taoist technique, the mysterious power wasn't expiring quickly, giving Richard hope of resolving the issue. While this type of curse was somewhat horrifying, wizards were not immune to similar curses. The most similar was the bloodline curse. If one inherited a cursed bloodline, they would inevitably be afflicted by the curse. The solution to this eternal curse is simple. Simply add a curse-resistant amulet. Perhaps, Taoist artifacts can also be dealt with in this way. Master, let's go and see the heavenly treasury, Old Cloud said. Though the treasures there are few, each one is coveted by all immortals. Originally, these items weren't as useful as the spirit stones in the human treasury, but since you have a method for restoring Taoist artifacts, you surely appreciate them. Come, show me around. Compared to the human treasury and the underground treasury, the heavenly treasury is as small as a toilet. But this doesn't diminish the rare treasures it holds. Magic weapons transformed from the Elders' military power, the masterpieces of the Firework Hall Elders, rare treasures rarely seen in a millennium, Taoist embryos born in a specific world. And among them, the one that most caught Richard's eye was a small boat, resembling a shuttle, nestled in a bottle. Old Yuntu followed Richard's gaze and introduced him. Master, this is the Kuenping boat. It was the warship that the old master used to conquer the barbarian world before he achieved enlightenment. Chapter 622. Warship? Richard noticed the unusual word. Yes, sir, Old Cloud said respectfully. When the old master was young, the immortal court had not yet completely conquered the entire world community. At that time, many barbarian worlds still existed in the Starry Sea. It was with this Kuenping boat, and the barbarian legions he had recruited from other immortals that the old master established the first foundation of the Taishang sect. Richard nodded thoughtfully, and took the bottle in his hand. The bottle looked ordinary, but as a great wizard, Richard could tell at a glance that it was a spatial vessel fused with fragments of the secret realm. Because this spatial vessel was directly fused, even after the Tao magic was distorted, the bottle remained intact. He just didn't know what the Kuenping boat inside it looked like. Let's go out and take a look. After leaving the treasure vault, Richard found an empty, flat area and crushed the bottle. The instant the bottle shattered, the Kuenping boat, seemingly only palm length, expanded like a balloon. Instantly, the Kuenping boat transformed into a colossus over 20 kilometers long. A bit small, Richard said, looking at the Kuenping boat before him with a hint of surprise. Compared to the wizard's hemispherical floating city, the Kuenping boat, while a full 20 kilometers long, was spindle-shaped. Its carrying capacity for biological materials was significantly smaller than that of the floating city. Overhearing this, Old Yutu explained, Master, when the old master attained immortality, having a Kuenping boat this long was already quite impressive. Richard glanced sideways at him. Are there any larger ones? That really doesn't exist. Old Yuntu pondered for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. When the headmaster founded the Supreme Sect, the Immortal Court was already a formidable force. Since then, warships like these have become a rarity in the barbarian world, and only truly powerful factions maintain them. Although the Supreme Sect is powerful, it still lags far behind the great sects founded by golden immortals. Old Yuntu's answer disappointed Richard, but only slightly. This Kuenping boat was already a pleasant surprise. A quick inspection of the Kuenping boat revealed that the keel remained intact, but the various internal equipment had largely malfunctioned. However, Richard was pleasantly surprised to find that the power reactor, the core of the Kuenping boat, was made of such a strong material that, despite the distortion of the Tao text, its structure remained intact. With a touch of the miracle fire, the power reactor would likely be revitalized. Not bad, not bad. This trip has been quite fruitful. Richard emerged from the Kuenping boat, a satisfied smile on his face. Old Yutu, this thing shouldn't be a problem, right? Richard looked at the massive Kuenping boat. Since its container was damaged, it couldn't be moved for a while. Old Yutu smiled humbly. It's okay. The Supreme Sect is yours, Master. Even if you demolish the main hall, you can put it here. Returning to the treasure vault, Richard surveyed the contents of the Heavenly Treasury. The Heavenly Treasury contained 13 magical treasures, 24 spiritual treasures, and 37 rare treasures. 13 of the 24 spiritual treasures were damaged, 4 were shattered, and only 7 remained intact, unusable due to distortion of their Taoist principles. This was not surprising, as spiritual treasures were more powerful than top-grade Taoist artifacts, and naturally drew far more energy. After the Tao was distorted, the impact it suffered was even greater, and the damage was understandable. The 13 magical weapons were all intact, although the rules within them had been significantly compromised due to the invalidation of the Tao text. For Richard, as long as the rules existed, they were valuable. After clearing out the entire warehouse, Richard had Old Yutu gather all the dragons and announce his taking over the Supreme Sect. With Old Yutu, the ancestor of the dragons, endorsing them, all the dragons immediately kowtowed to their new master. Among them, the dragon who had previously assaulted Richard was terrified, his face pale as he kowtowed, almost wanting to fall to the ground. Richard noticed the dragon's expression and shook his head with amusement. He wasn't one to seek revenge. He had no interest in pursuing such a minor offense, nor did he bother to pursue it. Everyone, get up. After saying that, he turned to Old Cloud beside him and said, You have to work hard these days to keep an eye on those werewolves. My subordinates will arrive to take them over in a few days. Old Cloud bowed his head and said, That's not hard at all. Just go about your business. Entering the fairyland is difficult, but leaving is much easier. Through the secret realm, Richard quickly returned to the fairyland world. After Richard entered the fairyland, the war in the fairyland world began its final offensive. The goblins brought all their war machinery to the battlefield, from experimental alchemical tanks to airships. Virtually every weapon they brought was present on the battlefield. After the battle with the Taoist Legion, the goblin army had clearly matured. Only after experiencing the meat grinder-like battlefield did soldiers understand the cruelty of war and the weakness of their own strength. Richard soared into the sky, silently watching the 7 immortal clans' mountain city being destroyed by the goblin alchemical cannons. He watched the flames spread, suffusing the entire city with a crimson hue. Eventually, the entire city was reduced to a sea of fire, and the 7 immortal clans members were either killed in battle or imprisoned. It seems there's no backup plan. I was just being overly cautious. Richard gazed at the engulfed mountain city, shaking his head with a hint of self-mockery. These immortal clan couldn't even conquer the lower-level families, so how could they possibly stand against his goblin army? But just as Richard was about to depart, a sudden force caught his attention. From beneath the engulfed mountain city, a powerful burst of death energy suddenly erupted. Oh, it seems I've gained something after all. Richard's eyes shone with holy light, revealing the entire mountain city before him. In his sight, a massive vengeful spirit was sealed beneath the city. Preliminary estimates indicate this vengeful spirit's strength is approaching level 4. If it could master the laws of death, which are particularly suited to undead creatures, it might become the master of the world. The goblin soldiers near the mountain city sensed something was amiss. A chill surged from their feet, reaching their intellects. Do you feel it? A chill. We're right next to the fire. How could it be cold? Don't overthink it. Report it immediately. You and I both feel it. This is definitely not an illusion. The goblins made the correct judgment, but their judgment couldn't save them. As the seal was lifted, the massive vengeful spirit emerged from the fire like a jellyfish. Within the area covered by its body, the flames died, life withered, and it seemed as if the entire world had turned black. Though brainless, the wraith, relying on its undead instincts, advanced towards the soldiers' camp near the fire. What is this? Shoot! Pull up the cannons! Retreat! My sword is useless against it. The goblin looked at his chainsaw sword, which had frozen solid the moment it entered the wraith's body, and was about to abandon it and flee. But before he could release his grip, a warm light shone upon him. Dawn? The goblin looked towards the source of the light, and saw a massive sun hanging in the sky. Under its warm rays, the massive wraith melted like spring snow. It's the sage. The sage has reached out. Praise the sage, praise the sun, notify the rear that the cannons are no longer needed. After all, this wraith was only nearing level 4, not a true level 4. In the presence of the great wizard Richard, it was only fit to serve as a tool for his divine manifestation. After the manifestation was complete, Richard quietly sealed the wraith with a sealing spell. This level of wraith is a valuable asset. If harnessed properly, it could create a fairly intelligent tower spirit or staff spirit. Even if left untreated, once tamed, it could be used as a spellcasting component for certain alchemical weapons. But just as Richard had finished cleaning up his situation, a similarly large wraith appeared in another mountain city. And it wasn't just one city. Several other mountain cities had erupted with wraiths as well. This intrigued Richard. Wraiths of this magnitude are difficult to summon. They require not only a large number of dead bodies, but also terrain, supporting formations, and even certain special materials. But as far as I can tell, the Wolf Plains terrain is clearly not a burial ground or a gathering place for Een. Besides the seal, Richard hadn't noticed any formations or artifacts that could aid the appearance of undead spirits. Even for the dead, the underground spaces of these mountain cities simply don't have enough. I remember that Kid By mentioned that there are legends of evil spirits in this world. Richard pondered as he performed a divine manifestation and sealed the vengeful spirit. Does that mean there's a special rule in this world related to the formation of vengeful spirits? Richard put the vengeful spirit away and began to actively explore the world's depths. But to his surprise, he found no trace of any special rule. Strange? Was I wrong? Or is that rule hidden behind a deeper veil? The veil isn't just one layer. Some deeply hidden rules are hidden even deeper. Richard tried to peer several more times, but each time the result was the same. He could only shake his head and let the matter go for now. He had already conquered this world. There would be plenty of time to explore that hidden rule later. His most urgent task now was to find the young master and use his power as the world's guardian to stabilize the Fairyland's location and establish a portal. The Fairyland fragments were vast. Even if the world was allowed to devour them freely, it would take tens of thousands of years to consume them all. During this time, entering and exiting the Fairyland still required teleportation. Before leaving, Richard glanced back at the Wolf Plains. The vast White Wolf King's court on the Wolf Plains was coated in silver in the moonlight. This weathered building had witnessed the rise and fall of the White Wolf King, the rise and fall of the aristocratic family. Now, it once again welcomed a new master. Richard muttered to himself, "This war is so fast." Chapter 623. With the 7 Fairyland walkers lost to the Goblin army, the resistance forces in the Fairyland world have been completely dismantled. Furthermore, thanks to the appearance of the White Wolf God, the werewolves showed little resistance to being conquered. After all, they were reinforcements sent by their own boss. If the boss didn't say anything, how could these pawns say anything? Furthermore, after Richard's arrival, the living standards of ordinary werewolves have greatly improved. Although the goblin industry hasn't yet been fully implemented in the Fairyland world, Richard, with the help of the Holy Tree Elves, is able to provide the werewolves with adequate food and clothing. The Holy Tree Elves' plant catalysis talent is comparable to alchemical potions for agricultural production. Under the Holy Tree Elves' catalysis, the werewolves' staple food, a tuber similar to potatoes, can be harvested every 3 days. The hemp they use for weaving can even grow from seed to full size in a single day. Werewolves are no fools. Although their boss has changed, those ugly green-skinned creatures still frequently appear in their lives. But compared to being starving, having only one set of clothes per family, and being constantly bullied by the masters and young masters of the aristocratic families, their current life was a paradise for the common werewolves. Without the support of this broad base of werewolves, the remaining werewolf resistance naturally lost its guerrilla warfare capabilities, and was quickly eradicated by the Goblin army. 6 months after the war began, the last werewolf resistance group was eliminated, and the Fairyland World Conquest War officially ended. "Is this the new offspring you created?" Richard scratched his head in confusion as he gazed at the black crystal worm before him, which looked not much different from a warrior worm. "It doesn't look much different. Because only the child's internal structure has changed, my lord." "Oh, that's true." Richard smiled awkwardly. He'd been so absorbed in refining techniques lately that he'd forgotten that it was the werewolf's unique energy that Insect Heart was interested in. "So it can now use werewolf chi?" "Yes, my lord," Insect Heart said with a hint of pride. "Not only can this child use chi now, it also has the added talent of converting starlight into chi. As long as there's starlight, even if its head is severed, it can grow a new one." "Huh?" Richard asked, startled, in astonishment. "A new talent? When did your understanding of the core of life become so profound?" He knew Insect Heart's level. Although Insect Heart was born with the ability to integrate the bloodlines of other creatures, Richard had tested this ability before. The conclusion was that it was purely a matter of luck. The characteristics of the resulting creatures were completely unpredictable, and most of them died immediately after birth. Chongyin Heart smiled humbly. "This is all thanks to Lady Lan. After analyzing my bloodline, she taught me how to develop my own abilities. She also provided me with a lot of guidance on life transformation. Without Lady Lan, I would never have been able to have this child." "Lan taught you?" "I didn't expect her to be that capable." Richard was even more surprised. He hadn't seen Lan teaching him in the materials he read. Furthermore, even at Chongyin Heart's level, he was able to be taught to create talent. This shows that Lan's teaching ability is definitely not low, even worthy of being called a saintly teacher. "Looks like I need to have a chat with it." Releasing his mental energy, Richard carefully examined the new black crystal worm before him, inside and out. After the transformation, the black crystal worm's physical strength had increased significantly, and its muscle structure had been significantly optimized. It was obvious that this was Lan's suggestion. After examining it comprehensively, Richard nodded slightly. "Not bad, this little thing is well designed. However, this talent is more suitable for more powerful bugs, such as the Queen's Guard. For ordinary bugs, this talent is not very useful. The black crystal worm's greatest advantage is its large number, its fearlessness, and its rapid growth in combat power. They can be used as a holding force in a meat grinder. However, if they were to form a legion and charge into battle like the goblins, they would have no particular advantages. Offensives require elite troops. On a civilized battlefield, cannon fodder cannot penetrate. That's my idea too. Also, I'm planning to cultivate a group of insects capable of flesh transforming to serve as my assistants. Do you agree?" "Assistants?" Richard's face flickered with a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, Insect Heart seemed to be his assistant, though he only assigned her to menial tasks. Never mind. I approve. Once you're cultivated, I give you a few tasks as your first research topics. Yes, my lord. Leaving the lab, Richard immediately traveled to the secret realm to find Lon. Lon, you're being rather unkind. Looking at Richard, who seemed somewhat indignant, Lon searched his database and immediately understood Richard's purpose. You want to ask about that bug? What else? I didn't see you teaching me when I was looking at the information. Lon looked at Richard. Although Richard sounded angry, Lon could tell from his subtle expressions, pauses, and involuntary movements that he wasn't angry. So Lon spoke truthfully, you're different from it. It's a beginner, it knows nothing, so direct instruction would be easier. But you already had your own ideas before you came to me, and my advice would only interfere with your thinking. Of course, I can also give you some advice if you need it. For example, you better give up those attacking forms, like special organs that can attack or enhance your own strength. When you edit your life, you should prioritize boosting your defense and self-healing abilities to the maximum. Richard was puzzled by Lan's suggestion. He could understand not growing attacking organs, but why should increasing strength, something that combines both offense and defense, be put off until later? Since you possess sorcery, you can leave the attacking to it. Close combat is high risk, low reward. If you can resolve it remotely with sorcery, then close combat should be avoided. But increasing strength allows for both offense and defense? You see, this is why I'm not giving you any advice. In my opinion, striving for perfection is less effective than pursuing balance. A half-baked person may seem capable of everything, but in reality, they struggle with everything. Richard nodded thoughtfully. Lon, while somewhat biased, perfectly suited his situation. He possessed the principle of radiation, so he had no shortage of offensive skills. Rather than pursuing a balanced approach for specific situations, it was better to go for the extreme and invest limited resources in a single direction. To survive a battle, there are only two things: a strong attack and a body capable of withstanding. At this moment, he's already met the former, and he also possesses the ability to meet the latter. Your suggestion is sound, and I accept it. It's my honor to assist you. If you like more in-depth advice, I suggest I analyze your bloodline. Here. A drop of blood oozed from Richard's fingertips, and he placed it into the space bubble Lon had prepared. He then hurriedly left the Divine Palace laboratory and began adjusting the direction of his combat form. Humanity, as a species, seems to have always been at the bottom or middle of the food chain throughout evolutionary history, so Richard easily found a number of suitable fragments within the life core. However, despite the large number of fragments, it was clearly impossible to awaken them all simultaneously. Some fragments conflicted with one another, while others were simply two different routes to the same organ. If all of them manifested, Richard would face the disintegration of his body. Still, choosing was better than finding nothing. 3 years after the war, the portal to the fairyland was established. The goblin army marched into the fairyland in a mighty force, wiping out the remaining werewolves within. Richard showed no mercy to these immortal werewolves from aristocratic families. The White Wolf God no longer lacked priests. They had only two choices: surrender or death. Werewolves who surrendered would be sent to the Taoist Research Institute to be used as experimental subjects for studying the degree of Taoist distortion. Those who died would have their souls collected for the cultivation of great vengeful spirits. After the Fairyland War ended, the Fairyland world officially entered a period of full development. Factories sprang up one after another, rapidly improving the werewolves' living standards. Simultaneously, ideological reforms were underway, including guiding social trends, shaping history, and clearing out members of aristocratic families. Richard wasn't some unparalleled saint. He came to this world solely to expand his territory. Internally, Richard's greatest need was stability. 10 years after the war ended, a portal to the goblin world opened. The goblins who had journeyed to other worlds could finally return home, and trade between the two worlds began. After the goblin warriors returned home, Richard's fanatics saw another surge in popularity. The Order of Miracles propaganda department vigorously promoted the expedition, further convincing people that they were fighting for a just and noble cause. But the increase in fanatics wasn't a good thing for Richard. Feeling the growing power of the god's dimension within him, Richard's scalp tingled. If this continued, he feared he would be treated as a traitor or spy by the wizarding world upon his return. Looking at the sprawled crow before him, Richard said with a headache, "Ulysses, please wake up. If you don't, I truly become a god." "Huh? What's going on? Huh?" Looking at Ulysses's eyes, which had opened and were dazed, Richard rubbed them in disbelief. What the hell? How did you wake up? World guy, didn't you say it would take 100 or 200 years for him to wake up? It's only been 60 years at most. Chapter 624. Huh? What 60 years? 1 or 200 years. The Lises looked at Richard, somewhat bewildered. After sleeping for over 500 years, nearly 600, even he was a little delirious. But soon, his eyes widened. Huh? How long have I been asleep? How on earth are you almost a high-level god? The Lises, having returned to a level 5 creature, immediately recognized Richard's current strength. In the 10 years since the war ended, Richard had already raised his physique to the limit of a level 4 creature. If he hadn't been adjusting his combat form, he would have been promoted to a 5th ring Grand Wizard years ago. Let me calculate. Richard calculated on his fingers. About 600 years. 600 years? Only 600. Elises was so shocked that he could barely contain his aura. 600 years was nothing more than a nap for a world master. And yet, in such a short time, Richard had raised himself to the limit of a level 4 creature. This was simply horrifying. What do you mean only 600 years? Richard asked somewhat dissatisfiedly. If we sleep a little longer, the war between civilizations will be over. Huh? You're going back? Elises was startled again. While dimensional teleportation could allow Richard to return home quickly, there were still so many believers in the goblin world. He couldn't possibly abandon an entire world and rush back to die, could he? Going back? Almost. We're on our way back now. One more world to conquer, and we'd be almost there. No, wait a minute. Elises felt his mind was a bit confused. The information Richard was giving him was equally impactful. The jumble of information made him feel as if he hadn't woken up yet. After sorting out the information, Elises slowly said, "Let me confirm. I've been asleep for 600 years. Yes. You haven't returned to the wizarding world yet, but you're on your way back. Yes, that's right." Elises narrowed his eyes and stroked his head with his wing. You didn't drift back via the secret realm, did you? Richard was stunned. What kind of question is that? How could I possibly drift back via the secret realm? Then what do you mean by on your way? Elises asked, puzzled. To return to the wizarding world, I need to pass through 2 worlds. We're in the first one now. To prevent you from asking any more stupid questions, let me explain. This world has been conquered. The portal to the goblin world has been built. Once we capture the next world, our portal will be connected to the wizarding portal system. Huh? Elises felt as if all his life's wonder had been exhausted in those few minutes. You conquered a world with the help of those goblins? Of course, Richard said matter-of-factly. Do you need to recruit legions from the wizarding civilization to defeat the natives? Okay, you wizards are certainly skilled at warfare. Elises shook his head, reassessing the information. So I slept for 600 years, and during those 600 years, you conquered a world and, incidentally, improved your physique to near high-level godhood. And your faith. Gaw. Did you colonize the new world with goblins? How come you have so much faith? Why is there a subordinate god in the pantheon? And what is this divine evil beast? As the second highest deity in the order of miracles after Richard, Elises could naturally sense the changes in the miracle pantheon. That's the answer to your question, Richard smiled. I've made this world's guardian a subordinate god, and the natives of this world have all converted to the order of miracles. Gaw. You're a genius. Sorting out Richard's current information, Elises felt like he hadn't slept for 600 years, but rather for several epochs. Richard's accomplishments in those 600 years were greater than what an ordinary deity would accomplish in a single epoch, spanning thousands of years. Incredible, incredible. Judging by your performance, when you return to the wizarding world, won't you be able to ascend directly to a 5th ring Grand Wizard? Elises asked. Richard smiled and shook his head. If I wanted to, I could advance now. But I'm growing a little too fast, so I'm planning to stabilize first. Elises nodded slightly. Indeed, your advancement in just a few hundred years is quite rapid. What do you mean by advancement in just a few hundred years? I've been awakening for over 60 years longer than you, Richard said in wonder. If I'd taken a few hundred years, I have already applied for the rule body diagram by now. Huh? I must be dreaming. After some explanation, Elises finally accepted Richard's advancement from a newly promoted level 4 creature to the limit of a level 4 creature in just 60 years. If you keep going this way, wouldn't it be easy for you to reach level 6? Elises exclaimed. You have no shortage of rules, and you've spent a lot of time building your foundational qualities. Before the Divine King, you have virtually no problems. Richard shook his head slightly. Not really. I hinted at it a while ago with the physical corona, and the construction of the composite rule body is much more complex than I imagined. The schematics distributed by the wizard civilization are a general framework, and wizards must perfect the design themselves to be promoted to the fifth ring. Then why didn't you apply in advance? I just applied for the composite rule body schematics 60 years after my promotion. Do you think the physical corona will give them to me? That's true. By the way, when I first woke up, I heard you say you were about to become a godman. What's going on? Ulysses asked, puzzled. Richard remained silent upon hearing this, but he simply displayed the power of the god's dimension within himself. Seeing the profound power of the god's dimension within Richard, Ulysses couldn't help but gasp. My goodness, this dimensional power is almost as strong as he once was. How many fanatics does Richard have? See? If this continues, the power of my wizard dimension will be overwhelmed by the power of the gods. Ulysses nodded slightly, his tone very cautious. That's a problem. Why don't you talk to your dean and give him some advance warning? Richard nodded slightly. I do have this idea with the dean, but the biggest problem right now isn't with wizards, but with your god civilization. As he spoke, Richard's expression turned into a helpless, wry smile. I've been notified by the God King to go to the god's dimension to meet with him. They? Richard nodded, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. Yes, they. I was seen by both the eternal God King and the ever-changing God King. I'm still not awake. After another round of explanations, Ulysses gently patted Richard's shoulder and said calmly, both God Kings are easy to talk to. If nothing unexpected happens, our departure shouldn't be painful. But I want to live more. Ulysses said with a mournful expression, I want to live, too, but given our current situation, it doesn't look like we can. Who would have thought a God King, battling the Lord of the Abyss all day, would have the time to pay attention to the Pantheon? Before performing the ritual on Richard, Ulysses considered the possibility of being noticed by the God King. But he figured, with the God King constantly battling the Lord of the Abyss, how could he have the time to pay attention to what was going on in the Pantheon? The 10,000 in the Pantheon wasn't a figment. There were truly 10,000 gods within it. Richard felt a dark cloud descend upon him. If even Ulysses couldn't help, then it looked like he was doomed. But after a moment of despair, Richard began to think. He wasn't one to resign himself to fate. Neither the God King nor the Truth Wizard knew of their situation, which meant there was ample room for maneuver. Richard suddenly spoke, not necessarily. You've been fighting for so many years, and the God Kings must be seeking a way to disrupt the equilibrium. If we could establish a connection between the two civilizations, using the two of us as a link, would both sides spare us? Possibly. Ulysses pondered for a moment, then gave a positive answer. War is good for the Abyss, but it's not good for us. While war will spawn a large number of fanatics, it will also result in the deaths of many. The God King will surely want to end this war as soon as possible. That's right, Richard clapped his hands. As long as they're eager to break free, we'd be of great value. Let's coordinate our statements, or rather our stories. You go to the God King, and I go to the Dean. Then, we bring the bigwigs from both sides together, and our problems will naturally be resolved. As long as it could foster communication and cooperation between the two civilizations, then at least he and Ulysses wouldn't be executed for espionage and leaking secrets by the leaders of either side. Gaw! That's a good idea. After hearing Richard's idea, Ulysses also thought it had potential. After all, the two civilizations weren't enemies, so there was still room for discussion. Even if the rigorous deification ritual of great deeds were released, it wouldn't be a big deal. As for the wizard, although Richard collaborated with the aliens and possessed dimensional power from other civilizations, he hadn't done anything to betray the wizarding civilization. Ulysses knew nothing about the floating city's blueprints or the structure of the body of rules. Even if they did know, they would only be general blueprints, and those that were several versions behind the times, so the damage wouldn't be significant. So their plan could indeed be manipulated. Come on, let's put our stories together. Make sure our stories are consistent. Okay. With this plan, the man and the bird began to collaborate. In their stories, the wizard civilization was portrayed as a research-obsessed, warlike civilization. The god civilization, on the other hand, was portrayed as a civilization with numerous powerful individuals and a vast territory. Although both knew the internal situation of the other in their stories, they tried to downplay the major shortcomings, leaving out minor flaws. The god civilization's biggest problem was internal strife. Within its vast territory, the pantheons of various pantheons, large and small, were intertwined, and a single world might even contain 7 or 8 pantheons. As these pantheons vie for their faith, internal strife became commonplace. The wizard civilization's biggest problem, on the other hand, was the scarcity of its core races. While wizards' alchemical weapons and sorcery are exceptional, their limited numbers doom their civilization to weakness. These shortcomings must clearly be downplayed. Thus, when Ulysses spoke of the wizards' prowess in warfare, he avoided mentioning their numbers, and instead emphasized the existence of 6 overlords. Richard, on the other hand, noted the existence of numerous world masters within the divine civilization, but his description of the relationships between these world masters was glossed over. Furthermore, even if this rather simplistic narrative were discovered, it wouldn't be a problem. These flaws require in-depth understanding. It's perfectly normal for them, being friends, to be unaware of them. Alright, that's it, Richard said with a sigh of relief after finishing his remarks. We've done everything we can. The rest depends on fate. Chapter 625. A golden staircase extended into the void, and a mysterious rune-encrusted gate slowly opened. Richard and Ulysses exchanged a glance, then each stepped onto the dimensional portals of their respective civilizations. The sky over the wizard dimension remained gloomy. Richard summoned the secret keeper and, through him, conveyed his request for a meeting to the physical corona. As the small brass bell rang, Richard began his anxious wait. During this time, Richard began to chat with the secret keeper. Secret keeper, how much do you know about the wizarding dimension? You've asked the right person, the secret keeper smiled. I know almost everything about it. That means those. Richard glanced at the distant wizard tower, where a black-robed wizard was frantically conducting experiments. You also know about those wizards' research? The secret keeper nodded slightly. Indeed, but don't expect me to reveal this knowledge unless you can offer something in exchange. An equivalent exchange? An equivalent exchange. What about knowledge about the wizarding dimension? The secret keeper bowed slightly. You are a great wizard, and you have the right to know most of the knowledge about the wizarding dimension. Then tell me how to use the power of the wizarding dimension to enhance my combat capabilities. Richard had possessed the dimensional power for some time, but aside from using it to enter the illusory dimension and beyond the veil, he hadn't noticed the enhancements it had brought him. This is a very common question, the keeper replied calmly. You might think of dimensional power as similar to mystical power. The simplest way to use it is to create a spell, and then use dimensional power to drive it. Your amplification depends on the effect of your spell. What if my spells are offensive? That would work just as well, but I wouldn't recommend it. Why? Because it's very inefficient, far less beneficial than a buffing spell. Richard nodded slightly, then asked, can other dimensional powers be used in the same way? I don't know about that, the keeper shook his head. But according to my research, the way dimensional powers are used is often closely related to the source of the dimension. Different civilizations create illusory dimensions, and their corresponding methods of use vary. I see. I'm enlightened. Richard gave the keeper a wizard salute, and the keeper returned the salute. Soon, a rune-marked gate slowly opened, and a massive figure emerged. Richard, what do you want with me? The physical corona slowly asked. Richard gave a wizard salute to the physical corona, then slowly spoke, Dean, I ascended to the great wizard position in another world, as you are well aware. Yes, physical corona nodded slightly. You finally want to discuss this? He hadn't directly asked about the otherworldly promotion to great wizard position back then. Any method for ascending to a level 4 creature inevitably concealed a profound secret. Richard hadn't spoken, and there must have been a reason for not revealing it. Thank you for your understanding, Richard bowed slightly. The ritual I used to ascend to a level 4 creature actually originated from another civilization. The master of the otherworldly world, who taught me this ritual, has recently awakened from his slumber. Oh! Another civilization? Physical Corona's face flickered with curiosity. What civilization would be so generous as to pass on something like a promotion ritual? I wonder if you're familiar with the Pantheon civilization? Or perhaps the God civilization? Corona Virtue pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, this civilization is probably quite far from us. I didn't encounter its creatures during my travels. This Pantheon civilization is the one that taught me the Ascension ceremony. And from the World Master of the Pantheon civilization, I learned a piece of news. Richard paused, then added emphatically, they too are engaged in a civilization war, and have been doing so for over 4,000 years. At the mention of a civilization war, Corona Virtue's eyes sharpened, and even the space around him distorted. Instantly, Richard felt as if a mountain were bearing down on him. His muscles trembled, his bones groaned, and his entire body tensed. Thankfully, Corona Virtue noticed his own loss of composure the next moment, and withdrew his pressure. What are you planning to do, kid? Richard, relieved, spoke slowly. It's not something I want to do. It depends on our situation, and the opinions of you, and the other Coronas. Richard said humbly, although the Pantheon civilization only has 3 overlords, it boasts tens of thousands of world lord-level warriors. Furthermore, their territory is vast, so they're not short of basic combat power. We have exactly 6 overlords, but not enough basic troops, the physical Corona continued, a smile playing on his face. You, kid, always come up with something new. Seeing physical Corona's expression, Richard knew the wizard's side would be trouble-free. The rest was up to Ulises. Flying down a long staircase into the void, Ulises arrived in a magical world. This vast world lacked conventional landmasses. Instead, countless islands suspended in the sky formed its landmass. Clouds and mist drifted slowly between the islands, stained golden by the distant giant sun. At night, the stars replaced the sun, and every island would glow with starlight. Gah, I miss you so much. Ulises gazed at the scenery of the god's dimension, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. He hadn't been to this world for over 2,000 years. In the center of the numerous islands, a towering tree, reaching from the sky to the earth, supported a vast temple in the air. That was the Pantheon. The Pantheon sat at the highest point in the world, towering only above it, the sun and the stars. Ulises gazed at the vast Pantheon, shook his feathers, and soared into the sky. Entering the Pantheon, the statues stood as usual. Ulises glanced at several familiar locations. These were where the statues of his friends had been, but almost every one was empty. Only one was riddled with cracks, and looked like it was about to crumble. These unfortunate ones seemed to have had bad luck. Approaching his own statue, Ulises gazed at its bleak, dim form, a wave of sadness welling up in his heart. When he had helped Richard establish the church, he had employed a trick. The raven god within the miracle pantheon wasn't his true self, but an avatar. Because his true self had joined the eternal god king's eternal pantheon, leaving without the king's permission would have made him an eternal enemy. Without the protection of other god kings, the eternal god king's divine punishment would have annihilated him even across worlds. Using an avatar to join another pantheon could circumvent this restriction. Alas, it seems most of the dark ravens have defected to other gods. The brightness of a deity's statue represents the power of faith in that deity. His statue was so dim, indicating that his followers were nearly gone. Hey, little crow, you're back. A voice tinged with surprise made Ulises jump. He turned and saw a tall, cloaked figure standing behind him, a crow perched on each shoulder. Lord God King, Ulises said, bowing his head. The God King of Changes studied Ulises with interest. As a God King, even though Ulysses wasn't part of his pantheon, he could discern the strength of his faith. From his observation, despite the dim statue, Ulises possessed a tremendous amount of faith, almost on par with some powerful higher gods. You've had a good time these past few years. Your followers are almost as numerous as holders. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. How can my few followers compare to Lord Holder? Ulises said in awe. Holder was one of the high-ranking gods of the myriad gods, and his power was not much different from Ulises's. But he also had another identity, one of the descendants of the myriad god king. What kind of lord is Holder? The myriad god king sneered. What a useless fool. After that, his tone changed, and he said to Ulises gently, Little crow, look at how indifferent Eternal is to you. You're almost robbing him of all his followers. You're not as comfortable here as you are here. Wanbian, shut up. Before the myriad god king could finish his words, the voice of the eternal god king interrupted him. Don't try to deceive me. Ulises has few followers because his grace isn't evident. Now that he's back, his followers will quickly increase. The eternal god king approached Ulises, guarding the ever-changing god king like a thief. He was afraid he'd steal Ulises away. Ulises felt a little dizzy watching this scene. Why were both god kings in the pantheon? Was their war with the abyss already over? Ulises, my lords, is our war with the abyss over? Of course not, the ever-changing god king laughed. It's just been a stalemate for the past 1,000 years. Ulises breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the war wasn't over. If it were, his prepared excuses would be useless. My lords, could you please tell me something? What is it? The eternal god king asked casually. During my absence, I wandered into the territory of a civilization unknown to us, and forged a friendship with a member of that civilization. Is there anything worth mentioning? Many gods in the pantheon have friendships with the demons of the abyss, so friendships with members of other civilizations are not a problem. But, what if he achieved deification through our ritual? Do you remember the deity who achieved deification through great deeds decades ago? Chapter 626. Ulises' words caused both god kings to pause. They all turned their gazes towards Ulises, a mountain-like pressure filling the air. The Eternal God King's galactic form shimmered with starlight. As a member of the Eternal Pantheon, Ulysses knew this signified the God King's deep turmoil. Are you saying that the little fellow who achieved godhood through great deeds is from another civilization? Yes, your majesty. The Eternal God King looked at the ever-changing God King. His face was obscured by his cloak, but judging by the pressure he exuded, this news had deeply impacted him. Ulysses, teaching the Ascension ritual to another civilization is a grave sin. The ever-changing God King's voice was incredibly commanding, but before he could finish, the Eternal God King interrupted him. There are only 3 protected Ascension rituals, and the Great Deeds Deification ritual is not a secret. Can it be taught to other civilizations without protection? Eternal. Does every action of a deity have to be regulated by divine law? Anything is permissible. Although the Eternal God King was displeased with Ulysses' behavior, he was still a deity of the Eternal Pantheon. Even if he committed a grave error, it was not the place of an outsider like the ever-changing God King to interfere. Looking at the 2 God Kings, who were somewhat on edge, Ulysses suppressed his fear and continued, My lords, I taught him the Great Deeds Deification ritual for no reason. My lords, this civilization is not far from the Abyssal civilization. Moreover, they possess 6 overlords. How many? The 2 God Kings grew nervous at this somewhat exaggerated figure. If their 3 God Kings were this powerful, how much more powerful would this civilization with 6 God Kings have to be? But the next moment, the 2 God Kings noticed the message in Ulysses' first half of the sentence. You said they're bordering the abyss? Ulysses nodded. I'm not entirely sure, but we've already repelled an abyssal invasion. Hearing this answer, the 2 God Kings' minds suddenly became active. What did you exchange with him? The Eternal God King asked. A friendship, Ulysses said humbly. Their legions are valiant and skilled in battle, and they have so many overlords. I believe a friendship between our 2 civilizations would be a good thing for both of us. A good thing? The Eternal God King's voice grew grave. A civilization with so many overlords can never be peace-loving. Forging friendship with them would be like courting death. Your Majesty, Ulysses replied, speaking as calmly as possible despite the pressure. Their civilization is also at war, and their enemy is no less formidable. In fact, due to insufficient preparation, this civilization hasn't gained any advantage on the battlefield. Instead, they've been forced to retreat due to the expansion of their front. That's quite interesting, the ever-changing God King suddenly spoke. His face, hidden beneath his hood, revealed a pair of eyes as radiant as gold. In those eyes, Ulysses felt his entire being was being seen through. It sounds like this civilization hasn't fought a civilizational war. It seems we've encountered a civilization that has accumulated a lot of experience over time. The God civilization has interacted with many civilizations, and has inherited some of the legacy of the Titans, the original creator civilization. Therefore, they have their own unique understanding of civilization. This civilization is not easy to deal with. If they win this war, we likely soon become part of their war plans. But only if they win. The God of Change asked Ulysses, Little Crow, tell me the name of this civilization. Ulysses bowed slightly and said, My lord, this civilization is called the Wizards. The God of Change pondered for a moment, and shook his head slightly. Eternity, have you heard of them? No, this civilization came after the Abyss civilization, so we're unlikely to have heard of it. I think we can talk. What are your reasons? If we continue this stalemate with the Abyss, once this civilization has gained enough experience in the war, our situation will be even worse. What if they lose? The God of Change stopped mid-sentence. To be able to defeat a civilization with 6 dominant civilizations would be an even more formidable threat to them. Let's arrange a meeting. Corona of Constitution said to Richard. In the City of Eternal Truth, in the Wizard Dimension, the Truth Wizards gathered. Even if some Truth Wizards were unable to attend in person for various reasons, they all sent their clones from the Wizard world to participate. The God civilization holds great significance for the Wizard civilization. While Wizards possess a more powerful upper-level power, war is never a one-sided affair. While Wizards possess numerous overlords, only the Alchemist and the Evoker have reached the highest level. The other 4 are merely level 7 creatures. While the Galaxy Mayfly overlords only have 2 level 8 overlords, they can leverage the Mayfly consecration rule to unleash the combat power of level 8 creatures in a short period of time. Since the war began, the Wizards have conducted several decapitation operations, but each time, the Lord of the Galaxy Mayflies escaped with this same tactic. If the upper echelons of combat power lack absolute dominance, the battles at the lower levels will determine the outcome of the war. The Wizards pin their hopes for victory on the surge in Wizards after the end of the Dharma Ending Age. But to achieve this goal, they must endure these difficult years. Yes, Lord Corona. Richard breathed a sigh of relief upon leaving the wizard dimension. Before he could even look up, Ulisa's voice reached him. Huh, how's your side? Richard raised his head. Not bad. Corona has asked me to arrange a meeting. How's your side? Ulises, standing at Richard's shoulder, spoke with a hint of hope. My side is also doing well. The God King is very interested in establishing friendship with the wizard civilization and asked me to arrange a time. Hearing each other's good news, both of them smiled with relief. Then our problems are over. The rest depends on the two great figures. A month later, outside the world wall of the fairyland world, a massive ring-encrusted gate slowly opened, and the white-robed, sun-like eccentric crown passed through the gate and emerged into the astral realm. Across from him, the golden stairway to the gods descended from the boundless eternal God King, whose body resembled the Milky Way. The two overlords observed each other the moment they appeared. To the eternal God King, the sun-like eccentric crown resembled a nuclear bomb poised to explode at any moment. Even he could not figure out how to contain such terrifying energy, yet the eccentric crown could move freely with such a body. Similarly, in the Transfiguration's perception, the galaxy-like eternal God King was also a strange presence. His galaxy-like body seemed like the external manifestation of a certain law, like the projection of a colossal entity into the material world. Not an ordinary fellow, they both thought in their minds simultaneously. Wizard Civilization Transfiguration, the Transfiguration's Corona spoke first. Pantheon Civilization, Eternal. Both parties were terrifying beings at the pinnacle of evolution. Even the most ordinary words caused a massive ether storm within the astral realm. Richard and Ulises, standing nearby, had to erect energy barriers to remain nearby. After the introductions, the two sides got down to business. They had come to forge friendship between the two civilizations and to engage in some exchanges. Since both sides knew very little about each other, all information was secondhand and had been passed around. Neither knew if their own information was flawed. Therefore, during the exchange, both sides were extremely cautious in their words. I've heard that the wizard civilization has as many as 6 masters. Stars swirled around God King Yonghin, relaying information and simultaneously stirring up an ether storm large enough to engulf a small nation. The crown of shaping energy answered the question with a question. I've heard that the Pantheon civilization is vast, with countless world masters. I wonder if that's true. Indeed, the wizard civilization is the same. Receiving a positive response, God King Yonghin asked again, I've also heard that the wizard civilization is engaged in a civilizational war like the gods, and the situation is equally stalemated. The flames on the Transfiguration coronet flickered. Indeed? Then it seems our ambassadorial work was not bad. As God King Yonghin spoke, the ether storm around him suddenly ceased, a rift appeared in the void, and a massive army of heroic spirits appeared before the Transfiguration coronet. In the center of this army, a saint who had reached the 4th level looked tense, like a terracotta warrior. How can friendship be established without gifts? What do you think of this army of heroic spirits? The Transfiguration coronet looked at the heroic spirits and immediately began to ponder their composition. But he quickly came to a conclusion. This entity possessed knowledge he was unaware of, and with his current knowledge, it was impossible to replicate such an army. If they can give such things away so easily, it seems this civilization is truly vast. God King Yonghin prepared a gift, and so did the Transfiguration coronet. With a wave of his sleeve, a standard fleet of floating cities slowly emerged from the void. The necropolis fleet consisted of a main necropolis and 3 smaller satellite necropolises. As the fleet moved, a vast field enveloped the entire fleet. Within the central main necropolis, a terrifying force was brewing. Standard necropolis fleet, a small gift. Eternal Scar God King gazed at the necropolis fleet, the stars around him swirling faster for a moment. As a sovereign, while the necropolis fleet's planned attack seemed like a joke to him, it was a different story for the heroic spirits. This is truly a civilization that accumulates strength over time. Their weapons have already reached this level of evolution before even a single war has concluded. Upon seeing the gift, both sides reaffirmed their mutual opinion of each other. Thus, the fateful pact representing their friendship was naturally signed. Under the witness of fate, the two civilizations officially forged a friendship. For the coming epoch, there would be no war between the two civilizations. Chapter 627. After the contract was completed, the two overlords exchanged a few private words. Richard and the others were unaware of the details, but judging by their behavior, the outcome was likely good. For both man and bird received rewards. Although Richard was a member of the alchemist school, the Transfiguration crown still represented the counsel of truth and gave Richard the rewards he deserved. Of course, Richard didn't receive a share. The Transfiguration crown's reward was a spell model for 2 10-ring sorceries, and also gave Richard a general model for constructing a composite rule body. The Transfiguration crown was unaware of, or perhaps even oblivious to, the rule body model the constitutional crown had given Richard. As Speaker of the Sorcerer Civilization, he faced a plethora of daily tasks. In this wartime era, the promotion of Grand Wizards was no longer uncommon. A request for a rule body designed from a Grand Wizard wasn't worthy of his attention as Speaker. Elises's reward was simple. God King Eternal Scar gave him a divine artifact that nourished the soul. While the World Lord's soul automatically repairs itself, this restoration comes at the cost of a lifespan, which this artifact can replenish. Theoretically, with sufficient faith, it could allow the World Lord to live forever. In addition to the artifact, Ulysses was appointed the god's ambassador to the witchcraft civilization. Although Ulysses didn't mention it, his modest tactics were meaningless in the eyes of the eternal God King. The god civilization currently lacked a deity whose priesthood wasn't that of the god of war, so the ambassadorship was offered to Ulysses as a reward. After the 2 overlords left, Ulysses and Richard both breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. At least we'd be alright for 10,000 years, Ulysses said weakly. 10,000 years is enough, Richard whispered, sitting in the void, gazing at the distant fairyland. Enough for what? Enough for me to climb high enough. Ulysses shuddered. Good fellow, are you feeling inspired? I've never seen you this ambitious before. Richard glanced at him, and a miraculous fire burst forth from his fingertips. With this thing, isn't it natural for me to be ambitious? Ulysses' body instantly exploded at the sight of the miraculous fire. Huh? You can use that furnace now? That's right, you should be able to use that furnace by now. Looking at the miraculous fire, Ulysses sighed slightly. Once upon a time, Richard could only move within the miracle furnace within his soul, but now, he could wield the flames within. Come to think of it, have you used the Eye of Delusion? Richard's boast suddenly reminded Ulysses of something long forgotten. After the Black Tower Wizard Academy War, Richard had obtained 3 items from an ethereal creature. The Light of Balance and the Omnipotent Crystal had been crafted into the Hand of Balance, while the most precious Eye of Delusion had been set aside due to Richard's lack of strength. Now that Richard had become a great wizard, it was time to use these items. Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar name, Richard searched his memories. Oh, you mean that item? I haven't yet. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten it existed. Richard entered the World Mushroom and found the metal box he had carefully stored away in the underground storage room. Richard's pocket space wasn't infinite, and he had stored many unused items in the secret realm. Opening the box, he found the crystal-like Eye of Delusion still as it had been in the past. 1,000 years had seemed but a short rest to it. How do you use this thing? Richard asked curiously, observing the Eye of Delusion. How can you use it after it's grown like this? Ulysses looked at Richard as if he were idiot. Of course, just replace the eye. Can you eat it? Richard, After removing the eyeball, Richard inserted the somewhat mismatched Eye of Delusion into its socket. After coming into contact with the blood of a level 4 creature, the crystal eyeball seemed to come alive, continuously consuming blood until it was completely stained red. Then, something completely overturned Richard's understanding. After the Eye of Delusion was completely stained red, it began to resemble flesh. No, it became flesh. After absorbing enough blood, the Eye of Delusion transformed from its original crystal texture into flesh. This mass squirmed and grew in Richard's eye socket, eventually transforming into an eye identical to the one he had removed. At the same time, instructions for using the Eye of Delusion suddenly flooded into Richard's mind. After receiving the energy, Richard began to mobilize it. As the energy surged in, the world began to clear. The superficial appearance of objects in his vision faded, revealing their essence. But this wasn't the end. Richard's gaze continued to penetrate deeper, and the superficial rules began to disappear, replaced by deeper rules. In Richard's eyes, the entire secret realm was enveloped by a single, tree-like pattern. As his gaze deepened, the world before him grew ever more magnificent. A myriad of indescribable colors filled Richard's vision. Behind each color, he could see a world completely different from the material world. Richard knew that these colors were the rifts between the illusory dimension and the material world, and behind these colors lay the illusory dimensions themselves. Following these rifts, he could enter other illusory dimensions without even needing to invoke dimensional power. Richard felt as if his eyes could penetrate even deeper, but his soul no longer supported him. The Eye of Delusion was an amplifier, amplifying Richard's soul. Richard's mental power was only that of a fourth-level creature, so he couldn't peer deeper into the scene. But this was enough. Closing the eye of delusion, Richard felt a wave of dizziness. Peeping into the deeper worlds was a heavy burden on the soul, and even as a great wizard, he couldn't continue this activity for long. How do you feel? Isn't the deep world marvelous? Richard nodded slightly. The bizarre sights of the deep world were truly fascinating. Indeed, marvelous. With this eye, I can see those hidden rules. Huh? Elises was a little stunned. Don't you see the rifts between the imaginary dimension and the material world? Yes. You see it, and yet you're focusing on those hidden rules? Elises said in disbelief. That's the imaginary dimension. How many gods would even trade their artifacts just to find the coordinates of that imaginary dimension? And you can see it, yet you're focusing on those hidden rules? Richard said calmly, the illusory dimensions are indeed wondrous, but you must understand that they are also inherently dangerous. If you enter rashly, you'll likely be killed by the native creatures, and you won't even know how you died. Furthermore, in most illusory dimensions, nothing can be taken out. Things like the light of balance that can continue to exist in the material world are rare among the rare. And there's nothing wrong with the deeper rules. I happen to have one I need to explore. With that, Richard opened the secret rift and called to Elises, come, see our new world. After 10 years of development, the fairyland world has undergone a significant transformation. The goblin's massive factory has been built, but its staff has been replaced by werewolves. The werewolves are in awe of these massive concrete and steel structures. They cannot comprehend their nature, only knowing that these behemoth-like factories devour vast quantities of raw materials daily, and then output everything they need. To the first generation of werewolves who entered the factory is a manifestation of miracles, a behemoth nurtured by the white wolf god. Before entering the factory, workers often bowed before it to express their devotion. With the spread of education, this simple superstition is being dispelled. However, building temples for factories has become a new custom among werewolves. Looking at the vibrant life beneath his feet, even the veteran god Elises couldn't help but sigh at Richard's skill in managing religion. It's actually very simple, Richard said calmly. I wield power and justice, and people will naturally believe. On this basis, we only need to spread education, cultivate believers from the very beginning, and then faith will naturally be maintained over the long term. After saying that, Richard asked curiously, don't you do it this way over there? Huh? No, it's more complicated over there. Each profession has its own professional deity, each race has its own racial deity, and each characteristic of the world has its own deity. For example, there's the ocean god, the mountain god, the sun god. Beyond that, certain specific behaviors and even emotions have their own deities. For example, the god of conspiracy, the god of justice, the god of lust, and so on. Imagine a world with 7 or 8 gods, each with several portfolios. Everything they do is influenced by other gods. In that situation, how can you cultivate faith from childhood like you do? Richard fell silent. He could do this because he was the most powerful person in this world, the one who had the final say. But if one more person were to hinder him, even just one, his plan wouldn't go so smoothly. Then it must have been difficult for you to achieve this. Elises sighed softly. It's all thanks to the God King's support. Without him to ensure the overall direction, we would have been crushed by those scum of the abyss long ago. Putting aside the question of development for the moment, Richard arrived at the edge of the Wolf Plains, at the ruins of a certain fairyland walking mountain city. These ruins were originally intended for demolition, but because Richard needed them for experiments, the ruins of the 7 fairyland walking mountain cities were all preserved. Using his eye of delusion on the ruins, Richard's gaze began to penetrate layer by layer. After seeing through the veil of fundamental rules, Richard saw within the ruins a rule as gloomy as night. A faint smile played on Richard's lips. I've found you. Chapter 628. Laws as dark as night spread like tree roots deep within the earth. The moment Richard laid eyes on them, he knew he had found the law that gave birth to the enormous vengeful spirit. Without wasting any time, Richard drew his staff and tapped the ground with the end of it. A fissure opened wide enough for him to enter. From within the fissure, a sound like the wails of a hellish demon drifted on the chilling wind, chilling the very bones of the listener. But neither the man nor the bird present was mortal, and the wailing, far from intimidating them, only heightened their interest. Huh, what did you find down there? Richard shook his head slightly. I don't know, but we find out once we go down and take a look. Richard lightly leaped toward the fissure, free-falling into it. Elises, seeing Richard enter, followed suit. In the fissure, the dense energy of death practically became tangible. If this energy were to reach the outside world, A single gust of wind would be enough to render an undead legion of goblins undead. Gah! Such a dense mass of death energy. Elisa's body burned with black flames, incinerating any death energy that approached him. While this small amount of energy had no effect on him, the intense death energy would significantly diminish the sheen of his feathers. Richard's delusion-seeking eyes gazed at the still-growing thickening rules beneath the earth, his tone tinged with awe. If my guess is correct, from the moment this rule was born, the remaining souls of all creatures that died in this world were drawn underground. Gah! All the remaining souls? Wouldn't this world have long since become a world of the dead? Ulysses exclaimed in shock. For the Lord of the world, a mortal's life is but a short nap, and for the world, the life of a lord of the world is also but a short nap. Over such a vast expanse of time, even the most insignificant force, when accumulated, is enough to shake the heavens and earth. But miraculously, this world has not become a world of the dead, Richard exclaimed in wonder. The laws of this world have firmly bound this death energy underground, forming a vast energy cycle. As he spoke, Richard felt the space around him ripple. The next moment, he and Ulysses arrived in a space resembling the deep sea. Here, the dense energy of death was the seawater, and ghosts, stained with green will-o'-the-wisp, roamed this sea of death like deep-sea lanternfish. In this energy cycle, a world within a realm unique to the undead was born. At this moment, the world before Richard's eyes had turned completely black. The laws of death blended with the unique laws of this world, like a curtain covering his eyes. At the same time, the rules of death and the special rules were imprinted on Richard's soul at an astonishing rate. At this rate, if he was lucky, he could fully master the rules of death in 20 years. Even if he wasn't, he just needed to observe more. Wow, you've stumbled upon a treasure this time. Ulysses surveyed the space, his tone filled with wonder. If our god of death were to learn of this world, even the most powerful gods would go mad. If this rule could be adopted by those nations that revere the god of death, it would undoubtedly lead to the emergence of a supreme god. That presupposes they can see this rule, Richard said calmly. Without the eye of delusion, even you wouldn't be able to directly see this rule. This hidden rule is deeply concealed. Without the eye of delusion, ordinary world masters would have no way of directly observing it. Even a sixth-ring great wizard or a supreme god would have difficulty seeing this rule without in-depth research on the veil. That's true. Ulysses nodded slightly. What do you plan to do with this space? What? Richard surveyed this world, a somewhat crazy idea flashing through his mind. Ulysses, do you think this rule can also absorb the souls of those insects? Maybe, Ulysses said uncertainly. Since it can attract the souls of the natives, it stands to reason it can't absorb the souls of other creatures. I just don't know which takes precedence, this rule or the illusory rules of those insects. Haha, it looks like I have one more useful thing at hand, Richard laughed loudly. But before that, I suggest you establish this rule within your kingdom, Ulysses suggested. Combined with divine power, this rule should be sufficient to gather the souls of most of the believers who died in a war. At that point, whether resurrecting or creating a legion of heroic spirits, both would be excellent options. I remember the requirements for creating heroic spirits being quite demanding, weren't they? Richard asked, puzzled. How come you can create one with just the soul of a believer? What you're talking about is, more accurately, the Holy Spirit. It's different from the legion of heroic spirits. Ah? You can even talk about the heroic elves? Richard was even more surprised. The heroic elves were clearly the mainstay of future trade between the two civilizations. How could the god civilization possibly share the technology to create heroic elves with a member of the wizard civilization? The god king granted this permission before he left, Ulysses said with a hint of resignation. He thinks you're very talented in the ways of the gods, and would very much welcome you to join the god civilization. Of course, the more important reason is that this technology requires gods to wield. If you wizards can develop the technology to create heroic elves without becoming gods, then we accept it. Ulysses' words were filled with confidence. As a fellow civilization, the god civilization was confident that heroic elves' technology couldn't circumvent the requirement of becoming a god. If wizards were willing to increase their ranks of divine wizards for the sake of a small heroic elves, then the god civilization would accept it. The god civilization was a very tolerant civilization. They could accept the lords of indigenous worlds, and they wouldn't mind absorbing a few lords of civilized worlds. What confidence! Richard exclaimed. Ulysses said with a hint of pride, heroic spirit technology was initially developed by the Sun God King, perfected by the Myriad God King and a group of death gods, and finally completed by the Eternal God King. In the entire god civilization, there are no more than 10 gods, including the God King, who could understand heroic spirit technology. Furthermore, the power systems of the two civilizations are completely different. If this can be cracked, the God civilization might as well join your wizard civilization. Richard smiled, but a hint of curiosity welled up in his heart. This technology. Is it really that difficult? Emerging from underground, Richard closed the rift again and informed the Fairyland World Development Department of the precautions for the drilling work. This vast energy cycle isn't confined to a single level. Many areas are shallower. While the werewolves couldn't reach them before, the goblins' drilling machines could definitely penetrate them. If something were to happen, it would be disastrous. During the announcement, Richard also took Ulysses to meet the White Wolf God. As the Raven God, Ulysses' status in the pantheon was second only to Richard. Now that Ulysses had awakened, he could finally hand over these messy matters to Ulysses. Getting to know the White Wolf God would facilitate future cooperation. "Greetings," the White Wolf God said, bowing slightly to Ulysses. Ulysses looked the White Wolf God over and exclaimed in amazement, "You're a capable disciple of the gods. World guardian and racial deity, in our fold, becoming a high-ranking deity is a sure thing, and even becoming a primary deity is not impossible." Richard smiled faintly, but the words the Supreme Master had said back then flashed through his mind. Fate. Destiny. What is my mission? And where is the destination? After leaving the White Wolf God's palace, man and bird returned to the secret realm. Within the secret realm, Ulysses handed over the heroic legion's technology to Richard. As the feather shattered, Richard didn't sense any tidal wave of information. He received very little information, a single ritual and some precautions. The ritual itself was quite simple, and in terms of complexity, it was only at the level of a fourth-level sorcery. But as a wizard with years of research, Richard knew full well that the complexity of an object had no correlation with its difficulty. Often, the simpler something is, the more complex it becomes to study. "So, any ideas for cracking it?" Ulysses asked cheerfully, looking at the dazed Richard. "Let's change the subject. Do you have any suggestions for constructing the kingdom of God?" Looking at the simple ritual before him, Richard wisely gave up on any hope of cracking it. How could something created by the God King be simple? No matter how bizarre fate may be, it wouldn't be this bizarre. Ulysses didn't dwell on the issue of the Legion of Heroes. After a moment's reflection, he offered his own suggestions. "I suggest you use the Kingdom of God as a supplementary sorcery. Those fancy kingdoms often require complex rules and priesthood, but a simple Kingdom of God is far less effective than just throwing a fireball. My personal suggestion is to acquire the rules of the Fairyland world, then build a Hall of Heroes, an arena, a rebirth pool, and a tavern within the Kingdom of God. That way, your heroic legion can train directly within your Kingdom of God." "Stop, this sounds like some kind of territory-building game to me?" "Game?" Ulysses asked, somewhat puzzled. Although there was no language barrier between him and Richard, Ulysses had never played an online game before, and even if he understood the superficial meaning, he couldn't grasp its implications. "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." "Go on." "Gah, that's baffling," Ulysses muttered, then continued, "Let me explain. You can think of the Kingdom of God as a poorly constructed, smaller imaginary dimension. Within this dimension, you can construct rules within a limited scope, even if those rules are absurd and unruly. And these buildings are the external manifestations of the rules we've researched. Hall of Valor transforms souls into heroic spirits. The arena allows heroic spirits to battle against each other. The rebirth pool resurrects fallen heroic spirits, and the tavern, needless to say, allows heroic spirits to indulge in unbridled enjoyment. This system doesn't require special priesthood, and you already have the life rules required for the rebirth pool, making it perfectly suited to your current situation." Chapter 629. That sounds interesting. Richard listened to Ulysses' description and felt that this Kingdom of God was a truly remarkable skill. In comparison, a wizard's domain was much less elaborate. A wizard's domain was essentially a variation of field magic, except that the addition of rules greatly enhanced the magic's effectiveness, allowing the wizard to more easily control the field. "That's ridiculous," Ulysses ruthlessly interrupted Richard's thoughts. In addition to the rules, buildings within the Kingdom of God also require corresponding priesthoods. And as for priesthoods, except for racial deities, which require no rituals, becoming a priesthood requires rituals. "I can't tell you about these things." "That's boring," Richard said somewhat disappointedly. "Buildings also need to be tied to priesthoods." "Isn't that discrimination?" "I don't see any discrimination. You, an alchemist, can delve into shaping." "Well, you do." Ulysses wanted to use the wizard as an example, but suddenly remembered that the man before him was a man who studied everything. Anyway, build the kingdom of God just as I've instructed. Of course, this is different from heroic spirit technology, so we need to sign a contract to ensure you don't leak it. Huh? A contract is needed for our relationship? Richard chuckled at Ulysses, but was met with a shake of the head. For something like this involving the core technology of civilization, a contract is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if the God King finds out, I definitely face divine punishment. Ulysses' voice was filled with resignation. The two God Kings were both furious at the leak of something as insignificant as the great deeds of godhood. If a core technology like the kingdom of God's construction were leaked, he would undoubtedly face divine punishment. He could still argue about adding a fake contract. Seeing Ulysses' seriousness, Richard didn't push back. They were all masters of the world, and they could tell what was negotiable and what wasn't. After signing the fake contract, Ulysses handed Richard the technology for building the kingdom of God. After receiving the technology, Richard couldn't help but sigh. The divine civilization's research on rules is truly unique. Unfortunately, his insights couldn't be recorded. After he completed the kingdom of God's architecture, his memory of it must be completely erased, not a single record left. Don't even think of finding loopholes. The fake contract is something even the masters of the celestial realm must abide by. If you violate it, no matter how comprehensive your defenses or how powerful you are, you will be killed instantly. Richard clearly didn't want to take such a terrible risk. After 6 months of hard work, Richard completed the kingdom of God and its architecture. After the construction was complete, he could only reluctantly erase his memory of the technology. The establishment of the kingdom of God marked Richard's true divine status. Through Holy Spirit technology and heroic spirit map technology, Richard could now establish his own heroic spirit legion within the kingdom of God. Furthermore, with the kingdom of God, the sex canon could formally enshrine the ultimate guarantee of faith. All devout believers will ascend to the kingdom of God. Believers in gods always seek something. Those who seek nothing are ultimately a minority. With this promise of ascending to the kingdom of God, the order of miracles could finally break free from its long-held apocalyptic rhetoric by deceiving people into believing. This should be the last piece. Richard observed the distorting light and shadows before him, and asked the white wolf god beside him. The white wolf god bowed slightly. "This is the last piece, my lord." After completing the establishment of the kingdom of God, Richard began a long-delayed task, the search for the fragments of the fairyland. The fragments that had fallen into the fairyland world along with the fairyland weren't limited to the fairyland itself. Besides the small one found by Taoist Xianqing, there were multiple fragments of the fairyland in the fairyland world. In the past, these fragments could only be found by chance piecemeal. But with Richard's world guardian, the White Wolf God, finding the fragments of the fairyland became much easier. Using the power of the world guardian, the White Wolf God easily located the remaining fragments. These fragments ranged in size, from a few hundred square meters to hundreds of square kilometers. Furthermore, due to the existence of the large fragment of the fairyland, these fragments had not been consumed by the world itself, so they were all retrieved from within the world. With these fragments, the scope of Richard's secret realm expanded significantly, finally taking on the appearance of a secret realm. Then get started. Once this is resolved, you can rest. The White Wolf God nodded slightly, then suddenly expanded in size, transforming into a gigantic white wolf hundreds of meters long in an instant. The wolf howled to the heavens, then lunged forward, entering behind the veil. The world is like an onion, layer upon layer. Between the layers lie cracks. These cracks are where the fragments of the world lie. Richard wasted no time, tapping into his dimensional power, and arriving at the interlayer behind the veil. The world within the interlayer appeared identical to the surface world, except that there were no free elements in the space, only invisible and intangible dimensional storms. But Richard, having been here many times, knew full well that these were merely projections. Otherwise, the raging dimensional storms within the cracks would have pulverized them long ago. In the cracks of this raging spatial storm, Richard spotted a massive, shimmering bubble. This bubble hovered in midair, its surface brimming with light, like chains, connecting it to the void. These light beams were the power of the world. The world, using its power, had trapped the fragment within this crack. If the White Wolf God hadn't untied it, the fragment would have ended up on the table of the fairyland world after it had completely devoured it. The White Wolf God had now reached the fragment. Using his power as the world guardian, he easily severed the chains of world power that bound it. With all the chains severed, the massive, shimmering bubble began to move along the spatial storm. But at this moment, it remained within the world. The world wall was a barrier spanning multiple layers of veils. Just being behind the first veil was far from enough to disregard the world wall. Richard waved his staff, and several massive energy chains bound the fragment securely. The White Wolf God, in due time, soared into the sky, opening a portal through the world wall. Then, under Richard's guidance, the world bubble gradually ascended, finally passing through the gate and arriving outside the world. The next step was the most arduous. Ether, unlike other elements, is a substance that transcends many dimensions. Even behind the veil, the ether sea still exists within the astral plane. And due to the disturbances of the spatial storm, the ether sea here is even more turbulent, with ether undercurrents everywhere. Richard's task now was to tether the world fragments in place, and wait for the world mushrooms to arrive and receive them. The ether undercurrents, like a tidal wave, crashed upon Richard, wave after wave. These ether undercurrents varied in power, ranging from powerful ones reaching nearly 100,000 energy levels, to weaker ones, with only a few thousand. Therefore, Richard had to constantly monitor the strength of each undercurrent to ensure he didn't suffer any setbacks. Buzz, the dark blue composite magic barrier suddenly shattered before Richard. A dark current of ether, estimated to have a power level of 100,000, smashed through the barrier like a sledgehammer, landing heavily on Richard. With a loud bang, Richard was sent flying backwards for hundreds of meters. But Richard quickly steadied the broken magic chain as if nothing had happened and returned to his original position. It seems Lan's suggestion was quite good, Richard muttered to himself, observing the bone scales that were steadily healing. After following Lan's advice, Richard shifted his bloodline development to defense and recovery. Within the vast sea of life information, Richard found numerous fragments that met the criteria. After 10 years of research, the battle form Richard named the perfect wizard had taken shape. Through scales, membranes, muscles, an internal barrier formed by energy circulation, and the abyssal transformation of his body, Richard could now withstand energy attacks of up to 80,000 power levels. And this was just the initial stage of the perfect wizard. If Richard continued his research along this line, he felt he wouldn't even need to study defensive sorcery. He could simply use his body to withstand the attack. How could a painstakingly developed energy barrier rival the strength of a well-tempered body? Of course, Richard only entertained this idea. Apart from anything else, being able to withstand an attack doesn't guarantee no damage, nor does it guarantee painlessness. If an energy barrier can block it, then it's best to do so. A few hours later, the world mushroom finally found Richard. The world mushroom's mycelium, like tentacles, tightly wrapped around the world fragment like an octopus. Behind it, several world barriers that hadn't yet been devoured trailed behind the secret realm like beads. All right, master. The world mushroom made a sign of okay with its mycelium, and Richard immediately released the energy chains and plunged into the secret realm. Huh? Have you got all the fragments? Ulysses asked curiously, flying over to Richard. Richard nodded slightly. We've got them all. We move everything out in a couple of days. It'd probably take the world mushroom decades to piece the world together. Although the world mushroom had already evolved once, its size was still too small. It could consume fragments of a few hundred square meters, or even 1 or 2 square kilometers. But when it came to fragments of dozens, even hundreds of square kilometers, it still took a long time to complete. However, as the world mushroom grew in size, it would become easier for it to consume fragments. Once these fragments were assembled, future fragments would likely be dealt with in a few days. Ha, this world has really made you a killing, Ulysses exclaimed. By the time this reassembly is complete, Old Mushroom will probably be at the lower 6th level. If he can directly insert his roots into the 4 elements territory, then your secret realm could truly become a world. An immovable one at that. Richard waved his hand. These things seemed too far off. Even if the reassembly was complete, the secret realm would only be a few hundred square kilometers. And within the world, even the smallest microcosm spanned tens of millions of square kilometers. With such a gap in magnitude, World Mushroom wouldn't be able to catch up without several epochs of effort. Anything important to report? If not, please inform the lower levels. I need to conduct research. Don't bother me for the next 10 years. Richard yawned. He'd been so busy lately that he hadn't been in the lab in ages. Let me take a look. There's actually one. The Floating City Research Institute reports new progress in the Wizard Refining Technique project. Chapter 630. What is wizard alchemy? Ulysses looked at Richard with some confusion. I remember yours wasn't alchemy? That's a long story. Richard casually opened a spatial rift. In short, alchemy is a type of alchemy technique from another civilization. However, due to an incident in that civilization, this technique was distorted by mysterious forces. I've obtained a lot of information about this technique in the fairyland, and am currently determining the extent of this distortion. If you're interested, come and take a look. You might be able to help me. Hey, let me take a look. Following the rift into the goblin world, Richard flew straight to the Floating City Research Institute. A moment later, Richard arrived at the abyssal wasteland where the institute was located. While Richard was on his expedition, the goblin world had also continued to develop. The Floating City Research Institute had expanded several times over the past 25 years, and its massive reinforced concrete structure now covered almost one-third of the abyssal wasteland. The largest expansion was the massive expansion undertaken 10 years ago, based on Richard's request for the Wizard Alchemy project. To study wizard alchemy, the Floating City Research Institute established a branch and mobilized a significant number of researchers to conduct research. Entering the institute, Richard immediately spotted its director, Tyr. Due to the contamination of the abyss, Tyr missed the opportunity to compete with Franken for the position of Pope. With Franken's rise to power, Tyr was naturally marginalized from the inner circle of power. Over time, Tyr relinquished his administrative position and came to the Floating City Research Institute to serve as assistant to his student, Anson. The directorship of this weapon refining institute naturally fell to him. I heard you've made some progress. Richard got straight to the point upon meeting. Wizard weapon refining holds immense significance for Richard, and indeed for the wizarding civilization behind him, forcing him to take every piece of news about it seriously. Yes, my lord, Tyr said, bowing. Thanks to the new equipment at the Fukongshan Institute, our progress has been greatly accelerated. We've compiled a preliminary summary of wizard weapon refining techniques, and have put them through their paces. With that, Tyr led Richard and Ulises deeper into the institute. The institute was vast, its walls formed of enchanted stone bricks, dividing the vast space into smaller areas. Within these rooms, some, dressed in Taoist robes, flipped through silk scrolls like sages. Others, like watchmakers, used magnifying glasses to inscribe Taoist texts on their instruments. Still others simply danced before the furnaces used for melting spirits, praying for the success of their own materials. Richard, your researchers are all quite talented. Elisa stared at the somewhat frantic researchers, struggling for a moment, unable to find the right adjective. Even the mystical priests of the god civilization were more like researchers than these guys. At least they didn't act like gods when they were working. Ulises, this is the Floating City Research Institute. It's home to the geniuses and talented people of the entire goblin world. It's perfectly normal for them to have some quirks, even to look a bit freakish, Richard said calmly. As long as they produce results, even if they like to jump in place, do 2.5 spins in the air before their research, and then grovel in the air after landing, I just say they're doing a good job. Your metaphor is truly unique. Richard looked at Ulises, his face expressionless. Do you think this is a metaphor? Isn't it? Man and bird followed Tyr to a subterranean room with enchanted stone bricks, enchanted metal plates, and multiple layers of security. The room was divided into 4 sections. In the section Richard entered, several researchers were testing Dao weapons. Swoosh! One researcher pointed at a target in the distance, and a beam of silver light flew out from his sleeve, piercing the metal target with pinpoint accuracy. It then traced an elegant arc through the air, and returned to his sleeve. My lord, after careful analysis and statistics, we've determined that Dao instruments with no more than 343 Dao characters will not experience any distortion. Dao instruments with between 343 and 2,401 Dao characters will experience some distortion, but for the vast majority, this distortion is insignificant. However, when the number of Dao characters exceeds 2401, the distortion will increase dramatically, reaching several, dozens, or even hundreds of times the intensity of the previous stage. The more Dao characters engraved on a Dao instrument, the greater the distortion. And when the number of Dao characters exceeds 117,649, the Dao character system will completely collapse. Richard nodded slightly. The degree of distortion will change with every 7-fold increase in the number of Dao characters. Very good. Any other progress? Tyler nodded slightly. Yes, otherwise we wouldn't be reporting to you. With that, he raised his hand, and a researcher emerged from another room. But when Richard saw him again, he frowned slightly. Priest? I remember researchers couldn't become priests, right? Before him, the researcher emerged, wearing the same black robe as himself and clutching a wooden staff, the typical attire of a priest of the Order of Miracles. But when he founded the Floating City Research Institute, he established a rule: researchers and priests couldn't coexist. Becoming a researcher required relinquishing one's priesthood and all other church status. This rule was intended to allow him to enter research and not manage church affairs for decades, or even centuries, preventing the situation of amateurs managing the experts, or administrative management overseeing research. The priest gave Richard a church salute. "My lord, I am not a researcher, merely invited to assist with research." Richard turned to Tyr. "You want a priest to cooperate with research? Could it be that you've incorporated divine arts into your craft?" Tyr smiled and nodded. "You're right. I do incorporate divine arts into the craft." With that, he led Richard into the room the priest had left. The room was simply furnished, consisting of a table for inscribing Taoist texts and a chair for the inscriber to rest. But Richard noticed a magic circle beneath his feet. "My lord, you explained to us the true nature of the distortion of Taoist magic. It's actually the influence of a mysterious force, a curse. So we thought, since it's the curse that's affecting the Taoist text system, wouldn't it be possible to dispel it and restore normal operation?" Richard narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully saying, "So, you came up with the idea of using divine magic to dispel the curse and restore normal operation to the Taoist text system?" Tyr nodded slightly. "You're right, but we're going to go a step further." He then pulled a stone disc inscribed with runes from his pocket. Richard could actually sense the ripples of divine power on the disc. Ulysses, perched on Richard's shoulder, his eyes widened the moment he saw the disc. "Huh? Prayer amulet? Richard, have I ever taught you that?" Richard shook his head slightly. "No, is this technique important?" "Yes, of course. This thing is used by the Legion of Believers. Low-level ones are just amulets, but high-level ones are artifacts. Did I really never teach you this?" "I'm sure you didn't teach me this." Richard looked at Tyr and asked, "Did you invent this?" Tyr shook his head slightly and gestured to the priest beside him. "We definitely can't make something like this. The inventor is this priest Martin." Richard looked at the somewhat uneasy priest beside him. He was not very tall, his left arm a mechanical prosthesis. It was obvious at a glance that he was a priest from the Abyssal War, or even earlier. "How deeply have you studied this?" Richard said, keeping his tone as calm as possible. Richard never minded devoting extra effort to talented individuals. I've studied a lot. I can make all the low-level divine arts into talismans." Whether it was natural or just from excessive nervousness, Martin's stuttering was intense, his face turning a deep green. "Don't worry. Your research is excellent, very good. Have you studied higher-level divine arts?" Martin was so moved by Richard's praise that he was speechless. After hearing Richard's question, he stuttered for a long time before finally speaking. "I've studied it, I have. But my rank is low, and I don't know many divine arts, so I haven't produced any results yet." Richard nodded slightly and gently patted Martin's shoulder. "It's okay, you've made something excellent. Go back and prepare it today, and in a few days I crown you a cardinal." "Ah! This. Martin was so shocked by the news that he almost fainted. The overwhelming joy was like a hammer, hitting him hard on the head. He even wondered if he was dreaming. He had only made a small gadget, how could he become a cardinal? Not only him, but also Tyr, standing beside him, was shocked by Richard's decision. Unless he was unlucky like him, the cardinal was second only to the Pope, and the Holy Spirit in the Order of Miracles. "You deserve it." Richard patted Martin's shoulder again. "This discovery you've made is of great significance. Go back today and prepare well. After the coronation, I have Franken assign you a group of people to assist you in researching this. Have you chosen a name for it yet?" Richard was about to call it the prayer amulet, but then he remembered that Martin had discovered it himself, and therefore had the right to name it. "Not yet. I've always called it the amulet." Martin shook his head, then, his mind, battered by joy, finally made a wise decision. "My lord, since you are here, you should choose its name." "Me?" Richard looked at the stone disc and said with some hesitation, "It's a bit difficult for me to choose it. I'm not very good at naming." "Well, let's just keep calling it the prayer amulet." Hearing the name, Martin bowed respectfully to Richard and said, "Thank you for the name. From now on, it will be called the prayer amulet." Chapter 631. The advent of prayer amulets made it possible to use high-level Taoist artifacts. Prayer amulets can solidify divine spells, and with sufficient power of faith, they can unleash their magical powers. The solution Tyr and his team have devised is to use purification, a spell that can dispel curses, to remove the mysterious power from Taoist artifacts, thus allowing high-quality Taoist artifacts to function normally. This is a good idea, and Richard shares it. However, he envisioned returning to the wizarding world and trading 2 curse-dispelling spells with a few master wizards of the curse school to add to Taoist artifacts. But for now, it seems he won't need to do that. Very good, that's a sound idea, Richard said to Tyr. With this much progress, your analysis of the artifact refining techniques should be nearing completion, right? Tyr nodded. Indeed. We've analyzed nearly half of the texts you brought back. As for the remaining texts, we basically review each one and repeat it. In a few years, we should be able to compile a comprehensive guide to goblin artifact refining. Richard nodded approvingly. Very good, you're definitely suited to research. Don't rush compiling the artifact refining guide. Make sure it's error-free. Your guide will be used as a textbook and distributed to other races. Errors would be disastrous. Tyr's body suddenly straightened at this, and he said to Richard seriously, "Don't worry, we won't have any problems." Richard smiled and nodded, then changed the subject. "I just heard you say that the new equipment developed by the Floating City Research Institute will be of great help to you." "What equipment? Take me to see it?" Upon hearing that Richard wanted to see the new equipment, Tyr's face froze. He said with some hesitation, "My lord, this machine is only a prototype, and its functions are very rudimentary. Anson plans to present it to you after it's finished. Now you see, I'd be embarrassed to ask Anson to borrow equipment from now on." "Oh, so you're giving me a surprise?" Richard laughed and waved his hand. "Since it's a surprise, I won't see it. I wait until Anson finishes it." Afterwards, led by Tyr, Richard met with several goblins, who had made outstanding contributions to the research of Taoist instruments. Some of these goblins had been around for the past 25 years, and had never worked with Richard. Therefore, upon seeing Richard, they were extremely excited, forcing Richard to use his magic to calm them down. Throughout the journey, Ulysses, perched on Richard's shoulder, remained silent. Like a statue, he quietly watched Richard converse with the researcher, offering small assistance, watching Richard speak in the square, and watching the goblins below the podium cheer excitedly. Leaving the research institute, man and bird returned to the secret realm. In the secret realm, Richard observed Ulysses, who had remained silent except for a few words after discovering the prayer amulet. He was puzzled and asked, "You've been a bit quiet all this time." I'm just observing the results of these years. Honestly, I don't quite understand your behavior." You're too down-to-earth, hardly a god. And your followers lack suffering." "What kind of a statement is that? Don't you have gods who are down-to-earth? What's the point of lacking suffering?" Richard asked, puzzled. No. Ulysses looked at Richard and said seriously, "I've never seen a god like you. You have to understand that you're not a son of God, a saint, or a prophet. You are a god who has walked the path to godhood. You should remain mysterious, and only your chosen ones, and a very small number of fanatics can communicate with you. A god should be mysterious and majestic. Only in this way can people admire and worship him. But you—" "Stop, I need to make one thing clear," Richard interrupted. "Only a very few can see me. The true common people can't see me. The people you just met were all intelligent individuals chosen from the tens of billions of goblins in the goblin world. Each of them is incredibly talented. Even I only have a broader perspective than them." That's exactly what I'm saying. Intelligent people are the hardest to believe in. Their minds are too active. The more they know, the less secrets the gods seem to them, and the weaker their faith becomes. "Why should they be mysterious?" Richard asked. "I'm the savior, the hero who saves everything, as the goblins say. Any goblin with a sound mind would respect and adore me. My closeness to them doesn't damage my image. On the contrary, they feel honored. Even if some individuals have other ideas, that's fine, because I don't lack their faith." You actually tolerate a goblin with shaky faith working in such an important organization?" Ulysses asked incredulously. "Shouldn't you kick him out as soon as possible?" Richard shook his head slightly, and said calmly, "I don't need to kick him out. Tyr and Anson will handle it themselves. Besides, a lack of faith isn't unacceptable. As long as he continues to produce value, it doesn't matter." Richard spread his hands, and said humorously, "There's no other force here willing to surrender to him." "Okay, then, what about suffering?" Ulysses continued. "A good life can temporarily boost faith, but without contrast, these ephemeral mortals will soon take everything in life for granted, and the quality of their faith in you will plummet. How will you address this? Without suffering, there's no faith." "No solution," Richard said flatly. "I'm a sage who eradicates suffering. Suffering is natural. Essential education and social norms are in place. Those who choose not to believe in such circumstances likely wouldn't believe in suffering." "Okay," Ulysses said helplessly. "You're already a qualified deity. My experience is only of reference value to you. Also, that prayer amulet is a very important technology. You should pay special attention to it. Many of our artifacts are prayer amulets. Oh! Aren't you worried that the God King will find out and suspect you of leaking technology? Richard laughed. I've seen that amulet. The technique is very rudimentary, and it's very different from ours. While prayer amulets are important, this technique isn't very difficult at the lower levels. The higher you go, the more difficult it becomes. Richard nodded slightly, but then shook his head. What's the point of telling me this? I go into seclusion and study immediately. From now on, church matters will be yours. Regarding the prayer amulet, it's up to you. You can arrange it however you wish. Low-level Taoist artifacts are dispensable to us. Spiritual treasures and magical weapons are what we need. While Tao weapons are powerful, before they become spiritual treasures, they're no better than a wizard's magical armor, and even cheaper. The greatest use of these Tao weapons is to equip them with the spirit armor core once Richard has mastered its secrets. Beyond that, they can also be used to equip elite squads on a small scale. Huh, you idiot. Elisa sighed as Richard's tone, as if he were shifting the blame, made him sigh. Even after becoming a god, Richard was still a wizard at heart. Ah, I never thought I, Elises, could still manage so many followers after losing the Crow Realm. This trip has paid off, after all the hard work. After completing Martin's coronation ceremony, Richard immersed himself in research. He had so much to study. Not to mention the rare treasures he had acquired from the Supreme Sect's treasury, his own body alone held much to be studied. While developing his combat body, Richard unexpectedly discovered that the power of the Abyss could edit his life more quickly and efficiently. Furthermore, the Abyss energy itself possessed a benign induction ability. Guided by the power of the Abyss, cells would become more adaptable to their environment, or possess the strength to withstand it. This seemed to be a manifestation of the laws of the Abyss. The strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. Furthermore, the power of the Abyss had a powerful amplifying effect on the body. Through simple energy manipulation, Richard could significantly enhance various physical stats, including strength, agility, endurance, and recovery. The price he paid was an intensified fighting instinct. Even as a wizard, Richard was nearly overcome by this fighting instinct. In addition, Richard also had the advanced applications of the abyssal power on his research list. The complex nature of the abyssal power transcended the manifestation of a single energy source. Richard suspected that the abyssal power itself might be a manifestation of the abyssal laws. Besides the Abyss, Richard also had unresearched Taoist techniques. The Spirit Soldier Core, a first-grade Taoist technique, possessed a level of complexity comparable to divine powers. Surprisingly, however, the distortion of Taoist techniques manifested in the difficulty of cultivating them. As long as the soldier beings were cultivated, the Spirit Soldier would function properly. This must also hold a profound mystery. Furthermore, he still had the Forerunner's relics, the composite rule body, the optimization of the sealing technique, the research and development of sorcery, and a host of other unfinished tasks. That was why he so decisively handed the church's affairs to Elises. Time passed quickly, as Richard immersed himself in the laboratory, exploring the mysteries of truth. Outside, Elises also began a series of reforms to the church. The priesthood of the Order of Miracles inherited the Church of the Lord of all things, so it appears quite rudimentary. After Elises took over the church, he restructured the priesthood. The original pope and cardinals remained in place, but he divided the lower-level priests into different levels based on their functions. Various rituals were standardized, and ineffective ones were completely abolished. In addition, he established a divine monastery dedicated to the study of divine arts, as well as an internal tribunal to monitor the behavior of priests, and, in cases of irreparable consequences, to judge them. The church's reforms caused a great deal of upheaval, but because the upper echelons remained unchanged, the power of a considerable number of priests at the lower levels was strengthened. Thus, the upheaval was limited to a minor one. After the priesthood was standardized, the quality of the faithful quickly improved. Although the sage's kindness was not yet fully realized, the public still harbored resentment towards priests, who acted in inaction or recklessly. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Ha, it worked. In the lab, Richard gazed at the galaxy-like rune model before him, his tired face brimming with excitement. Finally, I can ascend to a 5th ring Grand Wizard. Chapter 632. Is this your composite body of rules? Elises stared at the enormous rune model before him, so complex it resembled a galaxy, and a sense of shock welled up in his heart. This thing was far more complex than their dual divine bodies. Almost, Richard said with a hint of pride, examining the rune model. This model has a lot of room for simplification. but it already possesses everything a composite body of rules should have. Using it as a body of rules would be no problem at all. Ulises examined the rune model carefully. The more he looked, the more dazzled he became, forcing him to look away. Ha! The gap between civilizations is truly vast. Yours is far more complex than ours. How do you advance? Do you force the life transition through this composite rule body? Or do you use it directly as a supplement, supplemented by a ritual to ascend? Richard nodded slightly. Directly, but there will also be a ritual to assist me in completing the rule body. But before that, I need to complete the rules. Richard's rule body isn't based on the radiation rule, but rather on the life rule, which is more suited to physical evolution. Richard's life rule isn't complete, so he needs to complete it before ascending to a 5-ring Grand Wizard. Completing the rules is also simple for Richard. Several of the magic weapons in the Supreme Sect's treasury contain life rule. With a little refinement in the Miracle Furnace, his rules will be complete. Ha! What about your mental power? Ulises suddenly thought of a question. You're not pursuing spiritual evolution. Since your physical body is weak, you can just leave it alone and wait for it to slowly replenish you. Once you advance, the feedback effect will last at least several thousand years. During this time, your combat power will be uncontrollable. Due to the special nature of their soul carrier-ruled bodies, spiritually evolved wizards' combat power remains unaffected even during the feedback phase, as long as their physical body is placed within the core of their ruled bodies. Richard, however, is different. He is a physically evolved wizard. For physically evolved wizards, if their spiritual power is insufficient, their surge in strength can actually hinder their combat effectiveness. Richard smiled mysteriously and waved his hand, causing a pitch-black door to appear beside them. I naturally thought of this question. In these past 100 years, I've done more than perfect the composite-ruled bodies. Seeing the somewhat familiar door, Ulises immediately understood Richard's meaning. Huh, I almost forgot you had this wonderful nightmare world thing. But are you sure it's the nightmare wizarding world behind you? Richard shrugged nonchalantly. What difference does it make? Whether it's a nightmare wizarding world or not, the nature of the nightmare power remains unchanged. At most, it's just a matter of killing a few nightmare lords. Nightmare lords were once terrifying beings that Richard avoided, but in Richard's eyes now, they are nothing more than a moving sea of soul essence. Over the years, he has made significant progress in his evocation spells, incorporating the 10-ring sorcery bestowed by the evocation coronet into his body of rules. Hey, don't underestimate those nightmare lords, Ulises warned. Some of them have lived for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Their understanding and application of nightmare rules far surpasses ours. Richard waved his hand and smiled. I'm not stupid. If I were to kill, I'd definitely go after an ordinary nightmare lord, not those old guys. As the gate opened, Richard and Ulysses both sealed themselves, preventing the overpowering laws within their bodies from breaching the nightmare gate. One of them was a level 5 creature, and the other possessed laws comparable to those of a level 5 creature. The few nightmare laws contained within the nightmare gate could easily breach it if they failed to properly control them. Entering the gate, Richard immediately located his soul seed. After becoming the lord of the world, the invisible barrier finally couldn't block his connection to his soul seed. The next moment, the gate opened again. After hundreds of years, Richard and Ulysses finally returned to the nightmare wizard world. The scene outside the nightmare gate remained the same as before. In the pitch-black coffin lay Richard's nightmare form. But unlike before, after Richard's soul underwent its ultimate leap, his soul seed also advanced along with it. His current soul seed should be sufficient for him to ascend to Nightmare Lord without worrying about the backlash from the Nightmare Core's psychic energy. Speaking of which, the wizarding world has developed quite well in recent years. I wonder if other Nightmare Lords have discovered this wonderful place, the far north. With the wizarding world now full of wizards, the population has also experienced explosive growth. Under these circumstances, Nightmare Lords in the Nightmare Wizarding world should appear in large numbers. It's definitely not been discovered, Ulises replied, otherwise, your body would have been devoured long ago. Richard was stunned for a moment, then gave an awkward smile. That's right. Let's go for a walk. Effortlessly removing the seal, Richard scratched his head, feeling a headache as he looked at the somewhat fragile nightmare body. He tilted his head to Ulises on his shoulder and said, How did you endure it back then? To Richard's perception, this body was as fragile as paper. He could shatter it with just a little force. Yet, Ulises, with the strength of a world master, had spent centuries in the shell of a level 1 or 2 creature. Ulises said calmly, Well, you get used to it. Honestly. Well, I don't have a choice. I can't change the environment, so I can only adapt to it. Carefully entering the nightmare body, Richard felt like an adult wearing a child's clothes. The slightest effort could shatter them. Meanwhile, Ulises had it much simpler. He channeled some nightmare power into his body, making himself appear like a nightmare creature, and then stopped. After all, he had recovered his strength now. Even if the nightmare rules discovered him, they could at most expel him. After completing their disguises, the two men left the room. Upon emerging, they froze in their tracks. Is this Far North City? Richard gazed at the bustling city before him, speechless with astonishment. In Richard's memory, Far North City, though prosperous, still retained a touch of the classical era. The luxurious, classical mayor's mansion, the occasional carriages, those elements, though rare, were present. But now, all Richard could see were towering skyscrapers. Between these buildings, nightmare creatures of all shapes and sizes were constantly moving, and beneath them were brooms. Wizards are invading the nightmare world. Richard immediately thought of this answer. The power reactors of the small floating city require nightmare rules, and as the war expands, the demand for these rules will undoubtedly grow even greater. The wizards will undoubtedly need a sufficiently stable channel to supply them with nightmare rules. The nightmare world's original nightmare biome is too inefficient. Wizards will inevitably reshape it to stabilize the output of nightmare rules. Before Richard could ponder further, a nightmare creature resembling the Black Knight approached the two. Who are you? The Black Knight held his great sword warily, the material of which Richard was familiar, the adamantium. I should be asking you this, Richard asked with a strange expression. What is your relationship with Bones? How did this city become like this? Bones? How dare you call that? The Black Knight paused before he finished. He took in Richard's black robes, the bird perched on his shoulder, and the man addressing the Lord by his name. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. As if by magic, he pulled a crystal ball from his body, manipulated it a few times, and shouted, "Go and see what's inside the room. Don't ask why. Go!" As soon as he did so, a terrified voice emanated from the crystal ball. The coffin is open. Getting his answer, the Black Knight looked back and asked tentatively, "Are you back?" Richard smiled. What else? Then, the Black Knight knelt on one knee before Richard. Golden Sword Knight Arrow, we welcome you. Lord Bones is currently sleeping in the mansion. I will take you there. Richard nodded slightly and asked curiously, Bone was promoted to Lord? Yes, sir. Lord Bone became Lord 600 years ago. Richard calculated the time, and found that 600 years ago should have been less than 100 years after his disappearance. Then how did this place become like this? Richard asked, pointing at the nightmare creatures flying around in the sky. Well, Arrow hesitated for a moment. You have to ask Lord Bone about that. The city of Far North has been like this since I was born. How old are you? Sir, I'm 372 years old. Richard nodded slightly, thinking that the changes began quite early. Calculating the time, it seems a wizard must have entered the nightmare world and subdued Bone. Then, they began to transform the ecosystem, and incidentally, made Bone a lord, protecting this territory from wild lords. But if that's the case, wouldn't the nightmare power be unattainable? Richard said, feeling a little worried. Nightmare power is a necessary product for the maturation of nightmare creatures, and nightmare creatures are the essential raw materials for the creation of nightmare rules. If he were to manage the nightmare world, nightmare power would absolutely be under control. Soon, Richard arrived at the Far North City Lord's residence. Seeing that the residence remained the same, Richard finally felt a sense of familiarity. Several guards stood before the door of the residence. Like Arrow, they were all Golden Sword Knights. Arrow stepped forward and said a few words, and then he saw several Golden Sword Knights hurriedly entering the residence. Soon, a large knight emerged from the residence. The knight glanced at Richard and immediately shouted to the surrounding knights to open the door. Then he came before Richard, knelt on one knee, and said, "My lord, you have returned." Richard entered the gate, and the moment he entered, he felt the magic circle within the residence. Well, I'm back. Tell me about what's happened over the years. Richard nodded slightly. How far has your cooperation with the wizards progressed? Chapter 633. It seems you figured it out, the knight whispered. Lord Bones made a deal with the wizard. The wizard sealed and built the territory for Lord Bones. Lord Bones is responsible for protecting the territory and providing it with enough nightmare knights. Richard rubbed his chin. So, the actual management is the responsibility of the wizard? The knight shook his head slightly. Yes and no. The wizards, and we both have management rights over the territory, and we usually do more of the management. The wizards are generally not present. Richard nodded slightly, thinking that this was not unusual. As long as the production volume remained stable, research in the lab was much more interesting than managing a group of grotesque nightmare creatures. Wake up, Lord Bones. I have something to ask him. This? The knight looked hesitant. What's wrong? Richard asked. The knight hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke truthfully. Awakening Lord Bones requires an attack on our territory. Otherwise, the wizards will use our unauthorized use of nightmare power as an excuse to withhold our quota. Over the years, wizards have been demanding more and more nightmare power, and the amount allocated to us has dwindled. If they continue to withhold it. Okay, I understand, Richard interrupted. Take me to the head wizard. Huh? What do you want to see the wizards for? The knight asked, somewhat alarmed. These wizards are very powerful, and there are even some great wizards who rival the Nightmare King. You must be careful not to act rashly. The knight had never met Richard, but he had heard of his deeds. In the words of the Bones, Richard was a great nightmare creature. With near-prophetic skills, he had found this city under the noses of numerous nightmare lords, making him the undisputed lord of this territory. The knight feared his lord, having just regained consciousness, would lose his life because he hadn't grasped the situation. Just take me there. Don't worry about the rest. Richard's tone was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable authority. This was the aura of someone who had held high office for years. Unknowingly, Richard had risen from a small soldier on the battlefield to a general. The knight was overwhelmed by this aura, feeling as if he had seen his namesake, as if his lord's bones were speaking to him. Very well, please follow me. The knight led Richard out of the mansion, and across the long central avenue to the outskirts of Far North City. Here stood several rather bulky wizard towers. Looking at these very new wizard towers, Richard frowned slightly, but said nothing. Only a few of you? Richard asked casually. Yes, sir, the knight said respectfully. A few hundred years ago, there were more wizards, but their numbers have dwindled over the years. Richard nodded slightly, a pessimistic view of the state of wizard civilization forming within him. Entering the wizard tower, the knight rang the doorbell. A moment later, a voice, sounding half asleep, emanated from the microphone next to the doorbell. Nightmare creature, you better be alright. At this address, a subtle energy wave emanated from the knight, and his voice rose a fraction. Wizard, my name is Rick. Yes, nightmare creature. Tell me your purpose, or I activate the wizard tower's defenses. Knight Rick was about to speak again, but Richard interrupted him. Are wizards so lax these days? Richard's voice was cold yet serious. Rick couldn't see, but the scene inside the wizard tower couldn't be hidden from a great wizard. Inside, a thin, frail-looking wizard with dark circles under his eyes lay on a recliner, smoking a hookah and grinning into his crystal ball. As an alchemist, Richard easily discerned that the substance the wizard was smoking contained an extract of Gastrodia alata stem. Richard had last encountered Gastrodia alata stem when Bob was facing the succession issue of the Chamber of Commerce. Who are you? The wizard perked up slightly at Richard's voice. He sat up and tapped his crystal ball twice, locating the image at the door. He was startled when he saw a wizard-like figure standing outside. Oh no! Did the higher-ups send someone to check on us? But he quickly sat back down in his chair. I was shocked. It turned out to be a nightmare creature that looks like a wizard. Hearing the wizard's words, Richard's frown deepened outside the door. Could it be that the wizard hasn't even mastered the nightmare body technique? That shouldn't be possible. It's not difficult. Or perhaps the wizards haven't studied the nightmare world yet? No, even if they haven't, these wizards should be doing their own research. Could it be that these wizards have no curiosity at all? Richard's assessment of wizard civilization grew even worse. Open the door, little wizard, or are you planning on forcing me in? Force me in? The wizard burst into laughter and tapped his crystal ball twice. The next moment, a wave of magic emanated from the crystal ball, instantly sending the entire wizard tower into a defensive state. A thick magical barrier, like a city wall, separated the wizard tower, its front and back yards, from Richard. If you're capable, just force your way in. The wizard's voice was filled with mockery. He tapped his crystal ball twice, contacting the wizards in the other wizard towers. Guys, we've run into some idiots today. A nightmare creature is trying to force its way into my wizard tower. Ah! How did you get in? The wizard's voice distorted with fear as he stared at Richard. This is a nightmare world, and all the defenses of this wizard tower are made of the finest materials. Even if the Nightmare Lord came, it would take a while to fight him without invoking the nightmare rules. But how could this nightmare creature? Let me introduce myself. I'm the lord of this nightmare territory. Of course, that's just one of my identities. With that, Richard's soul emerged from his nightmare body. Even though Richard had sealed his soul, the slightest bit of pressure he emanated nearly suffocated the wizard before him. My primary identity is a great wizard. Little one, I like to ask, are you an exception or the norm? Buzz? The vibrations of the crystal ball awoke Wu and I from his research. As a newly promoted great wizard, he had 50 years of rest to build his body of rules and adapt his abilities. Until this rest period was over, he wouldn't have to join the front lines. He would only need to perform some minor logistical work in the rear. A report from the nightmare world? Wu and I frowned as he looked at the information in the crystal ball. There's been too much demand for nightmare power lately. Have those nightmare creatures rebelled? The Nightmare Power Reactor, a revolutionary power reactor for wizards, opened a new door for alchemy. Since then, the Tesla Chamber of Commerce, now known as the Tesla Magic Armor Institute, has been simplifying the Nightmare Power Reactor and developing different models to suit various situations. Unfortunately, compared to the nearly perpetual motion machine, the alchemical machinery that consumes magic essence seems like a real problem for teammates in the game. The Nightmare Power Reactor's output has a limit, otherwise, the floating city's anti-dimensional power reactor would have to be replaced. Driven by this demand, the Nightmare Farm, which produces nightmare rules, came into being. Due to ancient alliances and the impact of the situation on the front lines, the wizards have not launched a large-scale war against the nightmare world. After making deals with the ancient nightmare kings, the wizards now own 100 nightmare farms in the nightmare world. Muni's recent job is to manage these farms. Opening the message, Muni glanced at it casually, but soon his eyes froze. He rubbed his eyes, then stared intently at the information on the crystal ball, reading each word. After confirming he hadn't seen it correctly, his hand trembled as he lowered the crystal. Teacher's back. Teacher's back. Without wasting a second, Wu and I immediately opened the door to the nightmare dimension. After pushing open the door, he immediately saw a calm black-robed wizard, and several new wizards kneeling beside him. Looking at the wizard who suddenly appeared, Richard naturally opened his arms and smiled. Wu and I, long time no see. I didn't expect you become a great wizard. Hugging Richard tightly, Wu and I stared at the figure before him, 1,000 words throbbing in his chest, yet he couldn't utter them. He longed to know where Richard had been all these years, what he'd been through, why, decades after the corona of physicality had suddenly claimed Richard was still alive, and why Richard had appeared now. But upon seeing Richard's figure, all these questions faded. Through tearful eyes, he could only repeat over and over, "Teacher, you're finally back." Noticing Muni's tears, Richard patted him on the back and whispered, "Don't cry. You're a great wizard now, and you should act like one. Great wizards are as reliable as mountains. How can you cry like a child?" After a moment, Wu and I loosened his embrace, calming his surging emotions. He looked at the wizards kneeling beside Richard and respectfully asked, "Teacher, have these little ones offended you?" The kneeling wizard shuddered at Wuni's question. Richard shook his head. "No offense, it's just that these little guys were incredibly undisciplined and lacked respect for the great wizards. So I gave them a little lesson." Muni glanced at the wizards and said in a cold voice, "What the hell did you do?" The wizard who first approached Richard raised his head timidly. Master, we..." "They didn't say anything," Richard said flatly. "They just said that I'm not the great wizard in charge of them, and have no right to punish them." One of the little guys even pulled out a law from the Ministry of Justice from his crystal ball, and tried to explain the law to me. "Muni, are the requirements for becoming a wizard so low now? Can such an idiot become a wizard?" Muni was silent for a moment, then nodded at Richard's incredulous gaze. "Yes, teacher, the standards for becoming a wizard are that low now." Chapter 634. Muni's answer startled Richard for a moment, then he frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Muni sighed softly, glanced at the wizards around him, and said coldly, "Everyone, get out." The wizards immediately rose from the ground and fled the room. Muni waved his hand, and a barrier enveloped the room, shielding it from prying eyes. Then, with a melancholy expression, he said, "Teacher, you should be aware of our shortage of lower-level wizards." Richard nodded slightly. "I know. Isn't universal wizardization intended to address this shortage? Isn't that enough?" "Not enough, far from enough," Muni shook his head. "We're currently battling the galaxy mayflies simultaneously on nearly 100 worlds. Such a massive front has completely paralyzed the Wizarding Academy system. These new wizards are all receiving accelerated spellcasting courses, graduating in 3 years. 3 years? Richard exclaimed. What can they learn in 3 years? Even with the best teachers teaching them, they can only learn basic runes at best. Did Corona invent some kind of alchemical magic to increase intelligence? Did it significantly boost the intelligence of these new wizards? Of course not. Wu and I shook his head. Corona simply created a potion that can be mass-produced and effectively improves a wizard's concentration. Through this potion, along with targeted indoctrination, these new wizards will learn basic runes, basic alchemy, an introduction to the 4 elements, and 10 standard legion spells before graduation. Hearing this, Richard already knew what kind of people these wizards were. Cannon fodder? Yes, cannon fodder. On the battlefield, creatures below the level of World Master would have their combat effectiveness drastically reduced. A single swarm of light cannons from a galaxy mayfly would require both a 1st and 3rd level wizard to rely on their legion shield to withstand it. In this situation, the traditionally compressed and versatile training of wizards became a waste. Wizards needed only to be able to fire concentrated spells and coordinate their spell casting. Exploring mysteries and pursuing truth were things that only a select few wizards could do. After all, most wizards' talents were limited to reinventing the wheel. It's finally come to this. Richard sighed slightly. The sheer scale of the war had ultimately led the council to abandon the dignity of wizards and produce these quick-fix wizards to hold the line. So the Wizard Academy system has been abolished? Not really, Wu and I replied. These cannon fodder wizards can hold the line, but a true offensive requires a truly elite wizarding corps. Those who have made sufficient achievements on the battlefield, or who have demonstrated unique talent during their apprenticeships, will be selected to enter the Wizard Academy and trained as an elite wizarding corps. It seems we haven't reached the end of our rope yet, Richard said with a hint of self-mockery. He paused, then added, the punishments for those individuals just now should be rescinded. Obviously, we can't expect too much from those who go into battle after only 3 years of wizarding training. You remain as tolerant as before, Wu and I smiled. Leaving the wizard tower, he looked towards Far North City not far away, and casually asked, how has Bones been doing these past few years? Muni was stunned and asked, you mean the lord of this nightmare farm? I haven't met him yet. Huh? Richard was taken aback. Didn't you open the will I gave you? Will? You're not dead. Why would I touch it? Master Ellie said you were just away, and would definitely return. Looking at Muni's matter-of-fact expression, Richard felt a mixture of laughter and a slight touch of emotion. You should see it, Richard said with a smile, because this nightmare territory of Far North City is actually mine, and Bones is my nightmare knight. I was thinking it was you who discussed it with Bones before turning the territory into a nightmare farm. Huh? Muni looked a little surprised. Although he knew Richard had been researching the nightmare world, he had never expected Richard to own a nightmare territory within it. It suddenly occurred to him that the land of Far North City was originally barren, and it was only because of Richard that it was established. And this connects. Teacher, your experiment is quite ambitious, Wu and I sighed heartily. Richard waved his hand with a smile, saying, compared to the council's methods, my methods are nothing. He then called to Rick, who was standing nearby, go awaken Bones. Your share won't be deducted. Rick was stunned by the powerful spirit before him. Where did this guy come from? Why was he asked to awaken Master Bones? Seeing he didn't move, Richard casually pulled the nightmare body out of the wizard tower. Don't you recognize me? The nightmare body and Richard spoke simultaneously. This. Rick's mind suddenly paused as he watched the scene. Their lord is actually a wizard. Don't just stand there, go, Richard urged. Yes, Rick responded instinctively, then added a bit weakly. Lord. Rick left, and Richard turned to look at Wu and I. It will probably take a long time for the Bones to recover. I'm just going to meet Teacher Ellie and the others. Over the years they... Richard observed Winnie's somewhat gloomy expression, and the smile on his lips gradually faded. Who left? Wu and I shook her head and whispered, Teacher, you should ask who else is still here. Silence, a suffocating silence. Richard's voice was a little low. The teacher should still be here. My master is indeed still here. Besides him, only Master's wife Ellie is still here. Open the door. I go see them. Although he had been mentally prepared, facing the loss of so many family and friends, Richard still felt a little breathless. An indescribable fear gripped his heart like a giant hand. Muni opened the door. Richard hesitated for a moment, then drifted in. After over 600 years, Richard returned to the wizarding world. In the former wizarding community of the Black Tower Wizarding Academy, Ellie stood before the test bench, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the rune structure before her. As a remnant of the old days, Ellie hadn't been swayed by the habits of the new wizards. Since returning from the front lines, she had been exploring the mysteries of runes in the wizarding tower, honing her skills. The humming sound of the crystal ball interrupted Ellie's thoughts. She looked at the crystal ball, her brow furrowed slightly. In this era, not many wizards had her contact information. Using her magical hand to grasp the distant crystal ball, Ellie glanced at the person requesting the communication. Richard. Ellie's eyes suddenly widened, and she stared at the message in the crystal ball with some disbelief. Richard is back? She clicked on the communication with some trembling, and a three-dimensional projection immediately emerged from the crystal ball. In the center of the projection stood a figure she hadn't seen in over 600 years. You look well. A familiar voice emanated from the crystal ball, and Ellie suddenly slumped into the chair behind her. You bastard. Ellie cursed, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Hey, after hundreds of years, how come you've learned to curse? This time, Richard's voice didn't emanate from the crystal ball. Ellie turned sharply, only to see Richard, a somewhat ethereal figure, standing behind her. Richard opened his arms and smiled. Swearing isn't a good habit, but I forgive you. The two embraced for a long moment, then Ellie released him. How come you're just a soul? Ellie's voice was choked with sobs. Richard shrugged. I returned from a nightmare world. My body is still who knows how many light years away. But you? Richard pinched Ellie's arm. Your body is quite nice, and I smell a familiar scent. Of course you are. Ellie rubbed her face, then said mysteriously, I've added your cells to this body. My cells? You mean my extraordinary cells? Ellie was already a level 3 creature, so Richard's enhanced cells were no longer effective against her. Therefore, these cells were most likely his own cells after he reached level 3. Yes, Ellie nodded slightly. Thanks to your extraordinary cells, otherwise you wouldn't have seen me. Richard used his mental power to scan Ellie's entire body, and discovered that none of his cells remained. Rather, they were all his. All the cells in this body were his, but the life core was Ellie's. Under these circumstances, his cells hadn't degenerated. Instead, they had driven the expression of the cell core, allowing this body to take a step closer to becoming a level 4 creature. What kind of technology is this? Richard explained in amazement. Ellie said with some pride, I call it a cell coat. Incredible, Richard gave a thumbs up, praising you wholeheartedly. With this technique alone, you have a strong presence in the School of Constitutional Studies. Hee, Ellie raised her head with a touch of pride. I'm a veteran wizard now. What's a veteran wizard without his own unique skills? So do you want to take it a step further? More. Under Ellie's astonishment, Richard nodded slightly. I have an idea that should allow you to break through the limits of a level 3 creature, perhaps even directly to a level 3 wizard. But first, I need to see the teacher. Ellie was a little disoriented by Richard's sudden turn of events. Okay, let's go see Master Jorod first. Speaking of which, Winnie, have you met him? He's become a great wizard now. Yes, I have. He was the one who opened the door for me. Did he tell you that Master Jorod is nearing the end of his life? Chapter 635. End of life? Richard stared at Ellie with a dazed look, and asked hurriedly, why is he going to end of life? The teacher's lifespan should be very. Richard, you don't think logistics is easy, do you? Ellie said grimly. Master Jorod is a master of synthetic beasts. His factory produces tens of thousands of synthetic beasts every day. And as a senior wizard, he crafts high-level synthetic beasts every day to supply the front lines. You know better than I do how laborious it is to craft high-level synthetic beasts, and Master Jorod has been doing it for over 600 years. And, Ellie sighed, the deaths of Anna, Chax, and those senior brothers and sisters I don't know were a huge blow to Master Jorod. This is probably the biggest reason for his loss of lifespan. For most wizards, as long as the soul is immortal, the decay of the body is not a big deal. But with benefits come costs. The strength of the soul makes the mental toll even more severe. Sometimes the emotional impact of a tragedy can be even more devastating than a complete mental breakdown. I understand. Suddenly Richard's vision blurred. The light scattered in his eyes, leaving everything hazy. His mind was also in a state of confusion, and he suddenly couldn't remember what to do next. Gaw, Richard, wake up! Elisa's voice, like the sound of a bell, awoke Richard's sanity. Ellie looked over Richard's shoulder, and only then realized that a crow was still perched on it. You bird are still here. Of course he's here. Richard paused for a moment, the scattered light refocusing before his eyes. Where is the teacher working? I have to go see him. I probably won't be back for a long time, so I have to see him. In the operating room, Jorod expressionlessly placed the core of the synthetic beast into the body of the synthetic beast. The squirming flesh on the core slowly merged with the surrounding flesh. Then, with a bang, the core began to beat vigorously. Then, energy began to circulate, and the synthetic beast's powerful body gradually began to revive. Done. Inject the anesthetic. The next production will begin in 10 minutes. Yes, master. Leaving the operating room, Jorod walked to his small office as usual, ready to rest for a while. But as he walked out of the operating room door, he saw a familiar figure. Ellie, why did you come to me again? Jorod smiled at Ellie. As the lover of his student, and the disciple of his deceased colleague, Jorod was very kind to Ellie. Especially after so many of his students and friends had perished in battle. Ellie smiled and approached Jorod. Master, I'm not the only one here today. Oh! Who else? Jorod tapped his head, trying to recall which of his acquaintances and friends were still alive. But before he could comprehend anything, a familiar figure appeared before him. Teacher, I'm back. Looking at the familiar figure before him, Jorod was momentarily dazed. He tentatively asked Richard. It's me, master. Jorod rubbed his eyes, and cast a few more soul spells on himself to sober up. After ensuring he wasn't hallucinating, the old wizard smiled the most genuine, heartfelt smile of his life. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Jorod walked over to Richard, seemingly wanting to say 1,000 words, but they vanished as they reached his lips. Didn't you become a great wizard? How come you don't have a physical body? My physical body is in another world. I returned this time through the nightmare world. Well, you've become quite powerful now. You can even teleport. Jorod patted Richard's energy-condensed body, then turned and said, Come into my room. It's not nice to be standing outside. Entering the room, Richard casually glanced at the decor. The room contained only a bookshelf, a desk, a chair, and a bed, a typical, practical wizard style. Master, you're still the same. Ellie sat down beside Richard and smiled at Jorod. Bookshelves are almost gone among wizards these days. Jorod sat down behind his desk and waved his hand. Old folk like me, behind the times, just like these old-fashioned things. After saying that, he looked at Richard. He could tell Richard wasn't in a good mood. Why, aren't you happy to see an old man like me still alive? No, that's not what you're saying. Richard observed the decayed aura of Jorod, his voice gradually fading. I'm just a little sad. What's sad? Jorod glanced at himself and whispered, I'm an old man who's lived for over 5,000 years. I should have died long ago. As for your brothers and sisters, don't be sad. That's how war works. Planar wars kill people, not to mention wars between civilizations. Even so, Jorod's voice unconsciously lowered as he spoke. How's the war situation? Very bad. The production requirements for the synthetic beast factory are getting higher and higher. It's no longer a problem of resources, but a shortage of wizards. Wizards on the front lines can be quickly trained, but alchemists in the rear cannot. If the number of alchemists isn't increased, even if the resources pile up in the warehouse, it's useless. The frontline wizards only need to be able to cast spells, but the alchemy factories in the rear require alchemists, who have received systematic alchemy training. Many alchemy factories are extremely dangerous. If quick-trained wizards are allowed to work, a factory explosion would be a small matter. Hasn't the higher-ups considered shortening the battle line? The astral plane isn't land. Our battle line, while called a line, is actually a plane. We can't shorten it in this situation. Moreover, with so many world's resources unexploited, retreating will only weaken us further. The room fell silent again. Jorod looked at Richard. He could tell that his student was not just sad. There was definitely something else hidden beneath this layer of sadness. Richard, did something happen to you? Nothing, Richard stopped mid-sentence. After a moment's silence, he whispered, I'm just a little scared. Fear of what? Death? Partly. Richard looked at Jorod. Although he was now a great wizard, his teacher far surpassed him in experience and knowledge. Teacher, aren't you afraid? You mean death? Yes. How could I not be afraid? Jorod laughed. Everyone fears death. It's a living instinct. No matter what kind of creature it is, the fear of death is ingrained in them. But you don't look afraid. I've simply overcome it, Jorod smiled. Fear of death is human nature, especially in this age when even great wizards fall. But I can sense that yours is more than just fear. Richard fell silent, unsure how to express his confusion. The Supreme Master had told him that he had a destiny and was on a remarkable path. But the deaths of his friends and family had left him feeling lost. If fate was predetermined, then what was the point of everything he was doing? Fate could not be changed. If his friends and family were destined to die in this war, then they would die in it no matter how hard they tried. Then what was the point of everything he'd done? After a long moment, he spoke, Teacher, if the end of fate is predetermined, then what's the point of everything I've done? Jorod was slightly taken aback. Richard's question left him somewhat baffled. But his confusion didn't stop him from clarifying the doubts of his only remaining, and most outstanding, student. This was the only way he, as a teacher, could help. How could it be meaningless? If the outcome is predetermined, then no matter what I do, it won't change it. Whether I sleep or work hard, the end result will be the same. Jorod shook his head. I don't know what you encountered, but I can tell you with certainty that different actions will lead to different outcomes. It's like if you saw yourself destined to die in a war. If you continue to explore the truth and refine your sorcery, even if you died, your death would be magnificent. But if, knowing your death was inevitable, you began taking hallucinogens like those new wizards, your death might be a single blow, like a crushed insect. But you died anyway. Death is inevitable, child, Jorod said softly. I don't know what you saw, but I suspect you encountered a prophecy or saw some fragment of the future, and therefore fell into the trap of nihilism, believing that everything is meaningless. But as a teacher, I must tell you that this is wrong. As he spoke, Jorod waved to Richard, signaling him to come over. Richard walked over, and Jorod struck him on the head with lightning speed. Do you feel it? Yes. Is it nothingness? I don't know. Fool. With that, Jorod smacked Richard on the head again. If you hadn't worked hard, I'd be dead on the battlefield right now, not here banging your head. If you hadn't worked hard, you never have become a great wizard. Jorod paused, then continued, I know you, idiot, are probably thinking that fate destined me to survive. But I could also say that fate destined me to survive because of my best student. If you firmly believe that fate determines everything, then everything you do now is destined by fate. This means you deny the existence of free will. Jorod asked Richard word by word, Richard, do you believe you have free will? Chapter 636. Faced with Jorod's questioning, Richard suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, if the future was predetermined, then every step he took would also be predetermined, and free will would not exist. But free will does exist. Human consciousness isn't as precise as a machine, it's chaotic. Sudden thoughts can cause people to make different decisions in the same situation. And since free will exists, absolute fate doesn't exist. After realizing this, the haze in Richard's heart instantly dissipated. If absolute fate doesn't exist, then even if his own fate is predetermined, his every move will affect the fate of others. His teacher survived because of him, and his lover retreated from the front lines because of him. In the future, his actions might save tens, even hundreds, of thousands of wizards from death. Everything he did was not in vain. I understand, teacher. Richard bowed solemnly to Jorod. Jorod looked at Richard, whose confusion was no longer in his eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. Just figure it out. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Kilyu had checked the time, stood up, and was about to head out. My break is over. Time to get back to work. Teacher, why don't I go find the corona? Go away. Kilyu waved his hand. This place is the perfect place for me to utilize my talents. Are you transferring me away just to leave me lying in bed and waiting to die? No, teacher, your workload. I'm a third-ring wizard. This level of intensity is easier for me than research. Go back to your work. After saying that, Jorod pushed open the office door and greeted the wizard outside. I'm here. Looking at Jorod's back, Richard felt a mixture of emotions. Don't overthink it. Master Jorod seems to genuinely enjoy his work here, Ellie said softly, walking over to Richard. Richard was silent for a long time before sighing, oh damn war. After leaving Jorod's synthetic beast factory, Richard found Wu and I and returned to the nightmare world. In the nightmare world, Bones had awakened from his slumber. Looking at this behemoth, radiating nightmare radiation, Richard couldn't help but compare it to the Bones he remembered, who constantly called him boss. Bones, why are you getting uglier as you evolve? Hearing Richard's words, Bones scratched his head in embarrassment. Boss, I can't decide how I evolve. A change in mindset naturally leads to a change in appearance. Richard introduced Minei to him. This is Bones. I named him Knight in the nightmare world. He then introduced Minei to Bones. This is Minei, my student in the wizarding world. The two creatures, clearly close friends, but never having met due to some strange coincidence, exchanged glances and exchanged a cordial, or at least superficial, greeting. Hello, Bones. Hello, little boss. Richard nodded and then asked Minei, are the nightmare rules strict enough? I need a lot of nightmare power. That's easy, Minei said proudly. Teacher, take it all. The higher-ups are insatiable when it comes to nightmare rules. Give me less. At most, they scold me. Anyway, my position is only temporary. At worst, they transfer me somewhere else. Richard nodded slightly, not bothering to be polite with Wu and I. After all, he truly needed the nightmare power to refine soul essence. After roughly estimating the cost of the refinement, Richard said, I need 40 million nightmare powers. 40 million? Wu and I hesitated for a moment. How about rounding it up to 50 million? That's exactly the nightmare power of a nightmare lord. Huh? That's not a good number, Richard said, somewhat hesitantly. 40 million will be enough for me. Wu and I waved his hand indifferently. 40 or 50 million is about the same. It's just one miniature floating city missing. Besides, while we're short on basic magical equipment right now, we have plenty of high-end items like floating cities. For this small loss, I can just make a change in the account book and I won't even get scolded. I manage all 100 nightmare farms in this nightmare world. Seeing Winnie's confidence, Richard didn't hesitate. 50 million is fine though. Behave yourself when you get to the front lines, kid. When your teacher returns, I go find Corona and bring you over to be my deputy. Haha, yes, teacher. Leaving with the nightmare crystals, Richard found a secluded spot in the wilderness to refine the nightmare power. The vast ocean of nightmare power entered the miracle furnace, transforming into tiny wisps of soul essence. In 2 months, the nightmare power was completely refined, and the resulting soul essence hovered in the air, a size as large as 2 men. Wow, no matter how many times I see it, your methods still astound me. Elisa stood over Richard's shoulder, looking at the soul essence before him, sighing heartfeltly. Editing his life with one hand and refining soul essence with the other, Richard's evolutionary path advanced at an astonishingly rapid pace, his fundamental qualities surging. Although other great wizards would more or less use some rare treasures to accelerate the improvement of basic qualities, Richard's ability to complete an entire stage of basic quality improvement in just a few decades had never happened in either the wizard civilization or the god civilization. Don't be alarmed. This is for you. It will help you recover some of your soul. Richard took out about 1/5 of the soul essence and offered it to Elises. He only needed 40 million nightmare powers of soul essence to advance, so the extra was of little use to him. Well, there's no rush. Elises slashed with his raven claws, sealing the soul essence. My lifespan is already solved by the artifact given to me by the God King. Solving it with soul essence is simply too extravagant. Richard shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever you say. After swallowing the soul essence, Richard immediately felt a nauseous feeling, like being drunk. This was a side effect of consuming so much soul essence. Even though Richard's mental power had reached 300, increasing it by nearly 1/3 of his total mental power in one go was unavoidable. Before he passed out, Richard opened the nightmare gate that led back to the secret realm. Elisa sealed him, and then returned to the secret realm. 3 years later, Richard awoke. That sleep was quite long, Richard said groggily after waking. How long was I asleep? 3 years, master. After hearing the world mushroom's reply, Richard scratched his head and said with a relaxed expression, not bad, only 3 years. Unconsciously, Richard had become accustomed to the immortal sense of time. 3 years wasn't even enough time for a nap. Stretching himself, Richard used his power to contact Elises. Elises, how have you been these past few years? Elises, who was teaching the White Wolf God how to use his power in the Wolf Plains, was slightly startled by Richard's voice. Gah, it's only been 3 years. You woke up a little too fast. Wouldn't it be better to hurry up? Gah, that's not the case. I'm with the White Wolf God in Wolf Plain. Come and take a look. As he spoke, Ulysses opened a rift leading to a secret realm. Richard walked through the rift and saw the White Wolf God, as big as a hill, lying on the ground, quietly listening to the teachings of Ulysses, a crow no bigger than his fingernail. Seeing the White Wolf God, Richard said with some surprise, You've grown quite well, White Wolf. Before I went into seclusion, I remember you were only this big. Richard tried to gesture with his hands, but quickly gave up the idea. It was too foolish. The White Wolf God was stunned by this. My lord, is 100 years a fast growth rate? Gah, don't listen to his nonsense. Elises shook his head. This guy just slept for 3 years, so his mind is a little hazy. It's perfectly normal for him to grow to your level in 100 years. Oh yes, I've been studying for 100 years. Richard patted his head. Even after 3 years of coma, the sudden increase in mental strength was still making his brain a little uncomfortable. I'm really hazy. What are you doing? The White Wolf God whispered, My lord, I'm learning the use of divine power from Lord Crow. Oh yes, learn from him. I learn from him too. Richard waved his hand, his mind clearing slightly. Ulysses, I have a list here. Have your men collected later. Also, find a place with a balanced energy environment and a balanced rules and regulations. The terrain doesn't matter. These conditions must be met. As he spoke, Richard pulled out a scroll he had already written from his pocket and handed it to Ulysses. What's this? Ulysses took the scroll, glanced at its contents, and then asked with some surprise, You're reaching the 5th ring? In such a hurry? Although Ulysses didn't know the purpose of most of the items inside, there were several important items that were identical to those required for the high god cultivation ceremony. Richard waved his hand. We're all going to advance anyway, so prepare these things in advance so they be ready when the time comes. Besides, I'm not in a rush to advance right now. I perfected my composite rule body myself, and I meet the physical and mental requirements. Although the time frame seems short, the requirements are absolutely impeccable. Ulysses was silenced by Richard's words. Richard's words made sense. There's no such thing as solidifying basic qualities. Quality is quality. Physical fitness improved through life editing is no different from physical fitness gained through hard training. Similarly, mental strength gained through meditation is no different from mental strength enhanced through soul essence. Of course, this only applies to advancement. Actual combat effectiveness is a completely different standard. White Wolf, take a look. The fairyland world has been nearly fully developed in recent years. There should be quite a few things here. The White Wolf god glanced at the scroll, remained silent for a moment, and then replied, Lord Crow, you may have forgotten something. I'm from the countryside, and I don't recognize these names. Chapter 637. The White Wolf god's words left both Ulysses and Richard stunned. Indeed, people like the White Wolf god, who came from a civilized background, were different. The knowledge they had been exposed to since their evolutionary journey seemed ordinary, but in reality, it was a treasure trove that even the ruler of an indigenous world could hardly fully explore. Richard, you're a wizard. Why don't you make up some teaching materials for him to learn? Ulysses looked at Richard, his tone very matter-of-fact. Why don't you make it up? Don't crows love collecting shiny things? I'm not systematic. Besides, if you make it up, the little ones down there can use it too. It helped broaden the knowledge of the entire species, and prevent treasures from being wasted, Ulysses said seriously. It had to be said that his righteous words nearly frightened Richard. But after knowing Ulysses for so many years, Richard could already read the expression on his bird's face. Judging from his current expression, this guy was definitely talking nonsense. He's simply lazy. However, what Ulysses said does make sense. After Richard taught the goblins alchemy, he didn't teach them natural history. The goblins already had a strong foundation in natural history, and since he hadn't conquered other worlds at the time, teaching them natural history wouldn't have been very helpful. But now that the new world has been developed, a natural history encyclopedia would save him a lot of effort. Okay, I take care of the textbooks. Richard glanced at Ulysses. But you can handle the textbooks, not the other stuff. Let me ask you, how have werewolves fared in recent years? What do you mean by development? Ulysses replied somewhat arrogantly. Under my leadership, how could they possibly fare any worse? Then have you formed a fully fledged werewolf corps? Of course. Ulysses' arrogance faltered in midair, then he muttered awkwardly, I really haven't. Richard raised an eyebrow. You haven't developed a werewolf corps? What difficulties have you encountered? He didn't think forming a werewolf corps was a sign of Ulysses' laziness or incompetence. The action itself wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in making the corps excellent and elite. Well, it's mainly because I'm a little confused by your alchemical equipment, Ulysses said awkwardly. You know, werewolves and goblins are two different races, with different equipment choices and battlefield positioning. At first, it was fine. The werewolves' education system was borrowed from the goblins, and both sides had similar ideas. But then White Wolf followed your lead and built something like a floating city research institute in the fairyland world. This led to disagreements between the scholars on both sides. What disagreements? Richard asked curiously. The goblins' equipment remains the same, annihilation rifles, chain swords, and interchangeable armor plates. The more elite ones even get alchemical power armor. Richard nodded slightly. Isn't that good? But the werewolves don't see it that way, Ulysses said helplessly. After studying their own species, the werewolves feel that the goblin equipment limits their racial talents. Their plan is to create heavy armor, paired with alchemical cannons that are similar to small mortars. Their close combat equipment will remain their traditional long swords. They also plan to add Dao weapons to their equipment. Richard frowned slightly. Don't they consider the resource issue? Everyone in heavy armor, how much resources would that consume? But they've calculated it. Elisa's tone became even more helpless. The resources of the fairyland alone are enough to support 1,000,000+ soldiers, like they're talking about. And if you factor in the development of fairyland and spirit fusion technology, that number could be even higher. Richard was slightly taken aback by this, and asked in surprise, "Huh? Has the fairyland been developed to this extent? Huh? You've been in seclusion for 100 years this time, researching. For a mortal, 100 years is a long time." Richard took a few steps, turning over two options in his mind. But soon, he decided not to make a decision. How could he make a firm decision without even seeing the actual object? "White Wolf, take me to see the research institute you built," Richard said, smiling at the White Wolf god. "Let me see what these werewolves under your command have concocted for me." "Yes, my lord." The White Wolf god stood up, his mountain-like form bathed in the sun like a golden sheen. He leaped skyward, the air seemingly tangible, allowing him to tread and gain momentum. In a split second, the White Wolf god was thousands of meters in the air. The wind elemental rule? Richard muttered to himself, observing the White Wolf god's methods. Following the White Wolf god into the sky, he looked down from above to see tens of thousands of devout werewolves, bowing their heads as they walked in their direction. Are they worshipping? Yes, my lord. Richard glanced at the buildings below him and realized he was in the Wolf Plains. This land, where the ancient White Wolf King established his court, became completely sacred after the White Wolf god chose to build his palace here. Werewolves are much longer lived than goblins. Even under aristocratic rule, common werewolves can live to 80. After over 100 years of development, the average lifespan of werewolves has reached 150, nearly doubling. This is why, even after 100 years, there are still so many devout pilgrims among the werewolves. Indeed, devout faith is a good thing. Let Ulysses teach you how to establish a kingdom someday. It would be a shame to let the souls of these fanatics dissipate. Lord Crow has already taught me. But he said that collecting souls requires you to learn a rule in order to receive all the fanatics' souls. Richard was stunned, then realized what Ulysses was talking about. There is indeed a rule, but it will take some time. As you wish, life and death are natural cycles. Even if a soul doesn't enter the divine kingdom, no werewolf will abandon its faith. Following the White Wolf god, Richard arrived at a region in the northern part of the fairyland known as the Holy Meteoric Mountains. My lord, this is the Taoist Academy. The White Wolf god pointed to the massive buildings nestled against the mountain. Why did you choose such a place? Richard surveyed the palace on the mountain, his wizard's pragmatism starting to kick in. Being built on a mountain makes it difficult to move around and transport resources. Besides the beautiful scenery, it offers no real advantages. The White Wolf god, somewhat embarrassed, said, My lord, isn't this a wonderful place? The scenery is beautiful, the resources are abundant, and while transporting supplies from the outside world is limited to air transport, airships are also quite convenient. Richard looked around and indeed found several areas within the palace complex that resembled airship fields. This location isn't very good, but since you like it, it's the best. Take me in. The White Wolf god shrank, gradually transforming into the familiar young master Richard had come to know. He gestured with invitation, and then led Richard into the largest building in the mountains. In the office, Miss Shen looked at the supply request form her master had handed her, and without hesitation, marked it with a red cross. The thick stack of documents on her desk weighed heavily on her mind like a mountain. Why are there so many? Miss Shen said, somewhat frantically. It seems being the dean isn't an easy job either. Hearing a familiar voice behind her, Miss Shen turned abruptly. Behind him, Richard was curiously surveying the room, and behind him stood the miniature White Wolf god. My lord, Wolf god, why are you two here? Miss Shen stood up and performed a respectful church salute, without a trace of her earlier frantic expression. I heard there was a conflict between your Taoist Academy and the Floating City Research Institute over equipment, so I came to see your proposed plan. Miss Shen was stunned, then lowered her head and said, I didn't expect this matter would alarm you. Richard smiled. The Werewolf Legion is inevitable. Since Ulysses can't decide, it's naturally mine. It's no big deal. Take me to see it. Yes, my lord. Although the Taoist Academy is entirely wooden, its interior features numerous enchanted stone bricks, and even enchanted metal plates for partitions and protection. This made Richard very satisfied. A research facility must be adequately protected. Traversing a maze of corridors and winding paths, Richard arrived at what resembled an indoor shooting range. Here, many werewolves were shooting arrows or testing Dao weapons. Wow, Your Dao weapon research is quite good, Richard said with some amazement, observing the researcher's impressive flying sword. Mission said modestly, this is all thanks to the great researchers in the weapon refining field. Without their research, we wouldn't have been able to progress so rapidly. Taking out a crystal communicator, Mission tuned the channel and called out a few names. Soon, several young werewolves in white robes arrived at the testing site. The young werewolves immediately knelt upon seeing Richard and the White Wolf God. Greetings, Lord and Divine Lord. Please stand. Thank you, Lord and Divine Lord. Several werewolves stood up. One pulled a full set of black full-body armor from a magic pouch at his waist, along with an alchemical rifle similar in structure to the heavy machine gun Richard had imagined. Another pulled a thick stack of documents from his pocket. The remaining two remained motionless, presumably serving as test subjects. Divine Lord, here are our equipment and information. Richard took the information, quickly reviewed it, and then used his mental power to examine the equipment the werewolves had produced. That's a unique idea. Richard looked at the jet black full-body armor with some surprise. Within it, he saw a design that bordered on buggy. This full-body armor consisted of multiple components, each inscribed with a varying number of Taoist symbols. The total number of these symbols exceeded 343. However, because they belonged to different parts, they did not trigger the curse of the mysterious power. However, these parts were interconnected, employing a clever trick to circumvent the distortions of the weapon refining technique. Chapter 638. Richard looked at the werewolves, his eyes filled with uncontrollable admiration. If this idea could be further developed, while it wouldn't be able to replicate those powerful magical weapons and spiritual treasures, it could open up a discipline similar to alchemical mechanics. Who came up with this idea of distributing the Tao text and using different components to circumvent the distortion of the refining technique? We came up with it together, Lord Divine Master, replied a werewolf, who looked slightly older. This werewolf's pure black hair was interspersed with gray, a sign of the werewolf race entering middle age. The other werewolf's hair, while varying in color, showed no signs of fading. Thought of it together? We thought of it together, so we share the reward, Richard said proudly. Jin, give them a bonus of 3 levels. They can get the Mayfly essence directly from the world mushroom. Upon hearing this reward, the 4 werewolves froze in their tracks. What's the reward for advancing to level 3? Miss Jin was stunned for a moment, then bowed her head respectfully and said, Yes, Lord. She then looked up at the 4 stunned werewolves and said hurriedly, The Lord God has allowed you to become level 3 creatures. Why don't you quickly express your gratitude? Level 3 creatures? The 4 werewolves' minds froze. The one who had spoken was the first to react, kicking his companions to their knees. We bow to the Lord God, and may the Lord... Stop, stop, stop! Richard interrupted with a wave of his hand. While I respect the customs of your race, in my presence, observe church etiquette. Yes, Lord. Miss Jin responded, and gestured to the werewolves behind her to stand. How far have you progressed in researching their armor concept? Richard asked Miss Jin. Miss Jin paused for a moment, as if pondering the report on the armor. My lord, what did you find on this armor? The report they gave me said it was quite ordinary. Ordinary? Lord God, the middle-aged werewolf said, this is our latest attempt. We haven't had time to submit a report yet. New technology. Richard nodded slightly. Then let's continue researching along this line. White Wolf, are you working on any projects at this institute? The White Wolf God shook his head. No, I'm not even as good as by at research. That's good, Richard said, looking at Jin. All projects at this institute that can be suspended. Focus all your efforts on this project. I want you to verify whether this method is universal, whether there are any special circumstances, and whether a machine based on the Daoin system can be built. Don't worry about your lack of in-depth research on the machine. I'll also be transferring a group of people from the goblins to assist in the research. Don't be so stoic at this time. I need to produce results as soon as possible. Yes, my lord, Miss Jin said, bowing her head. After saying that, she raised her head and asked tentatively, what about the equipment? Richard glanced at the alchemical rifle that resembled a machine gun on the ground. The armor is fine, but this alchemical rifle is somewhat substandard. You've made a mistake. The annihilation gun is essentially just a launcher. Its core lies in the annihilation bullet. Even if you make the launcher more advanced, a bullet without the magic-breaking property will never be as powerful as the annihilation bullet. Upon hearing this, one of the 4 werewolves' expressions changed, as if a sudden realization had occurred. Of course, this projectile device itself is still desirable. If you can give the projectile bullets the ability to break demons, Then this alchemical gun will be on par with the annihilation gun. After saying this, Richard turned to Mission. The equipment is tentatively planned to be Dowan armor, paired with the annihilation gun, and a melee weapon. Richard scanned the swords on the ground with his mental power. For now, we use the chainsaw sword. Inform the goblins, and have them quickly design a melee weapon adapted to werewolf habits. Yes, my lord. After leaving the Research Institute, Richard found Bai, who was in charge of the reserve training of the Werewolf Corps. Although the Werewolf Corps had not yet been officially established, Bai had been rigorously selecting elite werewolves for years to ensure its formation as quickly as possible. To make the training more effective, Bai even sought out the main controller, Lon, and had him, having analyzed the werewolf bloodline, design a training plan to ensure the maximum potential of the werewolves could be developed. This was a plan not even Richard had considered. After undergoing the arduous training designed by Lon, each of these werewolf reserves possessed physiques and strength far exceeding those of previous werewolf warriors, their speed and reflexes surpassing those of previous werewolf warriors by a factor of 2. To be frank, these werewolf reserves would have been capable of single-handedly taking down Taoist priests, or even disciples of the immortal realm. Looking at the 2-meter-tall, muscular werewolf reserves before him, Richard nodded slightly, approvingly saying, "Your idea is sound. I should also ask Lon to develop a training program for the goblins to help them maximize their potential." "My lord, what do you want?" Bai half knelt before Richard. "Nothing. I just want to inform you that the Legion standard equipment has been finalized. You should adjust your future training plans accordingly." "Finalized?" Bai's voice was tinged with excitement. "Yes, my lord. After years of training the werewolf reserves, the Legion is finally ready to be formed." "Don't be too excited." Richard noticed Bai's excitement and couldn't help but pour cold water on him. "Once the Legion is formed, it will need to go into battle. The battlefield you face will be brutal. Even if only 1 out of 10 survives, it's a good thing." Bai's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly stated, "My lord, from the moment we began training, we were prepared to die. Death is inevitable, and rather than dying in bed, dying on the battlefield is the proper way for a warrior to die." Richard glanced at the werewolf soldiers behind him. They were as solemn and dignified as terracotta warriors, a light of will enveloping them. "Being alive is better." Richard patted Bai's shoulder. "In a couple of days, someone will come to perform the hybridization surgery on you. I remember your training includes special training for the will, right?" Bai nodded. "You remember correctly. The warrior training includes many trainings for the will. This allows us to maintain the courage to wield our swords even when facing evil spirits and ferocious beasts. After hybridization, you can strengthen this training. If the results are significant, summarize the experience and pass it on to the goblins." "My lord, what does it mean to be significant?" Richard smiled mysteriously. "You know, after you've hybridized." After dealing with the Legion, Richard returned to the goblin world, ordering the construction of a second floating city. He also appeared at a celebration to gain some faith. Then, he began absorbing the research findings of the Floating Cities Research Institute and, indeed, the entire goblin world. Deep within the Church of Miracles, a library lay hidden underground. Here, vast bookshelves stretched like a dense forest. Each tome on the shelves was crafted from a special enchanted leather, ensuring its immortality. Beyond the enchantment, these books were also blessed by priests to protect the knowledge within from contamination or curses. These books were the product of the work of hundreds of billions of goblins in the goblin world. They meticulously documented all the technology developed by the goblins from the time the Order of Miracles came to power to the present day, as well as detailed information on the technology possessed by the 2 major churches before the Order of Miracles came to power. Amidst these bookshelves, Richard, clad in a black robe, read voraciously. Even though Richard had become a great wizard, he still couldn't match the intellect of the world in terms of research. Over the past century, the goblin world has seen the emergence of numerous new alchemical techniques. These range from new alchemical arrays to the development of alchemical machines and the discovery of formulas and theorems. A significant portion of this knowledge was unknown to Richard. Although Richard was considered a learned man, thanks to the abundant magical essence provided by the Chamber of Commerce, he could find most of the knowledge he sought. However, compared to the combined knowledge of the entire world and hundreds of billions of sentient beings over the past century, this knowledge still seemed insignificant. The breadth and depth of this knowledge exceeded Richard's expectations, and much of it required repeated reflection before he could grasp its mysteries. At this moment, everything Richard had done, intentionally or unintentionally, paid off. Drawing on his immense mental strength, Richard spent a month absorbing the essence of the goblin world's knowledge over the past century. Once he had absorbed it, inspiration poured from his mind like a fountain. If the human soul is like a computer, then mortals who haven't embarked on the path of evolution are the equivalent of a military-grade computer from Taobao. As life progresses on the path of evolution, the soul of a living being gradually evolves, reaching the limit of a level 3 creature, a top-of-the-line home computer. But when a creature breaks through the limits of level 3 and becomes a world master, its soul undergoes a major transformation, akin to jumping directly from a home computer to a supercomputer. This transformation doesn't make the creature more intelligent, but it allows it to process information faster, more extensively, and more broadly. The vast ocean of information, even entering the soul of a level 3 creature, is enough to cause its brain to shut down. But to Richard, this information was just ordinary thought. Of course, this pattern doesn't occur in everyday life. This kind of computing power requires a biological mind focused to a near meditative level to fully manifest. Leveraging this hardware difference, Richard successfully fused together nearly a century of goblin research. New ideas, new thoughts, flawed theories, incomplete theories, theories that could be further explored, specific questions. All these inspirations left Richard feeling overwhelmed for the first time. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of notebooks materialized from thin air. Under his control, hundreds of quills moved simultaneously, capturing his thoughts. After a long moment, the quills stopped. The stack of notebooks piled up, towering even taller than Richard. Chapter 639. Floating City Research Institute, Director's Office. What is this? Anson stared at the thick stack of magic books before him, looking at Richard with some confusion. Richard said calmly, "You know, once you take a look." Anson opened his notebook, which was filled with densely packed symbols and formulas, along with the deductions and questions they posed. Anson was no administrative novice, so he immediately understood the meaning of these formulas. Richard pulled 2 books from the thick stack. "These are the things you've already completed the prerequisites for, but haven't discovered yet." He then pulled out 2 more books, then pointed to the remaining pages and said, "These are some of my small achievements. You can expand on them." Finally, he handed the 2 magic books to Anson. "These last 2 volumes, along with the one in your hand, are the research topics for the Floating City Research Institute for the next 100 years. Anson stared at the notebooks in astonishment. Although Richard hadn't manifested holy light or unleashed any earth-shattering power, in Anson's eyes, these notebooks were a miracle. As a researcher, he was all too aware of the complexity of research. In just 1 month, he had developed so many theoretical formulas, yielded so many practical results, and proposed so many hypotheses, while also negating some premature conclusions. This was a miracle. "Yes, Lord." Anson reverently performed the church salute. Leaving the research institute, Richard returned to the secret realm. However, he didn't rush to inquire about Ulysses's material collection progress. Instead, he headed straight to the Asgard laboratory. He had an idea that needed Lon, the master controller, to answer. Entering the lab, Lan's projection immediately appeared before Richard. "Sir Richard, are you here to see the direction for werewolf transformation?" What?" Richard was a little confused by Lan's question. He quickly searched his memory. He couldn't remember asking Lon to design a werewolf transformation plan. Looking at Richard's expression of disapproval, Lon immediately understood what was going on. "It seems Sir Ulysses forgot to inform you." Hearing this, Richard suddenly understood. "He asked you for it." "That's all right then. How's the design going?" Very smoothly, Lon smiled, and several design drawings appeared before Richard. "The werewolf race has a good foundation, and can adapt to a variety of transformations. However, my favorite is the wild wolf transformation, a combination of werewolf and wild beast man." Lon moved a rather large-looking design drawing in front of Richard. "Although, according to your statement, the wild orcs are pursuing 2 paths simultaneously, my analysis of their bloodline reveals that the wild orcs possess no exceptional talent for spiritual evolution. They possess, however, a remarkable talent for physical evolution. Intriguingly, the werewolves also possess a remarkable talent for physical evolution. By combining the life information of these 2, along with bits and pieces of information from the black crystal worms, dragons, and other races, I have arrived at this design, which I've tentatively named the wild wolf." Richard gazed at the schematic, which was replete with the design conventions of the Forerunners, and nodded slightly. "What are its strengths? What are its weaknesses?" "This transformation has many advantages, including comprehensive improvements in all bodily functions, inheriting the wild beastman's idealistic talents, and the astonishing physical evolution talent." "Evolution talent?" Richard was unfamiliar with the term. Lon explained slowly, "Evolution talent is a criterion for evaluating a race's progress to the next stage of evolution. Talent is divided into two types, physical and spiritual. Your race, humans, has a physical evolution talent rating of 4.5 in my database. Even goblins have a higher rating. However, in terms of spiritual evolution, humans are at level 2, making them among the top tier of flesh and blood creatures. Is human physical evolution talent so low? Richard asked, somewhat surprised. Then wouldn't it be self-inflicted if I chose physical evolution? If you don't master life editing and only develop human bloodlines, then that's indeed the case, Lon nodded. If you introduce the bloodline of a creature will inevitably lead to a change in its talent. If life editing is mastered, then things like physical evolution talent will become meaningless. Richard nodded slightly, then asked, what is the evolutionary talent of this transformed werewolf? Its talent is 1. Describe it. Before becoming a level 4 life form, their physical evolution path is essentially unimpeded. What's the cost? They are infertile, extremely difficult to transform, and have very low resistance to mental attacks. Richard slammed his hands. Sufficient. Mental defense can be compensated for through magical armor, Taoist artifacts, sorcery, and other means, but talent cannot. Unimpeded before level 4 is equivalent to directly mass-producing level 3 creatures. This would be an absolute treasure in any civilization. I must remind you that this transformation is extremely difficult. Even if I were to perform it, I would still need to find qualified individuals. If you rely on others to perform the transformation, be prepared for widespread failure. Richard waved his hand. Don't worry about that. I'm not using this to fill in the gaps. After that, Richard glanced at the other transformations. They were quite standard. Source energy users, witch doctors, and only a kamikaze warrior that burned life to significantly increase combat power was of some interest. He agreed to each of these transformations. Then, he stated the purpose of his visit. Lon, I need your answer for a question. Go ahead. How can a race from one world migrate to another, and have the offspring recognized by the origin of that world? That's simple. Mixed blood will do, Lon replied immediately. As long as the bloodline of the local creatures accounts for more than 50%, the local world's origin will recognize this life. That won't work, Richard shook his head. The main bloodline must remain the bloodline of the main race, that is, the migrating race. Then we can only edit the life. Richard's mind struck a chord, and he pressed, explain it in detail. Lon paused for a moment, as if composing his words. Then, it slowly spoke, before explaining the principles, you must first understand one thing. The world's recognition of a living being is multifaceted. These conditions include bloodline, birthplace, and the presence of curses. The most important of these are bloodline and birthplace. Bloodline is simple. To be recognized, a life form must contain the blood of a local creature. This is a prerequisite. Beyond this, birthplace is also crucial. If a creature is a pure-blooded local, then returning from exile will generally be recognized by the world. Only in rare cases, such as when the world is being invaded by another race, will it be rejected. However, if a creature is a mixed blood, then it will almost certainly not be recognized. Only in extremely special circumstances, such as saving the world, will it be recognized. Through this mechanism, we can determine the degree of world recognition: pure-blooded local, followed by mixed-blooded local, then pure-blooded foreign, then mixed-blooded foreign, then pure foreign. Richard nodded slightly. He had experience with this sequencing. Even if one saved the world would only grant blessings, not even a hint of world power. Having established this, we can conclude that for a mixed blood with alien blood to be recognized, it must be born in the world itself. And then comes the question you raised, Sir Richard. Lon smiled faintly and waved his hand, a projection of a life core appearing in the air. Most of the complex spiral structure within the life core glowed, indicating activation. You understand life editing. So even a direct model demonstration will be understandable. To meet your requirements, we can only disguise this creature's bloodline purity as greater than 50%, and then reduce this purity after the advancement. To achieve this, you need to add a shackle to the bloodline of this new race. As he spoke, the complex spiral structure in the projection suddenly shifted. A problem arose in the connection between the two life factors, causing a significant portion of the remaining life core fragments to remain unexpressed. This is a congenital disease that causes abnormal bloodline expression in a living being at birth, transforming a portion of the main life core into useless, waste fragments. Once the creature becomes a primary life form, this disease can be treated, achieving your desired goal. Hearing this solution, Richard exclaimed in astonishment. I had never thought a life core defect could have such a use. That's a good idea, indeed. But wouldn't it also lead to changes in the mind? Changes in the main bloodline inevitably lead to changes in the body, and thus, changes in the mind. There will be some, but nothing serious, Lon replied. It's like recovering from an old illness. Some discomfort is inevitable. With a little time, these physical-induced psychological changes will disappear. Instead of worrying about that, you should think about how you handle the relationship between mixed bloods and pure bloods. Richard raised a brow. Which race? Lon replied calmly. Both. Mixed bloods must consider whether they belong to the maternal or paternal race, or whether they should be a separate race. If you can't handle this, your idea won't be that easy to achieve. You know what I'm thinking. Richard explained in astonishment. I don't know. Lon shook his head. But I do know that no matter what you want them to do, this point is inevitable. Before becoming as powerful as you, living things cannot exist without society. Richard rubbed his brow, blood seeping from his fingertips. Can my bloodline be used? I need you to create a human-werewolf hybrid, according to the standards you just specified. Of course, it'd just be a little more complicated. Richard said nothing more, turning and heading towards the laboratory. Excuse me, what do you plan to do with these people? Soldiers, logistics? Or perhaps scholars, Richard said without turning back. I want to establish a wizarding research institute. Chapter 640. Leaving the Asgardian laboratory, Richard found Ulysses basking in the sun. Even after regaining his strength, this crow still loved basking in the sun. Have you found the items? Ulysses opened his eyes and said leisurely, most of them are here, but there are a few we probably have to run around for. What do you mean? Huh? Isn't that simple? They just don't exist. You have to apply for them back home. Ulysses flew up and landed on Richard's left shoulder. The items you want are not simple. Some of them aren't even found in the material world. We have to mine them ourselves in other dimensions. Ulysses glanced at Richard suspiciously. Haven't you read the list? Ahem, well. I didn't look closely, Richard said with an awkward cough. He hadn't really looked at the list carefully. After all, the ritual was merely a supplement. Even without it, he could still ascend to a fifth-ring Grand Wizard, but the difficulty would be much greater. Humph, you're quite careless, Ulysses said helplessly. You've already leaked secrets. Richard's eyes flashed, and he smiled. I think my sub-god is a very tight-lipped guy. What do you think? Humph, your sub-god thinks you're right. Ulysses rolled his eyes at him. But he still wants to remind you to be mindful of confidentiality. Otherwise, others won't be as reliable as he is. With that, Ulysses' talons glided through the air, retrieving a scroll from the dimensional rift. Inscribed on the scroll were the names of several materials, and their corresponding dimensions. Richard took it, and saw that he had quite a bit of what he was looking for. 30 kilograms of star core from the star's dimension, 1 world tree fruit from the plant dimension, 50 liters of the fountain of life, and 50 liters of the fountain of soul from the spirit spring dimension, and 1 crown of the ghost king from the ghost dimension. After reviewing the items on the list, Richard collected them and asked Ulysses, Do you recognize all of these dimensions? Yes, I've been to them all. Ulysses nodded calmly. I didn't enjoy studying divine arts back then, but after becoming a god, I've enjoyed traveling through various dimensions. These dimensions all have distinct characteristics and are quite useful, and I'm deeply impressed. TSK. You're quite knowledgeable, my friend, Richard exclaimed in amazement. Ulysses glanced at him and said somewhat arrogantly, Come on, stop being sarcastic. I'm known as the Dimension Traveler back home. It's even become one of my powers. Okay, Mr. Dimension Traveler, Richard said with a smile. What do we need to prepare for our dimensional journey? Aren't you planning on applying to the wizarding world? Ulysses asked suspiciously. Apply? Richard looked at Ulysses with a strange look. If I could apply, why would I ask you to collect it? I just ask for the coordinates of a few worlds at most. That's true. Ulysses answered Richard's question. Nothing to prepare. For us, world masters from civilized cultures, all that miscellaneous preparation is unnecessary. But I must mention that once you enter a dimensional world, your spatial pocket will be unusable. If you need anything, it's best to create a small dimensional space like I did and store it there. Dimensional space? Richard was slightly taken aback. He didn't know the sorcery to open up a dimensional space, only a very complex dimensional bubble. But then he casually untied his bag and tossed it to the world mushroom. Never mind. Besides the staff and the 7 killing swords, I don't need anything else. Where should we go first? Let's go to the plant dimension first. The world tree fruit is the easiest thing to obtain here. Those world trees produce a fruit every 10 years. Unless it involves special rules, it's not difficult to obtain. With that, a layer of holy light shone from Elisa's body. The holy light pierced the void, forming a transparent crack. Through the crack, Richard could see a vibrant green world. So simple? Richard observed Ulises' casual movements with some surprise. Of course it's simple, Ulises replied. I possess the coordinates of the dimension, and I use the power of the dimension to replace the ritual of entering it. If it were any more complicated, then the natives wouldn't even have to think about entering other dimensions. Natives can enter other dimensions? Richard exclaimed again. Of course, Ulises looked at Richard as if he were an idiot. Even without the eye of delusion, some perceptive world lords can use their own abilities to glimpse dimensional rifts. Some less advanced races can even use established rituals and external forces to allow mortals below world lord to enter other dimensions. Normally, the probability of an indigenous world lord entering other dimensions is even higher than his chance of entering other worlds in the material world. That's why civilizations like ours are so focused on exploring the material world. Richard nodded thoughtfully, having learned something new. Entering the rift, Richard immediately sensed a sudden shift in the surrounding energy and even the rules. The rules of the world tree, which required glimpsing deeper into the material world, became the primary rules in this dimensional world. All other rules were subordinated to this one rule. For elements in balance and magic power. 50 times that of the wizarding world. Richard habitually assessed the world, but the energy environment of this dimensional world far exceeded his expectations. The energy concentration exceeded the standards of a large world, entering the realm of a super-large world, a realm only imagined by wizards. Huh, why are you so surprised? Ulises dropped to Richard's shoulder. It's not like you haven't been to a nightmare world before. In this imaginary dimensional world, aside from a few items imbued with dimensional power and imaginary rules, nothing can be brought into the material world. What a shame. Richard surveyed the surrounding scenery. He was now in a forest. Trees so tall that it would take 5 or 6 people to hug them towered to the ground. In this forest, such trees were not only rare, but also ubiquitous. Richard closed his physical eyes, leaving only his delusion-breaking eyes open. As energy poured in, his vision began to shift. The veil faded, revealing the code of all things. In this world of rules, Richard could clearly see that all the surrounding trees were bound by an emerald green chain of rules, extending deep into the forest. We found one. Shall we just go and rob it? Richard communicated with Ulises via telepathic communication. Huh? Are you crazy? Ulises nearly jumped up at Richard's suggestion. This is the plant dimension. Trying to rob the world tree here is like robbing a great wizard in the wizarding world. We can choose a quicker way to commit suicide, rather than being hung by the world tree and draining all its nutrients. Richard opened his eyes. Then we have to go and exchange. That's not necessary. We can quietly go and get a fruit. Richard glanced sideways at the crow, a sly smile on his face. Take? Ulises nodded seriously. Helping trees spread their seeds, isn't that normal? We're just being quiet, so as not to disturb the world tree's sleep. How many more? Not more. 3 is the maximum. Richard chuckled. 3 is more than enough, my friend. The rest is up to you. 3 days later. Thief. A massive mental wave tore through the forest like a shockwave. A 500-meter-tall, mountain-like world tree shook its branches and leaves, and the rumbling sound of earth and rock rising could be heard even 100 kilometers away. Countless flocks of birds, many of them giant birds worthy of the Lord of the world, spread out in all directions like a tidal wave. Wow, this world tree is really irritable when it wakes up. In the forest 100 kilometers away from the world tree, Richard, hiding behind a curtain, exclaimed as if nothing had happened. Beside him, Ulises was throwing 3 tender white fruits, larger than Richard, into the dimensional space. Ha, you're so daunted. Thank goodness I'm experienced, or I'd definitely be caught this time. You said you could take 3. You can take 3, that's true. Ulises threw the fruit into the dimensional space, and then used dimensional power to open a rift to another dimension. But you saw those unfortunate souls hanging from the tree trunk. We know how many waves of people have visited this place. Okay, let's go. Glancing back at the rippling forest, Richard left a trace of his image with his crystal ball before turning and entering the dimensional rift. The second dimensional world is the Spirit Spring world. The Spirit Spring world looks just like a normal world with 4 elements in balance: mountains, rivers, trees, magical beasts, and even intelligent creatures called Spirit Spring followers. The only difference is that this world contains spiritual springs of varying sizes. These springs possess various unique properties, such as turning stone into gold, restoring youth, and resurrecting the dead, transforming dead creatures back to their former selves. Richard's goal on this trip is a spiritual spring called the Soul Spring. The creatures of the Spirit Spring dimension weren't averse to outsiders. They were even somewhat welcoming. These Spirit Springs, immobile from birth, were deeply curious about the outside world. After communicating with the Spirit Spring, Richard quickly found information about the Soul Spring. Go east 500,000 Spirit Springs, and you find the Spirit Spring you seek. Thank you. Richard bowed slightly to the slime-like Spirit Spring before him. Then he and Ulysses headed in the direction indicated by the Spirit Spring's instructions. 7 days later, Richard used the technique of crafting a crystal ball to obtain 100 liters of Soul Spring. 3 days later, guided by the Soul Spring, he used the same item to obtain 100 liters of Life Spring. After collecting their belongings from the Spirit Spring world, the man and the bird traveled there for nearly 6 months, acquiring a considerable amount of miraculous spring water. Throughout this process, Richard's understanding of the illusory dimension deepened. He deeply realized that the material world wasn't unique to this one, and that the experience he accumulated there wasn't as useful in other dimensions. "Gah, my friend, I definitely come visit you often." At the gate to the star dimension, Ulysses reluctantly said goodbye to the Spirit Spring behind him. In front of him, a Spirit Spring spirit composed of transparent insects responded with the same sentiment. Off to the side, Richard watched the scene with a helpless sigh, silently averting his gaze. This Spirit Spring spirit was called Chongquan, and its water could transform into a variety of insects. During his time with Chongquan, Ulysses ate heartily every day. Chongquan didn't mind, as Ulysses shared many experiences from other worlds and even other dimensions with him, which fascinated it, having never left the Spirit Spring's mouth. Entering the rift, Richard felt his body suddenly lighten. Unknown miles in front of him, a star, a sun from Richard's past life, slowly moved through the pitch-black space. Chapter 641. Looking at the scene before him, both familiar and unfamiliar, Richard's brain momentarily froze. Ulysses flew from behind him, landing on his left shoulder. He said with a hint of gloating, "Huh? Scared?" Richard gazed at the red sphere in the distance, so massive it needed no more words, and exhaled deeply. This dimension is truly marvelous. Ulysses failed to detect the hidden emotion in Richard's words, assuming Richard hadn't recovered from the shock. He continued, Of course it's marvelous. Of all the dimensions I've visited, the star dimension is the most marvelous. Feel the surrounding rules, and see if there's anything unusual." Richard felt it briefly, and then his expression changed. There are no 4-element rules. This world doesn't have 4-element rules. The underlying logic of this world comes from that special rule. You're right, Ulysses said with a hint of pride. This world is one of the few dimensions I've seen where a nearly complete and complex system can be constructed based on special rules. Rumor has it that this dimension is a phantom left behind by an unimaginably vast civilization. How amazing! Richard sensed the near vacuum surrounding him. In this world, his 4-element magic was completely ineffective, but his energy magic was greatly enhanced. With a wave of his hand, a massive hand, as massive as an asteroid, appeared in the dark space. With another wave, the hand shattered, transforming into a lightning spear over 10 kilometers long. "This is incredible. We've only just begun to understand," Ulysses said mysteriously. "You've only just begun to discover the absurdity of this world. Try flying, see how fast you can go. 300,000 kilometers per hour? Huh? Have you seen the information about this dimension?" Ulysses exclaimed in surprise. Realizing his answer was correct, Richard smiled a slightly quizzical smile. "Isn't that true? Is space-time in this world unstable? When you increase your speed, time slows down. If you reach a critical point, then any distance will seem instantaneous to you." "Huh? You've seen the information." Richard's smile grew even stranger. He thought to himself, so it's here. He had originally thought that a world without the 4 elements and without an absolute concept of space-time would be very far away from this one. But now it seemed the two worlds were much closer. How can we find what we want? This dimension is so vast. That's easy. See that giant fireball up ahead? Richard looked ahead. A massive gas star, pulled by gravity, was slowly moving at 500 kilometers per second. Yes. What we want is inside it. Are you crazy? The core of this thing is just iron. Wow, you know a lot, Ulysses exclaimed in surprise. Then why were you acting like you never seen anything like it before? Can seeing something in a book be the same as seeing it in real life? That's true, Ulysses nodded. The core of this thing is indeed iron, but that's only for this world. You have to understand, this world doesn't have the 4 elements. None of its substances can be judged by common sense. Furthermore, what we're looking for is the core of a star, a mystical definition. Whether the core material of a star is iron, molten rock, or something else entirely, as long as it's extracted from the interior of a star, it's a star's core. Otherwise, whatever it is, it's not what we're looking for. In other words, anything goes, Richard concluded, as long as it's extracted from the core of a star. Right. Then why are we flying into this thing? Richard looked at Elises, as if he were an idiot. Look down below you. Elises looked down, and saw a solid planet not far from their feet. Wow, this star is so big and round. Arriving at the planet beneath their feet, it was completely silent, devoid of any life. The soil contained a high concentration of iron oxide, like Mars. Elises flapped his wings, and a massive flaming spear blasted a massive crater in the ground. But compared to the planet's radius, the crater was still quite small. Too slow. Richard glanced at Elises' work, and shook his head slightly. Then he waved his staff, and countless fine streams of magic resonated in the air, transforming into a transparent crystal. The crystal fired a brilliant laser beam toward the ground, and the intense heat melted the earth and rock into magma. Richard then summoned a magical force field to repel the magma. Within a few hours, a passage leading directly to the Earth's center appeared. Watching this scene, Richard shook his head in dissatisfaction. What a pity! I'm not a wizard specializing in gravity magic. Simply tearing apart the plates would be much faster than this. Ha, you're pretty quick. Let's get in there. Deep underground, despite the intense heat, Richard still couldn't erect his magical barrier. His body was protected by rules. These rules weren't the plasticine of the illusory dimension, subject to the manipulation of illusory rules. These rules, originating from the material world, were each of equal status. Protected by these rules, Richard's body remained unaffected by the rules of the stellar dimension. Otherwise, under the rules of the stellar dimension, Richard's body would have been reduced to charcoal long ago. The core of this planet was a mass of molten iron-nickel alloy. Richard took a 30-kilogram portion and, turning to Elises beside him, asked, "Do you think this stuff has other uses?" "Ha, as ingredients for certain rituals. We use this stuff to make stellar weapons. I wonder what you wizards would do with it." Richard examined the remaining massive stellar core, and took some more, and placed it into the dimensional space. Now, the last item remains, the Ghost King's crown. Elises opened the portal to the ghost dimension. Through the rift, Richard could see a lifeless, dilapidated world. Elises turned and warned, "Gah, prepare for battle. The ghosts of the ghost dimension have a deep hatred for creatures like us, flesh and blood, and the Ghost King's crown can only be taken by killing the Ghost King." Richard raised a brow, grasped the hand of balance with one hand, and with the other drew the 7-killing sword from his back. This weapon, possessing 7 complete laws, was an excellent weapon even without any processing. Furthermore, Richard had meticulously refined it over the past 100 years, allowing it to amplify sorcery far beyond the hand of balance. If it weren't for Richard's limited proficiency in elemental magic, the power of the 7 killing swords would even surpass that of the hand of balance. Entering the dimension, the overwhelming death energy was like wearing 7 or 8 layers of masks, suffocating. Richard frowned slightly. Before he could even glance around, his soul sensed a slight impact. To his left, Richard saw several ethereal, slime-like monsters hurtling toward him, accompanied by a mental shock powerful enough to knock a first-level wizard unconscious. So enthusiastic. Richard waved his staff, and an invisible magical force field pinned several ghosts in place. Ghosts also exist in the material world. The Encyclopedia of Undead Creatures states that these creatures, called ghosts, are immune to all purely physical attacks. However, elemental magic and evocation magic have no effect on them. As for necromancy and soul magic, they go without further explanation. As for dealing with this kind of creature, unless you're proficient in soul and necromancy, force field magic is most effective. Actually, we should come in as spirits. That would save us a lot of trouble. Elises rested on Richard's left shoulder, looking at the ghost trapped by Richard's force field with a hint of regret. "How about we go back first, then come in as spirits?" "Ha, no need." Elises' eyes shone with holy light, and in his vision, an invisible sky curtain rapidly expanded. We've arrived directly at their side. In the cracks between dimensions, a black-robed figure shuttled between the intersections of each dimension like a stream of light. This black-robed figure was immense. In the material world, his stature would be enough to hold up the sky. But within these cracks, Each dimension seemed as vast as a rainbow stretching across the sky, and this figure was like a sparrow beneath the rainbow. Cunning creature. Dimensional hide-and-seek is so much fun. The black-robed figure muttered to himself as he surveyed the dimensional rift. After several fruitless searches, the black-robed figure, as if resigned, produced an illusory, blood-stained staff from the void. With a wave of his staff, a vast magic circle unfolded in the air. The mystical forces lingering in the interdimensional gaps responded, their multicolored power transforming into something resembling an arrowhead. The arrowhead swung in the air, then suddenly pointed in a certain direction, transforming into a stream of light and flying off into the distance. Did you actually get that far? The black-robed figure watched the arrow fly away and immediately followed. Soon, he arrived at a somewhat grayish-looking dimension. Ghost dimension? The black-robed figure gazed at the vaguely familiar dimension before him and waved his staff, creating a portal leading into the inner dimension. The moment he entered, the ghost dimension rippled like a pebble dropped into a lake. Chapter 642. Time flashed back to 1 minute ago. A vast, invisible domain expanded like a flood, instantly enveloping Richard and Ulysses. Death energy transformed into mist, swallowing the man and the bird like a monster. The erosion of death energy was like a sharp needle, slowly penetrating the living organism's membrane and entering its energy circulation. And as the energy circulation spread, the erosion of death would penetrate the creature's body and soul like a parasite. This method is not simple. Richard calmly erected a barrier. The barrier, blessed by the laws of life, continuously collided violently with the gray death mist, emitting a series of sizzling sounds. Gah, it seems we've encountered a hunter. Ulysses' eyes shone with holy light, and the ghost king hidden in the death mist had nowhere to hide. At the same time, Richard's perceptive eyes also saw the owner of this domain. It was a jellyfish-like creature, its translucent gray body with a canopy-like upper half and tentacles covering the lower half. Richard saw it clearly. Those tentacles were imbued with the laws of death and the soul. With Richard's current strength, being struck by those tentacles would undoubtedly cause severe pain to his soul, regardless of whether his body survived. Hunter? Dimensions like the ghost dimension, which don't welcome outsiders, are generally infested with hunters. These creatures specialize in hunting creatures from other dimensions, especially visitors from the material world. Ulysses had barely finished speaking when several translucent tentacles silently emerged from the fog and lashed out at Richard's energy barrier. Snap! The energy barrier shattered. Richard frowned slightly, his figure flashing, as he slipped through the imperceptible gaps between the tentacles. Don't underestimate them, Richard declared before waving his staff. The next moment, a massive wave of energy erupted like thunder. Richard's figure suddenly grew larger, and the tip of his staff, the hand of balance, released a complex magic circle capable of enveloping the entire area. Countless tiny runes slowly flowed within the magic circle. Amidst the death mist, countless transparent tentacles entwined themselves around Richard's body like vines. Death energy, powerful enough to poison even the lord of the indigenous world, flowed through the tiny thorns on the tentacles and injected into Richard's body, attempting to nip this terrifying sorcery in the bud. Alas, it misjudged Richard's body. Bone scales, like porcelain, covered Richard's body, beneath which lay a dense, rubbery membrane. His cytoskeleton transformed into a compound of adamantium, and his organelles underwent significant changes, enhancing his metabolic capacity and boosting his vitality. Over the past century, Richard had continuously edited his life. After countless transformations, his body's defenses had reached the limits of human nature. To further strengthen, he would have to introduce a core fragment of foreign life, or simply create a fragment of his own based on his needs. Before this body, the Ghost King's deadly poison was a mockery. It merely corroded Richard's scales before being blocked by the enchanted membrane. Richard was an alchemist, and enchantment was his specialty. The next moment, the tip of Richard's staff suddenly transformed into a ferocious and majestic dragon head. From within, a dragon's roar, like a raging storm, erupted. Tenthring sorcery, dragon's wail. With the dragon's roar, space shattered, creating spiderweb-like cracks. The death mist engulfing Richard and Ulysses was blown away, and the vast domain vanished beneath the wail, leaving only the Ghost King, its body twisting and turning. Gah! Next time you use this thing, remember to let me know. Ulysses, dazed by the dragon's wail, said over Richard's shoulder. Noting the Ghost King's condition, Richard swung the hand of balance again. A brilliant beam of light shot out from his staff, instantly vaporizing most of the Ghost King's body. Watching the gradually dissipating limbs, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Solved that crown. Rumble. The violent shaking startled Richard. Having just finished fighting, he immediately connected the shaking to the previous battle. What kind of trick is this? Energy surged into the delusion-breaking eye like a tide, attempting to determine the source of the vibrations. But he quickly abandoned the attempt. He saw the cause. A shadow, like a continent, rose from the ground. Above it, countless indescribable objects that would make ordinary people faint at the mere sight of them, twisted madly. And above the sky, a massive black-robed figure emerged from a rift that spanned the heavens and earth. The black-robed figure stood tall, the blood-stained staff in his hand gleaming with countless radiances. Intuitively, Richard recognized the source of those radiances, the mysterious power that roamed between dimensions. The mysterious power that ordinary cursed wizards could only summon through ritual seemed tamely wrapped around the staff. Who is this? This thought flashed through the minds of both the man and the bird simultaneously. Run! The same thought flashed through the man and the bird's minds again. But at this moment, the entire ghost dimension seemed to have shrunk to the surface of a lake where a stone had been dropped. The ripples had no effect on the ghost dimension, but the disturbance of the dimensional force was enough to prevent Richard and Elises from leaving. Run! Without hesitation, the man and the bird fled at top speed. Although Richard felt the black figure's attire looked familiar, remarkably like a wizard, even if they were wizards, this was not a place for them to stay. The black-robed figure glanced at the two fleeing men, his eyes, as if they could see through fate, fixed their gaze on Richard. Huh, a great wizard-level entangled entity of fate. What a strange fate. The black-robed figure waved his staff, and a mysterious force transformed into a mark, spanning space, and silently landing on Richard. Neither Richard nor Elises noticed it. Then, the black-robed figure focused his attention on the indescribable mass before him. With a wave of his staff, a vast magic circle, large enough to cover an entire continent, suddenly appeared in the air. The mystical, colorful forces transformed into bizarre runes, becoming the rune nodes of the vast magic circle. The space within the magic circle solidified, time stopped, and it seemed to have become a world within a world. The indescribable mass enveloped within it also came to a standstill. Countless mysterious forces transformed into chains, binding the indescribable mass, and shrinking space inward along with it. This is actually a sealing sorcery. As if sensing its impending doom, the massive, indescribable entity suddenly shifted. The entire sealed spacetime trembled with it. Then, an unimaginable force erupted from the indescribable entity, instantly ripping the seal apart. Then, the indescribable entity suddenly dissipated, and a streak of black light shot out, heading straight for the black-robed figure. Buzz, the black light was blocked by the staff. It's actually a fake. This thing is getting more and more cunning. The black-robed figure waved his staff, and the massive sealing magic circle instantly dissipated, its mysterious power returning to the staff. He shrank in size, looking in the direction Richard had fled. The next moment, Richard saw a black-robed wizard appear before him. Little one, what's your name? I don't recall you being among the 1,263 great wizards of the wizarding civilization. Richard stood still, staring at the unimaginably terrifying wizard before him, his mind racing. Not participating in the war, but hunting some terrifying creature between dimensions. Richard's mind suddenly flashed back to the meeting on diplomatic strategy with the god civilization, where the cursed Corona was present in the form of a clone. My lord, I am a recently promoted great wizard. You may call me Richard. A hint of curiosity flashed across the cursed Corona's face beneath his hood. You actually use your real name as a title. Aren't you afraid of the curse? My lord, I simply haven't registered my title yet. The cursed Corona looked Richard over, then set his gaze on Elises, who sat on Richard's shoulder. The lord of a different civilization is traveling with you. It seems quite a bit has happened in wizard civilization while I've been away. Neither the man nor the bird responded. Although no trace of aura emanated from the cursed crown, their instincts were giving off the strongest warning. The creature before them could easily kill them. The cursed crown returned his gaze to Richard. Richard. That name sounds familiar. Are you Garland's student? No, Richard said quickly. I'm just a vice president under the dean. Vice president? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Underneath the cursed crown's hood, a pair of vibrant eyes fixed on Richard. Your fate is strange. We've never met, yet our destinies are connected. Your future seems predetermined, yet it also seems constantly changing. In you, I seem to see my own. Which school of wizard are you from? Lord Corona, I am a wizard of the school of alchemy. At a school. When you return to the wizarding world, seek out the great wizard Curse Scar, and he will enroll you in the school of curses. Ah? Yes, Lord Corona. Faced with a request from Corona, Richard clearly couldn't refuse, especially one that didn't appear to harm his own interests. Corona patted Richard's shoulder, and the mark left on Richard's body appeared on Richard's right palm. Joining the school is merely an insurance policy. You don't need to do anything, and you don't have to join the curse school. This mark will transfer the curse on you. It's my advance payment. With that, the cursed Corona waved his staff, and a portal to another dimension opened. Stepping through, his figure quickly vanished from Richard's sight. Chapter 643. Destiny? Richard looked at the mark on his hand, rubbing it thoughtfully. But he didn't dwell on it, for he had figured it out. No matter what the future held, life must continue one day at a time. Ulysses, how do we get the Ghost King's crown? Richard turned back to the battlefield they had just been on. Because the situation had been so sudden, they hadn't paid much attention to the Ghost King's remains as they fled. Let's kill one more. Ulysses came to his senses, and shook his head slightly. The Ghost King's crown is short-lived. If we go back now, it might be gone. Richard sighed, and silently waved his staff. Soon, a dimensional rift leading to the material world appeared before them. Then let's go back and hunt in spirit form. Ulysses was slightly surprised. You've learned this on your own. It hadn't taught Richard how to open a dimensional rift in recent days. Richard glanced at him, and said calmly, This thing isn't difficult. You've tried it 3 times. If you put in the effort, you should be able to do it. Huh? I told you you're fat, and you're already panting. Let's get in quick. That guy just made such a commotion. Don't let him attract the Ghost Dimension's ruler again. Returning to the secret realm, their souls left their bodies. After carefully storing the items they had acquired over the past few days, they set out again. After transforming into pure souls, the Ghost Dimension became more friendly. Without the guidance of life energy, the ghosts of the Ghost Dimension treated Richard and his companions with respect. If you don't provoke them, there will be no fight. However, for a wizard like Richard, avoiding provoking ghosts was clearly impossible. Ingredients: Ghost Crystal. Refinable Substance: Death Energy Essence. Refining Cost: 20,000 mana. Refinable Substance: Soul Essence. Refining Cost: 0.025 mental power. In Richard's hand, a Ghost Crystal, compressed from a ghost's body, gleamed faintly under the purple moon of the Ghost Dimension. Soul Essence can actually be refined. Richard examined the information provided by the Miracle Furnace, a hint of surprise on his face. Although he had no problems with nightmare power thanks to Muni's connections, it was a bit excessive for him, as a teacher, to constantly go to Muni for nightmare power. But he couldn't let the nightmare farm, where the bones lay, become his own. After the all-out war began, all worlds of the wizarding civilization were taken over by the Council of Truth, including the Wizarding Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the rapid wizard training system has completely decimated the former wizard market. New wizards now use assembly line magic armor produced by alchemy workshops, and few wizards craft their own. This means that even if the Wizarding Guild still exists, it will be bankrupted by the sudden market changes. The Super Trust, the Council of Truth, has already occupied all market space. Of course, this is only temporary. Even the Truth Wizards cannot wantonly deprive wizards of their personal property, otherwise wizard civilization will cease to exist. Those taken during the war will be returned in full after the war, as long as you are still alive. After a month of effort, Richard and his companions found a level 4 Ghost King. For a level 4 limited wizard about to be promoted to a 4th ring, and a high-level deity, a level 4 Ghost King is clearly just a toy. In a moment, the Ghost King died, or more accurately, his sanity faded, for ghosts are inherently dead. The Ghost King resembled a 3-headed dog, and with his death, his body transformed into a palm-sized canine in midair. Richard, already prepared, immediately used a sealing technique to seal it, extending its existence. Then, he and the bird returned to the fairyland world. With the materials assembled, all that remained was the construction of the ritual venue. Richard's promotion area was chosen to be a plain in the central western part of the fairyland world. The magical environment here was stable, and the surrounding terrain lacked any potential for disrupting the ritual. On this plain, Richard single-handedly constructed a massive magic circle, nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. This was his promotion ritual, and he truly didn't trust anyone else to do it. Besides, it wasn't a difficult task for a world lord. In 3 months, Richard completed the magic circle. From the array base to the magic circuits, to the countless runes drawn, everything was done by him personally. After completing all this, he placed the many precious materials he had prepared on the 5 altars of the magic circle. He also completed his own life rules, and then used soul essence to replenish his soul. Wow, what a magnificent creation. Elias descended from the sky and landed steadily on Richard's shoulder. Not bad, Richard replied as he stretched himself. At this moment, he stood in the center of the magic circle, his magic power surging continuously, and his life radiance was as vigorous as the sun, so much so that even a lot of green grass grew on the ground beside him. Ha, is there anything I can help you with next? Keep no one away from my magic circle. Also, I expect a major anomaly when I ascend. Pay attention to public opinion control, and see if you can attract some fanatics. Ha, you're really becoming more and more professional, my lord god. Elias left, and Richard quietly adjusted his body to optimal condition. Breaking through to level 5 is a difficult process, regardless of the evolutionary path. According to the wizarding world, if a wizard who evolves spiritually ascends to a 5th ring grand wizard, they will once again fall into the soul maze they experienced when ascending to the 4th ring, and this time the degree of confusion will be even greater. Resources on the physical evolution path are scarce, but the available data suggests that creatures along this evolutionary path face 2 challenges during advancement. The first is the fragmentation and reorganization of their life core. If they fail to survive this step, the creature's body will collapse directly due to the collapse of the life core. The second is that after the life core is reorganized, the creature will be attacked by the wild instincts deep within its bloodline. If controlled by this instinct, the wizard would become a beast consumed only by animal desires, their core collapsing and dying amidst the endless transformations of their life force. The path of evolution is always paved with thorns. No path is without difficulty. The sun slowly set over the horizon. Richard stood in the center of the magic circle, took a deep breath, and silently activated it. The next moment, a faint blue light emanated from Richard's feet, spreading outward like a lit fuse. In just a few breaths, the vast magic circle, nearly 100 kilometers in diameter, was fully activated. At the moment the magic circle was fully activated, the entire world seemed to freeze. Then, the wind arrived. The vast magic circle, with a diameter of 100 kilometers, required an immense amount of energy. Even though Richard had already implanted tens of millions of magic essences into the land, it still needed external energy to maintain its operation. The immense energy transformed into a hurricane in the air, attracting the wandering elements within, forming one elemental phenomenon after another in the sky. From outside the magic circle, the sky above the area where the magic circle was located seemed to be a fireworks display, with a variety of indescribable colors forming surrealist paintings in the air. In the center of the magic circle, runes began to emerge from Richard's body. These runes were all the spiritual runes that constructed the body of rules. The moment the body of rules fully merged with his body, these runes also merged with him. But now, these runes were disappearing one by one, in a rhythmic manner. The first step in constructing a body of rules was to dismantle the original body of rules. As the body of rules dismantled, the energy sealed within it was continuously released. This immense energy was enough to shatter mountains and split seas, but under the influence of the magic circle, it was dispersed and channeled into its energy storage area. Soon, the body of rules was disassembled. A vast amount of mental power surged from Richard's body, constructing a new framework for the body of rules at a dizzying speed. This mental power transformed into runes, continuously filling this massive array, whose complexity rivaled that of 10-ring sorcery. Time passed slowly, and the vast array of runes, as numerous as stars, was completed. At this point, Richard's mental power was nearly exhausted. The mental power consumed by constructing the composite body of rules had exceeded his expectations. Thank goodness I prepared. Richard pulled a potion made primarily of soul essence from his waist pocket, and gulped it down in one gulp. The next moment, Richard felt a profound sense of refreshment. His nearly depleted mental energy felt like a spring of fresh air, energized once more. Richard braced himself and extracted the 2 rules, or rather, a compound rule, that had been integrated into his body. With the life rule complete, Richard's compound rule was completely complete. Its external manifestation in the material world was an amorphous stream of light. Everything illuminated by this stream felt a constant flow of life force. After placing this cluster of rules into the body of rules, the next moment, the stream of light dissipated, and the entire body of rules, like an engine with a switched-on switch, began to churn at full speed. At the same time, the massive magic circle that Richard had spent 3 months constructing, like the final piece of a puzzle, began to operate at full speed. The sacrificial circle at the 5 cores of the circle was fully activated, and the offerings on the altar began to exert their effects. The star core on the altar drew endless starlight, replenishing the vast magic circle with endless energy. The fountain of life, and the Fountain of Soul continuously provided Richard with spiritual and vital energy. The Ghost King's crown transformed into a gigantic three-headed dog, ready to merge with Richard's body of laws. Before him, the fruit of the world tree had already transformed into the origin of evolution, and was sacrificed to Richard by the sacrificial magic circle. Boom! An invisible roar exploded in Richard's head. It was the sound of his life core shattering. If a level 4 creature is the strongest of a species, then the moment it becomes a level 5 creature, it is like opening a branch on the evolutionary tree. If Richard succeeds, his bloodline, if passed down, will become a unique physical condition among humans. In ancient times, perhaps a wizard apprentice will awaken his bloodline and become a genius of his generation. But if he fails, his body will be shattered. This promotion will be a complete failure. Chapter 644. This feeling is truly awful. The shattering of Richard's life core sent a numbing sensation through his entire body, and the reorganization of his life core deepened this feeling even further. Evolution isn't a death wish, and the shattering of his life core certainly isn't complete destruction. The main body of his life core remains, the core that maintains Richard as a human being. As long as he can hold on until the moment his life core reorganizes, his evolution will be halfway complete. After the fruit of the world tree takes effect, the fountain of life and the fountain of soul begin to exert their effects. A nearly endless flow of life force flows into Richard's body, fueling the activity of his cells. The spiritual force transformed from the fountain of soul continuously flows into Richard's soul, helping him control his rule body, which has become increasingly violent due to the infusion of energy. As Richard's body reorganized, his rule body also underwent a near reorganizational transformation. The two rules integrated into the rule body have now begun to take effect. If the composite rule body is likened to a newly created world, then these two rules are the equivalent of that world's heavenly principles. Under the influence of the rules, countless runes began to vibrate and then shift. 1, 2, 3. The movement of the runes set off a chain reaction like dominoes, and soon, the runes throughout the entire body of rules began to shift. The body of rules was now in a state of precariousness. But soon, something strange happened. After the precarious body of rules had become disorganized to a certain extent, it unexpectedly stopped shifting. Upon closer inspection, the constantly shifting runes seemed to be following a specific path. The rune pattern of the body of rules shifted from static equilibrium to dynamic equilibrium. If this were a spiritual evolution, Richard would have been meditating at this moment, guided by the body of rules to complete his soul's leap. But Richard clearly didn't intend to experience another soul-shattering experience. Instead of meditating, he merged the three-headed dog into the body of rules to assist him in controlling it. However complex this composite body of rules was, his untransformed mental strength was far from sufficient to control it. The power from the body of rules began to flow continuously into his flesh, making it more adaptable to the body of rules, and accelerating the restructuring of his life core. The ultimate goal of physical evolution is to resist and adapt to the environment. Under the stimulation of energy, the restructuring of the life core became particularly intense. Large swathes of cells disintegrated, but a large number also survived. Life will find its own way out. After a long time, the restructuring of the life core was completely complete. With the completion of physical evolution, Richard's soul also heard the sound of breaking free from its cocoon. Under the influence of this feedback, Richard's soul also completed its transformation, and the quality of his mental power began to increase rapidly. At the same time, Richard's final test arrived. Hunger, a hunger that emanated from his soul and reached his bones, and the fighting spirit emanated from every inch of his flesh and blood, every cell. The counterattack from his feral instincts was more ferocious than any mental attack Richard had ever faced. Richard felt like a man standing in front of a flood, the vast savage force hammering down on his rationality like a hammer. His rationality retreated, and his eyes gradually became as ferocious as a hungry beast. But how could Richard willingly become a beast? The battle of wills is about quality, not quantity. Richard panted, his teeth chattering, his muscles trembling like thunder. Instinct told him to hunt, to reproduce, to fight, but he refused. He stared intently at the object before him, though his mind was completely unaware of what he was seeing. His keen hearing brought countless tiny sounds to his attention, but he could not hear them at the moment. His will was like an immovable reef in the tide of savagery. Wizards become wizards because their reason outweighs their emotions. If they abandon reason, no matter how much power they possess, they are nothing more than a mad beast. After an unknown amount of time, the savage onslaught finally ceased, and Richard collapsed to the ground. He could feel his body's immense weakness, but his eyes were incredibly bright. Suddenly, a ray of light shone on his face. In the distance, The sun was slowly rising. Daybreak had arrived. Huh? You're finished with your advancement? In the White Wolf God Temple in Wolf Plain, Ulysses exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of Richard. Of course. Richard sat on the ground before the White Wolf God, unconcerned about his appearance. His body was slowly recovering under the rules, and the energy in the space surged towards him like a tide. My two qualities are both top-notch, and the rules also contain life rules that are most suitable for physical evolution. If this takes me 10 or 8 years, what will happen? But you've only been promoted for less than a month. Richard was stunned by Ulysses's answer. A month to complete the advancement? That was indeed a bit exaggerated. According to the data, even students with a physical corona took at least 3 months to complete the advancement. But Richard quickly put it behind him. But I've already done it. I can't be hallucinating, right? Ulysses's eyes remained in disbelief. To achieve advancement in a single month was unheard of in the world of the gods. Incredible, incredible. How does it feel to become a level 5 creature? How is it? Richard snapped his fingers, and a ball of light suddenly appeared in the air. Illuminated by this ball of light, Ulysses and the White Wolf God both felt a gentle life force nourishing their bodies. This is the complete fusion of rules. Before, I could only activate one of the rules, but now I can finally activate both simultaneously. Looking at the ball of light suspended in the air, Ulysses marveled, radiation rule, life rule. You fuse these two seemingly unrelated rules together, and the effect is quite impressive. The best is yet to come. Richard smiled mysteriously at Ulysses, hooked his finger, and Ulysses' body trembled violently. Gah! What kind of trick is this? Ulysses stared at Richard in shock. Richard had just made his body lose control. This is a new power. Richard stood up, a brilliant smile on his face. I can now control my life force. While this ability is easy to break free of, a sudden, powerful blow is enough to end a battle. Hearing Richard's explanation, Ulysses, as if hearing something incomprehensible, immediately erupted in outrage. Gah, your power is a bit excessive. Is there any justice in this? Are you the goddess of fate's illegitimate child or her mistress? This is so unfair. Richard burst into laughter at this, and the White Wolf God beside him couldn't help but smile upon seeing this. After a long moment, Ulysses finally stopped yelling. He landed on Richard's shoulder like a defeated rooster. Richard put away his smile, stretched himself slightly, and said to the White Wolf God, White Wolf, thank you for your hard work during this period. The Werewolf Legion must quickly expand to 1,000,000 strong. I've broken through the 5th ring, and it's time to embark on the expedition. The White Wolf God stood up, his face grave. He had heard Ulysses mention the expedition. His lord belonged to a vast civilization, and the fairyland world was merely a springboard to his home. And they needed another such springboard. Yes, Lord. With Richard's command, both worlds began to operate at high speed. In the Goblin world, Richard's industrial base, the optimized and improved second-generation glorious floating city, was being built at a visible pace. In the arsenal, countless weapon parts flowed from the assembly line, transformed into lethal weapons, and delivered to the soldiers' hands. The Goblin army had regrouped. After the last war, they had retained only a skeleton crew, sending the ordinary soldiers home. Although they had been recruiting new soldiers over the years, their numbers had never reached the levels of their past. This not only reduced the army's expenses and injected new blood into the ranks, but also retained a sufficient number of veterans among the people, solidifying social values. Now that war had resumed, these veterans naturally had to re-enlist. 100 years was a long time, but these veterans were all first-level creatures on the path of evolution. Even a first-level goblin without mixed blood could live up to 500 years. 100 years, less than 200 years old, was the prime of life. In the fairyland world, the newly formed werewolf army was engaged in a battle against the goblin army. The two races were different, so naturally, their approaches to battlefield operations would differ. Through numerous actual combat simulations, the newly formed werewolf army was steadily gaining combat experience. While the people below were busy, Richard and Ulysses were naturally busy too. Wow, I didn't expect you to prepare such a good thing for me. Looking at the abyss demon before him, Ulysses suddenly exuded a strong aura of malevolence. To Ulysses, the abyss demons that had invaded his world were all damned scum. I should have given it to you a long time ago, but Lon had been searching for his soul. Now that he's finally found it, he's worthless. In the past, the abyss demon's greatest use to Richard was its knowledge of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, after Richard mastered life editing, analyzing his bloodline proved far more useful than his knowledge. Therefore, the abyss demon's greatest use was its ability to conceal its soul. Now that Lon had finally found his soul, he was naturally worthless. What are you going to do with him? Richard asked curiously. I've been wondering that too. Elias looked at the Abyss Demon, his murderous aura suddenly vanishing, replaced by a hollow sense of loss. Killing a lamb like this is pointless. My friend, thank you for saving such a valuable creature for me. But now it's yours, and I'm sure he have a tough time under your hands. Richard shrugged. I take that as a compliment. He then shifted his gaze to the Abyss Demon. Richard shuddered at the walrus-like Abyss Demon. After over 100 years, this terrifying creature had become a level 5 creature. He should have agreed to the deal in the first place. Don't worry, Abyss Demon, I'm not a pervert, Richard said with a smile. Once you're no longer useful, I give you a quick death. Chapter 645. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Richard's control over his own strength had nearly perfected, and the integration of the composite rule body had begun. The construction of the second floating city, and the training of the werewolf army proceeded smoothly. Once the second floating city was completed, the second glorious expedition would begin. Is this your surprise? In the Floating City Research Institute, Richard was stunned by the machine before him, which stood nearly 4 stories tall and occupied an area roughly the size of a square. 100 years ago, Richard had known that the Floating City Research Institute had developed a device to aid research, intending to surprise him. But after a century of research, Richard had forgotten about it. Until an hour ago, when Anson asked him to come to the Floating City Research Institute to see their latest machine. To Richard, this machine felt both like a machine and a living being. Its walls were sheathed in enchanted metal plates, appearing perfectly regular. Yet, within these plates, Richard sensed a vast life force, its density exceeding even that of a level 3 creature. But Richard could also sense the regular energy cycle hidden beneath it. Within this regular energy cycle, a significant portion operated independently, a distinct mechanical characteristic. Yes, my lord, this is our 4th-generation flesh and blood computer. Anson's face gleamed with pride. This machine was the culmination of a century of iteration. The technologies incorporated within it were all the most sophisticated of the Floating City Research Institute. A flesh and blood computer? Richard released his mental energy, carefully examining the creation inside and out. Within this computer, Richard observed an unimaginably vast neural network. This machine was like a gigantic brain. The mechanical components he perceived were the calculator's information relays, energy relays, information storage, heat dissipation, and other auxiliary components. Tell me about its capabilities, Richard asked calmly, suppressing his shock. My lord, it can perform those complex calculations for us, and it can also help us organize and integrate data. Organize and integrate? It possesses intelligence? You could say that, my lord. You can see it's a gigantic brain. This is a brilliant idea, Richard explained with heartfelt admiration. In the past, Richard had considered building a computer. However, his understanding of computers was limited to binary, and since wizards already had some auxiliary equipment, and no shortage of examples, the idea was shelved. But he hadn't imagined that, all these years later, computers would be created by aliens. Why did you choose flesh and blood as the main body of this machine? Richard asked. Crystal technology, alchemy, these are all mechanical technologies. Shouldn't you have created a purely mechanical computer? Anson bowed and said, You're talking about the 1st generation. The 1st-generation computer was built using alchemy and crystal technology, and its computing power was roughly 1% of that of the 4th generation. We iterated on it for over a dozen versions, ultimately stopping at 1.16. Why not continue? Because it's too big, my lord, Anson replied. We found that increasing its computing power required increasing its size and power consumption. In the end, we built something practically the size of a mountain, even digging a canal to dissipate heat. Richard was a little surprised. Anson's description was a bit exaggerated. Didn't you try to miniaturize the computing core? We did, but unfortunately, unless we can completely vacuum up the energy and free elements in space, the damage to a small computing core would be measured in minutes. Richard nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he had overlooked the existence of the 4 elements and energy in this world. For living things, these effects might be negligible, but for precision instruments, they would definitely significantly affect performance. He returned his gaze to the machine before him. Does this machine have a name? Anson shook his head. Not yet, but since you're here, why not give it a name? I give it a name? Richard touched the machine, turned, and said, Let's call it Evolution of Nature. After saying the name, a holy light suddenly shone from Richard's body. As Richard stared in astonishment, countless powers of faith emerged from the flesh and blood computer. Guided by the holy light, these powers of faith transformed into a pentagram mark, which slowly descended into the flesh and blood computer. Richard was somewhat bewildered by the scene before him, but he could sense that this machine, which he had named Evolution of Nature, had established a connection with him. Anson, observing this from the side, immediately and reverently performed a church salute before Richard. Although he had no idea what was happening, judging by the movement, it seemed the sage had blessed the machine. In short, it was time to thank the divine for its grace. Richard silently used his power to contact Ulysses, and recounted the events. "Ha, you've given that thing a name, making it a sacred relic." Sacred relic? This concept is a bit tricky to explain. You just need to understand that anything presented to you by the Church of Miracles, whether from a priest or a believer, should not be given a specific name. Simply give it a name, and it becomes a sacred relic. Using a sacred relic temporarily grants you authority and power. So, is there any danger from this thing? Given the number of sacred relic you currently possess, no. That's good. Richard's gaze shifted to the evolution of nature before him. After becoming a sacred relic, the machine's structure remained largely unchanged, but its overall strength was slowly increasing. In other words, Tianyan's health is improving. Prepare its nutrients. Richard's voice was calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Anson, seeing his spirit in this state, immediately said respectfully, "Yes, my lord." The emergence of Tianyan has greatly improved the research efficiency of the Floating City Research Institute. Problems that once took months or even a year to calculate can now be solved in a few hours by Tianyan. After witnessing Tianyan's computing power, and its ability to organize and deduce information, Richard couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The power of mortals should not be underestimated. Tianyan's computing power was already approaching 1/10 of his level 4 level. This meant that if the Floating City Research Institute only had to build 10 Tianyan computers, it would be like having a level 4 wizard like him stay at the institute and do hard labor. This was truly a groundbreaking achievement. Perhaps in the distant future, the Tianyan computer's computing power could reach 1/5, 1/3, or even the full computing power of a world lord. Richard, after meeting and commending the researchers, went through the usual procedures at the Floating City Research Institute and answered some questions for the researchers. While Richard wasn't as intelligent as the researchers, his immense computing power and broad vision more than made up for it. After becoming a 5th ring Grand Wizard, Richard's spiritual power increased 5-fold. This was almost equivalent to half a major life level jump. An increase in spiritual power meant an increase in computing power. Aside from some questions so obscure and profound that the researchers themselves struggled to articulate them, most problems were a matter of contemplation for Richard. After resolving many of the issues, Richard returned to the secret realm. In the secret realm, Ulysses was using holy light to brand something onto a piece of leather. Not finished yet? Ulysses suddenly spit out a ball of flame, incinerating the entire leather scroll to ash. Turning to Richard, he said, "My friend, do you still think you're the same mortal who didn't become world master? You're now a 5th ring great wizard, a prominent figure in wizard civilization. Trying to sneak into the world through a common contract rift is far from easy." Richard shrugged. "The promotion rate for 5th ring great wizards here is higher, but not to the level you claim." "You mean the top 300 figures in the entire world aren't considered important?" Richard's lips curled up slightly, but he didn't continue the conversation. "Since I can't seem to figure it out, let's just make something simpler. I'm currently fusing my rule body, and it's not convenient for my original body to explore a strange world. Fusing my rule body is a long process, and during this time, many of Richard's methods are unavailable. Furthermore, even if he were to go there, without the Legion's help, it would be difficult for him to conquer the entire world. Killing the local world lord isn't difficult. The challenge lies in taking over this world after the lord is killed. Richard's desire for bandits and resistance organizations everywhere is definitely not what he wants. If possible, he wants to replicate the path of the fairyland world and bring the local natives under his wing as smoothly as possible. This would greatly benefit his efforts to restore production in the world and future wars." "Huh? I knew you'd say that." Ulysses tore open space with a claw and pulled out a crimson leather scroll. The scroll's material was extremely tough, and it was indestructible to anyone but a world lord. An invasion scroll made from the skin of abyssal scum, pristine. "What are you waiting for?" Richard casually opened a dimensional rift. "Throw it over quickly. No one will open it by the time we get there." Ulysses pulled dozens of invasion scrolls from the dimensional space and tossed them into the dimensional gap Richard had opened. They followed the ethereal undercurrent, like a dead leaf in a flood, rapidly drifting off into the distance. Hey, can we throw them so far away? We're still over a dozen light years from that world. Don't worry, I've checked. This ethereal undercurrent goes straight to that world. There's not even a fork in the road. Besides, even without the scrolls, this expedition would only be a little more troublesome. Chapter 646. My name is Bar, a professor of archaeology at Minor University, specializing in ancient history before the Cataclysm. Rumor has it that scholars studying the Cataclysm often encounter strange things, see unimaginable sights, and face bizarre attacks. News of the deaths or disappearances of my colleagues only fueled these rumors. In the past, I always scoffed at this. The Cataclysm is an unpopular field, and people tend to shroud unfamiliar things in mystery. Add to that the hype from unscrupulous tabloids, and a cursed discipline has emerged, one that kills anyone who touches it. But today, I have to put aside the confidence my education has given me and face reality. Perhaps, the rumors about the Cataclysm are true. I panted heavily, hiding in a hollow at the bottom of the hillside, trying to conceal myself as much as possible. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and occasional thunder streaked across it. Amidst the rumble, a low-pitched, eerie scream was particularly terrifying. Damn it! When I heard that scream, I knew the monster was chasing me again. But I no longer had the strength to run. I looked at my left leg. 3 neat, knife-like wounds, like cuts, oozed pale blue blood from my calf's Achilles tendon. On my other thigh, a similar wound also bled continuously. These wounds were caused by the same creature. I clearly remember the monster bursting out of the ruins, lunging at us like a snow wolf on the savannah. Although the guards opened fire in time, their small-caliber bullets seemed to have played a trick on him, losing momentum and falling to the ground. The guard who opened fire was killed first, followed by my colleague. I was suffering from diarrhea and couldn't witness the opening of the ruins, so I escaped death, only being scratched by the air currents from the creature's claws. Buzz, the sound returned, this time unobstructed by the thunder, and the low-pitched, eerie cry was particularly distinct. Gods, please bless me to survive. If I return alive, I will join the church and become your most devout lamb. I prayed frantically in my heart, pleading with almost every deity I knew. But the sound kept getting closer. Buzz, I could sense that the owner of the sound was only 50 meters away, maybe 30. Has he spotted me? But soon, the sound echoed again. This time, it was noticeably further away. Escaped? I could feel my heart pounding, but thankfully, a drum beat against my chest. After a long while, the long brewing rain finally fell, and I breathed a sigh of relief, no longer hearing the monster's voice. Instantly, fatigue and pain washed over me like a tide, nearly making me groan. I touched my forehead, startled by its scorching heat. Relying on my experience, I immediately began to move. I knew that if I allowed the injury to continue, I would crawl to seek help once the rain stopped. But as I struggled to my feet, emerging from the hollow in the hillside, that haunting voice echoed again. This time, it was right behind me. I spun around, and in the next instant, I was sent flying. A force like a battering ram struck my chest, and the crack of broken bones, accompanied by the whistling of the wind, filled my ears. Bang! My body slammed into a bush and slid back several meters. But to my surprise, I was still alive. My chest hadn't been ripped open by the monster's claws, and my heart hadn't been ripped out. I struggled to my feet, and pulled the knife I used for eating from my waist. I knew it was useless, but at least it would allow me to die with dignity. But as I stood up, I saw the monster standing there, growling at me again and again. It seemed afraid of something. I looked at my chest, and a sliver of red peeked through my torn clothes. It was a dark red leather scroll, something I bought at a local antique shop after some archaeological work. The shopkeeper told me it was an amulet from before the Cataclysm, but I was certain it wasn't. The patterns and blackened text on it definitely didn't indicate a talisman. After that, I studied the scroll for a long time, but I couldn't discover its origin. Instead, I discovered that its material was truly remarkable, even capable of withstanding bullet impact. Therefore, I glued it to my clothing as a bulletproof lining. But I never imagined that this leather scroll could even withstand the monster's claws. Opportunity! A flash of lightning struck my mind. I watched the monster slowly retreat, and it showed no intention of pursuing. But soon, the chill brought on by the heavy rain and the after effects of blood loss blurred my vision. Before I collapsed, I thought I heard a voice. Target detected, level 1.5 flesh-type alien target. Roger that. Initiate the burning squad. The moment my eyelids closed, I saw a warm flame. Want a deal? Open the door for me, and I fulfill your wish. In his dream, Ball felt a voice constantly communicating with him. But the voice seemed so far away that he couldn't hear it all, only a few fragmented words. "Deal, what deal?" Ball mumbled. As soon as he finished, a jolt pulled him out of his dream. Ball opened his eyes, and looked bewilderedly at the figure standing beside him. It seemed to be a soldier, wearing an iron-gray coat and a hat with a front brim. The soldier had a handsome face, his eyes sparkling with energy, and beneath his hat, a thick mass of long dark hair. It seemed to be a woman. Barstager, 37 years old, professor of archaeology at Minor University, researching the lost history of the Cataclysm. 2 weeks ago, you joined an expedition exploring the ruins of the Uqra dynasty, assisting them as an archaeological consultant. The woman looked Bar in the eye and asked, "Am I correct?" "Of course, but who are you, and where am I?" "That monster." "Professor, before I can answer your question, you must first satisfy mine," the woman interrupted coldly. "I noticed you were talking about a trade. Please describe in detail what you saw in your dream." Bar was somewhat bewildered by the question, but after the woman asked it, it was as if she had transformed herself, sending shivers down his spine. "I didn't encounter anything. I just heard someone whispering something in my ear, but I couldn't make it out clearly. I could only hear the word deal." "That's all?" "I swear that's all." The woman nodded, stood up, took out a communicator, and spoke a few words. Then, looking at Bar with a serious expression, she said, "Professor Bar, I regret to inform you that you cannot leave until your investigation is complete. But because of this, I can answer a few simple questions. You are currently in a logistics hospital affiliated with the Control Bureau. I am a specialist at the Control Bureau's K3 base. You can call me Specialist K. The monster you encountered is called the Wind Beast, a creature from another world. But you don't need to worry about it right now, as it's insignificant." "Then why should I worry?" Bar asked subconsciously. "I'm concerned about the voice in your dream," Commissioner K said sternly. "If you still hear that voice, please report it to me. It's crucial for your ability to return to normal life." "Return to a normal life? What do you mean?" Bar was agitated. An unknown fear gripped his heart, causing him to shout involuntarily. But Commissioner K didn't respond. Instead, he summoned 2 nurses, who administered a unit of sedative. Item number 1275. Object Class X. Containment Procedures. A lanthanum metal safe, at least 10 mm thick. Access is prohibited to any administrative specialist below level 4, or operational specialist below level 3, except for testing. Item Description. 1275 is a dark red leather scroll, 30 cm long and 20 cm wide. 4 sentences of varying lengths are written on the scroll in an unknown script. 1275_1, and the edges are decorated with patterns. 1275_2. The specific meaning of 1275_1 is as follows. ####. Note: this text does not require translation. Any creature with an IQ of 60 or above can readily understand its meaning. Addendum 12/3/50 ##. Microscopic examination of 1275_2 revealed that it is not a simple pattern, but rather a supplementary explanation and restrictions for 1275_2. Addendum 21/4/50 ##. Testing has revealed that the material of item 1275 is tougher than any other currently available material. Items 111, 231, and 214 are unable to destroy it. With permission from a level 5 specialist, item 001 has examined the object and determined that item 1275 is made of ####. Addendum 21/4/50 ##. The date is unknown. The number of 1,275s discovered has risen to 21. It is currently impossible to confirm whether this is the final number of 1,275s. Specialist K rubbed his brows, with a slight headache, as he looked at the records in the file. On his desk lay several photos of the discovery of Bar, and the leather scroll that saved Bar's life. The ink used to blacken the text on the scroll had been removed. Although the text was unfamiliar, any person with normal intelligence could understand its meaning, actively conveying the intention to trade. Is this a mutation, or has it encountered special conditions? Specialist K looked at the leather scroll on the desk, a gloomy look between his brows. She had been working with item 1275 for 10 years, collecting item 1275 from all over the world. During this time, item 1275 had never shown any abnormalities. But she had always known that this stability was likely just a facade. Object Class X means the object's level of danger is unknown. It could be harmless or potentially catastrophic. What a turbulent time. Specialist K sighed, placing the information on Project 1275 into a file bag and preparing to return it to the safe. But as he opened the safe, the ground suddenly shook. Chapter 647. Putting the information bag in the safe, Specialist K picked up the fixed communicator on the table. What's going on outside? A Category 2 invasion. A task force is already dispatched. Don't worry. After receiving the answer, Specialist K hung up the communicator and returned to her seat. The cold light of the chandelier cast upon her face, further agitating her already restless heart. Damn! Can't those guys in logistics add a dimmable switch to the lights? For reasons of confidentiality and security, none of the Control Bureau's buildings have windows. From the outside, they resemble a massive concrete monument. Therefore, there's no natural light inside the Bureau. All light comes from the ubiquitous artificial lights. Specialist K pulled something resembling a cigarette from her pocket. She took one from a pack, flicked it between her fingers, and lit it. Then she placed it to the tip of her nose. The curl of smoke entered her respiratory system, its sedative and hallucinogenic properties gradually calming her heart. Calming incense, an essential item for any operations specialist at the Control Bureau. Constantly facing bizarre monsters inevitably tainted their spirits, and calming incense was their go-to solution when their hearts were unsettled. Boom, another tremor. But this time, the amplitude was noticeably greater than the previous one, so much so that the chandelier in Commissioner K's room swayed slightly. It looks like this invasion will be quite troublesome. Commissioner K sat in his chair, his eyes hazy, as he gazed at the chandelier overhead. Invasion, the most common disaster after the cataclysm. Invasions are divided into three categories. The first is natural invasion, such as space storms or elemental storms. The second is biological invasion, where powerful alien creatures stray or deliberately enter their world. The third type is environmental invasion, the rarest of all. This type of invasion directly creates an additional piece of land in their world. Whenever it occurs, it inevitably triggers a scramble among various factions. Outsiders claim that invasions are sporadic natural phenomena, historically present and cyclical. They are currently experiencing a high incidence period, so the frequency of invasions has increased. But as an internal specialist within the Control Bureau, Specialist K knows these are false claims to reassure people. There has never been a cyclical pattern. The frequency of invasions is increasing. Boom! The violent shaking of the room awoke Specialist K from her trance. She abruptly stood up, her expression as solemn as a cast-iron terracotta warrior. At the same time, the intercom on her desk rang. She picked up the intercom, and a steady man's voice rang through the speaker. Specialist K, Level 4 Specialist at L1 Base. You can call me Anderson. I see from your file that you're an operations specialist. Right now, I need you to go to the invasion site and assist the task force in dealing with the intruders. Specialist K frowned slightly. What's the rating of this invasion? Level 3, with the potential to escalate to Level 4. So, bring your project. I understand. Without further delay, Specialist K immediately went to the safe and reopened it. The safe contained little. Besides the file she had just placed inside, there was a dagger, a pendant, a nail, and item 1275. Specialist K took out the first three items, but hesitated when he saw item 1275. Forget it, take it. Specialist K hesitated for a moment, then finally took out item 1275. Aside from its undiscovered properties, item 1275's defensive properties were quite impressive for inner armor. Grabbing his item, Specialist K left the room, walked to the end of the corridor, and entered an elevator. With the sound of mechanical whirring, Specialist K's position began to rise rapidly. Soon, the elevator door opened. The bright sunlight bathed Specialist K's face, causing her to squint. Not far from the control center, a gigantic, snake-like monster, over 100 meters long, tore through the city. Around him, the invasion task force had already evacuated its personnel, and members of the task force were engaged in intercepting and directing the monster. Taking a deep breath, Specialist K took a step forward, leaping into the air, leaving behind a sonic boom cloud as he sped towards the monster. Boom! The monster's massive tail, with a single sweep, reduced a motorcycle to a fireball. The task force members wielded special energy weapons. Their energy-coated bullets could easily pierce homogeneous steel plates over 10 centimeters thick, but when they landed on the monster, they only produced a few sparks, causing no damage at all. In the sky, the machine guns on the attack helicopters were firing continuously. The energy shells landed on the giant snake, causing little damage, but the intense pain caused it to let out a low-pitched roar of pain. Bang! The snake suddenly curled up, then thrust its head forward with lightning speed. The helicopter, unable to dodge, was bitten directly by the snake, exploding into a fireball in its mouth. Support, we need support. The task force leader used a massive machine gun, nearly a machine gun, to attract Orochi's attention while shouting into the portable transmitter on his chest. Zizizizi. Support is on the scene. As the transmitter rang out, the captain suddenly saw a meteor plummet from the sky, smashing into Orochi with unstoppable force. What the hell was that? The task force's exclamations echoed over the team's transmitter, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. However, as a task force dealing with invasion disasters, they should have been the most knowledgeable people in the world. Beside Orochi, Specialist K clutched the long sword transformed from the project, his eyes as cold as a robot's. As a level 3 operations specialist, she had the authority to use projects to enhance her combat effectiveness. The 4 projects she used were: Item 111, Weapon Master, a small knife that could transform into any weapon. Item 456, Heart of Stone, a heart-shaped pendant that renders the user emotionless and rational. Item 784, the Nail of Binding, a coffin nail about 10 centimeters long. And Item 1275, the Devil's Contract. A bit unusual. Influenced by her Heart of Stone, Specialist K felt no negative or positive emotions towards the giant snake before her, only calm analysis and reflection. Although the snake appeared to be a mere level 3 intruder, she sensed a unique pressure from it. It seemed to emanate from her bloodline, and its mere presence instilled fear in her body. However, as a level 3 operations specialist, her combat prowess was undoubtedly among the highest in the world, aside from transcendent beings like the director of the Operations Bureau. The moment they made contact, she stabbed the binding nail into the snake's body. But the snake didn't completely stiffen, it merely slowed slightly. The offspring of the World Lord? A thought flashed through Commissioner K's mind. But she quickly dismissed it and began the battle. Regardless of the demonic beast's origins, it was now an invading disaster, a presence that needed to be slain. Commissioner K bit her leg slightly, her body flashing like lightning among the buildings surrounding the snake. The snake, meanwhile, curled up, its huge, vertical pupils cautiously scanning its surroundings. Suddenly, the snake's head shrank sharply, and a flash of cold light flashed from its chin, instantly creating a gash 2 meters long. On a human, this blow would have been enough to split them in half and more. Bright red snake blood dripped from the wound, and a strange, eerie fragrance enveloped the battlefield. The great snake, enraged, its previously curled body swirled once more, its massive tail whipping towards Commissioner K like a whip, but he deftly dodged it, inflicting another wound along the way. A faint light shone from the great snake's body, and a sudden, strong wind swept across the battlefield. The wind grew stronger and stronger, eventually transforming into a massive tornado. Countless tiny wind blades swirled in the wind, instantly shredding anything caught in it. Talent? Worth noting. Commissioner K's expression remained unchanged, or perhaps it was because she didn't possess the ability to change her expression at that moment. Item 111 grew longer in her hand, eventually transforming into a massive sword over 5 meters long. She then gently scratched her finger on the blade, and it quickly turned a pale red, as if dripping with ink. Specialist K grasped the blade with both hands and crouched low, his body shifting its course. The moment he completed his stance, the entire world seemed to freeze before his eyes. Then, a flash of icy blade flashed by. The snake's head flickered, its tongue protruding, as if in doubt. But the next second, it slowly slid to the ground. Blood gushed from the mirror-smooth fracture like a fountain. Specialist K stood in a building behind the giant snake, silently ripping the Heart of Stone from her body. She was a level 3 operations specialist in the Bureau of Control, and any use of the item outside of missions was illegal. But just as she was about to return to the Bureau, a loud crashing sound, accompanied by a shockwave, sent her flying. Outside the building, a giant python, its head the size of a 3-story building, slowly entered this world through a dimensional rift. It approached the dead snake, a trace of sadness in its eyes. A low-frequency sound wave emanated from its mouth. The next moment, all mortals within a 20-kilometer radius, centered around the snake's head, vomited blood, their internal organs shattered. The task force members also huddled in agony under the sound wave. Only Commissioner K could barely maintain his fighting ability. But Commissioner K watched the giant python slowly enter the world, and a deep sense of despair welled up in his heart. This size, this pressure, there was no mistaking it. This was definitely one of the calamity beasts that caused the cataclysm, the master of another world. Sensing Commissioner K's despair, Project 1275 in her arm suddenly transmitted a mental message. Desperate Lamb, do you need help? Chapter 648. Desperate Lamb, do you long to live? At this sudden voice, Commissioner K was stunned for a moment, then a trace of fear crossed her face. So that's it. Project 1275 hadn't mutated. They simply hadn't discovered the true mechanism that triggered it. But now, she realized that mechanism was useless, because the Calamity Beast had already entered this world. She was about to die. Equal exchange, fair trade. Desperate Lamb, sign the contract, and this city will be safe, and this disaster will be averted. As if Project 1275 could see through Commissioner K's heart, its voice perfectly struck home her greatest desire. Is that so? Commissioner K stared at the Calamity Serpent not far away, weighing the cost of signing the contract. She now had to make a decision. Would she sign the contract, allowing the forces behind Project 1275 to confront the Calamity Beast, or leave the message, allowing the Calamity Beast to wreak havoc on the city? Commissioner K, I received this. This is Anderson. Please report the intrusion to me immediately. The voice on the communicator was low, but it was particularly clear in this dead zone. The great serpent of disaster raised its head, its red-gold eyes seemingly piercing the surrounding rubble as it stared directly at Commissioner K, who was hiding in the ruins. It seems there's no choice. I agree to the deal. I want you to kill this serpent of disaster. As you wish. Then, the dark red scroll suddenly ignited. A power hidden within the scroll for years entered Commissioner K's body, causing her to uncontrollably perform a series of extremely complex and precise operations. As she manipulated it, a spatial rift appeared before her. A carefree voice emanated from the rift, accompanied by a terrifying, almost fainting, pressure. A figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the rift, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. Let me see what I'm about to kill. Richard surveyed his surroundings curiously. He perceived the energy concentration in this world to be nearly 10 times that of a wizarding world. According to records from wizarding civilization, such concentrations only occur in medium-sized worlds or larger, smaller worlds. The 4 elements are balanced. It seems we're quite lucky, Richard said to Elises, surveying his surroundings. Huh? Are you sure? Elises's body shone with holy light, and the next moment, a massive beam of light enveloped the two of them, along with the entire room they were in. That's quite a welcome ceremony. Level 50,000, and you're meeting the master of the world right after you enter? Richard, holding up his magic barrier, locked his gaze on Commissioner K behind him. He could tell that the blue-skinned, four-eyed humanoid was a level 3 creature. It seemed she was the one who opened the rift. Can you explain to me what that person outside is? Richard asked via telepathic message. Are you a rebel? A cultist? Or some other random, non-mainstream force? Commissioner K was somewhat bewildered by Richard's questioning, but as a level 3 operations specialist, she had read a great deal of the Bureau's internal documentation. She remembered Project 001 particularly clearly. Item number, 001. Object Class, X. Containment Procedures. A lanthanum metal room measuring 10 by 10 by 10 meters, with walls no less than 100 millimeters thick. No furniture or decorations of any material may be stored in the room. The lights must operate on a 12-hour on, 12-hour off cycle. Administrative specialists below level 5 and operations specialists below level 4 are prohibited from interacting with it. Item description. 001 is a humanoid alien creature with a single eye, purple skin, no nose, trumpet-shaped ears, a mouth that opens and closes at a 160-degree angle, serrated teeth, no hair, for limbs, and no external reproductive organs. Its strength is ###. Addendum. 12/9/49 ###. All experimental information regarding 001 is classified as top secret, and is prohibited to anyone other than level 5 administrative specialists, and level 4 and above operations specialists. A thought flashed through Specialist K's mind. This one before me might be a new 001. Richard looked at the somewhat dazed Specialist K, wondering if the pressure had been too intense, rendering the little creature incapacitated. I'm not a rebel, nor am I part of a cult. I'm Ankarina, a level 3 operations specialist for the Bureau of Control. I'm a powerful being from another world, and this giant snake is also from another world. I hope you can fulfill our contract. Ankarina suddenly spoke via telepathic message. Richard's face flickered with surprise. Another worldly creature? Someone else is targeting this world. Richard unleashed his mental power, a surge of energy that instantly swept over the massive serpent of disaster. A level 4 world master doesn't look like a member of a civilization. What do you think, Ulysses? I don't think so. While Richard and Ankarina were conversing, Ulysses had already engaged a giant snake from another world. Judging by its moves, it seemed to be a simple lord of a native world. Alas, what a pity, Richard sighed softly. If its true form could come, it could definitely seal this snake. Now it's best to kill it. With that, Richard produced the hand of balance from thin air. With a wave of his staff, the giant snake battling Ulysses froze, its muscles frozen for a moment under Richard's rule. This moment was incredibly brief. In a battle between mortals, it wouldn't even offer any advantage. But in a battle between lords of worlds, it could overturn the entire situation. Black flames rose from Ulysses' body. Taking advantage of this moment, two crow claws plunged into the snake's body. Then, with a flap of his wings, he appeared at the snake's tail as if by teleportation. The next moment, a massive wound, blazing with black flames, appeared on the World Lord level snake's abdomen. The wound extended from the snake's midsection all the way to its tail. Ha! A clone is truly not as useful as the original. Ulysses grabbed the snake's shrunken heart and flew to Richard's side. This is a good thing. Feed it to the Snake King in the secret realm. Perhaps we can create another World Lord. Richard nodded slightly, then waved his staff to seal the snake's heart. The distant snake wasn't completely dead yet. Even without its heart and guts, its immense vitality could still sustain it. If Richard had left it alone, perhaps it could have come back to life. What a tenacious life force. Richard sighed, and in an instant, he appeared beside the snake. He waved his staff, and a magic circle the size of the snake's head unfolded, centered on the tip of the hand of balance. With such tenacious life force, it would be a shame to see it die. Seal it, and perhaps we can learn something. With that, the sealing magic circle descended upon the snake's head. The snake still tried to resist, but it now had little strength left. It writhed, its massive body nearly leveling all the buildings within a kilometer. But in Richard's eyes, this was merely a dying struggle. Under the seal, the snake, starting with its head, was gradually swallowed by the magic circle into a void. Once the entire snake was inside, the vast magic circle suddenly shrank, eventually transforming into a mark that landed on Richard's hand. Richard named this sealing technique the magical space sealing technique. It was inspired by the principle of energy conservation in the body of rules, and was the product of Richard's century-long research. Essentially, it created a space akin to a magical pocket, placing the sealed object within, and using a magic circle to confine and preserve it. After completing this, Richard returned to Ankarina's side. He had many questions about this world that he needed Ankarina to answer. Ankarina took 2 stiff steps back, observing the humanoid creature who had so effortlessly dealt with the Serpent of Disaster. She suddenly felt as if she had made a wrong decision. It was as if she had introduced someone extraordinary into their world. Control Bureau, L1 base. So that's how it is. Richard nodded thoughtfully. Directly in front of him sat Ankarina, and a level 4 administrative specialist from the Bureau, who called himself Anderson. After defeating the Serpent of Calamity, Richard questioned Ankarina about many questions about this world. For example, what was the social structure of this world like? What exactly was the Bureau of Control she mentioned? Why hadn't this alien invasion provoked a counterattack from the World Master? Some of these questions Ankarina knew, others she didn't. Initially facing Richard's inquiries, she considered silence and even considered suicide. But considering he had already entered this world, she gave up the idea and invited him to the Bureau. This highly rational, communicative alien being, if handled properly, could become another 001 for the Bureau. However, at this point, the possibility of this being who called himself Richard becoming the new 001 was slim to none. Never-ending invasion disasters. Your world is truly fascinating. Richard sat up straight, glancing over his shoulder at Ulysses. Have you ever seen something like this? One world actually connects with multiple worlds, and these connections are so deep that even the ruler of another world could break in. This world is like a house with 4 leaks, sharing a wall with other houses. Huh? I've never seen that before. Ulysses shook his head slightly, a hint of wonder in his tone. I've seen 2 worlds connect, and I've seen 3 connect. But if what they say is true, this world is probably connected to more than 5. I've never seen this number of worlds collide. Chapter 649. World collisions are an extremely rare natural phenomenon. Even in the records of wizard conquests, such occurrences are extremely rare. The cause of this natural phenomenon remains unknown. Specifically, it manifests as 2 spatial coordinates, vastly separated in the astral plane, yet connected in space and time. Energy and matter from both worlds can flow into each other through the spatial rift. The Wizard's World portal is a byproduct of studying this phenomenon. In Ankarina and Anderson's accounts, the invasion disaster in this world fits perfectly with records of world collisions. However, their descriptions are highly exaggerated. If what they say is true, then this world has been invaded by at least 4 elemental lords, flesh beasts similar to the Calamity Serpent, swarms of insect swarms, world master level undead, and other diverse creatures. Frankly, if Ankarina and Anderson hadn't spoken in a serious manner, without a hint of joking, Richard would have thought they were joking. It's impossible for these creatures to appear in the same, or even 2 or 3 worlds. The 4 elemental lords only appear in the elemental territory, and in worlds with 4 unbalanced elements. World Lord level undead creatures almost exclusively appear in death worlds with unique rules. While World Lord level flesh and blood monsters may appear in unbalanced worlds, the giant snake Richard saw didn't seem like a product of an unbalanced world. And what about the swarm of insects? Even based on the lowest estimates, this world must have collided with 4 completely different 4-element worlds, and one of these worlds must have possessed extremely unique death rules, allowing the birth of World Lord level undead creatures. Alternatively, one of these worlds must have experienced a worldwide catastrophe, wiping out over half of its life. Have you ever seen us in this situation? Anderson asked. From his appearance, Anderson resembled a muscular middle-aged man. But in Richard's perception, this middle-aged man possessed energy intensity comparable to Ankarina's. He was also a level 3 creature. During their first meeting, he was remarkably calm. After inquiring about the situation on the Ankarina battlefield, he immediately handed over the base's disaster relief work to his secretary, and personally led Richard to the basement's hidden underground chamber. I'm a little unsure. Richard shook his head slightly. The enemy you describe is vastly exaggerated, far exceeding any records I've seen. I can only say that the phenomenon in your world is likely a world collision. But I can't determine what it is specifically. After hearing Richard's answer, Anderson nodded calmly and said to Ankarina beside him, Commissioner K, I need to be out for a while. During this time, you will communicate with these 2. I grant you level 3 information transmission clearance. Ankarina stood up and replied swiftly yes. Anderson nodded slightly, bowed slightly to Richard, and left the basement. The moment he left the basement, Anderson's body suddenly slumped, and he leaned against the wall. Even though Richard and Elises had completely suppressed their imposing aura, the higher the level of a creature, the more acute its perception, especially those undergoing physical evolution. Even without the imposing aura, Anderson sensed a sense of predation from Richard and Elises. It was like putting a child in a room with a hungry tiger. Anderson trembled as he pulled a bag of what looked like candy from his inner pocket, then poured 2 candies into his mouth. A cool sensation passed through his mouth and into his brain, and Anderson finally regained his composure. This news must be reported to the director immediately. Inside the room, Richard chatted with Ankarina while observing Anderson's every move with his psychic power. The room he was in looked ordinary, but both the walls and the door were infused with a material that blocked psychic energy and energy waves. According to Ankarina, this material was called lanthanum. However, this isolation was only for ordinary people. For a world master like Richard, this material would at most reduce his detection range. It wouldn't have any limiting effect at all. Ankarina, after all this talk, you haven't explained what the Control Bureau is. After hearing that Andre was about to report the news to the director, Richard asked Ankarina. After hearing Richard's question, Ankarina paused, as if trying to form her words. Richard raised his eyebrows slightly. Are the functions of the Control Bureau complex? Very complex. Ankarina took a moment to organize her words, then spoke uncertainly. You can think of the Control Bureau as a secret organization, an invasion handling agency hidden in the shadows. Secret invasions? Richard asked curiously. What do you mean? Are there any invasions that can't be made public? Do you remember the catastrophe Commissioner Anderson mentioned earlier? Richard leaned back and nodded slightly. The cataclysm was a horrific disaster that struck this world thousands of years ago. Over a dozen calamity beasts from another world nearly turned the world upside down. Over 80% of the creatures Richard dubbed the Four-Eyed People perished in this catastrophe, creating a significant historical gap in their history. The historical gap created by the cataclysm obscured many things. So much so that during the lull in the invasion following the cataclysm, our rebuilt society developed a false sense of security. Ankarina felt her statement was a bit off, so she gestured. Our civilians believe we live on a safe plane, but in reality, Ankarina pinched her fingertips together and placed them beneath her palm, which served as the plane, We live on the crater of a volcano. A catastrophe could destroy us at any moment. So, for the sake of social stability, you are responsible for maintaining this false sense of security? Richard asked. But judging by the current situation, it seems you're useless. Isn't the invasion disaster enough to wake the people up? Ankarina withdrew her hand and nodded slightly. You're right. The false security created by the Control Bureau is indeed about to disappear. But you overlook one thing. Invasions haven't always been a problem. Invasions have only become more frequent in the past 200 years. Before that, they were extremely rare, and we had ample resources to cover them up. Okay, I have an idea of what kind of organization you are, Richard said with a strange expression. The world is truly vast, full of wonders. The new strange stories he had read in his previous life had actually reappeared in this other world. After inquiring about more information about this world, Richard began to ponder his plan for conquering it. Based on current intelligence, the Four-Eyed, the dominant race in this world, are a highly skilled indigenous race. Years of invasion disasters have hardened the inhabitants of this world, making them highly combative. They generally handle alien invasions in 3 steps. The first step is to dispatch an invasion task force. Normally, an invasion stops here. If the task force is unable to handle the situation, they will dispatch an invading army. These armies are composed of level 1 creatures, closely coordinated, and equipped with a large number of heavy weapons. If the invading army is deployed, it will not be able to resolve the invasion, such as the World Lord level serpent Richard sealed. Then, the ultimate weapon, the World Lord, will be deployed. In reality, even if Richard hadn't appeared, the serpent would at most destroy the city and kill 1 or 2 million people. An indigenous World Lord would have no chance of defeating a World Guardian of the same level. Ah, if only this world were like fairyland, where the ruling class is inhumane, Richard sighed inwardly. While this world also has a transcendent ruling class, the invasion has forced them to fight tooth and nail. Furthermore, this world also possesses technology similar to that of the goblins' industry. The Four-Eyed people possess a technology called source energy. While this technology is far inferior to the alchemy of wizards, it can still prevent starvation for most people in this world. This means that the missionary method of relying on industry to change lives is not applicable in this world. But if he didn't demonstrate this by changing their lives, how could he convince the creatures of this world to accept him, an alien god? He couldn't just use the cannon to fool people, could he? As he pondered this, Richard suddenly raised his eyebrows and stood up. His action startled Ankarina across from him, who quickly stood up and asked, "You want?" As if realizing Richard wasn't an ordinary person, Ankarina paused mid-question. Her mouth parted, and after a long pause, she managed a few words. "Where are you going? To the bathroom?" "Of course not." Richard looked at the seemingly cool, four-eyed figure before him as if he were an idiot. "Your base was attacked, did you know?" "Huh?" Outside the L1 base, a large number of heavily armed soldiers, unmarked by any markings, rapidly approached the base. They carried energy-powered assault rifles, completely different from those of the task force, and their body armor was adorned with lanthanum alloy plates. This was undoubtedly a premeditated attack. Among the soldiers, a four-eyed man, dressed in a completely different style than the soldiers, was holding a portable communicator and reporting to his superiors. "Sir, the operation is going smoothly. We have already entered the perimeter of the Control Bureau." "This is easy." "So smooth? Didn't the Snake King hinder you?" "Sir, it's strange that we haven't encountered the Snake King along the way. It seems the Snake King has retreated." "This is easy." "What? Retreating? Impossible." "Retreat." Before the words on the other end of the communicator were finished, he heard a language he had never heard before. "Excuse me, can you tell me what organization you are?" Chapter 650. Richard stood beside the four-eyed man, holding a communicator. All around him, regardless of their strength, the invaders collapsed to the ground. Even though Richard and Ulysses were using clones, these level 1 and level 2 creatures were no different from insects to them. "Excuse me, can you tell me what organization you are?" The four-eyed man looked around bewilderedly. Richard and Ulysses were so fast that one moment he was reporting that everything was going well, and the next, the entire invading team collapsed to the ground. You. The four-eyed man pointed at Richard, his words stuttering with his intense emotions. Richard shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. A soul spell that calmed the soul fell on the four-eyed man. "I ask again, what organization are you?" Before the four-eyed man could answer, a voice came from the communicator in his hand. "We are the Fusion Party. Unknown and powerful, where do you come from?" Richard was slightly startled by the question on the intercom. He hadn't expected a single question to allow the person on the other end to guess his identity. To confirm his thoughts, Richard deliberately said vaguely, "I'm from the East." The East? On the other side of the intercom, a well-dressed, four-eyed figure fell into deep thought. Could it be a hermit who lived in seclusion during the Cataclysm? Pre-Cataclysm history is a highly obscure subject for ordinary people. Even if they diligently search for it, they often be confused by the numerous vague statements. But for secretive organizations like theirs, knowledge of pre-Cataclysm history is essential. As a high-ranking member of the Fusion Party, he was well-versed in the history before the Cataclysm. The Hermits were a branch of the Four-Eyed People's evolutionary path before the Cataclysm, advocating the pursuit of inner strength without external aid. Zizizizi. Before he could continue, the transmitter seemed to be experiencing interference, or perhaps a signal problem. Suddenly, a series of interfering humming sounds emanated from the transmitter. The lavishly dressed four-eyed man listened to the sound, sighed, and a ball of flame suddenly erupted from his hand, incinerating the transmitter into a pile of slag. Alas, I actually encountered a recluse who had transcended the world, and he's a fourth-level one at that. I guess he used some ancient magic to drive the Snake King back. All my efforts were in vain. The four-eyed man complained, throwing the remains in his hand into the trash can. He reached the window, and the entire city seemed to be beneath his feet. Zizizizi. Hearing the humming sound from the microphone, Richard knew without hesitation that the signal had been cut off. An organization like the Bureau couldn't possibly not have access to a base station for this portable information transmission device. Alas, since the signal's gone, I can only replenish it with your soul. Richard tucked the transmitter into his pocket and slapped the four-eyed man's head. The next moment, the four-eyed man's head exploded, and his soul silently entered Richard's body. Anderson quickly walked over to Richard and said sincerely, "Thank you very much for your help." Richard smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's just a small favor. I have a question." Richard then changed the subject, met Anderson's eyes, and asked with a smile, "What kind of organization is the Fusion Party?" Gulp. Anderson swallowed stiffly. Richard didn't release his pressure, but his gaze made Anderson lose all desire to lie. His body resisted lying, resisted the act that would lead to his own death. The Fusion Party is a group of terrorists. They're hostile to us. Oh! Richard nodded slightly. What are the details? What is the Fusion Party? Why are they hostile to you? Richard's voice was calm, yet it carried a certain authority that denied him the challenge. Anderson believed he had met many important figures, even the elusive director of the Control Bureau several times. But he had never been as nervous as he was now. The Fusion Party is a group of terrorists. They believe that we and other worlds will eventually merge. Rather than being exhausted by endless invasions and disasters, it's better to accelerate the merger and then focus our efforts on establishing a foothold in the new world. Richard said, slightly surprised. That's interesting. Their idea does offer a solution. Richard's words made Anderson stiffen. Would this person switch to the Fusion Party just because of his introduction? It's just that this method has a disproportionate impact on ordinary people. The changes in the world could easily turn previously harmless things into lethal ones. Ordinary people who haven't embarked on the path of evolution would easily die in droves when faced with such a drastic change, Richard said thoughtfully. It suddenly occurred to him that if he wanted to conquer this world, he would inevitably have to deal with the issue of world fusion. Unsure of Richard's thoughts, Anderson quickly added, seeing that Richard seemed unconvinced by this method, indeed, it does. The casualties caused by this method are no less than those of a major cataclysm. That's why our relationship with the Fusion Party is almost a life-or-death struggle. So what's your solution? Richard suddenly looked at Anderson. As a major dark side organization, you must have your own solution. Well, I haven't accessed any information on this subject with my clearance. Anderson hesitated for a moment, then replied somewhat weakly. No, it's not within my purview, Anderson emphasized. Above me are Level 5 Administrative Specialists, Level 5 Executive Specialists, and the Director. A lot of information is confidential, so I can't access it. All right. Richard glanced at the invading soldiers around him and said to Anderson, I won't deal with these people. You can handle it yourself. Also, I need to tour the city. Arrange a guide for me. Richard's tone was casual, like someone said by someone higher up to inspect. But Anderson didn't seem to resent it at all. L1 base had no power to restrict Richard. Even if Richard wanted to travel the world, he wouldn't be able to do so. But Richard asked for a guide. Even if Anderson was stupid, he could tell it was a friendly sign. Richard didn't need a guide, but Anderson needed one for Richard. Anderson took a deep breath, feeling a touch of emotion. If only the project and the invasion disaster were as easygoing as Richard. He bowed slightly to Richard. Thank you for your cooperation. I arrange a guide for you as soon as possible. Walking down the street, Richard observed the civilians around him, while digesting the information he had gleaned from the four-eyed man's soul. After becoming the Lord of the World, Richard had made some progress in soul magic. When searching souls, he no longer lost most of his memories, as he had in the past. After removing the fragmented fragments of life from his memories, Richard quickly learned the true nature of the Fusion Party, a group of extreme believers in meritocracy and social Darwinism. The Fusion Party's ordinary members are mostly those with little wealth, or those who are at the top of their professions. They believe that world integration is inevitable, and that the current four-eyed society is spending too many resources protecting ordinary people. They believe that the current protection policy is like drinking poison to quench thirst, eating up the food for the next year, and wasting resources on protecting ordinary people will only weaken the four-eyed people. The four-eyed people should simply abandon most of the ordinary people, retaining only the elite and a small number of species for world integration, and then re-strengthen the four-eyed people in the new world. After reading the memories of this four-eyed person, Richard sighed, thinking that such pseudo-elites are not uncommon in every world. Where do these people get the confidence to believe that they are the elite worthy of protection? Even if they were truly protected, they would not be able to revive the four-eyed people. A social Darwinist who believes the weak deserve death can never become a leader, because the moment he becomes one, he automatically considers everyone below him worthless, and then constantly becomes a slave owner. Alas, this control bureau is still more reliable. At least their beliefs and ideals are sound. The city streets were bustling with people. Even in the city just a few kilometers away, where a massive snake attack had engulfed the area, leaving no survivors, the unaffected residents continued to go about their daily lives. The frequent invasions and disasters had been going on for 100 years, and the people of Four Eyes had become numb. Ankarina, do you have any religion here? Richard asked the guide Anderson had assigned him. After confirming Richard's need for a guide, Anderson didn't choose one from his own staff, but went straight to Ankarina, a level 3 operations specialist. As Richard's first point of contact, Anderson felt that Ankarina was the perfect fit for the role. Due to the Bureau's internal regulations and the desire to solve problems she had caused herself, Ankarina readily accepted the assignment. After spending 15 minutes memorizing a map of the entire city, she found Richard and began work smoothly. Religion? We have plenty of it. Are you interested? Ankarina asked cautiously. Quite a lot. Yes. Because of the invasion, there are so many popular religions. So many that even we can't manage them all. In other words, there's no single dominant religion, only small regional sects. You're right. Many of our religions are confined to a single district, or at most, to a few cities. After receiving the answer, Richard and Elises, standing beside him, exchanged a glance, a mutual understanding. This is untouched virgin land.